Welcome to the Explainer. Let's dive right into things today. We're looking at a plant that absolutely, literally stops you in your tracks. I am talking about the Alocasia frydek. If you have ever seen one in person, you know exactly what I mean, right? It's got those deep, dark, velvety green leaves with electric, glowing white veins. Just pure jungle drama. But it definitely has a bit of a reputation as a diva in the houseplant community. You know, the kind of plant that drops a leaf if you just look at it wrong. Well, today we're going to demystify that intimidating reputation and show you exactly how to make this stunning plant thrive in your very own home. Here's our roadmap for today's explainer. We're breaking this care manual down into 6 clear steps. First, meet the jungle diva. Second, setting the perfect environment. Third, soil, water, and feeding. Fourth, pruning and propagation. Fifth, troubleshooting common problems. And finally, pro tips for success. Let's get to it.
Section 1. Meet the jungle diva.
So what exactly is the Alocasia frydek? Well, it's a tuberous perennial native to the warm, humid tropical rainforests of the Philippines. You might actually see it sold under the name green velvet alocasia. And yeah, while it definitely requires a bit of extra structured care compared to, say, your standard pothos or snake plant to maintain those magnificent leaves, the reward is totally incredible. It's an absolute showstopper that adds this touch of luxurious, exotic beauty to any indoor collection.
Which brings us to our golden rule for today's explainer. The key to a happy frydek is consistency. I really want you to remember this. Success with this plant isn't about being born with some magic green thumb. Not at all. It is entirely about creating consistent, stable environmental conditions that mimic its natural habitat. If you can provide stability and avoid wild swings in your care routine, this diva will reward you endlessly.
Section 2. Setting the perfect environment. Look at that target humidity range, 60 to 80%. This is absolutely non-negotiable if you want perfection. Seriously, high humidity is the biggest secret to keeping a frydek happy. Think of it like a high-end daily spa treatment for your plant. If your air drops below this range, you are on a fast track to those dreaded brown crispy leaf edges. You can hit these numbers pretty easily though. Use a room humidifier, place the pot on a pebbled tray, or group it tightly with other humidity-loving plants to create a nice little microclimate. Beyond humidity, we got to talk about foundational lighting and temperature. You want bright, indirect light. An east-facing window is usually the absolute sweet spot. The crucial point here is to avoid harsh, direct sunlight. Direct sun will quickly scorch those beautiful velvety leaves and fade their amazing color. Temperature-wise, keep things cozy, right between 65 and 85 degrees Fahrenheit. It's vital that you protect it from cold drafts, AC vents, or leaky windows. If temperature drops below 60 degrees, this plant is going to be highly stressed.
Section 3. Soil, water, and feeding. Now this is tricky because both overwatering and underwatering can cause your plant's leaves to droop or wilt. So how do you know which is which? Well, overwatering usually shows up with yellowing lower leaves and a mushy stem base, while underwatering leaves the topsoil completely bone dry. The absolute golden rule here: always physically touch the top 1 to 2 inches of the soil before you water. Literally stick your finger in there. If it's dry, give it a thorough soak. If it's still wet, wait. Letting it sit in soggy soil is a guaranteed recipe for root rot.
And speaking of healthy roots, let's talk about soil. Standard indoor potting soil on its own is way too dense. It'll hold way too much water and just suffocate the root system. Instead, you want to whip up this ideal DIY chunky soil mix. Take equal parts of a high-quality potting mix, perlite, and orchid bark. You can also throw in some cocoa coir or worm castings for extra nutrients if you want. This creates an airy, chunky texture that drains really quickly, but still retains just enough moisture for the plant to drink. To fuel those massive, stunning leaves, you'll also need a solid feeding regimen. Fertilize your frydek once a month during its active growing seasons, so that's spring and summer. Use a balanced liquid fertilizer like a 10-10-10 or 20-20-20, but dilute it to half strength. And here's an absolutely critical tip: always apply it to already moist soil to avoid burning the delicate roots. Once fall and winter roll around, you need to stop feeding completely because the plant's growth naturally slows down.
Section 4. Pruning and propagation. Unlike a lot of houseplants, you can't propagate a frydek from a simple leaf cutting. Instead, you propagate through corms. When you repot your plant, you'll likely find these little bulb-like corms hiding in the soil, right attached to the root system. Gently detach them and peel off that brown, papery outer layer. That helps them sprout faster. Then nestle them in moist sphagnum moss or perlite and cover them with a plastic dome to trap in that high humidity we talked about. Keep them in a warm, bright spot and just
wait. It requires some patience, sometimes weeks or even months, but growing brand new baby plants this way is incredibly rewarding. Section 5. Troubleshooting common problems. Okay, let's look at the most common freakouts you might face with this diva. If you see brown, crispy edges, your air is simply too dry. Pump up that humidity immediately. If you spot fine, delicate webbing underneath the leaves, you've got spider mites. They thrive in dry conditions, so wipe the leaves down and again, increase the moisture in the air. Now what about yellowing leaves? While it certainly can mean you're overwatering, please don't panic immediately. It's completely normal for this plant to shed its oldest, lowest leaf to redirect energy when a new leaf is emerging.
But what if it's not just one old leaf? What if it's the middle of winter and your Frydek is suddenly dropping all of its leaves, one by one, until there's literally nothing left in the pot but dirt? This is a massive pain point. It causes so many frustrated owners to mistakenly throw their plants right in the trash.
The most important thing I can tell you today is, don't throw it out. Your plant is likely not dead, it is just entering winter dormancy. Because of the lower light and colder indoor temperatures in the winter, the Alocasia Frydek will sometimes naturally retreat back into its underground tuber to conserve energy. As long as that tuber in the soil feels firm and not mushy, the plant is still very much alive. Just significantly reduce your watering, leave it be, and it will make a triumphant, stunning return when spring arrives.
Section 6. Pro Tips for Success. Let's rapid fire through these pro care tips. First, try to use filtered or rainwater. Alocasias can be quite sensitive to the minerals and chemicals in standard tap water. Second, give the pot a quarter turn every time you water so it doesn't lean heavily towards your window. Third, and this is a big one, gently wipe those massive leaves down with a damp cloth every single month. Not only does this keep them looking vibrant and stunning, but it removes dust, helps the plant photosynthesize much more efficiently, and allows you to inspect for pests early. Finally, don't rush to repot. They actually like being slightly root-bound, so stick to repotting only every 1 to 2 years.
Which brings us to our final thought for this explainer. Now that you know the secrets, are you ready to master the most rewarding diva of the jungle? You have the blueprint for light, soil, humidity, and even winter survival. But here's the real question. Once your Frydek starts thriving and producing massive, velvety leaves, which rare jungle plant are you going to conquer next? Thanks for joining me on The Explainer today, and happy growing.
Hey everyone, and welcome to This Explainer. Today, we are focusing on a plant that is honestly just as beautiful as it is notoriously dramatic. I'm talking about the nerve plant, officially known as Fittonia albovinus. If you've ever wanted to add a really striking, brilliantly patterned plant to your indoor jungle, but you've been a little intimidated by its diva reputation, you are in exactly the right place. We're going to completely decode everything this plant needs so you can grow it with absolute confidence.
So, picture this. You walk into your room and you check on your stunning new nerve plant. But instead of looking all perky and fresh, every single stem has suddenly fallen completely flat. The leaves are literally lying on the soil like the plant has just given up on life. Your heart drops, right? You think you've killed it. But what if I told you that this terrifying, panic-inducing moment is actually one of the absolute best features of this plant?
You see, houseplant keepers affectionately call this whole phenomenon the faint. And it is arguably the most useful built-in alarm system in the entire plant world. This dramatic collapse simply means the soil has dried out. That's it. And the best part? A really thorough watering will usually have those stems standing completely upright, looking pristine again, within just 20 to 30 minutes. It's highly theatrical, literally like a Victorian lady on a fainting couch, but it is entirely reversible. Okay, so here's our game plan for this explainer. 1. The dramatic nerve plant. 2. Light, water, and soil. 3. Temperature and high humidity. 4. Feeding and pruning maintenance. 5. Easy stem propagation. And 6. Troubleshooting and pro tips. Let's get into it.
Starting with Section 1, the dramatic nerve plant. Meet the Fittonia. Originally coming from the shaded floor of the Peruvian rainforest, the Fittonia is universally loved for its deeply veined leaves. They look like these tiny, intricate, colorful mosaics etched right onto dark green foliage. And alongside its stunning visual variety, we're talking bright pink, deep red, silver, you name it, it is completely non-toxic to cats and dogs, which is a huge plus. Because of its rainforest floor origins, it has a naturally shallow root system and stays incredibly compact. That makes it absolutely perfect for small indoor spaces where you want a really big visual impact without taking up much room.
Moving right along to Section 2, light, water, and soil. The holy trinity of plant care.
First up is light. Because it naturally lives down on the dense rainforest floor, the Fittonia is shade tolerant. But keep in mind, it's not shade dependent. It genuinely does fine in lower light, but giving it a nice, bright, east-facing window is going to be your sweet spot. That bright, indirect light is what keeps those colored veins looking so vivid and stops the stems from stretching out and getting all leggy. But a quick warning here, even a single hour of direct, hot midday sun will bleach and crisp up those leaves almost instantly, so definitely keep it protected from direct rays. Now, when it comes to water, the symptoms of getting it wrong are distinctly different. While the plant really loves moisture, you gotta find that perfect balance. Overwatering leads to mushy stems, sour-smelling soil, and soft yellow leaves, which is basically the dreaded root rot. Underwatering, on the other hand, triggers that dramatic faint we just talked about, but with a super fast recovery. To avoid both of these extremes, always use the knuckle test. Just stick your finger into the soil down to the first knuckle. If the surface feels dry, it's time to water. Do not wait for the soil to dry out completely. To maintain that perfect, consistently damp sponge moisture level without totally drowning the roots, you absolutely need the right soil. This recipe is fantastic for that. You want 2 parts moisture-retaining peat or cocoa coir, 1 part perlite for aeration, and just a handful of orchid bark or coarse sand. This balance ensures the roots can drink their fill while still getting the oxygen they desperately need. And please remember, unless you are building a completely closed terrarium, drainage holes in your pot are absolutely mandatory.
All right, section 3, temperature and high humidity, creating the environment.
So trying to recreate a tropical environment is probably the single most demanding aspect of Fittonia care. And it really all comes down to this one crucial number, 60%. This plant needs at least 60% ambient humidity to actually feel at home. To put that into perspective, in a typical home during the winter, humidity often drops down to like 30%. If you ignore this gap, you are very quickly going to see the edges of those beautiful leaves turn totally brown and crispy. I know a lot of people try to fix low humidity by just misting their plants, but honestly, misting is really ineffective. It only raises humidity for a few minutes, and it can even invite mold issues. If you want guaranteed success, terrariums are literally the ultimate cheat code here. Placing your nerve plant in a sealed or even just partially sealed glass terrarium instantly traps the moisture, keeping the humidity hovering right between 70 and 90% without you lifting a finger. Or as an alternative, a steamy, naturally humid bathroom makes a fantastic home for them too.
Next up, section 4, feeding and pruning maintenance.
Pinch early, pinch often. This quote is your absolute golden rule for styling. Nerve plants naturally want to creep along the ground, but if you just leave them alone indoors, they can turn into a bit of a straggly mess. You should regularly snip or pinch off the tips of the longest stems, right above the leaf nodes. This really simple action literally forces the plant to stop growing long and instead branch outwards, laterally. It completely transforms it into a lush, dense carpet of color. Now, did you know this plant actually flowers? It totally does, but you should probably stop it. The flowers are these small, stiff spikes that really aren't particularly showy. And the catch is, when the plant focuses its energy on blooming, it completely stops producing those gorgeous patterned leaves we all love, and it can even get a bit leggy. So pinching those little flower spikes off the second you see them redirects all that vital energy right back into the foliage, where you actually want it.
Which brings us to section 5, easy stem propagation. This is the really fun part. You can actually turn your prunings into brand new plants using super simple water propagation. Just cut a healthy stem that has 2 or 3 sets of leaves on it. Carefully pinch off the bottom leaves so the nodes are exposed, then simply submerge those bare nodes into a glass of room temperature water. Put it somewhere with bright, indirect light, and within just 1 to 2 weeks, you'll see fresh roots starting to pop out. Once those roots get to be about 1 inch long, you just pot the cutting right back into your moist soil mix. It really is that fast and reliable.
Finally, section 6, troubleshooting and pro tips. So let's talk bugs. When you're troubleshooting pests on a nerve plant, the absolute easiest way to diagnose the issue is just by looking at your moisture levels. Because Fittonia needs moist soil, that can sometimes attract fungus gnats. The best way to treat them is with yellow sticky traps to catch the flying adults, and a neem oil soil drench to handle the larvae in the dirt. On the flip side, if your humidity fluctuates and the air gets too dry, you might accidentally invite spider mites. You can easily treat those by regularly wiping the leaves down with a diluted insecticidal soap. Catching these guys early really makes treatment a breeze.
Okay, let's rapid fire some final pro tips to absolutely guarantee your success. First up, protect your plant from cold drafts. Anything dropping under 55 degrees Fahrenheit can cause a rapid, scary leaf drop. Second, because they have those very shallow root systems, always opt for wide, shallow pots rather than deep ones. This prevents the dirt at the very bottom from staying waterlogged. Third, try bottom watering by sitting the pot in a tray of water to let the soil wick it up from below. This keeps the delicate leaves totally dry and safe from fungal issues. And finally, go ahead and feed them a balanced liquid fertilizer monthly, but be sure to dilute it to half strength so you don't accidentally burn those shallow roots. So, armed with the right soil mix, a plan for targeted pruning, and that game-changing terrarium cheat code, you are fully prepared to tackle this plant. The nerve plant really doesn't have to be intimidating. It just knows exactly what it wants. But it kind of makes you wonder, what other so-called dramatic divas of the houseplant world are hiding in plain sight, just waiting for you to unlock their secrets? Thank you so much for joining me for this explainer. Now go check that soil. Welcome to this explainer. Today, we're going to demystify one of the absolutely most stunning houseplants out there, the Cebu Blue Pothos. We're taking you on a complete journey from just basic beginner survival all the way to unlocking its expert-level thriving maturity. So whether you just brought home your very first little cutting or you're looking to elevate an older plant, well, you're in exactly the right place. Now, what's literally wild about the Cebu Blue is that it essentially gives you two totally different looks, and it depends entirely on how you care for it. Left to its own devices, it's this delicate, cascading, juvenile vine. But give it the right environment, boom. It transforms into a dramatic, climbing, mature plant that looks like it was plucked straight out of a tropical rainforest. It's basically two beautiful plants in one. Okay, here's our roadmap for today. We'll start by officially meeting the Cebu Blue. Then, we'll dive right into light and water essentials, move on to soil, humidity, and feeding, tackle pruning and easy propagation, troubleshoot some common problems, and finally, wrap up with those expert pro tips for getting fenestrations. All right, Section 1, meet the Cebu Blue. Let's officially introduce this stunning species and see why it's such a collector's dream that's actually surprisingly super forgiving for beginners. So, you're probably pretty familiar with the classic golden pothos, right? The one with those standard heart-shaped green and gold leaves? Well, the Cebu Blue completely flips the script. It sports these incredibly elegant, elongated, arrow-shaped leaves. But honestly, the real showstopper here is the color. It's got this almost metallic, silvery blue shimmer that just instantly elevates a room. It's a subtle but absolutely gorgeous upgrade from your everyday trailing plant. Moving right along to Section 2, light and water essentials. Let's cover exactly what kind of lighting and hydration this plant actually needs to keep that spectacular color popping. Okay, the absolutely crucial thing to remember here is that light dictates color. That incredible silvery blue sheen, it's directly tied to the plant getting bright, indirect light. Think, a cozy spot near an east-facing window. Now, if you stick this guy in a dim, dark corner, it'll survive, because hey, it's a hardy pothos, but it's gonna lose that beautiful blue tint, fade to just an ordinary green, and the vines will get all stretched out and leggy. No one wants a leggy plant, right? Now for watering, the golden rule is 1 to 2 inches. Just let the top 1 to 2 inches of soil dry out completely between waterings. Literally just stick your finger right into the dirt to check. It's that easy. These guys actually store water in their thick stems and leaves, so they're wonderfully forgiving if you're a bit of a forgetful waterer. Seriously, it's always way better to slightly underwater a Cebu Blue than to overwater it. But when it is time to water, don't just give it a tiny little sip. You want to do what we call the drench and drain cycle. Drench that soil thoroughly until water is freely pouring out of the drainage holes at the bottom. But here is the absolute most critical step. Immediately empty the saucer underneath. If you let the pot sit in a puddle of standing water, you are fast-tracking your way to deadly root rot, which is pretty much the #1 killer of these plants. Let's jump right into Section 3, soil, humidity, and feeding. We're gonna build the absolute perfect foundation here, starting with chunky aeroid soil and mimicking that ideal tropical vibe. You have to remember where this plant comes from. In its native environment, it climbs up trees in the tropical forest of the Philippines. Because of that, it absolutely hates compacted, heavy dirt. So you're gonna wanna use the rule of 3 to mix your own soil. 2 parts standard potting soil, 1 part perlite, and 1 part chunky orchid bark. This airy, super well-draining aeroid mix gives the roots all the oxygen they're craving and stops them from sitting in soggy, swampy conditions. And coming from the tropics, you bet this plant loves humidity. While it'll totally tolerate the average, slightly drier air in your house, hitting that 50 to 70% relative humidity sweet spot is the real secret sauce. You can easily pull this off with a simple pebble tray filled with water under the pot, or just by running a small humidifier nearby. Do that and it'll reward you with way faster growth and noticeably larger, super happy leaves. Now, fresh potting soil does have nutrients, but they definitely deplete over time. The Cebu Blue isn't exactly a super heavy feeder, but giving it a balanced liquid fertilizer, diluted to half strength, just once a month during its active growing season in the spring and summer, that acts like a perfect little vitamin boost. It keeps everything lush and vibrant. Just remember to stop feeding it completely in the winter when its growth naturally takes a break. All right, section 4, pruning and easy propagation. Your plant's got a great foundation now, so let's talk about keeping its shape bushy and, honestly, my favorite part, multiplying your collection for absolutely free. So regular pruning isn't strictly required for the plant's health, but if you don't give it occasional trims, those beautiful vines are eventually going to get long and kind of stringy. The fix is super simple. Grab some clean scissors and snip the vine just above a node. That's the little bump where a leaf attaches to the stem. Doing that forces the plant to push out brand new, fuller branching growth right from that exact spot.
And whatever you do, please do not throw away those cuttings. Propagating a Cebu Blue in water is practically foolproof and so incredibly rewarding. Just take your cutting, make sure you snip about a 1/4 inch below a node this time, strip off those bottom leaves, and drop the bare nodes right into a glass of clean water. In literally just 1 to 3 weeks, you're gonna watch brand new roots sprout right before your eyes. It is the coolest thing.
Let's move to section 5, troubleshooting common problems. Because look, even the easiest, most forgiving houseplants hit a rough patch sometimes. Let's play plant doctor and figure out how to fix them fast.
You really just have to listen to what your plant is telling you. For instance, yellowing, lower leaves combined with mushy stems, that almost always means you need to hit the brakes on watering. You're probably looking at root rot. On the flip side, if you're losing that signature silvery blue color, the plant is screaming for brighter indirect light. And what if you start seeing brown, crispy edges on the leaves? Well, your air is probably too dry, or you're waiting just a little too long between waterings.
Also, keep an eye out for pests. The Cebu Blue is wonderfully pest resistant, but early detection is still your absolute best defense. Just make it a habit to check the undersides of the leaves every now and then. If you spot cottony white masses, tiny little dots with webbing, or weird brown bumps, isolate the plant immediately. You can treat these annoying invaders pretty easily by just gently wiping the leaves down with a cotton swab dipped in rubbing alcohol, or spraying the foliage with some diluted neem oil. Finally, we've arrived at section 6. Pro tips for fenestrations. Let's unlock the ultimate secret to transforming this beautiful little vina into a massive, dramatic botanical masterpiece. Now, you might actually be wondering, will my perfectly cared for plant ever reward me with flowers? Well, the short answer is no. Getting a Cebu Blue to flower indoors is incredibly rare, but honestly, don't even worry about it because indoor plant collectors are chasing a completely different, highly structural goal with this specific plant anyway. And that goal is fenestration. This is the absolute holy grail for Cebu Blue owners. It's this dramatic, crazy physical transformation where the mature leaves develop deep, natural splits and holes in them. When this happens, the leaves also get massively larger. It essentially gives you a completely different, wild, monstera-like plant that just looks insanely exotic. So how on earth do you trigger these legendary fenestrations? Well, the expert unlock takes 2 things working together. First, you've got to give the plant a physical structure to climb, like a moss pole or a quail pole. This lets those aerial roots grab on and climb vertically, perfectly mimicking how it climbs trees in the rainforest. Second, you have to combine that climbing pole with consistently bright indirect light. That upward, vertical growth plus great light, that is the exact signal the plant needs to know it's time to mature. So armed with the knowledge of perfect bright lighting, the recipe for that chunky aroid soil, the correct drench and drain watering cadence, and of course the expert secret of the climbing moss pole, you are totally ready. Apply these visual frameworks and watch your Cebu Blue completely thrive into a majestic jungle giant. Which really makes you wonder, right? What other totally ordinary houseplants sitting in your living room right now are secretly hiding a rainforest giant just waiting to be unleashed?
Let's dive right into something literally every single plant parent has experienced. You walk up to your favorite houseplant, ready to admire all that lush, green new growth, and your heart just sinks. Right there, glaring back at you, is a bright yellow leaf. Boom. Immediate panic, right? Well, take a deep breath. In this explainer, we're going to unpack exactly why your plant's leaves are turning yellow by walking through the top 7 causes, and more importantly, giving you the exact fixes to get your indoor jungle thriving again.
You know, a lot of people see a yellow leaf and immediately think, well, that's it, my plant is dying. But I want you to totally reframe how you look at this. That yellow leaf, it's not a death sentence. It's actually a distress signal. Your plant is actively trying to communicate with you. So rather than freaking out, we're going to put on our detective hats and investigate exactly what that signal means. The science behind what you're seeing here is actually super fascinating. It's a process called chlorosis. Think of your plant's leaves like tiny solar panels. They use chlorophyll, that's the green pigment, to photosynthesize and generate energy. But when a plant gets stressed out, it literally stops producing chlorophyll in certain leaves to conserve its resources. And as that green color fades away, it reveals the yellow pigments that were actually hiding underneath the entire time. So our job is just to figure out what's causing that stress. So here is our investigation docket for this explainer. 1. The yellow distress signal. 2. The watering suspects. 3. Environment and diet issues. 4. Tiny pests and natural aging. And 5. Prevention and FAQs. Let's get right to work.
Part 1. The yellow distress signal. Let's decode your plant's cries for help.
Okay, this quick diagnostic cheat sheet is how we immediately narrow down the suspects. It combines 2 absolutely crucial pieces of evidence: what the leaf looks like and what the soil feels like. So if you see soft, wilting lower leaves and the soil is soggy, you're likely looking at overwatering. But if those leaves are crispy and the soil is bone dry, that's underwatering. What if you have a general pale yellow across all the leaves but the soil feels totally fine? Think nutrient deficiency. Seeing tiny little spots or webbing? That's definitely pests. And if it's just the very oldest bottom leaves turning yellow one by one, that's usually just natural aging. This is your baseline right here.
Moving on to part 2, the watering suspects. These are the #1 killers in the lineup. So the trick here is understanding the difference between loving your plant to death and accidentally neglecting it. First up, overwatering. When the soil is constantly soaked, all those tiny air pockets disappear. And fun fact, roots actually need oxygen to function. Without it, they literally suffocate, die, and cause root rot. And because those damaged roots can't absorb nutrients anymore, the plant sacrifices its soft, limp lower leaves first. The pot's gonna feel heavy, and you might even catch a musty, swampy smell. Now contrast that with underwatering. When severely dehydrated, a plant will drop its oldest leaves to conserve whatever water it has left for new growth. The soil will be bone dry, rock hard, and it might even pull away from the sides of the pot. The pot will feel incredibly light, and those yellow leaves, they'll be super crispy and brittle, not soft and limp.
If you've identified overwatering, which honestly is the #1 culprit 9 times out of 10, you've got to act fast. Stop watering immediately. Give that soil time to actually dry out. And I cannot stress this enough, make sure your pot has drainage holes. Now, if your plant has been sitting in a swamp for weeks and you suspect root rot, you have to get hands-on. Gently unpot it, use some sterile scissors to trim away any roots that are black and mushy, and repot it in fresh, well-draining soil so it can finally breathe again.
But what if your soil is completely bone dry from underwatering? Just pouring a glass of water on top isn't gonna cut it. The water will just slide right down the sides of that hard soil and straight out the bottom. Instead, we do a rescue mission called bottom watering. Pop your plant's pot in a sink or a tray filled with a few inches of water and just let it sit there for about 30 to 60 minutes. The soil is gonna act like a giant sponge, absorbing the water through the drainage holes and rehydrating from the bottom up. It is seriously so satisfying to watch.
Part 3. Environment and diet issues. Time to investigate nutrients, light, and temperature.
Just like us, plants need a healthy diet. And over time, a plant will completely exhaust all the nutrients that came in its original potting soil. When there's a lack of essential nutrients, especially nitrogen, you aren't just going to see one yellow leaf. You'll see this uniform paleness or a general yellowing across the entire plant plus stalled growth. Nitrogen is actually mobile within the plant, meaning it will pull it from the older leaves to try and feed the new ones. So if it's been over a year since you repotted or fertilized, this is absolutely a prime suspect.
The fix here is super straightforward, but timing is literally everything. During the active growing season, so spring and summer, feed your plant with a balanced, all-purpose liquid fertilizer. But make sure to dilute it to half strength to avoid burning the roots. And actually, scratch that. Never ever fertilize a plant when it's dormant in the winter or if it's currently heavily stressed by something else. Alternatively, you can just give it a fresh start by repotting it into new, nutrient-rich soil. That's a great long-term fix.
Next up, lighting. Both extremes here will give you yellow leaves. If your plant is getting too little light, it simply can't photosynthesize, so it drops the leaves furthest from the light source to save energy. On the flip side, if a low-light plant is sitting in a blazing sunbeam, the sun will literally scorch the leaves, bleaching them out into this pale, washed-out yellow or even white. Check your specific plant's light requirements online and just shift its location. Easy fix.
We also can't forget about temperature stress. Houseplants are surprisingly sensitive. A sudden exposure to a cold draft from a breezy open window or an AC unit, or even a blast of hot, dry air from a heating vent can totally shock a plant. And what happens when they go into shock? Yep, they quickly turn yellow and drop their leaves. The fix? Just slide your plant over to a more stable, comfortable spot away from those drafts.
Part 4. Tiny pests and natural aging. From living invaders to totally normal life cycles.
Okay, you might need a magnifying glass for this one. Tiny, sap-sucking insects drain the plant of its nutrients and chlorophyll, but they don't usually cause a perfectly uniform yellowing. Instead, keep an eye out for yellow spots or a weird speckled stippling effect. Inspect the undersides of the leaves for tiny moving dots, fine webbing, which means spider mites, sticky residue called honeydew left by aphids, or white fuzzy bits that scream mealybugs.
If you spot these little invaders, step 1 is non-negotiable. Isolate the plant immediately. You do not want these pests spreading like wildfire to the rest of your indoor jungle. Once it's quarantined, give the leaves a really thorough rinse to knock off as many bugs as possible, and then treat it with insecticidal soap or neem oil. Keep repeating that until the whole infestation is gone.
And now for our final cause, which is actually a massive relief: natural aging. Sometimes a yellow leaf is literally nothing to worry about. It's totally normal for a plant to just retire and shed its oldest bottom leaves to make room for new growth. If it's just 1 or 2 of the lowest leaves turning yellow and the top of the plant looks super lush and green, don't even sweat it. You don't need to fix a thing. The plant is just doing exactly what nature intended.
Finally, Part 5. Prevention and FAQs. This is your prescription for future plant health.
All right, let's talk prevention so we can avoid yellow leaves altogether. First up, ditch the strict watering schedule. Plants don't know what a Tuesday is. Instead, use the finger test. Stick your finger an inch or 2 into the soil. Only water when those top couple of inches are actually dry. For bigger pots, grab a moisture meter. Make sure your pots have drainage, match your lighting, fertilize in season, and always do a quick visual check for pests every time you water.
This brings us to probably the most frequently asked question out there: should I cut off the yellow leaves? The answer is a resounding yes. Will they ever turn green again? Unfortunately, no way. That process of chlorosis is totally permanent. Leaving a completely yellow leaf on the plant is just stealing energy that the plant could be using for new growth. So once it's fully yellow, grab some clean shears and prune it right off.
I want to pause right here for one incredibly stern piece of advice. If your plant is living in a pot with no drainage holes, it is a ticking time bomb. Period. This is the primary cause of overwatering. When you water it, the water has absolutely nowhere to go. It just pools at the bottom and suffocates those poor roots. Proper drainage is absolutely non-negotiable for houseplant survival. If you don't have holes in your pot, you gotta repot it into a container that does.
So, what does this all mean? Well, the next time you spot a yellow leaf, remember, you're looking at a distress signal, not a total failure. It's just a puzzle waiting to be solved. And now you've got the exact diagnostic tools to understand what your plants are trying to tell you. The only question is, will you listen and save them, or will that next yellow leaf be their last? Thanks for hanging out for this explainer, and happy growing.
Welcome to this comprehensive explainer. Look, if you've ever struggled with keeping a fern looking lush and vibrant, you are definitely in the right place. We're going to equip you with the exact knowledge you need to turn the sometimes finicky or Rian Boston fern into an absolutely thriving centerpiece of your home. Today, we're breaking down the whole shebang, from basic requirements all the way up to expert-level propagation.
Okay, let's just dive right into our roadmap. We'll be hitting 1. Meeting the Arian fern. 2. The perfect environment. 3. Watering, soil, and feeding. 4. Pruning and propagation. 5. Troubleshooting. And finally, pro tips for success.
Section 1. Meet the Arian fern, a lush, pet-safe classic. To start off, let's get a little better acquainted with this specific cultivar.
The Ariane is basically a beautifully compact, really graceful version of your classic Boston fern. And what's absolutely incredible about it is that it's not just stunning living decor, right? It's actually a highly functional addition to your space. For all you pet owners out there, this is a massive win. It is 100% non-toxic to cats and dogs. It's also an outstanding air purifier. Plus, it's a super fast grower with a lifespan that can easily top 10 years with proper care. So if you stick it in a naturally humid spot, say a bathroom or a kitchen, it is going to reward you with those gorgeous arching fronds year after year.
Section 2. The perfect environment, mimicking the forest floor. So the absolute secret to your success here is setting up a foundation that replicates the fern's native tropical habitat. Think about the forest floor for a second. Dappled sunlight filtering through a canopy of tall trees. That's the exact gentle, indirect light you want to replicate. Placing your fern near an east-facing window for that soft morning sun, or maybe behind some sheer curtains, is absolutely perfect. But on the flip side, you want to avoid extremes. Direct, intense midday sun will literally scorch those delicate fronds, leaving them bleached and crispy. And conversely, if you just shove it in a dark corner, you're going to see sparse, weak, and leggy growth as the poor thing just stretches for the light.
Now, if you take nothing else away from today, remember this number: 50%. That is the absolute minimum humidity threshold you must maintain to keep an Ariane fern happy. In a perfect world, they actually prefer it somewhere between 50 and 80%.
Because they crave that moisture in the air, utilizing a few specific methods is going to be essential to preventing those dreaded brown, crispy edges. Running a humidifier nearby is definitely your best bet. But creating a pebble tray, where your pot sits on a layer of pebbles just above the water line, that works wonders too, as the water evaporates up into the foliage. You can also group multiple plants together to trap transpiration, or just rely on the natural humidity of your bathrooms. And a quick note on misting. While it feels great and the plant likes it, it's really just a temporary supplementary boost, not a complete long-term solution.
Section 3. Watering, soil, and feeding. The daily routine. Now that your environmental foundation is solid, let's talk routine maintenance. This is all about finding the perfect moisture and nutrient balance. The golden rule: you want to water thoroughly whenever the top inch of soil feels slightly dry to the touch. But you've really got to watch out for warning signs on both extremes. See, Boston ferns absolutely hate drying out completely, but they're also super prone to root rot if you leave them sitting in a soggy swamp. So if your fern is wilted but the soil is wet, or if you catch a musty, damp smell, you are overwatering. Act away from the watering can. On the other hand, if those fronds are turning kind of a grayish color, getting crispy, and the soil is literally shrinking and pulling away from the sides of the pot, you're underwatering. It's a bit of a dance to find that consistent, moist sweet spot. If you're the type to mix your own soil, this recipe is a total game changer. Boston ferns need a slightly acidic pH, usually between 6.0 and 6.5. Doing 2 parts peat moss or cocoa coir provides that acidity, along with some excellent moisture retention. Then add 1 part all-purpose potting soil for nutrients and 1 part perlite. That perlite is crucial because it ensures the mix stays really well aerated and drains freely, which prevents the root rot we were just talking about. Ultimately, you want the soil to feel nice and light and spongy, never heavy or dense. All right, let's talk feeding. During the active growing season in spring and summer, giving them regular nutrients really supports those lush green fronds. But here is a critical, absolute must-follow rule. Always, always dilute your balanced liquid fertilizer to half strength. And make sure you actually water the plant first before feeding. If you apply full-strength fertilizer directly to dry soil, you run a huge risk of chemically burning those super sensitive roots. Section 4. Pruning and propagation. Growing your collection. As you graduate to expert-level care, don't be shy about pruning. Trimming off yellow or brown fronds right at the base naturally redirects the plant's energy into fresh, new growth. And once you have that massive, healthy plant, well, it's time to multiply it. When it's time to repot, usually every year or 2, propagation by division is literally the easiest way to multiply your collection for free. You just take the whole thing out of the pot in the spring, gently pull that root mass apart into 2 or more sections, making sure each new section has healthy roots and a few good fronds, and then just pop them up in that custom soil mix we went over. Or actually, here's another really cool method: propagation by runners, also known as stolons. You've probably noticed these long, kind of fuzzy vines trailing off the sides of your fern.
Instead of just snipping them off, you can take the little leafy tuft at the end and pin it down into a small neighboring pot filled with moist soil. Leave it attached to the mother plant for a few weeks while it grows its very own root system. Once it's established, you just cut the cord and boom, you have a completely new self-sustaining plant.
Section 5. Troubleshooting. Pests and problems. Okay, let's be real, even the experts run into trouble. Boston ferns can be notoriously dramatic when they get stressed out. So let's decode what they're trying to tell you. This question right here, probably the single most common panic-inducing moment for new fern owners. Why are the leaves getting crispy and dropping everywhere? First off, take a deep breath. Do not panic. A stressed fern will shed its leaflets because of dry air or maybe a sudden temperature shift from a cold draft. Think of the shedding as a communication tool, definitely not a death sentence. It's simply the plant's way of telling you to check your humidity levels and make sure that soil hasn't completely dried out. Now for the slightly less fun part. That beautiful, dense foliage is basically a 5-star resort for common pests. If the air in your home gets too dry, watch out for the super fine webbing of spider mites. Seeing what looks like tiny bits of white cotton shoved down in the crown? Unfortunately, that's mealybugs. Hard brown bumps on the stems, scale insects. And if you brush past the plant and a cloud of tiny moth-like bugs flies up in your face, you've got whiteflies. Also, keep an eye out for fungus gnats buzzing around the moist soil. You really need to inspect your plant regularly. If you spot any of these invaders, immediately isolate the fern away from your other plants and treat it thoroughly with insecticidal soap or neem oil. Section 6. Pro tips for success. Elevating your care game.
Let's wrap this up with a few rapid-fire advanced pro tips that will absolutely guarantee a stunning plant. First up, rotate your fern a quarter turn every single week. I know, it sounds almost too simple, but doing this regularly ensures that all sides of the plant receive even ambient light. It promotes this perfectly balanced, gorgeous 360-degree shape and keeps the plant from leaning awkwardly toward your window. Next tip, take your fern to the shower. Seriously, every month or two, a gentle rinse with lukewarm water is a massive game changer. It cleans the dust off those delicate fronds so the plant can actually photosynthesize efficiently, and it gives the fern a massive temporary boost in humidity that it will absolutely love. Okay, this one is huge. Pot choice matters. While unglazed terracotta pots look beautifully rustic, they are highly porous. They literally wick moisture right out of the soil, and for a moisture-loving fern, that dries them out way too fast. Do yourself a favor and stick to plastic or glazed ceramic pots to really lock that essential hydration in. And finally, water quality. If your tap water is hard or heavily treated with chemicals, just fill your watering can and let it sit out overnight. This gives those chemicals a chance to evaporate and dissipate into the air before they ever touch your soil. It protects your fern's sensitive root system from harsh mineral buildup. Of course, using filtered water or fresh rainwater is the absolute gold standard, but sitting your tap water out is a fantastic free hack. So there you have it. By simply understanding that you're just recreating the humid, dappled light of the native forest floor, you now have the exact blueprint to make your Aryan Boston fern flourish for decades. The secret isn't some magical green thumb. It's just paying attention to the environment. Which really begs the question, if adjusting just a little bit of light and humidity can transform a finicky fern into an absolute jungle centerpiece, what other amazing native ecosystems are you capable of recreating right inside your own living room?
Welcome to this explainer. You're probably staring at a sad, wilting houseplant right now, totally frustrated, wondering what on earth you did wrong. Well, take a deep breath, don't panic. Today, we're going to approach your struggling plant not with stress, but with a cool, calm, and collected diagnostic mindset.
Why is my plant dying even though I water it? Honestly, this is the absolute most common beginner frustration. Today, we're going to crack this case by treating your plant exactly like a patient visiting a doctor. Because, as you're going to see, sometimes that water you're pouring on it, that's exactly what's causing the problem.
Here is our triage roadmap for today. Number 1, listen to your plant. Number 2, start with the soil. Number 3, diagnosing by symptoms. And number 4, when to save your plant.
Let's start with section 1. Listen to your plant. Plants are surprisingly honest.
Having a dying plant feels deeply personal, right? Kind of like a failure. But the really good news here is that plants are incredibly honest communicators. The symptom you're staring at usually points straight to the cause, once you know what to look for, that is. So instead of guessing or just desperately pouring more water on it hoping for a miracle, we're going to rely strictly on direct visual cues to pinpoint exactly what's going wrong.
Moving to Section 2. Start with the soil. Checking the vital signs.
Okay, before you even start worrying about the leaves, we absolutely must check the soil. Why? Because most beginner plant deaths actually trace right back to watering problems. This just requires a crucial 5-second check. Step 1, literally just feel the top 2 inches of soil. Does it feel like a soggy sponge that never dries out, or is it dust dry, maybe even pulling away from the sides of the pie? If your plant is really struggling, you need to move to steps 2 and 3. Carefully slide that plant right out of its pot and actually look at the roots. Firm, white, or tan roots, those are healthy. But if you see brown, soft, smelly roots, man, that means trouble.
And that brings us to a fatal condition known as root rot. You've got to rule out root rot first before you change anything else, because frequent watering is usually the cause of death, not the cure. Constantly wet soil literally suffocates the roots. They can't pull in oxygen, so they just drown, turn to brown mush, and start to smell.
Now for Section 3, diagnosing by symptoms, matching the visual cue to the cause.
Now that we've checked the vitals below ground, let's move into our rapid-fire symptom checker to diagnose what's happening above the soil. Here's a quick cheat sheet for the primary suspects you'll likely encounter. Yellow leaves usually point straight to overwatering. A mushy base means root rot. Crispy edges highlight dry air or plain old thirst, and if you see webbing or sticky spots, well, that's a clear sign of pests.
Let's look at the fascinating logic we apply to drooping plants. A droopy plant looks thirsty, right? So our natural instinct is just to give it a drink. But you need to use this if-then logic. Dry soil plus drooping? It just needs a drink, and honestly, it'll perk right back up in a few hours. However, drooping combined with wet soil? Stop watering immediately. The roots are completely compromised at that point, and they physically can't move water up into the plant anymore. You need to check for rot.
Moving on to yellow leaves. This is probably the #1 most asked about symptom out there. Now, don't panic over a single yellow leaf at the very bottom of an otherwise happy plant. That's literally just old age. But widespread yellowing, especially with soft stems and wet soil, that is an SOS signal. It's a massive visual cue that your plant's roots have been sitting in wet soil for way too long and they are starving for oxygen.
You also want to pay super close attention to brown spots because texture really matters here. Papery, crispy tips, which are super common in tropical plants like ferns, mean you need to bump up the humidity and get your watering on a steady schedule. But if you touch it and feel a hard, scorched patch, that's sunburn. You'll almost always find it right on the side facing a bright window, which means you need to pull it back out of that direct sunlight.
Spots can be a little tricky to decode, so you kind of have to play detective. Look super closely at the color, the shape, and see if they're actually spreading. Dark brown or black spots with a little yellow halo around them often mean overwatering or some kind of fungal or bacterial disease. A dusty white coating is usually powdery mildew, and just small, crisp brown spots? That might just be physical damage or scorch marks. Use these specific clues to confidently identify your culprit.
Now, if you feel a mushy base, you have a literal emergency on your hands. A soft, dark, mushy stem right at the soil line is a critical sign of rot. The rot has actually moved all the way up from the roots and reached the main stem. You have to take the plant out of that wet soil immediately to see if any firm tissue remains. Act fast and cut away the soft rotting tissue to try and save it.
Sometimes though, the plant isn't actually sick, it's under attack. If you spot invaders, isolate your plant straight away so they don't spread. Keep an eye out for fine webbing between stems, which means spider mites. Little white cotton specks, those are mealybugs. Tiny silvery streaks on the leaves are from thrips. And if you touch the leaves and they feel sticky, that's a massive red flag for a general pest attack. Remember, always check the undersides of the leaves. That's their absolute favorite hiding spot.
But what if your plant isn't rotting and it isn't infested, but it just looks, well, stretched out and sad? We call this leggy growth. Long, stretched out stems with big gaps between tiny, pale leaves mean the plant is literally starved of light, and it's desperately reaching for the sun. If you see this, the fix is super easy. Just move it to a brighter window and the new growth will tighten right back up.
Which brings us to Section 4, when to save your plant, setting up the recovery protocol.
So, you've got your diagnosis, but how do you know if it's just too late to save the patient? Well, here is the really reassuring part. Unless every single stem is totally hollow or mushy and absolutely no firm roots are left, your plant is not dead. Seriously, if you have even one firm green stem left or just one solid white root, you have signs of life and something to work with. To bring it back, you just need to follow this exact salvage protocol. Step 1, fix the underlying cause you just diagnosed.
Step 2, get some scissors and trim away what is clearly dead so the plant stops wasting its precious energy trying to keep it alive. Step 3, provide really stable light and water conditions. And Step 4, wait patiently. Recovery takes weeks, so don't give up on it. Oh, and a quick aside, remember that repotting is super stressful for a plant. Only root rot, soil pests, or a pot with zero drainage require you to repot it right away. Otherwise, just let the poor thing rest.
You now have all the diagnostic tools you need to decode those desperate symptoms. You know how to read the leaves, check the soil, and spot those sneaky pests. So go check that soil, confidently administer some first aid, and get your plant back on the path to recovery. But I'll leave you with this final thought. Now that you know your plant is constantly communicating its needs to you, what is your plant telling you right now? Are you ready to listen?
Welcome to this explainer on safely feeding your houseplants. Look, if you've ever stared at those little bottles of liquid plant food feeling completely intimidated, or maybe you've heard horror stories about scorching delicate roots, you are in exactly the right place. Today, we're going to turn you from a hesitant plant parent into a confident plant nutritionist. We're breaking down the science of fertilizing into simple, incredibly actionable steps. Okay, so here's our straightforward roadmap for today. We're going to cover 1. Why houseplants need food. 2. Decoding the NPK label. 3. Types of plant fertilizer. 4. Golden rules of fertilizing. And finally, 5. Spotting fertilizer trouble. It's basically plant nutrition broken down into logical, bite-sized pieces so you never have to fear fertilizer burn ever again.
All right, let's jump into section 1. Why houseplants need food. The potted plant dilemma.
So, let's start with a really common frustration. Your plant's light is perfect, your watering schedule is totally dialed in, but it just completely stopped growing. Picture this, you bring home this gorgeous new trailing plant, you watch it push out vines all summer long, but then its second spring rolls around, and it just halts. No new leaves, no new vines, it just looks kind of sad and tired. Naturally, you might scramble to tweak the watering or move it to a brighter window, but absolutely nothing changes. You've got to ask yourself, is your plant simply resting, or is it literally running on empty?
Well, here is the underlying science behind that exact dilemma. Out in nature, plants get this constant natural buffet of nutrients from decaying organic matter right there in the ground. But your houseplant? It lives in a highly artificial environment. It's working with a very limited amount of potting mix. And unlike out in nature, every single time you water that potted plant, some of those essential nutrients wash right down the drain. After a few months, that soil is completely depleted of the essential vitamins needed to build new leaves and roots. So, fertilizer? It's simply your way of restocking that empty pantry.
Moving right along to section 2, decoding the NPK label, the vitamin breakdown. Now that we know why they need it, let's figure out what it actually is. We are going to completely demystify those intimidating chemical numbers you always see plastered on the front of fertilizer bottles. You know, like 10-10-10 or 5-10-5. Those stand for the 3 major macronutrients: nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. Honestly, just think of NPK as up, down, and overall health. It is the exact blueprint of macronutrients your plant needs to thrive. Nitrogen is up. It promotes all that lush, green, leafy growth above the soil. Phosphorus is down and all around, supporting strong root development below the soil, plus flowering and fruiting. And potassium? That's overall health, helping the plant regulate water and fight off diseases like a champ.
So, here's the absolute crucial takeaway for the vast majority of your indoor jungle. You do not need to stress over complicated chemical ratios. A perfectly equal, balanced fertilizer, where all 3 of those numbers are exactly the same, like a 10-10-10, is hands down your safest, most effective, all-purpose choice to hit every single category of plant health.
Which brings us to section 3, types of plant fertilizer. Choosing your routine. Let's figure out how you can choose the right delivery method for these nutrients based entirely on what works for your personal schedule. You generally have 2 paths here, and honestly, both are completely valid. Over on the left, we've got liquid fertilizer. These are concentrates you mix right into your watering can. They're incredibly fast-acting and offer brilliant control if you're the diligent type, mainly because you can adjust the strength with every single watering. But yeah, they do require a regular routine. Now, on the right, we have slow-release fertilizer, which usually comes in granules or spikes. These are fantastic if you want a totally hands-off approach. You basically set it and forget it for months at a time, and it'll last a whole growing season. The flip side, though, is they're much harder to control once they're in the soil, and they can be a bit of a hazard if you have curious pets or kids who love digging in the dirt.
All right, section 4, golden rules of fertilizing. how to feed safely. Okay, now that we've got our plant food and understand how it works, we absolutely must follow a few golden rules to ensure we're nourishing our plants rather than harming them. Seriously, this is the most important part of your routine. You've got to execute this chronological process every single time to avoid a disaster. Step 1. Ensure it's actually spring or summer. Plants go completely dormant in the winter. Do not feed a sleeping plant. Step 2. Mix a heavily diluted solution. Honestly, forget what the bottle says right off the bat. Start with just half the recommended strength. Step 3, and this one is huge, thoroughly wet the soil with plain water first. Never ever pour fertilizer on bone-dry soil. And finally, Step 4, apply your diluted fertilizer to that pre-moistened soil to protect those delicate roots from scorching.
It all boils down to this brilliantly simple safety motto: weekly, weekly. The absolute #1 cause of fertilizer burn is just using way too much product. A very weak dilution fed more frequently is always a safer, superior approach than hitting your plant with a rare, highly concentrated, heavy dose. Just treat it like a gentle, ongoing vitamin supplement rather than slamming an intense energy drink.
Let's move to our final section, Section 5, Spotting Fertilizer Trouble, Listening to Your Plant. Look, even with the absolute best intentions, things can sometimes go awry. So, let's learn how to decode the distress signals your plant might be sending you. Because your plant will absolutely tell you if it's getting too much food. If you notice a crusty white salt buildup sitting on the surface of your soil or around the rim of your terracotta pots, yeah, that is unabsorbed fertilizer. Even more alarmingly, if you see dark brown or black, crispy leaf edges, even when you know you're watering perfectly, you have likely overdone it and caused fertilizer burn. Other big red flags include sudden wilting or completely stunted growth. If you see any of this happening, stop feeding immediately and flush the soil with lots of plain water to wash all those excess salts away.
I want to leave you with this absolutely vital thought for your plant care journey. Always ask yourself, does your plant actually need to be fed right now? Or is it simply winter and time for a well-deserved rest? Before you ever reach for that bottle of fertilizer, check the season, check the soil, and really listen to what your plant is telling you. Because if it's spring and it's primed to grow, you now have the exact knowledge to fuel it safely and beautifully. So, what's your plant trying to tell you today?
Welcome to This Explainer. Today, we're diving into the ultimate guide for keeping the incredibly forgiving Dallas fern lush and thriving in your home. You know, if you've ever loved the look of a big, beautiful fern, but somehow always managed to, well, accidentally kill it, you are in the exact right place. We're going to break down absolutely everything you need to know, taking you from a hopeful beginner to a confident, absolute fern expert.
So here's our game plan for today. First, we'll officially meet your forgiving fern and then figure out how to set up the perfect environment. Next, we'll master the holy trinity of watering, soil, and feeding. After that, we're getting our hands dirty with pruning and propagation, troubleshooting some common problems, and wrapping up with a few rapid-fire expert tips. Let's get right into it. Section 1. Meet your forgiving fern.
Okay, so the Dallas fern actually has a pretty fascinating origin story. It was bred through tissue culture back in the early 1980s, right in Dallas, Texas. And the growers had one very specific mission. They wanted to create a plant that could survive those dry, poorly lit living rooms and office spaces that would literally destroy a diva-like classic Boston fern in a week. While the classic Boston fern practically demands a humid jungle to look good, the Dallas fern gives you those exact same beautiful arching green fronds on a tidier and way more forgiving plant. It's a total game changer.
Moving right along to Section 2, the perfect environment. Now that we know just how resilient this plant was engineered to be, let's talk numbers. Specifically, 40 to 50%. This is your humidity sweet spot. While other ferns throw a complete tantrum if your air isn't practically dripping with moisture, the Dallas fern stays perfectly happy at standard 40 to 50% household humidity. Seriously, this is its absolute superpower. For most of us, it means you can grow a lush, beautiful fern without needing to buy extra gear, humidifiers, or those messy pebble trays. It thrives right in your ordinary living room air. And when it comes to lighting, the Dallas fern really prefers medium to bright and direct light. But, you know, what does that actually mean in real life? Let's use the book test. If you can sit in a spot and comfortably read a physical book during the day without turning on a lamp, your fern is going to be content there too. It copes with dimmer rooms far better than most ferns, meaning a north-facing window or a spot a few feet back from an east-facing window is pretty much ideal. Just keep it out of the harsh, direct afternoon sun. That'll scorch its leaves into crispy toast and, well, nobody wants a toasted fern. All right, section 3, watering, soil, and feeding. Let's look at the intermediate care routines to really make this plant pop. The real secret to a lush Dallas fern is striking a delicate balance. You want the soil evenly moist but never waterlogged. Basically, wait until just the top inch of soil feels dry before you water it again. And to achieve that perfect balance, you need the right soil recipe. Ditch that heavy, generic potting mix. Instead, whip up a light, airy blend of 2 parts coco coir for moisture retention and a generous 1 part perlite so those roots can actually breathe. Finally, because ferns are very light feeders, just a half-strength liquid fertilizer once a month during the spring and summer growing season is all it needs. Oh, and remember to stop feeding entirely in the winter. Which brings us to section 4, pruning and propagation. Time for the expert-level stuff. Quick aside before you start snipping away at your plant, please don't panic if you flip a leaf over and see neat little rows of brown dots. New plant parents almost always mistake these for some terrifying bug infestation, but they are completely natural. They're called sori, and they contain the fern's spores. Since ferns don't flower or produce seeds, this is literally how they reproduce in the wild. If the dots are in neat, symmetrical rows, just put the bug spray down and leave them be. It's actually a sign of a really happy, mature plant. Now, propagating your Dallas ferns requires root division, mainly because ferns don't grow from simple leaf cuttings like a lot of other houseplants. But honestly, it's incredibly satisfying and super simple. Just wait for spring when the plant is actively growing. First, slide it out of its pot and gently brush away the loose soil. Second, pull or cut the root clump into sections. Just make sure each new section has a good chunk of roots and several healthy fronds attached. Finally, pop them into some fresh, airy potting mix at the exact same depth they were growing before. Keep them a little humid for the first week, and boom, you instantly have brand new ferns to share. Section 5, pests and common problems. Because hey, even the toughest plants have bad days. So why is my fern drooping? This is absolutely the #1 question new fern owners ask. You walk into the room and your beautiful arching plant just looks sad and limp. Well, the answer completely depends on a very simple diagnostic test. What do you feel when you actually touch the soil? Think of it like a botanical whodunit. You can have 2 identical-looking drooping plants with 2 completely opposite problems. If the soil is dry below the surface, your plant is just incredibly thirsty. Give it a good drink and it'll perk right back up. But if your fern is wilting and the soil feels wet, heavy, and smells kind of sour, yeah, you have a major issue. That means you're accidentally drowning the roots, which leads to root rot. You've got to stop watering immediately, pull the plant out of the pot, trim away any black, mushy roots, and repot it in that airy perlite mix we talked about earlier. Aside from watering issues, the incredibly dense foliage of the Dallas fern does offer some pretty great hiding spots for pests. You'll want to inspect the deep center of the crown regularly. If you spot fine webbing and dull leaves, you're likely dealing with spider mites. Just rinse them off and hit them with a little neem oil. On the other hand, white cottony tufts? That means mealybugs, which you can easily dab away with a Q-tip and some rubbing alcohol. And lastly, if you see tiny flies buzzing near the dirt, you've got fungus gnats. Just let that top layer of soil dry out a little bit more between waterings. The golden rule here is to treat pests gently, because ferns are highly sensitive to harsh chemical bug sprays. All right, section 6, expert tips for success. Let's finish strong. To wrap this explainer up, I want to hit you with a few rapid-fire pro tips. Remember, while this plant forgives low light and lower humidity, it still has its limits. A constant blast from a hot, dry heating vent in the winter will turn those gorgeous fronds into a crispy mess, for sure. Keep it away from drafts. Next, give the pot a quarter turn every week so it grows evenly on all sides. Also, if your tap water is hard, try switching to filtered water to prevent mineral buildup. That's usually what causes those annoying brown tips. And finally, when you do get a dead or yellow frond, don't just snip off the tip and leave an awkward stub. Reach deep in there and trim it right at the absolute base of the soil line. It keeps the crown tidy and makes room for fresh new growth. And there you have it, your complete beginner to expert roadmap. You know how to give it the right light, mix the perfect soil, water it like a seasoned pro, and handle literally any curveball it throws your way. So take a quick look around your home or office right now. With the tough, forgiving Dallas fern completely demystified, what space in your home is waiting for a lush green addition? Go find that perfect spot and enjoy your beautiful new plant. Thanks for joining me on this explainer, and happy growing! Welcome to this explainer. Look, summer is literally built for getting out of the house, going on adventures, and just exploring. It is definitely not for stressing over your greenery back home. So today, we're gonna look at how you can fully enjoy your summer travel without feeling even a single ounce of plant parent guilt. We've all been there, right? You're booking this fantastic summer getaway, but there's that nagging anxiety creeping in at the back of your mind. Can you really leave your houseplants completely alone for up to 3 weeks? Or are you just doomed to return from your vacation, unlock the front door, and walk into a sad graveyard of wilted, crispy leaves? Well, I've got some fantastic news for you. The answer is a massive, resounding yes. You absolutely do not need to hire an expensive plant sitter, and you definitely don't need to bother your neighbors to come over with a watering can. You just need the right plants. So today we're going to walk through a specific crew of 7 truly indestructible companions that genuinely do not care whether you're home or not. Section 1. The ultimate water hoarders. Plants that pack their own hydration. Okay, before we meet the specific plants, it really helps to understand how they pull this off. It's all about their survival mechanics. See, some plants have these built-in underground water tanks called rhizomes. A rhizome is a thick, often kind of potato-like underground stem, and it hoards water and nutrients specifically to help the plant survive extended dry spells out in nature. First up is the ZZ plant, and it uses those exact rhizomes to easily go 2, even 3 weeks without a single drop of water. Because it stores its moisture underground like that, it is highly drought-proof. In fact, giving it too much water is really the only way you're going to harm this thing. Add in the fact that it has these gorgeous, glossy leaves and is incredibly tolerant of low light conditions, you've got yourself the absolute perfect travel companion. Next up is the snake plant, which is basically the ultimate set-and-forget sidekick. Now, instead of underground rhizomes, it uses its thick, waxy leaves to hold on to its water supply. Just like the ZZ plant, it easily goes 2 to 3 weeks without a drink. And it's amazingly versatile. It tolerates almost any lighting condition you have in your home, from a dim hallway all the way to bright, indirect sun. Just water it deeply right before you go, and it'll barely even notice you're gone. Now, some plants take this water hoarding to a whole new level by actually preferring to dry out. Enter the succulent. This is a plant with thick, fleshy leaves or stems that are uniquely adapted to hoard water in arid, desert-like conditions. Honestly, they consider your neglect a favor. Aloe vera falls right into this succulent category. It hoards water right in its plump leaves, meaning a 2 to 3 week vacation without water is entirely comfortable for an established plant. It actively prefers to dry out between waterings. The one trick for travelers, though, because it normally loves a really bright spot, you'll want to pull it back slightly from scorching hot window glass before you leave. That just helps avoid any summer sunburn while you're away. And this next one brilliantly shows off nature's clever design. Looking at the ponytail palm, you might think it requires typical fussy palm care. But despite its name, it's actually a succulent. If you notice its bulbous base, that essentially serves as a built-in water tank for your busy travel calendar. It enjoys bright light and minimal fuss, making it a highly sculptural, nearly indestructible plant. Section 2. The flexible, forgiving survivors. Plants that bounce back from neglect. First among these flexible survivors is the famously easygoing pothos. I love this one because it's so communicative. It'll tell you exactly when it's thirsty by drooping just a little bit, but the magic here is that it perks right back up after a solid watering. It easily survives a week or more alone. Oh, and here's a pro tip. A trailing vine placed in a high spot, totally out of direct sun, actually dries out much more slowly. Then we have the cast iron plant. Look, if you have a dim hallway you are constantly forgetting about, this plant is absolutely your hero. It truly earns its name by being incredibly tough and resilient. It just shrugs off temperature swings, low light, and irregular watering with total ease. And because it's such a slow grower, it asks for very little, meaning a week or 2 away is no problem at all. The spider plant rounds out our resilient crew. It utilizes these fleshy roots to store water and will impressively bounce right back even if it gets completely dried out while you're off exploring. It adapts to a super wide range of light, which makes it one of the most resilient hanging plants around. Plus, as a fantastic little bonus, it's totally non-toxic and acts as a natural air purifier for your home. Okay, before we get into how to prep these guys for your vacation, it's absolutely vital to know where to actually put them. Notice how our bright light seekers, like the aloe vera and ponytail plant, crave the sun. On the flip side, our flexible survivors, along with the ZZ and snake plant, are low light lovers. They're perfectly happy hanging out in dimmer spaces. Matching the plant to the right light is really the true foundation of low maintenance care. Section 3. Essential Pre-Trip Prep, your departure playbook.
Executing this simple 4-step playbook is the absolute secret to coming home to lush, thriving greenery. Step 1, water deeply right before departure. But remember, don't drown those succulents. Step 2, move your plants out of direct sun and into bright, indirect light to prevent them from drying out too fast. Step 3, group your plants together. This creates a really neat little humid microclimate where they actually share moisture. And step 4, skip the fertilizer in the days before you go. You definitely don't want to encourage thirsty new growth while you're away.
But hey, what if your summer getaway stretches way beyond just a couple of weeks? No worries. If you're going on an extended trip, adding a simple wick system or transferring your thirstier plants into a self-watering pot can buy your greenery those crucial extra days of hydration until you get back.
Section 4. Redefining plant care. It's about the right match, not the greenest thumb. So I want to leave you with a thought today. Are you truly a bad plant parent, or do you just need lower maintenance plants? Seriously, it's time to stop feeling guilty about your travel schedule. Choose a resilient crew of greenery that matches your on-the-go lifestyle, follow our simple prep steps, and go enjoy your summer. It really makes you wonder though, what other areas of your home are just waiting for a low-maintenance makeover?
Let's jump right into this explainer. If you've ever wanted to bring a vibrant, living, breathing piece of the forest indoors without having to run the vacuum literally every single day to clean up dead leaves, well, you are exactly in the right place. Today, we're breaking down a complete beginner to expert care guide for the absolutely stunning Asian sword fern. Here's our blueprint for today. First, we'll officially meet the Asian sword fern. 2, we'll cover light, temperature, and humidity. 3, hydration and soil mastery. 4, feeding, pruning, and propagation. And finally, number 5, troubleshooting pests and problems. All right, let's get started. Section 1, meet the Asian sword fern. Scientifically known as Nephrolepis brownie, you'll also see this beauty sold under its popular trade name, the Kimberly Queen fern. It's a robust, gorgeous evergreen native to the warm regions of Asia and Australia, prized not just for its stunning structure, but also because it is a powerhouse when it comes to purifying the air. Honestly, this plant is like a massive upgrade to the classic Boston fern. You know how Boston ferns just kind of sprawl out everywhere and drop tiny leaflets the exact second they feel even a little bit dry? Yeah, it's a mess. But the Asian sword fern, it boasts these upright, narrow, sword-shaped fronds that actually stay put. It completely ditches the dramatic shedding, plus it's totally non-toxic, so it's perfectly safe if you have cats or dogs roaming around. Moving on to Section 2, light, temperature, and humidity. To get this plant truly thriving, our strategy is actually pretty simple. We're going to translate its native forest floor environment straight into your living room. When it comes to lighting, I want you to think about the dappled sunlight filtering through a thick forest canopy. That gentle, filtered glow is exactly what your fern wants. Bright, indirect light is the goal here. Setting it near an east-facing window for some soft morning sun is pretty much ideal, or you can pull it back a few feet from a brighter south or west-facing window. Whatever you do, keep it out of harsh, direct afternoon sun. That'll scorch those delicate fronds in no time, turning them a bleached yellow or crispy brown. Oh, and pro tip, rotate the pot a quarter turn every couple of weeks so it grows nice and even, rather than leaning toward the light. For temperature, consistency is your best friend. You'll want to keep things comfortable, right in that 60 to 75 degree Fahrenheit sweet spot. That's about 16 to 24 degrees Celsius. The main thing is protecting it from sudden drafts. Keep it away from drafty winter windows, frequently open doors, and absolutely do not put it in the direct line of an AC or heating vent. And hey, if you decide to put it out on the patio for the summer, just remember it is not frost tolerant. You've got to bring it back indoors long before that first fall frost hits. Now here is a crucial number you absolutely have to remember, 50%. Just like most ferns, this guy is a total humidity junkie. It needs a bare minimum of 50% humidity to thrive and to keep those gorgeous fronds from getting brown, crispy edges. The problem is, in most homes, especially in the dead of winter with the heater blasting, our indoor air is just way too dry. But don't worry, if your house is dry, it's super easy to fake that damp forest vibe. You can mist the fronds with room temperature water a few times a week, set the pot on a tray filled with pebbles and water, or group it together with your other plants to create a little shared microclimate. Honestly, running a small humidifier nearby is a total game changer. Yes, your plant might end up with a more demanding daily skincare routine than you do, but the lush results are 100% worth it. Oh, and if you have a bright bathroom, that is a naturally perfect spot. Section 3, Hydration and Soil Mastery. This is where we learn how to build a rock-solid, resilient root system through proper watering and soil composition. Let's talk about the top-inch rule. Consistent moisture is the name of the game here. You basically want to water thoroughly whenever the top inch of the soil feels dry to the touch. The soil should feel like a wrung-out sponge, evenly moist but never ever soggy. It's a bit of a balancing act, right? If you overwater and let it sit in a puddle, you're going to suffocate it with root rot. But underwatering, that leads to wilting and a ton of dropped leaflets. Make sure you use room temperature water too, so you don't shock the roots. To nail that perfect moisture balance, you really need the right soil. We're talking a rich, loamy, slightly acidic to neutral mix. A high-quality peat-based soil is a fantastic starting point. But to make sure it doesn't turn into mud, you've got to improve the drainage. Mix in some chunky amendments, things like perlite, orchid bark, or some nice, rich compost. That way, this soil holds just enough water to keep your fern happy, but all that dangerous excess water drains right on through. Section 4. Feeding, pruning, and propagation. Okay, let's graduate from basic survival and get into some expert-level plant parenting. During the spring and summer growing season, your fern is going to be hungry. You'll want to use a balanced, water-soluble liquid fertilizer. But wait, actually, this is super important. Always dilute it to half strength. Apply that half-strength mix every 4 to 6 weeks. Don't go overboard because salt buildup from too much fertilizer will literally fry those delicate roots. And you definitely want to stop feeding it entirely during the fall and winter when the plant is naturally resting. As for pruning, just snip any dead or yellowing fronds all the way down at the soil line. It keeps things tidy and pushes the plant's energy into fresh new growth. So, looking at all this lush green foliage, you might be wondering, how on earth do these things reproduce if they never produce flowers or seeds? It's a super cool mechanism, actually. They don't flower at all. Instead, they create these tiny little dots called spores, right there on the undersides of their mature fronds. Now, growing a fern from spores takes forever. The absolute easiest way to multiply your collection at home is just by dividing the plant. You'll want to do this during a spring repotting, which, by the way, you should do every year or two when it gets root bound. To divide it, just slide the fern out of its pot, gently tease the root ball apart with your hands, or use a clean knife if it's really tight, and make sure each new section has a good chunk of roots and several fronds. Pot them up in fresh, well-draining soil, water them in, keep them warm and humid, and boom, you've got brand new, independent ferns. Finally, Section 5, Troubleshooting Pests and Problems. Look, even the best plant parents had a few bumps in the road, so let's learn how to translate your plant's distress signals. This chart is a lifesaver for decoding what your fern is trying to tell you. See brown, crispy edges? Your air is just too dry, so get that humidifier running. Seeing yellow leaves? That's usually a moisture issue, so dig your finger an inch into the dirt to see if it's bone dry or sitting in mud. If the whole plant is wilting and drooping, it is severely thirsty. Water it immediately. And if it's dropping leaves entirely, your fern is incredibly stressed from being too dry, which means you need to lock down a much more consistent watering routine. Beyond just water and air, we've got to talk about bugs. Those dense, overlapping fronds, they are basically luxury real estate for pests. You need to routinely check the crown and stems for the tiny webs of spider mites, the weird cottony fluff of mealybugs, the little brown bumps of scale insects, or little moth-like whiteflies. And if you're keeping the soil too wet, you'll probably invite fungus gnats. If you spot any of these gatecrashers, don't wait. Wipe down the leaves and thoroughly spray the plant with insecticidal soap or neem oil, making sure you really get into that dense foliage. When you finally dial in that dappled light, the perfect moisture, and that magic 50% humidity, you're not just decorating a room anymore. You are literally sustaining a complex, living micro-ecosystem. The Asian soar fern is an absolute masterpiece that just asks for a little specialized attention in return for a massive aesthetic payoff. If you can successfully cultivate this vibrant piece of the forest floor right inside your living room, what other incredible natural environments are you ready to conquer next?
Welcome to This Explainer. Today, we're unlocking one of the most rewarding and completely budget-friendly secrets in the whole plant world. We're going to give you the ultimate guide to multiplying your indoor jungle, right from your kitchen windowsill, for absolutely free. If you've ever looked at a beloved plant and thought, man, I wish I had 5 of these, well, you are in exactly the right place.
Okay, let's dive into our roadmap for today. We'll be covering 1. Propagation basics and tools. 2. Stem cuttings and water and soil. 3. Plant division for clumping. 4. Propagating succulents from leaves. And we'll wrap it up with 5. Advanced magic, air layering.
Starting with Section 1,
propagation basics and tools. Let's get our gear ready.
Before you even think about snipping your favorite plant, let's get our toolkit sorted out. And the great news is, you don't need a fancy laboratory for this. Just grab your sharpest scissors, pruning shears, or even a craft knife. Now, listen closely, because this is a big one. You've got to sterilize your tool with rubbing alcohol before making any cuts. It is absolutely non-negotiable if you want to avoid spreading disease between your plants. You'll also need some vessels, like glass jars for water propagation or small nursery pots with drainage for soil, along with your growing medium and some optional rooting hormone powder or gel to give those new cuttings a nice little jump start.
Now, this brings us to the absolute golden rule of propagation. We need to talk about the node. A node is basically a small bump or ring on a plant's stem. Why do we care so much about this? Because this is literally the command center where leaves, branches, and most importantly, roots grow from. If you take a cutting without this little bump included, that stem is just going to sit in a jar of water forever and never ever grow roots. So always find the node.
Moving right along to Section 2, stem cuttings in water and soil. Let's kick things off with water propagation. This method is incredibly popular because, honestly, it's totally mesmerizing. This technique is your go-to for fast-growing vining plants. We're talking your pothos, philodendrons, monsteras, hoyas, and wandering dudes. The best part? You get a front row seat to watch the roots develop day by day right through the glass. It's like a tiny, daily science fair project on your shelf.
The process itself is a breeze. Step 1, cut a healthy stem, making sure you leave a leaf or two and, of course, that all-important node we just talked about. Step 2 is super important. Strip off any lower leaves. If those sit below the waterline, they'll just rot and gross up your fresh water. Step 3, pop the cutting in the water, making sure the node is completely submerged. And finally, stick it in bright, indirect light, and remember to swap out that water every few days to keep things fresh and oxygenated.
But hey, water isn't the magic bullet for everything. While your vining plants love a good soak, plants that rot easily, like snake plants, ZZ plants, begonias, and rubber plants, really need to go straight into soil. Bypassing the water actually gives them stronger, more robust roots right out of the gate, so they don't have to suffer through the shock of transitioning from a water environment to a dirt environment later on.
So how do we pull off soil propagation? Take your healthy stem or leaf cutting, and here's where that optional rooting hormone comes into play for step 2. Dipping the cut end into that powder gives your plant a massive biological boost. Once it's dusted, plant it about an inch deep into moist, well-draining soil. The real trick here for step 4 is balance. You want to keep that soil lightly moist, definitely not soggy, and let it chill in a warm, bright spot while those roots go to work underground.
All right, Section 3, plant division for clumping. Let's look at probably the most straightforward method of all. If the idea of cutting your plants makes you a little nervous, you're going to absolutely love plant division. This isn't really a science experiment. It's basically just splitting one massive clumping plant into several smaller, ready-made plants. This is perfect for things that naturally grow in dense clusters right from the base. Think calatheas, ferns, peace lilies, or popping those little pups off spider plants. This one is super tactile. First, just gently wiggle the entire mother plant out of its pot. It might look like a totally tangled mess, but don't panic. For step 2, get your hands in there and physically massage the root ball to loosen the dirt. As you do, you'll start to feel where the plant naturally wants to separate into sections. Step 3, safely pull those natural clumps apart. You can use your hands or a clean, sterilized knife if they are being really stubborn. Just make sure each new clump takes a healthy chunk of roots with it. Finally, pot each new division in its own container with fresh soil, and boom, you instantly have brand new, fully formed plants.
Now for Section 4. Propagating succulents from leaves. Let's explore some truly magical regeneration powers. Succulents are basically the ultimate survivalists of the plant world. If you've got fleshy ones like Echeveria, sedum, or jade plants, you don't even need a whole stem. You can literally grow a perfect tiny new plant from just a single naturally fallen leaf. It is wild.
Now this takes a little patience, but it's so fun to watch. First, if a leaf hasn't fallen on its own, gently twist a healthy one right off the main stem. Step 2 is critical. Leave that leaf alone in a shady spot for 2 to 3 days so the torn end can dry out and form a protective callus. Now look closely at step 4. After you lay that callus leaf flat on top of dry, succulent soil, you absolutely do not water it. Seriously, don't do it. Watering it now will just make it rot. Just give it bright, indirect light and wait. In a few weeks, tiny pink roots in a baby plant will magically pop out from the end of the leaf looking for moisture. Okay, but what do you do when your indoor tree has gotten way too tall, lost all its lower leaves, and it's just looking, well, awkwardly leggy in the corner of your living room? Standard stem cuttings just aren't gonna cut it here.
That brings us to Section 5, Advanced Magic, Air Layering.
Air layering sounds a little intimidating, I know, but it is brilliant. This method is specifically designed for woody or thick-stemmed plants like your fiddle leaf figs, rubber plants, and those giant heavy monsteras. It actually lets you create a brand new root system for the top part of the plant before you ever chop it down.
Let's walk through how to pull off this clever trick. First, pick the spot on that tall stem where you want your new plant's base to be. Make a careful, upward slanting cut about 1/3 of the way through the stem. Step 2. Take a handful of moist sphagnum moss and wrap it completely around that wound. Then, wrap the moss tightly in plastic wrap and secure it. You are essentially tricking the plant into growing a whole new root system inside that plastic-wrapped moss ball, all while it is still perfectly attached to and supported by the mother plant. After a few months, when you see roots filling up the plastic, you just execute Step 5. Chop the stem off right below your new root ball and pot up your awesome new, shorter plant. Propagation truly is the magic of turning one plant into 2, 3, or even 10. It completely shifts how you see your collection, turning you from a consumer into a creator. So grab those sterilized scissors and ask yourself, which beautiful plant are you going to multiply for free today? And once you master this, you've really got to wonder what other incredible survival secrets are just sitting there, hidden right inside your plant's DNA. Welcome to this explainer. Today we're tackling a plant that is equally famous for its absolute beauty and, let's be honest, its notorious fragility. We're going to completely demystify the Burro's tail succulent. Whether you're carefully bringing home your very first tiny plant or you're trying to perfect the massive cascade of an older one, consider this your ultimate beginner to expert guide. Picture this. You just bought your plant, you're driving it home, you gently bump the pot, and suddenly you're panicking because half of those beautiful plump leaves just tumbled right onto the floor. Listen, you're not alone. It's the #1 source of frustration for new owners. It honestly makes you feel like you're failing before you've even started.
But hey, take a deep breath. Seriously, don't panic. This extreme fragility is actually a natural survival mechanism. Out in the wild, rocky hillsides of southern Mexico, the plant literally relies on those leaves dropping easily. Why? Because every single fallen leaf will root itself and create a brand new plant. It's just trying to spread itself around. So instead of seeing a fallen leaf as a failure, you've got to look at it as free propagation material.
To get you from beginner to expert, here's our masterclass agenda. 1. Creating the perfect environment. 2. Watering and soil essentials. 3. Pruning and infinite propagation. 4. Troubleshooting pests and problems. And 5. Pro tips for ultimate success. Let's get into it. And the reward for getting this right? It's literally massive. When you nail the care and leave this plant completely undisturbed, a mature Burro's tail can trail 3 to 4 feet from a hanging basket. It's absolutely breathtaking. And since they can live for well over a decade, it really becomes this stunning, living curtain in your home.
Just a quick heads up before we really jump in, you might actually see 2 different types of this plant out there. There's the standard Burro's tail, which has longer, pointed, teardrop-shaped leaves, and then there's the sedum burrito, sometimes called a baby Burro's tail, which has shorter, rounder, little jelly bean leaves. But don't worry, whether you have the teardrops or the jelly beans, this whole care guide applies perfectly to both.
All right, part 1, creating the perfect environment.
Think about where this guy comes from. To mimic that native cliffside habitat, you want to give your Burro's tail bright, indirect light. An east-facing window is pretty much the holy grail here, offering that gentle morning sun without the harsh, scorching afternoon rays. Room temperatures between 65 and 80 degrees Fahrenheit are spot on. And since it's a desert native, it loves low to average humidity. That means absolutely no misting, 0. Oh, and huge bonus, it's completely non-toxic to your cats and dogs.
Now, here is a crucial detail that almost everyone misses when they hang trailing plants. The crown of the plant, the top of the pot where all the stems start, needs just as much light as the trailing strands themselves. If you hang it too high up where the top is stuck in shadow while only the bottom gets sun, the top is going to stretch out, thin, and eventually go completely bald. You really have to make sure that light is hitting the actual soil line.
Moving right along to part 2, watering and soil essentials.
If there is one thing you take away from this explainer, let it be this. Overwatering is public enemy #1. It's the absolute quickest way to kill this drought-tolerant plant.
Because it stores massive amounts of water in those chubby little leaves, it can go a really long time without a drink. You've got to use the soak and dry method. Let the soil dry out 100%, all the way to the bottom. Once it's bone dry, give it a massive soak until water pours out the drainage holes. In summer, that's usually every 10 to 14 days, and way less in winter. A pro trick? Just look at the leaves. When they look slightly soft or deflated, your plant is telling you it's thirsty.
So to keep those roots from sitting in a soggy swamp, you need a seriously fast draining soil mix. Bagged potting soil straight from the store holds way too much moisture. Instead, mix it up yourself, 2 parts standard potting soil, 1 part perlite or pumice for those essential air pockets, and 1 part coarse sand. You're going for a gritty, airy blend that drains fast and completely prevents deadly root rot.
Okay, section 3, pruning and infinite propagation.
Remember those incredibly frustrating dropped leaves we talked about? Let's turn them into an army of new plants. It's a super simple 4-step process. First, collect the fallen leaves, making sure they broke off cleanly at the base. Second, and do not skip this, leave them in a warm, shady spot for 2 to 3 days so the broken end forms a dry callus. That stops them from rotting. Third, just lay them flat on top of dry, succulent soil. Don't bury them. And fourth, just wait. In 2 to 4 weeks, little pink roots will pop out, followed by a brand new mini plant. It's like magic.
Now, if you're a bit impatient, and honestly, who isn't, stem cuttings are your best friend for a bigger plant faster. Snip off a 3 to 5 inch stem, gently strip the leaves off the bottom couple of inches. Save those leaves for leaf propagation, obviously. Let the bare stem callus over for a few days, just like the leaves, and then plant that bare end directly into your gritty soil mix.
All right, part 4, troubleshooting pests and problems.
Sometimes things just go wrong. If your plant is looking a little sad, you can use a visual symptom checker to figure out your watering issues. Root rot is an absolute emergency. The stems near the soil turn soft, dark, and mushy, and the leaves go translucent yellow and drop easily. You have to cut away the rot immediately. But if the leaves are just deflated and wrinkled and the soil is totally bone dry, good news, it's just underwatered. A good long soak will fix it right up.
Now those thick waxy leaves actually do a pretty great job deterring most bugs naturally. But you still need to be vigilant. Check the tight little spaces where the leaves meet the stems for mealybugs. They look like tiny white cotton clusters. Keep an eye out for aphids on the soft new growth and scale insects, which look like weird little brown bumps. Spot any? Gently dab them with a cotton swab dipped in rubbing alcohol or use a mild insecticidal soap. Just, be incredibly gentle so you don't accidentally knock half the leaves off while you're cleaning it.
And finally, part 5, pro tips for ultimate success.
Have you ever noticed that powdery, kind of pale blue-white dust on your plant's leaves? That is called farina. It's basically a natural, waxy sunscreen that protects the plant from burning and locks moisture inside the leaf. The golden rule here is do not touch it. If you rub the farina off with your fingers, it literally never grows back on that leaf. It leaves the spot vulnerable and just slightly less vibrant.
When it comes to repotting, honestly, just don't do it. At least, not often. Because this plant is so famously fragile, repotting is wildly stressful for the plant and definitely for you. Try to leave it alone as long as humanly possible. Sizing up every 3 to 4 years is plenty, and when you finally do, grab a shallow terracotta pot. Terracotta is porous, so it helps the soil dry evenly, and the shallow shape stops wet, soggy soil from pooling underneath the plant's shallow root system.
And here is my absolute favorite golden rule. It's a total game changer for preventing traumatic leaf drop. You need to change how you hydrate. Exclusively bottom water your burrow's tail. Top watering means pouring water over those fragile strands and bumping the pot, which almost guarantees you're going to lose leaves. Instead, set that terracotta pot in a sink or a basin with a few inches of water. Let it soak up moisture from the bottom for 15 to 20 minutes. Perfectly watered roots, and you never even touch the delicate hanging strands.
So, you've got the complete manual now. You know how to dial in the bright light, mix up the grittiest soil, and master that soak and dry watering routine. Now, take a look around your space. Where is the absolute perfect spot to hang this stunning living curtain so that it literally never has to be moved again? Find that spot, set it up, step back, and get ready to enjoy an incredible cascade for years to come.
Welcome to another explainer. Today, we're focusing on a houseplant that isn't just, a basic piece of greenery. It's practically a living, breathing work of art. We're talking about the incredible Philodendron Brazil.
If you're looking for that lush, tropical jungle vibe, but you want something with a bit more artistic flair than your standard green foliage, you are in exactly the right place. This plant is a fantastic, highly communicative artist's canvas. And by the end of this explainer, you're going to know exactly how to master its care, no matter your current experience level. Okay, let's dive into this. Here is our roadmap for today. First, we'll meet the Brazil. Second, mastering light and water. Third, perfecting soil and environment. Fourth, pruning and propagation. And finally, troubleshooting and pro tips.
Section 1. Meet the Brazil, the communicative canvas.
So this isn't just your run-of-the-mill vine. It actually has a pretty fascinating backstory and a highly communicative personality that makes it the absolute perfect companion for developing your own plant intuition. To really get this plant, we have to travel back to 1991. The philodendron Brazil wasn't whipped up in some high-tech lab. It was actually discovered as a totally natural mutation in a greenhouse in Holambra, Brazil. And because it's a mutation, every single leaf that unfurls is a completely unique canvas. You get these incredible, unpredictable splashes of lime, cream, and deep emerald green. It literally looks like someone took a paintbrush to a standard heartleaf philodendron.
But, you know, that beautiful paintbrush effects actually comes with a biological catch. It's called variegation. Variegation is just a genetic mutation where areas of the leaf lack chlorophyll, which is the green stuff that makes food for the plant. So those stunning lime and yellow stripes, they're essentially energy freeloaders. They look absolutely incredible, but they don't pull their weight when it comes to photosynthesizing. And this establishes exactly why the Brazil has such specific lighting needs compared to a solid green plant.
Section 2. Mastering light and water, the non-negotiables. If you want to keep your plant thriving and keep those freeloader variegated stripes looking super bright, getting your light right is completely non-negotiable. To compensate for those non-producing colorful areas, your Brazil needs bright, indirect light. Specifically, you're going to want to aim for 10,000 to 20,000 lux. And hey, you can actually measure this using a free light meter app right on your smartphone. The sweet spot is placing your plant within about 3 to 5 feet of an east or west facing window. A little gentle morning sun is fantastic, but you really must avoid hot, direct afternoon rays, or those beautiful yellow parts, which lack protective pigments, will scorch right up and turn papery.
All right, let's talk watering, because this builds right into keeping the roots healthy. We're looking at the soak and dry method versus frequent sipping. Like most aroids, the Brazil is super susceptible to root rot if it just sits in wet soil all the time. You should only water when the top 50 to 75% of the soil is dry to the touch. But when you do water it, don't just give it a little sip. You need to soak it completely until water flows right out of the drainage holes. This flushing action actually mimics a tropical downpour. It ensures every single root gets a drink, and it washes out any built-up salts from tap water and fertilizers. And guys, this brilliantly illustrates exactly why I call the Brazil a communicative plant. If you aren't quite sure if it's time to water, just look for the philodendron curl. When this plant is thirsty, it literally tells you by drooping and curling its leaves inward into a little concave shape. This is simply a loss of turgor pressure, meaning the internal water pressure in the plant cells has dropped. Just give it a deep soak and I promise you it will perk right back up within hours. It's an amazing built-in visual cue.
Section 3. Perfecting soil and environment, the optimal setup. Now, what's really interesting about moving this plant from just surviving to truly thriving is what goes on beneath the surface. The Brazil is a tropical hemiepiphyte, which means in the wild it actually grows up the sides of trees and in loose leaf litter, definitely not in dense ground dirt. Its roots need oxygen just as much as they need water, so dense potting soil will just suffocate it. So we construct a DIY chunky aroid mix. You want 40% potting soil for baseline moisture, 30% orchid bark to create these nice large air pockets, 20% perlite for aeration, and 10% worm castings for super gentle feed. This precise, fast-draining recipe practically eliminates the risk of root rot by delivering crucial oxygen right to the root system. With great soil comes great growth, and let me tell you, the Brazil is a really vigorous grower. It's capable of shooting out 2 to 3 feet of new vines per year. To fuel all that action, utilize what we call the weekly feeding method. Instead of hitting the plant with a massive, heavy dose of fertilizer once a month, you just mix a balanced liquid fertilizer at 1/4 strength and use it every single time you water during the active growing seasons of spring and summer. It gives the plant this steady, consistent stream of nutrients without any risk of chemical burn. As it grows, you actually get a choice to make about its form.
See, in the wild, this plant climbs trees. When we keep it in a hanging basket at home and just let the vines dangle, the plant stays in its juvenile form, giving you those smaller 3 to 4 inch heart-shaped leaves. But if you provide it with vertical support, like a moss pole, it undergoes a total metamorphosis. The stems get woody and the leaves can mature to a massive 12 inches wide. So it's entirely up to your personal aesthetic preference.
Section 4, Pruning and Propagation, Expert Level.
So, are you ready to graduate to expert status?
Before we start multiplying your collection, we absolutely have to address an alarming question that plagues so many owners. Why is my beautifully variegated plant suddenly pushing out completely solid dark green leaves? Well, the answer is reversion. Remember how we said the plant is constantly trying to fix its mutation to be more efficient? If your Brazil isn't getting enough light, it honestly kind of panics and produces solid green leaves to maximize photosynthesis. So the absolute strict rule here is this: if you see solid green vines, your plant is screaming for more light. You must immediately prune that solid green vine all the way back to the last variegated leaf and then move the pot to a brighter location. If you don't do this, that really vigorous green growth will just take over and outcompete the variegated parts permanently.
But hey, when you do prune, definitely do not throw those cuttings away. The Brazil is ridiculously easy to clone through water propagation. First, just find a vine with a little brown bump on it. That's an aerial root node. Cut a segment, leaving just one leaf and one node. Then submerge only the node in a glass of water, making sure to keep the leaf dry so it doesn't rot. In about 10 to 14 days, roots are going to appear. Once they're a couple of inches long, you can plant them right back into the top of the mother pot to make the whole thing incredibly full and bushy.
Now, if cutting your plant makes you a little nervous, try the expert level bobby pin method. You literally don't even need scissors. Just loop a really long vine back up to the top of the soil. Find a node and use a standard bobby pin or a paper clip to pin it firmly against the moist dirt. It will root directly into the pot while it's still safely attached to the mother plant. Once it's rooted in there, you can snip the connecting vine or just leave it for a beautifully dense, layered look. Section 5, Troubleshooting and Pro Tips.
Look, even the best plant parents run into a few bugs eventually, or want the inside scoop on styling. If you see bugs, please don't panic. Here are the 3 usual suspects and your exact actionable fixes. Fungus gnats, they absolutely love wet soil. Dry out your potting mix and treat it with mosquito bits. What about little white cottony fluff in the leaf crevices? Those are mealybugs. Just dip a Q-tip in 70% isopropyl alcohol and dab them right off. And finally, thrips. These are tiny yellow or black slivers that cause silver damage patches. They're pretty much the worst enemy. Quarantine the plant immediately and treat thoroughly with a spinosad spray.
Want a genius hack to avoid stuff like fungus gnats entirely by never overwatering again? Enter the chopstick check. It's so simple. Just insert a raw wooden takeout chopstick deep into the soil and leave it there for about 10 minutes. Pull it out. If the wood is dark and damp, do not water. It takes the guesswork completely out of the equation, and bonus, you don't even get your fingers muddy.
Okay, a super quick botanical pro tip for you. People mix up the Brazil and the standard pothos all the time. The absolute easiest way to tell them apart is to look for a cataphyll. A cataphyll is just the protective botanical sheath that surrounds a brand new leaf. As the philodendron leaf unfurls, this little sheath dries up and falls off. A pothos simply doesn't have these. Their leaves unfurl directly from the vine itself.
And speaking of the pothos, here is a massive styling secret to make your plant room really pop. Try placing your philodendron Brazil right next to a neon pothos. The electric, solid yellow of the neon pothos perfectly highlights and draws the eye right to that irregular painted lime stripe running down the center of your Brazil's leaves. It creates an incredibly striking, high-contrast visual display. So, we've covered the lighting rules, the chunky soil mechanics, the watering cues, and all the pruning secrets. The philodendron Brazil is such a cool plant. It literally talks to you, it forgives your mistakes, and it rewards your good habits with these stunning strokes of vibrant color. So, my final question for you is, what will your artist canvas look like once you apply these techniques and truly master its care? Cultivate your plant intuition, give it a try, and watch your indoor jungle absolutely transform. Thanks for joining us on this explainer, and happy growing.
Welcome to This Explainer. Today, we're jumping right into a true masterclass dedicated to a plant that flat out refuses to be ignored, the neon pothos. If you've ever felt like your space was just kind of missing a certain vibrancy, well, this is the plant that acts as a bright, virtually unkillable burst of energy for absolutely any room. We're going to break down the science of its care, from the basic foundations of just keeping it alive, all the way up to expert techniques for infinite propagation.
Okay, let's dive right into the syllabus. We're covering a lot of ground today. First, we'll meet the biological highlighter. 2, mastering the glow. 3, essential everyday care. 4, pruning and propagating. 5, tackling pests and problems, and we'll wrap it up with some pro tips.
All right, Section 1. Meet the biological highlighter. So let's get to know the absolute energetic powerhouse that is the Epipremnum aureum neon. This plant doesn't just survive, it has this sheer, stubborn determination to push through some of the absolute harshest indoor conditions. Seriously, it's famous for staying alive in those depressing, windowless break rooms where most plants would just immediately give up. It has this incredibly tough, resilient spirit, but it's wrapped up in a shockingly bright exterior. I absolutely love this description. A lamp that runs on water. Because honestly, with its electric shock of chartreuse yellow, placing this plant in a dark corner gives you an instant burst of brightness without even needing an electrical outlet. It's an incredible tool for interior design. It offers this dramatic, eye-catching contrast against dark walls, think charcoal or navy, or when you plant it in deep dark pots where that yellow foliage can just truly pop.
Moving right along to Section 2, mastering the neon glow.
Now, this is arguably the most critical aspect of caring for the neon pothos. We have to understand exactly how and why it keeps that signature, shocking color. Because if we get this wrong, the plant literally loses its entire unique appeal, and the science behind the glow is actually fascinating. You see, the neon color is technically an unstable chlorophyll mutation. The plant lacks the dense, dark green pigment that you'd find in a standard plant. So in highlight, the plant gets plenty of energy, meaning it can afford to be kind of inefficient and keep its brilliant chartreuse color. But in low light, it panics. It goes straight into survival mode and starts producing sunblock, that dense, dark green chlorophyll, just to capture every single scarce photon it can find. Basically, if you don't give it enough bright, indirect light, your glowing neon plant is going to revert into a standard dark green pothos.
Now, what's really interesting here is the identity crisis this plant constantly faces in nurseries. You will so often see the philodendron lemon lime mislabeled as a neon pothos, but they are entirely different plants. Thankfully, you can spot the difference really easily through touch and shape. The neon pothos has a waxy, glossy, and just slightly bumpy texture with these asymmetrical spade-shaped leaves. The philodendron, on the other hand, is completely matte. It's velvety smooth with really broad, dramatic heart shapes. And you'll see these little sheaths on its new stems. Knowing this little trick totally saves you from accidentally buying a wrong plant. Okay, Section 3. Essential everyday care. This is where we shift our masterclass into the daily grind. And the great news is, the neon pothos has a dramatic but incredibly helpful communication style, especially when it comes to telling you exactly when it's time to pull out the watering can. Honestly, you should completely ignore a strict watering schedule. Just toss it out. Instead, rely on the dramatic droop and tactile sensory cues. Use what we call the squeeze test. If the leaf is firm, cool, and rigid, do not water it. But if it feels soft, pliable, and folds easily like a warm taco shell, it is definitely thirsty. And when you do water, drench the soil completely until it flows out the bottom. But never, ever let the pot sit in standing water.
Of course, watering is literally only half the equation, right? Drainage is the other. Neon pothos roots need oxygen just as much as they need moisture. So to prevent suffocation and root rot, you absolutely need a chunky texture in your soil. A perfect DIY mix for this is 60% high-quality potting soil, 30% perlite or pumice for that vital aeration, and 10% orchid bark to kind of simulate the natural forest floor. And a quick but super important warning, never use heavy outdoor garden or topsoil indoors. It will instantly suffocate your plant, no exceptions.
Let's talk climate and fuel. Hailing all the way from French Polynesia, this plant loves it warm. We're talking ideally between 70 and 90 degrees Fahrenheit. The ultimate danger zone for it is a cold draft dropping below 55 degrees. That will cause irreversible black spots in the leaves, which we definitely don't want. While it strongly prefers 50 to 70% humidity if you want those massive leaves, it easily tolerates dry indoor air at around 30%. As for fuel, you'll want to use a nitrogen-focused fertilizer in the spring and summer to really support those stunning yellow leaves. Remember, this plant isn't going to bloom indoors, so all its energy is going straight to the foliage. And whatever you do, always remember to stop feeding it in the winter so you avoid burning the roots.
Next up, Section 4, Pruning and Infinite Propagation.
This is where you graduate to the next stage of plant parenthood. We're going to look at how to tame a wild, sprawling vine, and even more excitingly, how to create endless clones, 10+ feet. That is the massive, fast-growing potential of these vines, especially when you give them a moss pole to climb. The act of climbing actually triggers hormones that make the leaves grow exponentially larger. But there's a catch. You have to watch out for the dreaded baldness problem. If you just leave it to hang and grow as a single, leggy string, the vine will very often lose all its base leaves. That leaves you with a really sad, bald-looking stem near the soil.
So how exactly do we fix that baldness while simultaneously multiplying our collection? Well, by pruning the vine just above a node, you're actually forcing the mother plant to branch out and become much bushier. Then you take that cutting you just made, trim off the bottom leaf, and literally just stick the node in water. Seriously, in just 7 to 10 days, roots are going to explode from that stem. It's an almost foolproof cloning method that lets you create 10 lush plants out of just one single vine.
All right, Section 5. Troubleshooting pests and problems.
Look, even the toughest plants face challenges, right? And the bright, electric leaves of the neon pothos unfortunately act as a bit of a beacon for certain unwanted guests. But don't worry, we're your definitive plant coach here to help diagnose and treat these issues. Let's break down these sap-sucking enemies drawn to your plant. First, if you see white, fluffy cotton spots tucked right where the leaf meets the stem, you've got mealybugs. Treat those with a strong shower blast or insecticidal soap. Scale, on the other hand, looks like hard brown bumps on the stems. For those, granular systemic insecticides mixed right into the soil are your best bet. Finally, spider mites. They leave this really fine webbing and tiny specks on the undersides of leaves, especially when the air is dry. A routine spray of neem oil every 5 to 7 days will clear them right out.
Beyond the creepy crawlies, the leaves themselves are actually communicating with you when your care routine is a bit off. If you start seeing crispy brown edges, it usually means your watering is too erratic, like you're letting it dry to the bone and then completely drowning it. Or your air is just way too dry. But you really need to beware of mushy yellow leaves. Now, a single old leaf turning yellow near the soil, that's just natural aging. But sudden, widespread, mushy yellowing all across the vine, that is a dire, flashing warning sign of overwatering and root rot.
Finally, we've made it to Section 6, Pro Tips for Thriving. Okay, we've covered survival, we've covered maintenance, and we've covered problem solving. Now we enter the final expert level of this masterclass to truly elevate your routine and push your neon pothos to its absolute peak. Here are your rapid-fire expert tips. First up, if you happen to have a freshwater aquarium, use that dirty water during your tank changes to water your plant. It is packed with a massive biological nitrogen boost. Second, rotate your pot a quarter turn every single week. This prevents the vine from growing entirely lopsided toward the nearest light source. Third, dust your leaves monthly. Dust literally blocks light, and remember, this plant needs every single photon it can get. Finally, my favorite trick, if you have a bare vine, just loop it back onto the soil and pin the node down with a bobby pin. It will root directly into the soil, perfectly mimicking how the plant naturally spreads across the forest floor.
So, this brings us to the end of our explainer, and I have to leave you with one final thought. Are you ready to let this biological highlighter transform your darkest corners into a thriving neon jungle? You now have the complete blueprint, from mixing the perfect chunky soil to reading that dramatic droop, forcing brilliant color through proper light management, and cloning your way to an endless indoor garden. Take these steps, apply the science, and just watch your space completely light up. Thanks so much for joining this explainer, and hey, happy growing!
Okay, have you ever wanted a houseplant that's like practically immortal? One that actually thrives when you completely forget about it and then out of nowhere rewards you with these stunning chocolate-scented flowers? Well, welcome to this explainer. Today, we're diving into the complete care guide for the Hoya carnosa, better known as the wax plant. We are going to walk through the ultimate survival and reward guide for a true heirloom plant. If you can just master the simple art of neglecting this plant the right way, you'll have a botanical companion for decades.
So here's our roadmap for today. First, we'll meet the immortal wax plant. Second, we're going over the essential Hoya care rules. Third, we'll learn the taco test for watering. Fourth, defeating common Hoya pests. Fifth, unlocking those porcelain blooms. And finally, propagating your heirloom plant. Let's get right into it. Section 1. Meet the immortal wax plant, a lifelong heirloom companion. Imagine a plant that's basically the perfect hybrid. It gives you the lush, trailing vibe of a pothos, but with the extreme drought tolerance of a jade plant. It's wild. To really grasp what we're dealing with here, look at this quote from plant expert Anastasia Bermeslow. She talks about having a Hoya propagated from a cutting taken all the way back in 1985. She calls them heirloom plants. So we're not talking about some trendy, delicate little thing that you buy and throw away when it dies a year later. This is a multi-decade investment. Honestly, it routinely outlives its owners. All right, Section 2, Essential Hoya Care Rules, Building the Foundation.
To really succeed with a Hoya and build that foundation, we actually have to completely untrain ourselves from standard houseplant care. Seriously, standard potting soil and your normal watering schedule, that'll quickly kill this plant. Instead, we've got to look at how the Hoya carnosa lives in the wild. It's an epicite. What does that mean? Well, in the wild subtropical forests of East Asia and Australia, it doesn't even grow in the dirt. It actually grows clinging to tree trunks and branches, with its roots just exposed to the breeze. Because of this, Hoyas absolutely hate having wet feet. Their roots literally need to breathe, or they're gonna rot fast.
And this brilliantly shows exactly how we mimic that wild tree bark environment right in a pot. Remember, standard soil is way too dense and it'll suffocate the plant. Check out this DIY chunky soil recipe instead. You're gonna want 1 part potting soil for base moisture and nutrients, 1 part perlite or pumice for drainage, and 1 part orchid bark to create these large air gaps. Mixing these in equal parts creates massive air pockets, and that means even right after you water it, oxygen can still reach those super sensitive epiphytic roots. It's a real game changer.
Moving on to Section 3, the taco test for watering. Stop guessing, start testing. The golden rule for our complete care guide is this: water deeply but infrequently. Honestly, you should only water when the soil is 100% dry. But how do you actually know for sure? Our source gave us this absolutely brilliant tactile trick called the taco test, so you never have to guess again. Here's exactly how it works. Step 1, find a mature leaf near the base of the plant. Make sure you don't use those tiny new baby leaves. And step 2, just using your fingers, gently try to fold that leaf in half lengthwise. Yep, exactly like a taco shell. Now you just evaluate how it feels. If that leaf is stiff and hard, do not water it. The leaf is what we call turgid, meaning it's still packed full of water. If you give it a drink now, you are risking root rot. But if the leaf feels pliable, a bit wrinkly, and bends easily with almost no resistance, kind of feeling like leather, then it is time to water. For all you chronic overwaterers watching, and you know who you are, relying on this simple touch test will absolutely save your plant's life. Before we move on from the basics, we've got to talk about a super common mistake. Do not cut the tentacles. Your Hoya is going to periodically shoot out these long, completely bare, alien-looking vines. A lot of people think, oh, that's dead growth, and they just chop it off. But actually, scratch that, it's not dead at all. These are tendrils actively searching for a tree to climb. So just have some patience, gently wrap that vine around a trellis, and eventually the plant is going to fill that bare vine with gorgeous, lush leaves. Section 4. Defeating common Hoya pests. Protecting your investment. Look, with any plant, things can sometimes go wrong, but the source material gives us this incredible rapid-fire troubleshooting guide to protect your heirloom plant. You really want to pay attention to the top of the list here. Mealybugs. These guys look like little bits of white, cottony fluff just hiding out in the leaf joints. Honestly, they are the Hoya's absolute arch nemesis, especially for crinkly varieties like the Hindu rope. To defeat them, just dip a Q-tip in 70% rubbing alcohol and dab them. It dissolves their waxy armor instantly. Bam, gone. Now, if you see fine webbing and dusty leaves, you're dealing with spider mites, which really love dry air. Just shower the plant off and raise the room's humidity right away. For aphids, which usually show up on new growth, a strong stream of water works best. And if you ever spot hard brown bumps on the stems, that's scale. Just scrape them off and treat the stems with neem oil. All right, Section 5, Unlocking the Porcelain Blooms, the Ultimate Reward.
Okay, this right here is why we go through all the trouble. The flowers. The Hoya carnosa produces these incredible ball-shaped clusters of star-like flowers that literally look like they're carved out of wax or porcelain. Plus, they release this potent fragrance that smells like chocolate, vanilla, or honey. It is amazing. But to actually get there, we need to talk about a concept called sun stress. Now, you might hear plant collectors talk about this and think it sounds bad, but it's actually highly desirable. When a Hoya is placed in really bright light, it produces red or purple pigments called anthocyanins to protect its cells from UV rays. It's essentially a botanical suntan. So if your leaves have this beautiful red or bronze flush, it means your plant is absorbing maximum energy, and that's exactly what it needs to crank out those gorgeous flowers. So what's the secret? How do we actually guarantee flowers? Well, here is the exact bloom-boosting recipe for your complete care guide. First, you need bright, indirect light. An east-facing window is pretty much unbeatable for this. Second, keep the plant tight in its pot. Hoyas really prefer to be root-bound. If the pot is way too big, it's just going to spend years growing roots instead of flowers, so keep it snug in a breathable terracotta pot.
Third, you want to let it experience a natural winter temperature drop, down to about 60 degrees Fahrenheit at night. This actually signals the plant to form reproductive buds. And finally, when spring rolls around, feed it a high phosphorus bloom booster fertilizer.
And that brings us to what is arguably the single most important rule of flowering Hoyas. Are you ready? Never, ever cut the peduncle. The peduncle is the little flower stalk. It kind of looks like a tiny woody microphone stand just sticking out of the vine. When the flowers fade and drop off, the plant leaves this little nub behind. Why? Because it's going to bloom from that exact same spot again and again, year after year. Seriously, some peduncles are over a decade old and produce dozens of blooms every single summer. If you cut it off, you lose that blooming site forever, so leave the mic stand alone. Now, right before we wrap up our care section, let's settle a massive debate in the houseplant community about the two most popular variegated varieties of this plant. How do you actually tell a Crimson Queen apart from a Crimson Princess? Well, here's a super fun insider memory trick for you. A Crimson Queen has white or pink variegation on the leaf margins, the outer edges. Just remember, a queen wears her crown on her head, right on the outer edges. On the flip side, a Crimson Princess has the variegation right in the center of the leaf. Remember, a princess wears her gown in the middle. Boom, now you're a Hoya expert.
Section 6. Propagating your heirloom plant. Cloning your Hoya. Because this plant lives for so long, you are inevitably going to want to take cuttings to share with your friends and family. You're basically cloning your Hoya. The most foolproof method outlined in our source is the sphagnum moss method. So, step 1, just snip a stem that has at least 2 nodes. Those are the little bumps where the leaves grow. Quick heads up though, Hoyas bleed this sticky, milky latex sap when you cut them, so definitely have a paper towel handy. Step 2, strip the leaves right off that bottom node because that is exactly where your new roots are going to pop out. Step 3, place that bare bottom node into some damp, squeezed out sphagnum moss. This gives it the perfect mix of humidity and airflow. And step 4, just wait 3 to 4 weeks for some strong roots to develop before you pot it up in that chunky soil mix we talked about earlier. We have covered a lot today. We've talked about the soil, the taco test, dealing with pests, and the secrets to getting those incredible porcelain flowers. Because the Hoya carnosa is just so drought tolerant and remarkably resilient, it truly becomes an investment piece for your home, which really leaves us with one final fascinating thought for you to consider as you kick off your Hoya journey. If you follow this complete care guide, there's a very good chance your plant will actually outlive you. So with a lifespan spanning multiple decades, who will inherit your Hoya? Welcome to This Explainer. Today, we're diving into a complete beginner to expert masterclass on caring for one of the absolute most resilient and beautiful houseplants out there, the aloe vera. Whether you are a total novice getting your very first plant or a seasoned collector, this guide is going to take you through absolutely everything you need to know to make your plant thrive. So let's actually kick things off with a bit of history. The ancient Egyptians gave this world-renowned succulent a pretty legendary nickname, the plant of immortality. And they revered it not just for its striking architectural beauty, but because of its incredibly soothing gel and just absolute unbelievable resilience. It is literally a living first aid kit. And today, we're gonna learn exactly how to harness that resilience right in your own home. Here's our agenda for today's explainer. We'll cover the ultimate desert survivor, the core care triad, maintenance and feeding, multiplying your plant, troubleshooting common problems, and wrap up with some pro tips for success. All right, section 1, the ultimate desert survivor. Think of it as a resilient, living first aid kit. Okay, so the aloe vera is a perennial. That basically means it has a super long lifespan, easily over 10 years indoors if you treat it right. It grows actively in the spring and hits its peak stride in the summer. But here's the catch. As we head into fall and winter, it needs a strict rest period. I mean, its growth slows down dramatically. Because of that, you've got to significantly reduce your watering to mimic its natural dormancy. Getting this rhythm down, that's the secret to a really happy aloe. Moving right along to section 2, the core care triad. We're talking light, water, soil, and, well, humidity. So for that first pillar, light, your aloe needs at least 6 hours of bright, indirect to direct sun every single day. A south or west facing window, absolutely perfect. Now, if it doesn't get that light, you'll see a condition called etiolation. Basically, the plant stretches out trying to find more sun. Instead of plump, upright leaves, you get this leggy, weak, pale growth. It's not a great look. Remember, this plant will survive in a dark corner, but it absolutely won't thrive. Now for the second pillar, water. You really have to treat watering like a rare desert event. Since aloes store a ton of water right in their fleshy leaves, the absolute most common mistake is practically loving them to death with too much water. Instead, you're going to use the drench and dry method. Here's how it works. Pour water in until it flows freely out of the drainage holes. Let the pot drain completely, and then, and this is the absolute most important part, do not add a single drop of water again until the soil is 100% bone dry. In the heat of the summer, that's maybe every 2 to 3 weeks. In the winter, honestly, maybe just once a month.
And you know, spotting the difference between overwatering and underwatering is a total game changer for diagnosing your plant. Overwatering, that's gonna look like mushy, browning, or yellowing leaves near the base, plus a really soft stem, and that is incredibly dangerous for the plant. Underwatering, on the flip side, leaves you with thin, wrinkled, deflated leaves that curl inward, usually with crispy tips. If you see those wrinkles, your plant is just thirsty. Give it a deep soak and it'll plump right back up in a day or two. The golden rule here, when in doubt, just wait it out, don't water it. Okay, the final pillar, soil. This totally goes hand in hand with our watering strategy. The absolute non-negotiable rule is that your aloe needs loose, gritty, fast-draining soil. A prepackaged cactus or succulent mix works great, or you can whip up your own using equal parts potting soil, perlite, and coarse sand. But please, never, ever use dense garden soil. And whatever you do, ensure your pot has drainage holes. Those roots absolutely cannot sit in a puddle.
All right, let's talk humidity. You might be wondering how much extra misting this arid desert dweller needs to thrive. The answer? Exactly 0. 0 extra humidity. It actually wants dry air, so you can go ahead and put away the humidifiers and those pebble trays. Pumping up the humidity actually increases the risk of nasty fungal diseases. Just your normal, everyday household air is absolutely perfect.
Which brings us to section 3, maintenance and feeding. Let's talk about fueling your desert plant. So aloes aren't exactly heavy feeders, right? But a little boost during their active growing season definitely helps. Using a balanced, water-soluble fertilizer with a 10-10-10 NPK ratio is pretty much ideal. But here's the catch. Always dilute it to half strength so you don't accidentally burn the roots. And you really only need to apply it once or twice a year during the spring or summer and only on soil that's already moist. Never fertilize in the winter when the plant is sleeping. Now, as for pruning, you'll love this. The requirements are wonderfully minimal. You basically just need to trim away the naturally dried up brown bottom leaves to keep things looking tidy. Just grab a clean, sharp knife and cut as close to the main stem as possible. And hey, you can also prune by harvesting those mature outer leaves whenever you happen to need some of that incredibly soothing gel for a minor kitchen burn.
All right, on to the really fun stuff in section 4, multiplying your plant. We're gonna create an endless supply. So check this out. A healthy, mature aloe vera actually produces its own miniature baby plants. They're called offsets or pups. These adorable little clones sprout right up next to the mother plant and literally share her root system before they're separated. Basically, if you treat your aloe right, it's gonna give you a practically endless supply of free plants to give to your friends. How cool is that? Propagating these pups is super easy if you follow a few exact steps. First off, be patient. Wait until the pups are several inches tall, ideally around a third of the mother's size. Once they're ready, carefully unpot the mother plant and gently untangle the pup, making sure it keeps some of its own roots attached. Now, this next part is the most vital step of the whole process. Let the pup's cut wound dry out and callus over for 1 to 2 days in a shady spot. If you skip this, it'll probably rot. Finally, pot it up in some dry cactus mix and, resist the urge, wait a full week before you give it any water so those new roots can get established. Even the toughest plants have bad days, which brings us to Section 5, Troubleshooting Common Problems, your quick pest and disease guide. Now, aloes are highly pest resistant, but you still want to keep an eye out for a few common invaders. See small, white, fuzzy spots deep in the leaf crevices? Those are mealybugs. Spot hard, brown bumps on the leaves? That's scale. For both of these guys, isolate your plant and dab each pest with a cotton swab dipped in 70% rubbing alcohol. And if you notice fine webbing and tiny arachnids, you've got spider mites, which love dry conditions. You can treat them by spraying the plant with insecticidal soap or neem oil. But honestly, pests are not your biggest worry. If you see mushy stems and yellow leaves, that is a massive red flag for root rot. It's literally the most fatal disease for an aloe, and it's caused entirely by overwatering. If you spot this, you've got to perform emergency surgery. Stop watering immediately, unpot the poor thing, and trim away all the black, mushy roots until you're left with only firm, yellowish white ones. Then replant it in completely fresh, dry soil and cross your fingers. Let's wrap things up with Section 6, Pro Tips for Success. These are the absolute best practices for a thriving aloe. All right, let's run through a quick, rapid-fire checklist of best practices. Always err on the side of keeping it dry. Like I said, it thrives on neglect. Use unglazed terracotta pots. They're porous and actually pull moisture out, helping that soil dry evenly. Make sure to rotate your pot a quarter turn every few weeks so it grows straight and doesn't lean toward the window. Keep it in its ideal temperature range between 55 and 85 degrees Fahrenheit, and definitely keep it away from cold, drafty windows in the winter. Don't rush pot propagation, wait until they're a third of the mother's size. And finally, repot every 2 to 3 years, but only go up 1 or 2 inches in pot size to prevent excess soil from holding water like a sponge. And hey, here's a quick, super fun bonus fact. Did you know they can bloom? It's true. Mature indoor aloe veras rarely flower, but if you give them absolutely perfect care, meaning maximum bright light and a really distinct, cool, dry winter rest period, you might just hit the jackpot. They can shoot up this tall stalk topped with stunning tubular yellow or orange flowers. It's a truly spectacular, rare reward for a job well done.
So you've learned the exact soil blend, the watering techniques, how to harvest, and how to multiply. You're officially equipped with everything you need to care for this resilient, living first aid kit. But this is just one of nature's incredible survivors. So how will you put your self-multiplying aloe to use in your own home? And more importantly, what other botanical secrets are waiting to be uncovered in your indoor jungle? Stay curious, everyone, and happy growing.
Welcome to this explainer. Okay, if you're a houseplant enthusiast, I just know you've locked eyes with today's subject across a crowded plant nursery and fallen instantly in love. I'm talking, of course, about the Calathea orbifolia. It is an absolutely breathtaking tropical masterpiece, but let's be honest with ourselves, it definitely comes with a reputation for being a completely demanding diva. Well, today we are going to break down exactly how to master the care of this incredible plant.
If you've ever owned one, this question has probably haunted you. Why do those beautiful, giant leaves always seem to get those terrible, crispy, brown edges? It's honestly the most notorious struggle plant parents face with this specific species. But don't worry, you are in the right place. In this explainer, we hold the exact solutions to banish those crispy edges for good.
All right, let's dive right into our roadmap for today. First, we'll officially meet the diva. Then we'll cover the environmental non-negotiables, walk through routine maintenance, talk about propagation, do a little troubleshooting, and wrap it all up with some essential pro tips.
Starting off with Section 1, meet the tropical diva, the Calathea orbifolia. Its massive appeal really comes down to those large, perfectly round, silver-green striped leaves. It's a total statement piece, no flowers required.
Now let's talk about the term nyctinasty. It's a bit of a mouthful, but it describes an incredibly fascinating scientific trait. The orbifolia is part of a family commonly known as prayer plants, and this is exactly why. They actually move in response to the day and night cycle. So during the day, the leaves lay flat to soak up the sun, but at night, specialized joints at the base of the leaves cause them to fold upwards, literally resembling hands in prayer. Watching this movement is actually a fantastic indicator that you have a healthy, active plant responding properly to its environment.
Here is a quick rundown of the plant's profile. You can expect this beauty to reach a height and spread of about 2 to 3 feet with a moderate growth rate. As a perennial, it'll live for many years if you treat it right. But honestly, here is the absolute biggest bonus, especially for those of us with furry friends running around. Despite its intimidating diva reputation, it is 100% non-toxic, completely safe for cats and dogs.
Moving right along to Section 2, the non-negotiables. This covers light, water, and humidity.
Okay, pay super close attention here, because mastering these next environmental factors is literally the only way you are going to avoid those dreaded crispy edges we talked about earlier. 60%. I want you to burn this number into your memory. 60% or higher is the golden rule for your humidity levels. Because this is a true tropical plant, moist air is just an absolute requirement to keep those delicate leaves pristine. Now, a lot of people try to achieve this by misting their plants, but honestly, misting is only a very temporary fix. To hit that golden rule consistently, a dedicated humidifier is by far your most reliable method.
And this brilliantly illustrates our next point, water quality. Calatheas are famously sensitive to what is actually in their water, making tap water the #1 enemy of this plant. The everyday minerals, salts, chlorine, and fluoride found in tap water will slowly build up in the soil and directly cause those brown, crispy leaf edges. To keep this plant happy, you absolutely must use filtered water, distilled water, or rainwater.
Then we have light. To understand what this plant wants, you kind of have to think about where it comes from. In its native Bolivian rainforest, the orbifolia grows way down on the floor, tucked under a really dense tree canopy. Because of that, direct, intense sunlight will literally scorch, burn, and fade those beautiful leaves. You want to replicate that natural canopy by providing bright, indirect light, something like an east-facing window, or maybe light filtered through a sheer curtain. Just be sure to avoid both direct sun and very low light, because low light is just going to cause weak, sad growth.
Let's move into Section 3, Routine Maintenance. We're talking soil, feeding, and pruning. These are the daily and seasonal care routines required to keep your plant pushing out fresh, symmetrical growth. And, well, it all starts in the pot. A standard, out-of-the-bag potting mix is almost always way too dense for an orbifolia. They need soil that stays consistently moist, but never, ever gets waterlogged. This DIY recipe is perfect for that. You want 2 parts peat moss or cocoa coir to hold on to that essential moisture, 1 part perlite to ensure the water drains properly, and a handful of orchid bark to create little air pockets so the roots can actually breathe. Now, as for feeding, you want to provide a diluted, balanced fertilizer about every 4 to 6 weeks, but only during the active growing season. When it comes to watering, just check the soil every few days and only water when the top inch feels dry to the touch. Oh, and for pruning, don't be afraid to snip. If you see any yellowing or hopelessly brown leaves, just chop them off right down at the base of the stem. That way, the plant can redirect all its energy back into pushing out healthy new growth.
All right, Section 4, Propagation. Let's see how this builds into creating entirely new plants.
So, unlike your trusty pothos or a philodendron, you can't just take a simple stem or leaf cutting from an orbifolia, throw it in a glass of water, and hope for the best. It requires a completely different approach. The only successful method here is division, and you should really only do this to a healthy, mature plant. Here's how you do it. Step 1. Wait until it's time for a spring repotting, which is usually every 1 to 2 years. Step 2. Gently remove the plant from its pot and tease the soil away to expose the thick underground roots. Those are called rhizomes. Step 3. Carefully separate those clumps, making absolutely sure that each new section has its own root system and at least 2 to 3 leaves. Finally, Step 4. Pot them up separately in that fresh, airy DIY soil mix we just talked about.
Section 5. Troubleshooting. It's time for defeating the villains. Look, even with the absolute best care, things can go wrong. But the really good news here is that calatheas are excellent communicators. They will quickly and visibly let you know if they're unhappy. So the crucial point is just learning how to read those signs. For instance, if you see those brown, crispy edges, remember, it's not a disease, it's an environmental failure. You either have low humidity or you're using tap water. The quick fix is boosting that humidity to 60% and switching to filtered water. Now, what about yellowing leaves? That's almost always overwatering. You are quite literally suffocating the roots. Just let the top inch of soil dry out. Finally, if the leaves are curling inwards like little tubes, the plant is desperately thirsty and trying to conserve whatever moisture it has left. You need to give it a thorough watering immediately.
And then, unfortunately, we have the actual villains, the pests. You'll want to keep an eye out for mealybugs hiding in the plant's crevices and thrips, which tend to leave weird silvery patches. But I really have to warn you, spider mites are the ultimate villain for this specific plant. They cause this stippled, faded appearance on the leaves and leave behind really fine webbing. But here is the secret. Spider mites absolutely thrive when the air is dry. Because of this, maintaining that high, consistent 60% humidity is actually your absolute best defense against an infestation.
And finally, Section 6. Pro tips for pristine foliage. These are the expert-level habits that separate a plant that is merely surviving from one that is absolutely thriving and dominating your space. Let's rapid-fire summarize these golden rules. First, humidity is everything. Keep it at 60% or higher. Second, ditch the tap water entirely. Seriously, just stop using it. Third, those massive leaves will aggressively reach for the sun, so make sure you rotate the pot a quarter turn every single week to keep the plant growing nice and symmetrically. Fourth, wipe the dust off those giant leaves monthly with a damp cloth so they can actually breathe and absorb light. And finally, never use commercial leaf shine products. I know they might look nice and glossy for a day, but they will actually clog the stomata, which are the vital breathing pores on those beautiful leaves, effectively suffocating your plant.
Well, we've decoded the environment, perfected the soil, and unlocked the secrets to keeping those giant striped leaves pristine and healthy. You now have the exact blueprint to confidently care for this magnificent plant.
So, I'll leave you with this final thought as you look around your own indoor jungle. Will you master the diva, or will the diva master you? Thanks so much for joining me on this explainer, and hey, happy planting!
Welcome back, everyone, to another explainer. I'm seriously thrilled to have you here today. We are jumping right into a complete guide on an absolute powerhouse of tropical foliage, the coleus. Look, if you've been wanting to seriously level up your indoor plant game with some of the boldest, most saturated colors in the entire plant kingdom, well, you've hit the jackpot. Let's get right to it.
So here's the real question, right? Do you want outrageous, eye-popping indoor color, but without all the fussy drama of coaxing a plant to bloom? I mean, think about it. Most houseplants demand a crazy amount of precise energy and perfect timing just to pop out a single flower. But the coleus? No way. It delivers these massive flower-level colors. We're talking deep burgundies, shocking magentas, rich coppers, purely through its leaves. It's literally brilliant, loud color on every single leaf all year round.
Okay, let's dive into this. Here's our roadmap for today's explainer. First, we'll meet your colorful coleus. Then we'll cover the foundation, light and water. After that, soil, feeding, and environment. Next up, pruning and the whole bloom drama. And finally, troubleshooting and pro-level propagation.
All right, Section 1. Meet your colorful coleus.
Now, the coleus actually hails from Southeast Asia, Malaysia, and parts of Northern Australia. But here's a fun fact. It became an absolute obsession during the Victorian era in the 1800s. Wealthy plant collectors were so blown away by its endless color combinations that they actually built these massive, sprawling greenhouses strictly dedicated to breeding new varieties. And honestly, it's pretty easy to see why. Almost every single leaf looks like a hand-painted masterpiece.
To really grasp just how versatile this plant is, take a look at these stunning cultivars. If you need something compact for a desk, the Wizard series is perfectly tidy. Want absolute giants? The Kong series pumps out these massive 6 to 8 inch leaves. Then there's the Black Dragon. It's got these incredible, deeply ruffled, near black edges. Or the Henna and Campfire varieties that bring this insane splash of copper and lime into a room. The main takeaway here? Know your light situation. Older heirloom shade types need indirect light, but the modern ones like the Premium Sun series, they're actually bred to handle direct rays without scorching. It's a real game changer.
Moving right along to Section 2, Foundation, Light and Water.
Let's talk light. Those brilliant colors you're seeing, the reds from anthocyanins, the oranges from carotenoids, they are actually produced by the plant as a reaction to strong light. If you cut the light, your coleus will literally just default to plain green. It'll start stretching out its stems, dropping leaves. It's just sad. But hold on. Too much direct sun will fry it, leaving crispy, bleached edges, especially on the delicate pink and white parts. So what's the sweet spot? Bright, indirect light. You can actually use the hand shadow test. If your hand casts a nice defined shadow on the wall right behind the plant, usually near an east or south-facing window, you've got plenty of light for vibrant color.
Okay, let's look at watering mistakes. Coleus plants have really thin leaves, so they can't store water for very long. If you underwater it, the plant puts on a whole theatrical performance. I mean, we're talking dramatic, sudden wilting of every single leaf. But don't panic. It bounces back incredibly fast after a good soak. Overwatering, on the other hand, way more dangerous. Lower leaves will turn this gross yellow and translucent color. The stems get soft, and your soil might even smell kind of sour. That is early root rot, and it's bad news. The winning strategy here is simple. Wait until the top half-inch of soil feels dry. Then, ideally, bottom water it. Just set the pot in room temperature water for about 15 to 20 minutes, let it drink from the bottom up, and then let it drain completely.
Section 3. Soil, feeding, and environment.
So creating the ultimate coleus comfort zone. Temperature-wise, you want it sitting comfortably between 65 and 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Just be super careful to keep them away from drafty winter windows or those intensely drying AC and heater vents. Humidity is best right around 50 to 60%, which actually makes a bright bathroom an absolute paradise for these guys. And take a close look at that soil recipe. 2 parts peat or cocoa coir, 1 part perlite, and a handful of compost. Coleus roots are incredibly fine and dense. If you shove them into compacted, heavy garden soil, they will literally suffocate. That 25 to 30% perlite is an absolute must. They need that breathing room.
Now, because the coleus grows so unbelievably fast, it's a surprisingly heavy feeder for its size. During the active growing months, spring and summer, you're going to want to use a balanced liquid fertilizer, something like a 10-10-10 or 20-20-20. Feed it at half strength every 2 to 3 weeks. Honestly, skip the slow-release granules indoors. They release based on temperature, not what the plant actually needs at the moment.
Keep a sharp eye out though. If you spot brown, crispy leaf tips or a weird white crust forming on the top of the soil, you've over-fertilized. Easy fix. Just flush the soil with plain water for a minute to reset the whole thing.
All right, section 4, pruning and the bloom drama.
Coleus wants to flower, and when it does, the foliage tires and the plant gets leggy. So the crucial point is exactly this. Blooming is actually a bad thing for this specific houseplant. In late summer or autumn, it's going to try to push out these slender spikes of pale blue or lavender flowers. They look a lot like tiny mint blossoms, which makes total sense since it's actually in the mint family. But listen, once it shifts into reproductive mode, all the plant's energy gets stolen right from the leaves. The foliage starts to thin out, the lower leaves drop off, that vivid color just fades away, and the stems get all woody and bare. We definitely do not want that.
The fix? It's the ultimate plant hack. We call it pinching. Pinching is literally just snapping off the top 1 to 2 inches of a stem right above a healthy leaf pair. You can use clean fingernails, sharp scissors, whatever works. Every single time you pinch a stem, you are forcing that stem to split into 2 brand new branches. It builds incredible density. And the best part? It takes barely 60 seconds every week or 2 during the growing season. This instantly stops that leggy growth, prevents flowering entirely, and keeps your plant looking remarkably full and vibrant.
Finally, section 5, troubleshooting and propagation.
Let's do a rapid-fire troubleshooting session here. Because Coleus leaves are so soft and juicy, they are total magnets for indoor pests. Weekly checks are absolutely vital. See fine webbing or tiny stippled yellow dots? That's spider mites. Hit them with some diluted insecticidal soap. White cottony puffs hiding in the leaf joints? Those are mealybugs. Just dab them with 70% isopropyl alcohol on a cotton swab. A weird dusting of white powder means powdery mildew. You can fix this by improving your airflow and making sure you water in the morning. And if you ever see mushy black stems, you're looking at root rot. You need to unpot it and trim the soft roots, but honestly, your best bet is to take backup cuttings from the healthy top immediately.
And this brilliantly illustrates the real magic of the Coleus, infinite water propagation. See, indoors, parent plants naturally tend to lose their vigor after about 2 years, but a single mature plant can produce dozens, literally dozens of free new plants. Just cut 4 to 6 inches off a healthy stem right below a node, strip off those lower sets of leaves, and submerge the bare nodes in a glass of room temperature water. Keep it sitting in bright, indirect light, swap out the water every 3 to 4 days, and boom, in just 7 to 14 days, you'll have 1 to 2 inch roots ready for potting soil. It is really that easy. All of this brings us to our final list of expert tips for true Coleus mastery. Number 1, always keep backup cuttings rooting in water. That way you never lose your favorite cultivar. Number 2, try to water in the morning so any splashed water on the leaves can dry completely by evening. This prevents fungal spots. Number 3, rotate your pot a quarter turn every week so the growth stays nice and even toward the sun. Number 4, skip those commercial leaf shine sprays. Seriously, they just clog the plant's pores. Just wipe the dust off with a soft, damp cloth. And finally, remember, more light equals more color. If you're stuck in a dim apartment, popping a basic grow light over your plant will work absolute wonders. So, we've covered the history, the light, the soil, that absolute must-do pinching hack, and the incredibly simple propagation method. You now have the exact blueprint to transform literally any bright room into a tropical, wildly colorful paradise without ever waiting around for a single finicky flower to bloom. So, I'll leave you with this final, exciting thought to chew on. Now that you have the secret to unlimited, vivid foliage right at your fingertips, which color are you going to propagate first? Grab your scissors, find a sunny window, and go build your own vibrant indoor jungle. Thanks so much for hanging out with me on this explainer, and hey, happy growing.
Welcome to This Explainer. Today, we're unpacking absolutely everything you need to know about growing and thriving with the fascinating artillery fern. Whether you're literally holding your very first houseplant right now, or you're a seasoned green thumb looking for a textural new challenge, we are going to dive into all the details you need to make this incredible plant totally flourish.
Okay, let's kick things off with a massive botanical plot twist. Despite its name and that super delicate, lacy appearance, the artillery fern isn't a fern at all. Seriously, if you've ever struggled to keep high-maintenance ferns alive with, constant misting and needing utterly perfect conditions, you are going to absolutely love this revelation. It's actually a species known as Pilea microphylla, which is a flowering plant in the nettle family. Because it's a pilea, it's tough, it's totally pet safe, and honestly, way more forgiving than true ferns. Instead of reproducing via dusty spores on the undersides of leaves and unfurling from those tightly coiled fiddleheads, the artillery fern operates completely differently.
It has smooth stems, cute semi-succulent leaves, regular root systems, and get this, it even produces tiny little flowers.
Here's our roadmap for today's explainer. We'll meet the artillery fern, cover light and water basics, move into soil and humidity, learn pruning and propagation, tackle troubleshooting, and finally wrap up with some pro styling tips.
Section 1. Meet the artillery fern, the botanical pollen cannon.
You've got to hear exactly how it earned that aggressive name. When those tiny, almost invisible pinkish flowers mature, their stamens are held under incredible, microscopic tension. A gentle touch, or even just a warm breeze, causes them to spring open explosively. It literally fires a visible cloud of pollen into the air. You can trigger this explosive release just by tapping the stem on a warm day. It's completely harmless in your living room, and honestly a fantastic party trick to show your plant friends.
Section 2. Light and water basics. Minimums for survival. Let's talk survival, starting with light. You're going to want to give this guy bright, indirect light. An east or north-facing window hits the nail on the head here. It can even take a bit of direct morning sun without burning at all. But if you shove it into a dark, sad corner, the stems will stretch way out, reaching for light, making the canopy look incredibly sparse and leggy. And hey, if natural light is an issue in your space, no worries. This highly adaptable plant thrives continuously under full-spectrum LED grow lights for 12 to 14 hours a day.
Now for watering. The absolute golden rule here is to check the top half-inch of soil first to prevent soggy roots. You really want to keep the soil evenly moist during the active growing season. For most of us, that means watering every 5 to 7 days in the summer and pulling way back to every 10 to 14 days in the winter. And it actually comes with a great built-in alarm system. If it gets too dry, the entire plant visibly deflates and wilts. But don't panic, just give it a good soak and it almost always perks right back up within an hour.
Section 3. Soil, feeding, and humidity. Optimizing the environment.
All right, building on those basics, let's talk dirt. Never use pure garden soil for indoor plants. Instead, aim for a standard peat or cocoa coir mix heavily amended with perlite. That 75 to 25 split is your golden ratio. The perlite is an absolute game changer because it prevents the soil from compacting over time and ensures excess water drains away instantly. Artillery ferns grow fast, and those delicate little root systems need to breathe just as much as they need a drink.
Moving on to humidity, you want to target at least 50%. To put that in perspective, that's way more tolerant of just an average indoor living room than those humidity-obsessed true ferns are. While it won't just crisp up and instantly die if your air gets a little dry, hitting that 50% mark really keeps the foliage lush. If winter heating drops your humidity too low, you might notice some crispy brown leaf tips. Simply grouping it with other plants or moving it to a naturally humid, bright bathroom works wonders.
As for food, these guys burn through soil nutrients fast because they grow so quickly during the spring and summer. So provide a balanced liquid fertilizer once a month, but make sure it's diluted to half strength so you don't burn that fine root system. And this is crucial. Pause feeding completely in the winter. If you don't, you'll end up with a nasty, crusty white buildup of unused fertilizer salts in your soil.
Section 4. Pruning and propagation, multiplying your collection.
Okay, let's get into active management. You absolutely have to tip prune this plant regularly. Because it's a fast grower, pruning is just a necessity. Otherwise, it eventually looks stringy and unkempt. Here is the magic trick. By regularly snipping just the top pair of leaves off a stem, making a clean cut right above a leaf node, you are practicing geometric branching. Every time you snip a tip, the plant is forced to grow 2 new branches right below it. One stem becomes 2, 2 become 4, and suddenly you have this beautifully dense, mounded display.
And please don't throw those trimmings away. The artillery fern is arguably one of the easiest houseplants in the world to multiply. Just take a 3 to 4 inch cutting, strip the tiny leaves off the bottom couple of inches so they don't sit and rot, and pop the cut end right into a jar of room temperature water. Keep it in bright, indirect light, and boom, in just 7 to 14 days, you'll see a healthy root system emerge, ready for potting in soil. Brand new plants for free.
Section 5. Troubleshooting common problems. Identifying and defeating pests. Even the easiest plants have bad days, right? So let's decode what your plant is telling you. Because the foliage is so dense and fine, pests can hide deep inside before you ever spot them. Get in the habit of gently parting the stems to look closely. If you see a dusty haze or superfine webbing, you've got spider mites, which love dry winter air. Just rinse the plant off and apply neem oil. White cottony masses, mealybugs, dab them with alcohol. And remember,
Yellowing lower leaves paired with wet soil is almost always a red flag for overwatering and root rot. Just follow the symptoms and you can reverse almost any issue.
Section 6. Pro tips in styling. Displaying like a master.
Let's wrap up with the fun stuff, styling. Because of its incredibly fine, lacy texture, this plant is an absolute showstopper, cascading out of a hanging basket. But a quick pro tip, that smaller soil volume up in the warmer air will dry out incredibly fast, so check it daily in the summer. For a truly effortless zero-maintenance display, use a glass terrarium. The enclosed glass creates perfectly high humidity, making the tiny leaves look like a miniature prehistoric jungle, perfect for fairy gardens. It also looks incredibly striking sitting next to broad, smooth-leaved plants like a dumb cane. The textural contrast makes both plants look so much more dramatic.
So there you have it. You are officially equipped to thrive with the artillery fern. We've covered the ideal light, the precise watering rhythm, exactly how to prune for maximum bushiness, and how to spot trouble before it even starts. It's forgiving, it's fast-growing, and it is endlessly fascinating. The only question now is, when you finally bring one home, are you brave enough to tap the stem and trigger that famous pollen cannon yourself? Thanks for tuning in to this explainer, and happy growing!
Welcome to another explainer. Today, we're focusing on a houseplant that isn't just, a basic piece of greenery. It's practically a living, breathing work of art. We're talking about the incredible Philodendron Brazil. If you're looking for that lush, tropical jungle vibe, but you want something with a bit more artistic flair than your standard green foliage, you are in exactly the right place. This plant is a fantastic, highly communicative artist's canvas. And by the end of this explainer, you're going to know exactly how to master its care, no matter your current experience level. Okay, let's dive into this. Here is our roadmap for today. First, we'll meet the Brazil. Second, mastering light and water. Third, perfecting soil and environment. Fourth, pruning and propagation. And finally, troubleshooting and pro tips. Section 1. Meet the Brazil, the communicative canvas.
So this isn't just your run-of-the-mill vine. It actually has a pretty fascinating backstory and a highly communicative personality that makes it the absolute perfect companion for developing your own plant intuition. To really get this plant, we have to travel back to 1991. The Philodendron Brazil wasn't whipped up in some high-tech lab. It was actually discovered as a totally natural mutation in a greenhouse in Holambra, Brazil. And because it's a mutation, every single leaf that unfurls is a completely unique canvas. You get these incredible, unpredictable splashes of lime, cream, and deep emerald green. It literally looks like someone took a paintbrush to a standard heartleaf philodendron.
But, that beautiful paintbrush effects actually comes with a biological catch. It's called variegation. Variegation is just a genetic mutation where areas of the leaf lack chlorophyll, which is the green stuff that makes food for the plant. So those stunning lime and yellow stripes, they're essentially energy freeloaders. They look absolutely incredible, but they don't pull their weight when it comes to photosynthesizing. And this establishes exactly why the Brazil has such specific lighting needs compared to a solid green plant. Section 2. Mastering light and water, the non-negotiables. If you want to keep your plant thriving and keep those freeloader variegated stripes looking super bright, getting your light right is completely non-negotiable. To compensate for those non-producing colorful areas, your Brazil needs bright, indirect light. Specifically, you're going to want to aim for 10,000 to 20,000 lux. And hey, you can actually measure this using a free light meter app right on your smartphone. The sweet spot is placing your plant within about 3 to 5 feet of an east or west facing window. A little gentle morning sun is fantastic, but you really must avoid hot, direct afternoon rays, or those beautiful yellow parts, which lack protective pigments, will scorch right up and turn papery. All right, let's talk watering, because this builds right into keeping the roots healthy. We're looking at the soak and dry method versus frequent sipping. Like most aroids, the Brazil is super susceptible to root rot if it just sits in wet soil all the time. You should only water when the top 50 to 75% of the soil is dry to the touch. But when you do water it, don't just give it a little sip. You need to soak it completely until water flows right out of the drainage holes. This flushing action actually mimics a tropical downpour. It ensures every single root gets a drink, and it washes out any built-up salts from tap water and fertilizers. And guys, this brilliantly illustrates exactly why I call the Brazil a communicative plant. If you aren't quite sure if it's time to water, just look for the philodendron curl. When this plant is thirsty, it literally tells you by drooping and curling its leaves inward into a little concave shape. This is simply a loss of turgor pressure, meaning the internal water pressure in the plant cells has dropped. Just give it a deep soak and I promise you it will perk right back up within hours. It's an amazing built-in visual cue. Section 3. Perfecting soil and environment, the optimal setup.
Now, what's really interesting about moving this plant from just surviving to truly thriving is what goes on beneath the surface. The Brazil is a tropical hemiepiphyte, which means in the wild it actually grows up the sides of trees and in loose leaf litter, definitely not in dense ground dirt. Its roots need oxygen just as much as they need water, so dense potting soil will just suffocate it. So we construct a DIY chunky aeroid mix. You want 40% potting soil for baseline moisture, 30% orchid bark to create these nice large air pockets, 20% perlite for aeration, and 10% worm castings for super gentle feed. This precise, fast-draining recipe practically eliminates the risk of root rot by delivering crucial oxygen right to the root system.
With great soil comes great growth. And let me tell you, the Brazil is a really vigorous grower. It's capable of shooting out 2 to 3 feet of new vines per year. To fuel all that action, utilize what we call the weekly feeding method. Instead of hitting the plant with a massive, heavy dose of fertilizer once a month, you just mix a balanced liquid fertilizer at 1/4 strength and use it every single time you water during the active growing seasons of spring and summer. It gives the plant this steady, consistent stream of nutrients without any risk of chemical burn.
As it grows, you actually get a choice to make about its form. See, in the wild, this plant climbs trees. When we keep it in a hanging basket at home and just let the vines dangle, the plant stays in its juvenile form, giving you those smaller 3 to 4 inch heart-shaped leaves. But if you provide it with vertical support, like a moss pole, it undergoes a total metamorphosis. The stems get woody and the leaves can mature to a massive 12 inches wide. So it's entirely up to your personal aesthetic preference.
Section 4. Pruning and propagation, expert level.
So, are you ready to graduate to expert status?
Before we start multiplying your collection, we absolutely have to address an alarming question that plagues so many owners. Why is my beautifully variegated plant suddenly pushing out completely solid dark green leaves? Well, the answer is reversion. Remember how we said the plant is constantly trying to fix its mutation to be more efficient? If your Brazil isn't getting enough light, it honestly kind of panics and produces solid green leaves to maximize photosynthesis. So the absolute strict rule here is this: if you see solid green vines, your plant is screaming for more light. You must immediately prune that solid green vine all the way back to the last variegated leaf and then move the pot to a brighter location. If you don't do this, that really vigorous green growth will just take over and outcompete the variegated parts permanently. But hey, when you do prune, definitely do not throw those cuttings away. The Brazil is ridiculously easy to clone through water propagation. First, just find a vine with a little brown bump on it. That's an aerial root node. Cut a segment, leaving just 1 leaf and 1 node. Then submerge only the node in a glass of water, making sure to keep the leaf dry so it doesn't rot. In about 10 to 14 days, roots are going to appear. Once they're a couple of inches long, you can plant them right back into the top of the mother pot to make the whole thing incredibly full and bushy. Now, if cutting your plant makes you a little nervous, try the expert level bobby pin method. You literally don't even need scissors. Just loop a really long vine back up to the top of the soil. Find a node and use a standard bobby pin or a paper clip to pin it firmly against the moist dirt. It will root directly into the pot while it's still safely attached to the mother plant. Once it's rooted in there, you can snip the connecting vine or just leave it for a beautifully dense, layered look.
Section 5. Troubleshooting and pro tips.
Look, even the best plant parents run into a few bugs eventually, or want the inside scoop on styling. If you see bugs, please don't panic. Here are the 3 usual suspects and your exact actionable fixes. Fungus gnats, they absolutely love wet soil. Dry out your potting mix and treat it with mosquito bits. What about little white cottony fluff in the leaf crevices? Those are mealybugs. Just dip a Q-tip in 70% isopropyl alcohol and dab them right off. And finally, thrips. These are tiny yellow or black slivers that cause silver damage patches. They're pretty much the worst enemy. Quarantine the plant immediately and treat thoroughly with a spinosad spray. Want a genius hack to avoid stuff like fungus gnats entirely by never overwatering again? Enter the chopstick check. It's so simple. Just insert a raw wooden takeout chopstick deep into the soil and leave it there for about 10 minutes. Pull it out. If the wood is dark and damp, do not water. It takes the guesswork completely out of the equation, and bonus, you don't even get your fingers muddy. Okay, a super quick botanical pro tip for you. People mix up the Brazil and the standard pothos all the time. The absolute easiest way to tell them apart is to look for a cataphyll. A cataphyll is just the protective botanical sheath that surrounds a brand new leaf. As the philodendron leaf unfurls, this little sheath dries up and falls off. A pothos simply doesn't have these. Their leaves unfurl directly from the vine itself. And speaking of the pothos, here is a massive styling secret to make your plant room really pop. Try placing your philodendron Brazil right next to a neon pothos. The electric, solid yellow of the neon pothos perfectly highlights and draws the eye right to that irregular painted lime stripe running down the center of your Brazil's leaves. It creates an incredibly striking, high-contrast visual display. So, we've covered the lighting rules, the chunky soil mechanics, the watering cues, and all the pruning secrets. The philodendron Brazil is such a cool plant. It literally talks to you, it forgives your mistakes, and it rewards your good habits with these stunning strokes of vibrant color. So, my final question for you is, what will your artist canvas look like once you apply these techniques and truly master its care? Cultivate your plant intuition, give it a try, and watch your indoor jungle absolutely transform. Thanks for joining us on this explainer, and happy growing.
Okay, let's dive right into this. Welcome to today's explainer, where we're going to master the care and keeping of one of the absolute most striking houseplants you can possibly bring into your home, the philodendron Birkin. Whether you literally just brought your very first Birkin home from the nursery, or you're an experienced indoor gardener looking to really dial in your propagation game, we are going to break down everything you need to know to make this incredible plant absolutely thrive.
Now, what's totally fascinating is the Birkin's origin story. You won't actually find this specific plant growing wild out in the rainforest. Nope. The Birkin is actually a relatively new addition to the plant world, and it started as a spontaneous mutation of the burgundy philodendron Rojo Congo. That gorgeous, glossy, dark green foliage with those completely unique, creamy white to pale yellow pinstripes. Yeah, that's just a beautiful genetic accident. And because of that, every single leaf is completely unique. How cool is that?
So, here's our roadmap for today's explainer. We'll start by officially meeting the Birkin. Then we'll cover the absolute survival essentials: water, light, and soil. Next up, we optimize the environment with climate and feeding. Then we'll tackle troubleshooting, and finally, we'll graduate to expert propagation and pro tips.
All right, section 1, meet the Birkin, a compact wonder. So if you're used to those classic vining philodendrons, the Birkin is going to behave a bit differently for you. It's got what we call a self-heading growth habit, meaning it doesn't trail or vine. Instead, it grows upright and outwards, right from a central stem, which gives it this really lush, bushy vibe. It's a moderate grower, eventually topping out at about 3 feet tall with a 1 to 2 foot spread. And honestly, it can easily live well over a decade if you treat it right. But I really need to point out a super important warning here. Just like other aroids, the Birkin contains calcium oxalate crystals. That makes it highly toxic to your cats and dogs. It'll cause intense oral irritation and swelling if they chew on it, so you absolutely must keep this one out of reach of your curious furry friends.
Moving right along to section 2, the big 3: water, light, and soil.
Let's talk light, because light is literally the single most critical factor for maintaining those gorgeous pinstripes. You want bright, indirect light. An east-facing window is usually the absolute sweet spot. Now, if you give the plant too much direct midday sun, those delicate creamy stripes are gonna physically scorch. You'll literally get crispy brown spots. But if you stick it in deep shade, something pretty fascinating happens. The plant will actually revert. See, the white parts of the leaf don't have chlorophyll. So a plant sitting in low light goes into full survival mode and tries to save itself by pumping out solid green leaves just to maximize its energy production. So remember, bright and filtered is your golden rule here.
Okay, watering. The crucial thing here is finding the balance. You want to water thoroughly, like let the water run completely out through the drainage holes, but you only do this when the top 1 to 2 inches of soil are completely dry to the touch. Seriously, overwatering is the #1 killer for these guys. It totally suffocates the roots, which leads to yellowing lower leaves, mushy stems, and ultimately the dreaded root rot. On the flip side, if you're underwatering, your Birkin is going to let you know. It'll start drooping and developing these sad, crispy brown edges. So always, always let that topsoil dry out first. Now, to make that watering routine totally foolproof, you've got to have the right soil. Birkins absolutely hate dense, heavy potting soil. They want an environment that mimics the airy rainforest floor. So here is the perfect chunky DIY aroid mix for you. You want 1 part standard indoor potting mix, that's for your nutrients, then 1 part perlite for incredible aeration and drainage, and finally 1 part orchid bark. That creates these chunky little air pockets that hold on to just a tiny bit of moisture. You can also toss in a handful of horticultural charcoal if you have it to help absorb any impurities.
A mix like this is a real game changer because it ensures excess water escapes quickly and essential oxygen can easily circulate right around those roots. All right, section 3, climate, feeding, and maintenance, creating the perfect environment. Thanks to its tropical lineage, your Birkin definitely wants to be warm and humid. The ideal temperature sweet spot is right between 65 and 80 degrees Fahrenheit. You really want to avoid placing it anywhere near drafty windows, AC vents, or space heaters. In fact, anything dropping below 55 degrees can actually shock the poor plant. As for humidity, your target is about 50 to 70%. Now sure, they can adapt to our average 40% indoor humidity, but hitting that higher target, that is how you get those massive, super glossy leaves. And hey, skip this simple misting with a spray bottle. It doesn't really last, and it can actually cause fungal issues. Instead, you want to boost the humidity consistently. Fire up a room humidifier, sit your pot on a pebble tray filled with water, or honestly, just group a bunch of your plants together to create a nice little humid microclimate.
To fuel all that gorgeous growth, you've got to feed your Birkin. We recommend using a balanced liquid fertilizer, something with a 10-10-10 ratio. But listen up, here is a massive pro tip for you. Always dilute that fertilizer down to half the recommended strength. Houseplants are incredibly susceptible to chemical burns and salt buildup. You should really only be feeding the plant about once a month during its active growing season, so spring and summer. Then just pause feeding entirely during the dormant fall and winter months. Oh, and one more golden rule to remember. Never apply fertilizer to bone-dry soil. Always water your plant a day or two beforehand to protect those sensitive roots from getting burned.
Section 4, troubleshooting. Pests and problems. You know, our plants are pretty good at communicating their issues to us if we just know what to look for. If you start seeing those leaves reverting back to solid green, your plant is practically begging for more light. Got yellowing lower leaves? Well, you are almost certainly overwatering. Let that topsoil dry out. If you're noticing brown, crispy edges, your air is likely way too dry, or you might even have mineral buildup from hard tap water. And finally, if the plant has this leggy growth with really long spaces between tiny little leaves, it's just stretching out looking for the sun. Just move it to a brighter spot and it'll sort itself out. Now, sometimes the problem isn't the environment at all, it's uninvited guests. You've got to keep a really close eye out for sap-sucking pests. Mealybugs, for instance, look like these little cottony masses, and they just love to hide deep in the tight crevices of new growth. Spider mites? They'll leave fine webbing under the leaves and give the plant this faded, stippled look. Thrips are a serious headache, leaving silvery patches and badly scarred, distorted new leaves. And hey, if you see tiny little flying insects hovering around the dirt, those are fungus gnats, which are almost always caused by keeping the soil a bit too wet. If you spot literally any of these, your immediate action plan is to isolate the Birkin away from all your other houseplants and treat the foliage thoroughly with insecticidal soap or neem oil.
And finally, section 5, expert propagation and pro tips. Multiplying your Birkin.
I'll tell you, propagating a Birkin is incredibly rewarding, and water propagation is for sure the easiest method to start with. But the absolutely crucial point here is step 1. You must identify a healthy stem that has at least one node. A node is just that slight, swollen little bump on the stem where the leaves emerge. Without a node, roots will simply never grow. Period. Once you've got your node, take some sterile shears and make your cut about an inch below it. Then, just submerge that node into a jar of room temperature water, making sure to keep the actual leaves completely dry. Just change that water out every 3 to 5 days to replenish the oxygen and stop any weird bacteria from growing. And in just 2 to 4 weeks, bam, you'll see a healthy, brand new white root system starting to form. Now, when it comes to finally repotting either those brand new cuttings or your fully mature plant, I want you to remember this specific number, 1 to 2 inches. Philodendrons actually really prefer to be slightly root-bound. Because of this, you only need to repot them maybe every 1 to 2 years. And when you finally do, choose a new pot that is only 1 to 2 inches wider in diameter than the old one. If you put it in a massive pot, all that excess soil will just hold on to way too much water, and you're risking that dreaded root rot all over again. Okay, let's finish strong with some rapid-fire pro tips you can literally use today. First step, give your pot a quarter turn every single time you water it. This makes sure all sides get equal sunlight so you end up with a perfectly symmetrical plant. Second, remember that dust literally blocks photosynthesis, so gently wipe down those beautiful leaves with a damp cloth every few weeks. Third, do not be afraid to prune. If you see a fully reverted solid green or solid red leaf pop up, just snip it right off. that forces the plant to redirect its energy back into variegated growth. You can even prune the main top stem if you want to force the plant to become bushier from the base. And lastly, if your local tap water is super hard, make the switch to filtered or distilled water. It prevents mineral buildup and keeps those delicate leaf tips looking totally pristine.
Well, we've covered the origins, we built the perfect chunky soil mix, went over precise watering techniques, and even learned how to clone the plant through propagation. You now have the exact expert blueprint to make this incredible pinstriped wonder completely flourish. So, the only question left is this. Your Birkin is ready to thrive, but is your brightest window ready for it? Thanks so much for joining me on today's Explainer. Go check your soil moisture right now, and I'll catch you on the next one. The goal is to give it a stable place to live and then stay out of its way. You know, that might just be the absolute most brilliant piece of plant care advice out there. Today, we're looking at the Kentia palm. It is the ultimate, elegant, fuss-free indoor tree. Honestly, if you're totally exhausted by diva houseplants, like that ficus that literally drops all its leaves if you just look at it wrong, well, you are in the exact right place. Because this palm, it craves consistency over basically everything else. So, welcome to this Explainer. Consider this your Kentia Palm Masterclass. We're going to treat this as your definitive, complete care guide for finding that perfect, steady rhythm for this classic, composed plant. We're covering the whole shebang today, from root to frond, so you can master caring for this gorgeous Indo tree with absolute confidence. All right, here's our roadmap. First, we'll officially meet the Kentia palm, establish its core care rhythm, and talk about perfecting its environment. Then, we'll dive into pruning and propagation, troubleshoot some common problems, and wrap it all up with pro tips for your long-term success. Okay, part 1, meet the Kentia palm, the elegant indoor tree.
Let's start with its core identity, 6 to 12. To put that into perspective, that is the impressive height in feet that this palm can actually reach indoors. It brings this beautiful old-world lobby plant aesthetic right into your living room. Now, it grows incredibly slowly, so you're not going to see any crazy dramatic spurts and stalls. Instead, it rewards your patience with a really calm, vertical, architectural presence. Oh, and a massive bonus, it is completely 100% non-toxic to cats and dogs. Before we get into the nitty-gritty of care, we kind of need to make sure you actually have the right plant, right? There is a pretty big difference between the true Kentia palm, which is Howea forsteriana, and its close relative, the curly Kentia palm. The true Kentia gives you that wide-open, graceful crown with those long, arching fronds for a much softer, classical look. The curly Kentia, on the other hand, is a lot tighter with more recurved fronds. For that soft, space-filling silhouette, you're definitely looking for the true Kentia.
Moving right along to part 2, the core chair rhythm, light, water, and soil.
Mastering these 3 fundamental elements is literally the secret to a thriving palm. So light is our first pillar here. Now, the Kentia is famously tolerant of lower light, but, and this is a big but, low light is merely tolerated. Sure, the plant will survive, but it leads to way wider spacing between the fronds and incredibly sparse, slow growth. The actual sweet spot? Bright and direct light. An east-facing window is usually fantastic. This is exactly where the fronds stay wonderfully full and the plant gets the energy it needs to keep up a steady growth rate.
Next up, watering. Remember, we are looking for a nice, steady rhythm here. Step 1, just wait for the top 1 to 2 inches of soil to dry out completely. Step 2, water it thoroughly until the mix is evenly moistened. And step 3, which is absolutely critical, guys, let the excess water drain completely. The big takeaway is that the Kentia handles being slightly dry much, much better than it handles having soggy roots. Winter is actually where most people trip up, so do yourself a favor and always check the soil with your finger instead of just sticking to some rigid watering calendar. To maintain that perfect watering rhythm, you've got to have the right foundation. Here is your ideal airy soil mix recipe. 2 parts of a quality indoor potting mix, 1 part coco coir, or peat if that's what you have on hand, just to hold a little moisture, and 1 part perlite or pumice to make sure the roots can actually breathe. You can even toss in some orchid bark if you want extra drainage. Dense, heavy garden soil is the enemy here. The roots desperately need oxygen, and this exact balance ensures even moisture without, turning the pot into a swamp. All right, part 3, perfecting the environment, humidity, temp, and feeding. So now we're graduating from just basic survival to actively optimizing the palm's living conditions. 65 to 80 degrees Fahrenheit, that is your comfortable temperature window. Basically, the Kentia palm wants normal indoor temperatures, but it absolutely despises sudden temperature swings. Keep it far away from cold drafts near exterior doors, and definitely, no matter what, do not blast it with hot, dry air from your heating vents. Consistency is totally the name of the game here. Let's fine-tune the rest of the environment with a couple quick tweaks. Average household humidity is usually okay, but boosting it, maybe running a humidifier if your house is dry, is your massive #1 defense against those annoying crispy brown leaflet tips. Now when it comes to feeding, listen, they are light feeders. Just feed them lightly in the spring and summer using a diluted palm or balanced fertilizer, and then pause all feeding entirely in the fall and winter. Over-fertilizing is just going to burn the tips, and nobody wants that. That brings us to part 4, pruning and propagation, advanced care. In this advanced stage, we have to focus heavily on the art of restraint. Never cut the central growing point. This right here is the absolute, undisputed golden rule of palm pruning. Palms are not like your typical branching shrubs. If you chop off the top of the trunk, the crown, you completely remove the plant's only ability to keep growing from that stem. Seriously, you should only ever prune fully brown, dead fronds. Leave the green ones alone. Pruning for this specific plant is entirely about holding back. And now, brace yourselves for a bit of a propagation reality check. If you're used to simply dividing your houseplants to make more, well, I gotta gently break the news. Kentias cannot be propagated by division. You actually have to start them from seed. You soak the seed, plant it in a warm, sterile mix, and then, well, you wait. It requires immense patience because the germination is incredibly slow. Honestly, between you and me, if you want a beautiful specimen anytime soon, just buying a healthy mature plant is definitely the smarter move. Repotting requires that exact same gentle touch. Kentia palms actually like being slightly snug, and they hate having the roots aggressively disturbed. So wait a good 2 to 4 years until you see the roots clearly circling the pot. Water it lightly the day before to prep the plant. When you do repot, choose a pot that is only 1 to 2 inches wider. Do not go huge. And finally, keep that root ball as intact as possible, and this is crucial, never bury it deeper than it was originally planted. Let's move to part 5, troubleshooting. Clues, not catastrophes. I want you to start viewing issues as simple diagnostic clues, not total catastrophes. There is absolutely no need to panic. Let's quickly run through the most common symptoms. If you're seeing brown tips, your likely culprit is dry air or maybe hard water mineral buildup. Easy fix, add a humidifier or flush the pot with fresh water. Notice yellowing lower fronds? That's almost always a sign of overwatering or root rot, meaning you gotta check those roots and improve drainage immediately. And what if you spot some dusty webbing? Spider mites. Isolate the plant right away, wipe down the leaves, and raise that humidity because mites absolutely love dry air. Since watering issues are by far the most common, let's contrast the 2 biggest mistakes so you know exactly what to look for. Overwatering is going to give you yellowing, lower fronds, soft, mushy soil that just won't dry, and kind of a sour smell coming from the pot. Underwatering, on the flip side, gives you crispy leaflet tips, really dull-looking fronds, and soil that literally pulls away from the edges of the pot. By checking for these exact signs, you can immediately diagnose if you're throwing off the plant's natural rhythm and just adjust accordingly. All right, final stretch, part 6, pro tips for success. Mastering the long game. Let's lock in the behavioral habits that will actually make you an expert plant parent with some rapid-fire, actionable pro tips. First up, do not overpot. It literally just leads to soggy soil. Second, let the plant settle. Stop moving it around your house. Third, rotate the pot just a little bit every few weeks to keep the crown from leaning heavily toward the light. Fourth, wipe the dust off those fronds so the plant can actually photosynthesize efficiently. And above all else, think in years, not weeks. Patience and minimal interference will give you a stunning display that lasts for decades. Which brings us perfectly to our final core takeaway. Care for the Kentia palm is a rhythm guide, not a rescue guide. Honestly, mastering the steady basics, just providing the right light, a consistent watering pattern, and letting those roots breathe is truly all this elegant indoor tree ever requires from you. So that leaves us with one final question for you. Are you ready to find your Kentia palm's rhythm? Armed with everything we've covered in this explainer, you now have the exact blueprint to bring this calm, architectural presence right into your home and just watch it thrive beautifully for years to come. Thanks so much for joining me on this deep dive today, and hey, happy growing!
All right, let's dive right into this explainer. If you're looking for the ultimate forgiving houseplant to finally cure that dreaded black thumb, you are in exactly the right place.
Today we're doing a deep dive on the amazing Echeveria.
Listen, if you've ever, accidentally killed 3 plants in a row and just started to believe you're completely cursed with a black thumb, let me stop you right there. It honestly happens to the absolute best of us. But today, we're looking at one very specific succulent that is pretty much your perfect path to plant redemption.
Say hello to Echeveria elegans, or as most people call it, the Mexican snowball. This is this beautifully rugged, palm-sized rosette succulent that has these amazing chalky blue-white leaves. And why is it so incredibly tough? Well, just look at its native habitat. It comes from the harsh, shaded limestone cliffs of central Mexico, sitting way up in the mountains, like 5,500 to 9,000 feet up. So this plant is literally built from the ground up to survive some really tough conditions, which means, for us, it will absolutely thrive on a little indoor neglect. So here's our roadmap for this explainer. First, we'll hit the holy trinity of survival, then environment and upkeep. After that, blooms and babies, followed by a quick troubleshooting section, and we'll wrap it all up with some pro tips and a conclusion.
All right, section 1, the holy trinity of survival: light, water, and soil. Light is, without a doubt, the single biggest decision you are going to make for this plant. If you look on the left, you'll see a perfectly healthy rosette. See how tight it is? It's got that chalky blue-white color with just a faint pink blush right on the edges. That is exactly what happens when it gets its ideal 4 to 6 hours of direct sun. Now look on the right. That is what happens in low light. It completely loses its shape and just stretches upward into this sad, leggy green pole with widely spaced leaves, basically because it's desperately reaching for the sun. To keep that beautiful tight cup shape, you really want to put this guy in a south or west-facing window.
Now, this is wild, but overwatering actually kills way more Echeverias indoors than literally every other care mistake combined. You have to practice tough love here. A thirsty plant, it just gets slightly wrinkled bottom leaves and maybe a softer rosette. And honestly, it bounces right back within a single day of a deep soak. No big deal. But an overwater plant, well, the leaves turn this gross translucent yellow, they go completely mushy, and they'll peel off with basically zero resistance. You want to wait a good 10 to 14 days between waterings, use a wooden chopstick to double check that the soil is totally bone dry from top to bottom before you even think about soaking it again.
When it comes to soil, you're going to want an exact equal parts gritty recipe. We're talking 1/3 standard succulent mix, 1/3 coarse pumice or perlite, and 1/3 coarse sand or fine gravel. Here's the tip. Most store-bought cactus mixes were actually still way too peaty for an Echeveria straight out of the bag. The real test? If you squeeze a damp handful of your finished mix, it should completely fall apart the exact instant you open your fingers. It needs to drain in seconds to mimic those rocky Mexican cliffs we talked about.
Moving right along to section 2, environment and upkeep. Everything from temperature to pruning. The good news here is normal room temperatures, so 65 to 80 degrees Fahrenheit, are absolutely perfect during active growth. As for humidity, basic household levels around 30 to 45% are totally ideal. But please keep them far, far away from those cute sealed glass terrariums. I know they look great on social media, but they are basically humid death traps that will rot your Echeveria in a matter of weeks. Feeding is incredibly simple. Just a half-strength low-nitrogen fertilizer maybe 2 or 3 times a year. And pruning, it's practically non-existent. You literally just pull off any crispy, shriveled bottom leaves every once in a while to keep things tidy, and you're good to go. Okay, section 3, blooms and babies. We're talking flowers and propagation. So you might be wondering, how do I get those incredible flowers? The absolute secret to unlocking Echeveria blooms is all about a mandatory winter rest. Here is the process. Step 1. During winter, you have to give the mature plant about 8 to 10 weeks of a cool, almost bone-dry rest. We're talking temperatures around 45 to 55 degrees Fahrenheit. Step 2. In early spring, move it back into the warmth and just start gentle watering again. Step 3. By late spring, you'll be rewarded with these stunning, slender pink stems completely covered in vivid coral orange bells. It's totally worth the wait. Honestly, if your healthy indoor plant isn't blooming, it's almost definitely because it missed that cool winter rest.
Now what if you want infinite plants? Well, this step-by-step leaf propagation method is practically foolproof. First up, gently twist a plump, healthy lower leaf side to side until it pops off cleanly. Second, you let that leaf just sit in a warm, shaded spot for 3 to 5 days. This lets the wound completely callus over. Third, lay it totally flat on top of some dry, gritty mix. Important note here, do not bury it, just lay it on top. Finally, just wait.
Mist the soil lightly, but only once you start seeing tiny pink roots appear. Remember, every single healthy fallen leaf is like a 80% chance at a completely free baby plant. It's awesome.
All right, section 4, troubleshooting. These are just some easily fixable plant hurdles.
Nobody likes pests, but the treatments for the most common ones are incredibly straightforward. If you spot mealybugs, they basically look like tiny white cotton tufts hiding deep down in the tight center folds of the rosette. Just dab them with a cotton swab dipped in 70% rubbing alcohol. Super easy. If you see green clusters of aphids popping up on your new flower stems, a sharp blast of water will knock them right off. And what about the fine webbing from spider mites that you might get during hot, dry summers? A really quick rinse and a pass with some insecticidal soap clears them right up. Simple, effective, and totally manageable.
We absolutely do have to talk about the silent killer though, root rot. By the time the base of the stem feels soft and those translucent yellow lower leaves start peeling off, the rot has usually climbed up well past the roots. It sounds bad, right? But the cool thing is, you are completely empowered to rescue it. All you do is take a sterilized blade and slice cleanly through the stem right above the rot. You're essentially beheading the clean top of the plant. Let that newly cut surface callus in the shade for at least 5 days, and then just lay it right back on some fresh, dry grit so it can re-root. Boom! You've just saved your plant.
Finally, section 5, pro tips and our conclusion for guaranteed success.
Let's run through these final pro tips. First, especially during your first year, use a terracotta pot. The clay naturally wicks the moisture right out, giving you a massive safety margin against accidental overwatering. Second, try top dressing the soil with pale gravel. Not only does it look fantastic, but it actually reflects sunlight back up under the rosette. Third, always quarantine any new succulents you buy for a month. You really don't want sneaky root bugs invading your whole collection. But listen, the most important tip of all, never, ever wipe the chalky white bloom off the leaves. That coating is called farina, and it acts as the plant's permanent natural sunscreen and water repellent. Once you rub it off, it will literally never grow back on that leaf, so hands off.
If you take away absolutely nothing else, the core philosophy of Echeveria care is this: lean, dry, always. If you're standing there holding the watering can and you are not 100% sure whether to water, just wait 3 more days. That right there is your golden rule.
So just look at everything we've covered today. With the proper sunlight, perfectly gritty soil, and a whole lot of tough love with that watering can, you are fully equipped for this. So, what do you say? Are you ready to grow your own indoor desert? I really hope this explainer has given you the knowledge and, honestly, the newfound confidence to head down to your local plant nursery and give the Mexican snowball a try. Thanks so much for learning with me today, and hey, enjoy your new greenery.
If you're a houseplant parent, you know the absolute heartbreak of walking up to your prized Monstera or Califea only to find the leaves discolored, damaged, and looking like all the life has just been sucked right out of them. It's devastating, right? It feels like a true betrayal by Mother Nature. And if you're suddenly dealing with weird silvery patches and tiny black specks on your leaves, well, we need to talk about thrips. Welcome to this explainer. Today, we aren't just identifying a bug, we are launching a definitive tactical briefing to completely eradicate one of the most stubborn and relentless pests in the entire houseplant world. Okay, let's dive into this. Here is our mission briefing for today. We're gonna cover number 1, know your enemy. Number 2, how thrips enter. Number 3, the 4-step battle plan. And finally, number 4, preventing future attacks. Let's get started.
Section 1. Know your enemy. Identifying the biological threat.
Okay, so thrips are tiny, slender insects. But what makes them so devastating are their rasping, sucking mouth parts. They don't just take a clean bite out of a leaf. Actually, a clean bite would be way too nice. They literally slash and scrape open the plant cells to slurp up the contents inside. It is a visceral, incredibly insidious way of feeding. And this violent slashing action, that's exactly what causes that heartbreaking, shimmery damage you see on your leaves. They are quite literally scraping the life out of your plant cell by cell.
Now, what's really interesting here is that you have to know exactly what you're hunting for, because the enemy looks totally different depending on its life stage. Adult thrips are incredibly small, just 1 to 2 millimeters long. They're usually black or dark brown, and man, they are fast. They can easily fly or even jump right off the leaf when you disturb them. On the flip side, we have the larvae. These guys are even smaller, pale white or yellowish, and they look like tiny little worms actively feeding right inside those damaged areas. You absolutely need to be looking out for both. So you might be wondering, why are thrips so incredibly hard to get rid of? Well, it all comes down to their highly evasive life cycle. They are absolute masters of hiding. The adult females literally lay their eggs directly inside the plant tissue itself. That means you can't just wipe them away with a paper towel. The larvae hatch and feed on the leaves, but here is the real kicker. When it's time to pupate and transform into adults, they drop off the leaf and burrow down into the soil. Down there in the dirt, they are completely shielded from whatever topical sprays you're putting on the leaves. They emerge as adults, fly back up to the foliage, and the whole nightmare starts all over again. Because they're so microscopic, you're usually going to spot the damage long before you spot the actual bug. Here are the diagnostic signs of a thrips breach. First, look for that silvery leaf damage with a weird metallic sheen. Second, and this is a major diagnostic clue, so pay attention, look for tiny black specks inside those silvery patches. That is their frass, which, is just a polite word for bug droppings. You might also spot the visible, fast-moving insects themselves if you look closely enough. And finally, check your plant's new growth. If the new leaves are emerging deformed, twisted, or heavily scarred, thrips are very likely feasting on those tender areas.
Section 2. How thrips enter. Breaching the defenses. So how are they getting in? There are 4 main infiltration routes, but I really want to stress the first one: infested new nursery plants. Bringing home a compromised, unquarantined new plant is the absolute #1 culprit for a breach. You go to a garden center, fall in love with a gorgeous plant, bring it home, and bam, you've unknowingly released a Trojan horse right into your collection. But that's not the only way. They can also cruise right in through open windows and doors, easily slipping through normal window screens. They can ride in on fresh-cut garden flowers, or, believe it or not, they can even hitchhike indoors on your own clothing after you've been working outside in the garden. And that brings us to a frequently asked question we see practically all the time. Can thrips actually fly inside my house? The answer is a very firm yes. Now, they aren't exactly fighter jets. They're actually considered quite weak flyers. But they travel super easily by just catching a ride on the indoor air currents flowing through your home. This means the risk of rapid plant-to-plant spread all the way across your living room is massive.
All right, let's move on to Section 3, the 4-step battle plan, executing the counterattack.
Before we break down the specific tactical steps, I need you to remember this. Consistency is everything. You must be relentless. This is absolutely not a one-and-done spray situation. Because of that wildly evasive life cycle we talked about earlier, persistence is the key to winning this war. If you spray once and then forget about it, I promise you they will come right back from the soil. You are going to have to outlast them.
Okay, here is the high-level battle plan. Step 1, isolate immediately. Step 2, manual removal and rinsing. Step 3, treat the foliage. And Step 4, treat the soil. So the crucial point is right there at Step 1. Isolating the plant immediately is the critical first move to halt the invasion. You must move that infected plant, and honestly, any plants physically touching it, far, far away from your main collection before you do a single other thing.
Now let's detail the physical removal phase in Step 2. Once your plant is isolated, take it straight to the shower or the kitchen sink. You want to use a strong jet of lukewarm water to physically blast and dislodge as many adults and larvae as you possibly can. Make sure you target the undersides of the leaves and all that twisted new growth where they love to hide out. And if a leaf is heavily damaged, don't even hesitate. Prune it off immediately, seal it in a plastic bag, and get it out of your house entirely.
Moving on to Steps 3 and 4. This brilliantly illustrates the absolute necessity of fighting a two-front war. On the foliage front, you need to spray the leaves with insecticidal soap or a spinoside product every 3 to 5 days to kill the feeding adults and larvae on contact. Spinoside is highly, highly effective for this, but remember that tricky pupating stage? Right. For the soil front, you have to destroy the pupae. You can use systemic granules applied directly to the dirt. The roots absorb this stuff, turning the plant tissue itself into a poisonous defense. Or, if you want a natural root, you can use beneficial nematodes, specifically Steinernema feltii. These are literally microscopic hunting worms you pour into the soil to seek out and destroy the thrips pupae. Whatever you choose, you must treat the leaves and the soil simultaneously. It's like a giant puzzle, and you need both pieces to win.
Finally, Section 4, preventing future attacks. Fortifying the base. Once you've won the battle, here is your standard prevention protocol to make sure they never come back. First, quarantine all new plants for at least 1 month. When you buy a plant, keep it in a separate room for 30 days. No? exceptions. Second, monitor your collection with blue or yellow sticky traps. Adult thrips are super attracted to these specific colors, so a trap acts as a fantastic early warning system before an infestation explodes. Third, routinely wipe down your plant leaves with a damp cloth. It removes any potential eggs and honestly just keeps the foliage looking healthy and dust-free.
As part of your defense strategy, you also need to be extra vigilant with your high-risk VIP plants. I'm talking about monsteras, especially the deliciosa, philodendrons, alocasias, calatheas, anthuriums, and your fiddle leaf figs. Thrips heavily favor the tender, juicy new growth of these specific, often very expensive species. Check them twice as often as your other plants, for sure.
Well, the battle plan is set. Are you ready to be relentless and take back your urban jungle? Breaking the life cycle through a multi-pronged attack on both the leaves and the soil is the ultimate and frankly the only solution to this problem. So as we wrap up this explainer, I have a provocative question to leave you with. How closely have you looked at the undersides of your favorite plant's leaves today? Go grab a flashlight and inspect your collection right now, because in the war against thrips, your own early detection is without a doubt the greatest weapon you have. Good luck out there.
Welcome to the explainer. So listen, if you've ever scrolled through photos of those lush, amazing indoor jungles and thought to yourself, yeah, right, I could never do that. I literally kill everything I touch, even fake plants. Well, you are in exactly the right place. Today, we're putting an end to the whole plant killer myth once and for all. We are going to walk through 10 of the absolute easiest, most forgiving, and frankly, almost indestructible houseplants you could possibly bring into your home. So whether you're a total beginner or, just someone looking for a little greenery that doesn't demand your constant attention, this explainer is your ultimate playbook for becoming a successful plant parent.
Right off the bat, we have to ask, why do so many first houseplants die? It's a tale as old as time, right? You go to the store, you pick out this gorgeous, trendy plant, bring it home, and maybe a few weeks later, it's just this sad, crispy, brown mess. But here's the reality check. The problem usually isn't you. It's the plant you started with. So many people completely unintentionally set themselves up for failure just by choosing plants with super complex needs, completely unaware of the massive learning curve required to actually keep them alive. And this brilliantly illustrates exactly what we're talking about. Look at the difference here. On the left, we've got the fiddle leaf fig. It's famous, it's all over social media, and honestly, it is notoriously fussy. Starting your plant journey with something like a fiddle leaf fig is just a recipe for pure frustration. But on the right, we have our actual secret to success: tough, forgiving plants. The single most important decision you will make on your plant journey is your very first plant. If you pick a resilient one, you practically guarantee yourself a win. And that success is exactly what's going to motivate you to keep going. So here is our playbook for today's explainer. First, the secret to plant success. Then, the 5-star indestructibles. Next up, plants that communicate clearly. After that, quirky but tough survivors. And finally, choosing your first companion. Okay, section 1, the secret to plant success. Okay, let's dive into this with section 2, the 5-star indestructibles. This first group we're looking at is strictly for plants that absolutely thrive on neglect. We are giving them a flawless 5 out of 5 for toughness. I mean, they are the certified tough-as-nails champions of the plant world, entirely capable of enduring the most common beginner mistake of all, completely forgetting they even exist. First up is the undisputed king of easy care, the snake plant, also known as Sansevieria. Listen, if you could only choose one beginner plant ever, this is the one. It's got these amazing, stiff, upright leaves that just give it a really modern, stylish look in literally any room. But its real superpower is its near indestructibility. It tolerates low light, and it is insanely drought tolerant. You water it when, actually, scratch that, you only water it when the soil is 100% dry. You can forget about it for weeks at a time, and it'll just sit there, happily purifying your air and looking fabulous. Now, you might be wondering, how in the world do these plants survive such extreme neglect? Well, many of them utilize an amazing botanical feature called a rhizome. A rhizome is basically a thick, underground stem that stores massive amounts of water and nutrients. Think of it kind of like a camel's hump, but for a plant. It's an emergency water tank built right in, allowing the plant to easily coast through severe droughts when you inevitably miss watering day. Two perfect examples of this incredible rhizome resilience are the ZZ plant and the cast iron plant. The ZZ plant has these gorgeous, wide, glossy leaves. It is so pristine and so low maintenance that people honestly mistake it for a fake plant all the time. Then we have the cast iron plant. I mean, the name really says it all, right? This was actually a huge favorite in Victorian homes because it could withstand the terrible air quality and dim corners where absolutely nothing else had a chance of growing. For both of these low-right champions, their only real demand is that you just let their soil dry out almost entirely before you even think about giving them a drink. Let's move to and see how this builds into Section 3, plants that communicate clearly. So if the indestructibles are great because you can basically ignore them, this next group is fantastic because they are incredible teachers. The secret sauce here is visual cues. These plants will literally wilt or droop to tell you, hey, I'm thirsty. For a beginner, this instant feedback is an absolute game changer. You don't have to guess or panic about overwatering or underwatering. You just wait for the cue, give them a drink, and within hours, they perk right back up. It's incredibly rewarding. Two of the absolute best communicators out there are the golden pothos and the peace lily. The golden pothos is often called devil's ivy because it's just so remarkably hard to kill. It's a fast-growing vine that instantly gives your space those jungle vibes. And it visually tells you it's thirsty by drooping slightly, usually right when the top 1 to 2 inches of soil dry out. Then there's the peace lily, famous for those elegant white blooms. This one is a total drama queen. It droops beautifully and dramatically when it needs water. Just a quick but super important note on the peace lily. It is toxic to pets, so definitely keep it up and out of reach of your furry friends. Another really fantastic communicator is the Chinese money plant, or pilea. With a really solid toughness score of 4 out of 5, this trendy little guy has these cheerful, perfectly round coin-shaped leaves. It gives very clear visual cues, again, just a slight leaf drooping when it's time for a drink. But for sure, the coolest thing about the pilea is that it's known as the pass-it-on plant. It rapidly pushes up lots of tiny baby offshoots in the soil that you can easily pop out and share with your friends. Oh, and bonus, it's totally non-toxic to pets. So the crucial point is really understanding these two different care strategies side by side. On the left, we've got the indestructibles, your snake and ZZ plants. They absolutely demand that you wait until their soil is 100% bone dry. On the right, the communicators, like the pothos and peace lily, want water as soon as their leaves droop or just the top couple inches of soil are dry. Once you recognize this difference, you have basically unlocked the secret to plant parenting. Moving right along to Section 4, quirky but tough survivors. This third tier is specifically for those of you who want a plant with a highly unique, fun appearance, but you still need it to pack a massively resilient punch. And to fully appreciate our next quirky plant, we need to introduce you to another hidden botanical superpower, the caudex. A caudex is a swollen, bulbous trunk base that certain plants use to hoard massive amounts of water. It's a genius adaptation that lets them just coast through incredibly long dry periods without breaking a sweat. And the ponytail palm is the ultimate showcase of the caudex. Now, despite the name, it's not a palm at all. It's actually in the agave family. That big, swollen trunk means you can literally jet off on vacation and not worry about this plant for a second. It loves a sunny spot and absolutely thrives on being ignored. Next to it is the zebra plant, or Howarthia. If you are intimidated by the steep learning curve of most fussy succulents, you have to start here. It gives you that really cool, spiky look, but it doesn't demand intense, baking, direct sun. It does wonderfully on a bright windowsill. For both of these quirky survivors, again, water them only when the soil is completely, totally dry. Rounding out our quirky list, we have two classics, the spider plant and the parlor palm. The spider plant is this cheerful, grassy companion that produces endless, adorable, dangling babies or spiderettes. It is literally the plant that keeps on giving, and it's completely non-toxic. The parlor palm, on the other hand, is perfect for anyone dreaming of bringing an indoor tropical oasis to life. It stays relatively small, and unlike a lot of its really fussy palm cousins, it is incredibly adaptable to lower light and just normal everyday home humidity. For both of these guys, a good rule of thumb is to water just when the top inch of soil feels dry. And finally, Section 5, choosing your first companion. We've covered a ton of ground in this explainer. And now, what's really interesting about this slide is how easily you can match one of these plant categories directly to your specific lifestyle. Look, if you know you are a forgetful owner or you just have very low light in your space, the indestructibles are hands down your best bet. Just wait for that soil to be 100% dry. Now, if you're a bit more attentive and you want a plant that actually gives you instant feedback and teaches you how to water, grab a communicator and wait for that visual droop. And hey, if you want something with totally unique looks that can adapt to varied light setups, the quirky survivors are definitely calling your name. The absolute core takeaway from all of this source material can really be summed up perfectly right here. Success is the best motivation. Choose one and you're on the path. It's that simple. Please don't overcomplicate it. Don't go out and start with some high-maintenance diva plant. Just pick one forgiving plant that fits your space and let that initial, manageable win drive your confidence for the rest of your gardening journey. So, you have the playbook, you know the biological secrets, and you've seen the 10 absolute easiest houseplants that are practically impossible to kill. The only question left is, which of these unkillable companions are you going to bring home today? Take the leap, pick your plant, and start your green journey. Thanks so much for joining me on this explainer, and hey, happy planting!
Welcome to the Explainer. Today, we're walking straight into a high-stakes plant ER situation. Look, if you've spent any time caring for indoor greenery, you know that keeping your plants thriving is usually a super peaceful, rewarding hobby. But occasionally there's a condition that pops up requiring immediate, decisive action. We're talking about the silent killer of the houseplant world, root rot. We're going to give you a direct, step-by-step guide on exactly how to spot it, how to stop it, and how to save your plant before it's literally too late. So don't panic, you're in the right place, and we're going to get through this together.
To kick things off, let's look at the ultimate irony of root rot. It's this incredibly deceptive symptom that confuses, well, basically so many dedicated plant owners. Picture this. You walk up to your favorite Pothos or Monstera and the leaves are just dramatically wilting, drooping, maybe even turning yellow. Every instinct you have is screaming, this plant is thirsty. But then you touch the soil and it is absolutely soaking wet. It makes zero sense, right? How on earth can a drowning plant look like it's dying of a drought? Well, as we'll see, the answer lies hidden beneath the soil line, and fixing it requires a complete shift in how we approach plant triage. Okay, let's dive into this. Here is our plant ER triage plan. 1. Diagnosing the silent killer. 2. Drowning below the surface. 3. Inspecting the damage. 4. The emergency operation. And 5. Preventing future rot. Starting right off with step 1, diagnosing the silent killer and reading the deception. The truly tricky thing about root rot is that the visible problem is happening above ground, but the actual disaster is unfolding below. You really can't just rely on a single symptom. So think of this quick diagnostic chart as your best friend right now. Let's walk through it. If you're seeing wilting or drooping leaves and the soil is completely soggy or constantly wet, yeah, it's highly likely you have root rot. If you're noticing yellowing, soft dropping lower leaves combined with wet soil and maybe a really foul smell, that is almost certainly root rot. What about stunted growth, where it hasn't pushed out a new leaf in months and the soil simply never dries out? Root rot. But here is the absolute major one to look out for. If you see black, mushy spots on the stem right at the soil line and the soil is wet and compacted, you are dealing with advanced root rot. That is an absolute emergency requiring immediate intervention. That brings us to part 2, drowning below the surface, and what is actually happening down there. Before we operate, we really need to understand the pathology of what's going on. And I want to pause you for a second to remind you, if your plant has this, it is not a personal failure on your part. It's simply an environmental issue that can be corrected. Root rot is exactly what it sounds like, the decay and death of a plant's roots. But the catalyst? It's a severe lack of oxygen in the soil. You see, healthy roots actually need to breathe. They pull oxygen from these tiny little air pockets distributed all throughout the potting mix. When soil is constantly waterlogged, those crucial air pockets are destroyed. The roots literally suffocate. Once they die, naturally occurring fungi and bacteria just swoop right in and rapidly accelerate the decay. And this circles perfectly back to our irony from earlier. Rotting roots lose their physical ability to absorb water, which is exactly why the leaves up top look so desperately thirsty. A plant doesn't simply catch root rot from the air like a common cold. It's an environmental trap directly caused by 3 main culprits. First up, overwatering. Now, this doesn't actually mean giving a plant too much water at once. It means watering way too frequently before the soil has even had a chance to dry out. Second, poor drainage. This happens when potting your plant in a gorgeous ceramic container that has absolutely 0 drainage holes, or leaving a saucer full of water sitting there for days. And third, heavy, dense soil. If you're using something like outdoor garden soil indoors, it compacts really tightly, trapping all that moisture and suffocating the root system. Moving on to part 3, inspecting the damage and going under the soil.
We've read the symptoms, and now it's time to put on your gloves and actually examine the patient. You cannot be 100% sure of root rot until you gently slide your plant right out of its pot and actually see the roots. Now, what's really interesting about this is the stark, undeniable physical difference between these two states. Healthy roots are going to be firm to the touch, plump, and generally white or light tan. Rotted roots, on the other hand, are pretty alarming. They're going to be dark brown or jet black. They feel incredibly mushy and slimy, and honestly, if you gently pull on them, the outer sheath of the root will literally fall apart or slip right off in your fingers.
Alongside that visual inspection, you absolutely must perform the smell test. Healthy houseplant soil smells great. It's earthy, fresh, and organic. But if you hold that root ball up and it smells sour, musty, or swampy, like maybe rotting vegetables left in the back of the fridge for way too long, that is a massive, flashing red flag confirming the decay.
All right, part 4, the emergency operation. How to fix it fast.
The diagnosis is confirmed and time is absolutely of the essence here. It is time to initiate the emergency repotting operation. Let's move through and see how this builds. Step 1, unpot and clean. You're going to take the plant straight to a sink and run lukewarm water over the root ball. You want to gently wash away all the old, infected, sludgy soil so you can clearly see exactly what you're working with. Step 2 is pruning. Step 3 is treatment. Step 4 is repotting into fresh soil. And finally, step 5 is the delicate post-op care phase.
I really want to pause heavily on step 2, because it is absolutely the most critical part of this entire operation. Simply put, you must be ruthless. Take a pair of shirt pruning shears or scissors and make sure you sterilize them with some rubbing alcohol first, and cut away every single dark, mushy, or slimy root. Do not hesitate. Do not try to play the hero and save a root that is only a little mushy. If you leave even a tiny bit of rotted material behind, the bacteria is simply going to spread right back into the healthy tissue. Snip it all away until you only have firm, healthy roots left. Once you've done your pruning, here is an excellent optional triage step. You can dip the remaining healthy roots into a solution of 1 part 3% hydrogen peroxide to 2 parts water. It bubbles up and actually helps kill off any lingering bacteria or fungal spores. After that, repot the plant into a completely clean pot using entirely fresh, well-draining soil. Do not, under any circumstances, reuse the old soil. And for your post-op care, just give it a very light watering, do not drench it, keep it in bright, indirect light, and absolutely do not fertilize it for at least a month. The plant is in shock, you just need to let it rest.
Finally, we reach part 5, preventing future rot, and the best practices for healthy roots. If you followed the steps, your plant is now resting quietly in recovery. But to keep it out of the ER in the future, we need to focus on some strict lifestyle changes. Prevention is so much easier than a cure, so the crucial point is to basically memorize this non-negotiable checklist. Number 1, always use pots with drainage holes. Seriously, if you have a beautiful decorative pot with no holes, just put your plant in a cheap plastic nursery pot and drop that inside. Number 2, water based on need, not a schedule. Stick your finger 2 inches into the soil. If it's moist, just wait. Number 3, use well-aerated soil. Mix in perlite or orchid bark so those roots can breathe. Number 4, empty the saucer. Let the plant drain for about 15 minutes after watering, then dump whatever excess water is left. And finally, when you repot, only size up by 1 to 2 inches at a time. A giant pot holds way too much moisture, creating a perfect storm for rot.
So, we come to the final question. Can a plant truly recover from root rot? Yes, it absolutely can, but only if you catch it early. Recognize those deceptive symptoms and take immediate, ruthless action with your sterilized shears. You are now fully equipped with the knowledge, the diagnostic tools, and the surgical steps to save your plants from suffocating below the surface. The only question left is, are you ready to operate, or will you let the silent killer win? Thanks so much for joining this explainer, and hey, good luck in the plant ER.
Welcome back to The Explainer. Today, we're taking a look at one of the absolutely most striking and unusual houseplants you could possibly bring into your space. We're talking about the Microsorm usifolium, better known to you and me as the crocodile fern. Now, if you want a plant that instantly sparks a conversation, this is it. But keeping it thriving, well, that requires a very specific approach, something we're going to call the Rainforest Replicator Care Strategy. Okay, let's dive into this. I mean, just look at those broad, leathery fronds. They're covered in this incredibly distinct network of dark green veins, and it creates this embossed texture that literally looks exactly like crocodile skin. It is a total prehistoric masterpiece. But it begs the question, how exactly do you care for a plant that looks like a reptile? Well, that's the puzzle we're solving today, taking you from a complete beginner to an absolute expert. Here's our roadmap for today's explainer. First, we'll meet the fern, then we'll explore its rainforest home, break down water and soil, cover routine maintenance, do some quick troubleshooting, and wrap it all up with a few pro tips. All right, Section 1, Meet the Fern, a prehistoric beauty. Now, what's really interesting about this is that because this fern actually originates in the lush tropical canopies of places like Southeast Asia, Malaysia, New Guinea, and parts of Northern Australia, the secret to its care boils down to one single word: epiphyte. See, in the wild, this plant doesn't actually grow in the dirt. It anchors itself right onto the branches and trunks of other trees way high up in the canopy. It literally just gathers moisture and nutrients from the air and the organic debris around it. Keep this epiphytic nature in mind because it completely dictates everything we're going to do from here on out. Moving right along to Section 2, Rainforest Home, Recreating the Canopy. Since your living room probably isn't a literal Southeast Asian jungle, our goal here is to fake it. We want to simulate that environment as closely as we can. So let's talk about light. Up in that tree canopy, the fern gets dappled, filtered sunlight. If you blast this poor plant with direct, intense afternoon sun, it's going to quickly scorch those delicate fronds and completely wash out that beautiful crocodile patterning. Dappled shade is exactly what you want. An east-facing window giving it some gentle, cool morning sun, that is absolute perfection. Next up is humidity, and I really cannot stress this enough. 60 to 80% humidity is absolutely non-negotiable for this guy. Remember, it's a rainforest plant. If your home drops below that, especially in the wintertime when the heaters are blasting, you are going to struggle. So to hit that sweet spot, you can group your plants together to create a little microclimate. You can place the fern's pot on a pebble tray filled with water, or honestly, better yet, just run a room humidifier right nearby. Warmth is just as crucial. You're aiming to maintain a nice, stable indoor temperature between 65 and 80 degrees Fahrenheit. And stable is the key word there. Sudden temperature swings will severely stress out a crocodile fern. So keep it far, far away from sudden cold drafts near your doors or windows, and make double sure it's nowhere near a direct AC or heating vent. Section 3, Water and Soil, the epiphyte diet. And this brilliantly illustrates exactly what we mean by an epiphytic diet. Because this fern naturally lives on tree branches, its roots absolutely need to breathe. If you pack them into heavy, standard potting soil, they'll just suffocate. So, to mimic its natural home, here is the ultimate super airy soil recipe you need. It's a blend: 1 part peat moss or cocoa coir to hold on to a bit of moisture, 1 part orchid bark for that absolutely crucial aeration, and 1 part perlite so it drains rapidly. This mix prevents root suffocation while still holding just the right amount of water for the plant to drink.
When it comes to watering, your golden rule is simply the number 1. You always want to wait until the top 1 inch of the soil feels just slightly dry to the touch before giving it another drink. Please, don't rely on a strict weekly schedule. Just let the soil be your guide here. Naturally, during the active spring and summer growing seasons, you're going to be watering it quite a bit more often than during those sleepy, dormant winter months. So when that top inch is finally dry, give it a really thorough watering with lukewarm, filtered water. Tap water can sometimes hold chemicals that are just a bit too harsh for ferns. Soak it until you see water draining right out the bottom. But, and listen closely here, make sure you dump out any excess water from the saucer immediately. Letting this epiphytic plant sit in a soggy puddle of standing water is basically a one-way ticket to fatal root rot.
Section 4, Maintenance, Repotting, and Propagation. So how do we keep this exotic beauty growing strong over its long lifespan? Well, it turns out they're actually surprisingly low maintenance if you've already nailed their environment. Crocodile ferns are very light feeders. You only really need to feed them once a month during the spring and summer, and you'll want to use a balanced liquid fertilizer diluted down to half strength. When fall rolls around, cut the fertilizer completely. As for grooming, just grab some sterile shears and snip off any dead or yellowing fronds right at the base. And since they are slow-growing epiphytes, they actually kind of enjoy being slightly root-bound. You're only looking at repotting them maybe every 2 to 3 years, basically just when you see roots visibly circling the pot. Let's move to and see how this builds into propagation. The absolute easiest way to multiply your fern is through rhizome division. While you're doing that spring repotting, you just carefully unpot the fern and take a good look at that thick, creeping rhizome right at the base. Find a natural division point, somewhere with a few healthy fronds and roots attached, snip it cleanly with those sharp shears, and then pop the new section shallowly into some fresh epiphytic mix. And remember, never ever bury that rhizome deep down in the soil or it is going to rot on you.
Oh, and a super quick note on reproduction. If you ever flip a mature leaf over and spot these neat little rows of brown powdery dots, take a deep breath. Don't panic. Those are definitely not pests. They're actually called sori, and they hold the fern's spores. Since ferns don't grow flowers, this is just their entirely natural way of reproducing. It's actually this really fascinating sign that you have a happy, fully mature plant on your hands.
Section 5. Troubleshooting, translating distress signals. Look, even with the absolute best care in the world, plants get stressed out. So here's how to quickly translate those distress signals so you can course correct before it's too late. Seeing brown, crispy edges? Your humidity is probably way too low or you're underwatering. If the fronds are turning yellow, you're likely going the other way, overwatering and suffocating those roots. If that gorgeous, striking crocodile pattern is suddenly looking all pale and faded, move the plant. It's getting way too much direct sunlight. And lastly, if the base rhizome feels mushy and smells kind of foul, yeah, that's root rot. You need to act immediately to dry it out. Though I have to be honest, root rot is very often fatal. You're also going to want to keep a sharp eye out for pests, especially the ones that thrive in dry indoor climates. We're talking spider mites, mealybugs, and scale. They absolutely love to hide right on the textured undersides of those fronds. But hey, the good news? Maintaining that strict 60 to 80% humidity we talked about earlier is honestly your best natural defense against spider mites. If you do happen to spot any pests though, just wipe them down early on with some insecticidal soap. And finally, Section 6, Pro Tips, Mastering the Crocodile Fern. So, the crucial point is, let's quickly summarize those expert takeaways that will take you from just keeping this plant alive to watching it truly flourish in your home. Rule 1, always mimic the rainforest. That high humidity is your absolute secret weapon. Rule 2, remember to plant shallowly. Keep that rhizome right near the surface. Rule 3, keep the soil airy. Please toss out that dense standard potting soil. And here is a truly fantastic bonus fact for all the animal lovers out there. The crocodile fern is 100% non-toxic to both cats and dogs, which makes it a totally safe, worry-free addition to your indoor jungle. Which really leaves us with one final question for you. Is your home ready for a prehistoric rainforest touch? Yes, it takes a little bit of extra effort to dial in the humidity and get the soil just right, but the reward of those incredible, textured, reptilian fronds arching right across your living room, it's absolutely unmatched. Take these structured steps, apply the rainforest replicator strategy, and go grow your very own exotic masterpiece. Honestly, it makes you wonder what other prehistoric secrets might be hiding right now at your local nursery. Thanks so much for joining me on this explainer, and we will see you on the next one.
Hey everyone, and welcome to This Explainer. Today, we are focusing on a plant that is honestly just as beautiful as it is notoriously dramatic. I'm talking about the nerve plant, officially known as Fittonia albovinus. If you've ever wanted to add a really striking, brilliantly patterned plant to your indoor jungle, but you've been a little intimidated by its diva reputation, you are in exactly the right place. We're going to completely decode everything this plant needs so you can grow it with absolute confidence.
So, picture this. You walk into your room and you check on your stunning new nerve plant. But instead of looking all perky and fresh, every single stem has suddenly fallen completely flat. The leaves are literally lying on the soil like the plant has just given up on life. Your heart drops, right? You think you've killed it. But what if I told you that this terrifying, panic-inducing moment is actually one of the absolute best features of this plant?
You see, houseplant keepers affectionately call this whole phenomenon the faint. And it is arguably the most useful built-in alarm system in the entire plant world. This dramatic collapse simply means the soil has dried out. That's it. And the best part? A really thorough watering will usually have those stems standing completely upright, looking pristine again, within just 20 to 30 minutes. It's highly theatrical, literally like a Victorian lady on a fainting couch, but it is entirely reversible.
Okay, so here's our game plan for this explainer. 1, the dramatic nerve plant. 2, light, water, and soil. 3, temperature and high humidity. 4, feeding and pruning maintenance. 5, easy stem propagation. And 6, troubleshooting and pro tips. Let's get into it. Starting with Section 1, the dramatic nerve plant. Meet the Fittonia. Originally coming from the shaded floor of the Peruvian rainforest, the Fittonia is universally loved for its deeply veined leaves. They look like these tiny, intricate, colorful mosaics etched right onto dark green foliage. And alongside its stunning visual variety, we're talking bright pink, deep red, silver, you name it, it is completely non-toxic to cats and dogs, which is a huge plus. Because of its rainforest floor origins, it has a naturally shallow root system and stays incredibly compact. That makes it absolutely perfect for small indoor spaces where you want a really big visual impact without taking up much room. Moving right along to Section 2, light, water, and soil. The holy trinity of plant care. First up is light. Because it naturally lives down on the dense rainforest floor, the Fittonia is shade tolerant. But keep in mind, it's not shade dependent. It genuinely does fine in lower light, but giving it a nice, bright, east-facing window is going to be your sweet spot. That bright, indirect light is what keeps those colored veins looking so vivid and stops the stems from stretching out and getting all leggy. But a quick warning here, even a single hour of direct, hot midday sun will bleach and crisp up those leaves almost instantly, so definitely keep it protected from direct rays. Now, when it comes to water, the symptoms of getting it wrong are distinctly different. While the plant really loves moisture, you gotta find that perfect balance. Overwatering leads to mushy stems, sour-smelling soil, and soft yellow leaves, which is basically the dreaded root rot. Underwatering, on the other hand, triggers that dramatic faint we just talked about, but with a super fast recovery. To avoid both of these extremes, always use the knuckle test. Just stick your finger into the soil down to the first knuckle. If the surface feels dry, it's time to water. Do not wait for the soil to dry out completely. To maintain that perfect, consistently damp sponge moisture level without totally drowning the roots, you absolutely need the right soil. This recipe is fantastic for that. You want 2 parts moisture-retaining peat or cocoa coir, 1 part perlite for aeration, and just a handful of orchid bark or coarse sand. This balance ensures the roots can drink their fill while still getting the oxygen they desperately need. And please remember, unless you are building a completely closed terrarium, drainage holes in your pot are absolutely mandatory.
All right, Section 3, temperature and high humidity, creating the environment. So trying to recreate a tropical environment is probably the single most demanding aspect of Fittonia care. And it really all comes down to this one crucial number, 60%. This plant needs at least 60% ambient humidity to actually feel at home. To put that into perspective, in a typical home during the winter, humidity often drops down to like 30%. If you ignore this gap, you are very quickly going to see the edges of those beautiful leaves turn totally brown and crispy. I know a lot of people try to fix low humidity by just misting their plants, but honestly, misting is really ineffective. It only raises humidity for a few minutes, and it can even invite mold issues. If you want guaranteed success, terrariums are literally the ultimate cheat code here. Placing your nerve plant in a sealed or even just partially sealed glass terrarium instantly traps the moisture, keeping the humidity hovering right between 70 and 90% without you lifting a finger. Or as an alternative, a steamy, naturally humid bathroom makes a fantastic home for them too. Next up, Section 4, feeding and pruning maintenance. Pinch early, pinch often. This quote is your absolute golden rule for styling. Nerve plants naturally want to creep along the ground, but if you just leave them alone indoors, they can turn into a bit of a straggly mess. You should regularly snip or pinch off the tips of the longest stems, right above the leaf nodes. This really simple action literally forces the plant to stop growing long and instead branch outwards laterally. It completely transforms it into a lush, dense carpet of color. Now, did you know this plant actually flowers? It totally does, but you should probably stop it. The flowers are these small, stiff spikes that really aren't particularly showy. And the catch is, when the plant focuses its energy on blooming, it completely stops producing those gorgeous patterned leaves we all love, and it can even get a bit leggy. So pinching those little flower spikes off the second you see them redirects all that vital energy right back into the foliage, where you actually want it. Which brings us to Section 5, easy stem propagation. This is the really fun part. You can actually turn your prunings into brand new plants using super simple water propagation. Just cut a healthy stem that has 2 or 3 sets of leaves on it. Carefully pinch off the bottom leaves so the nodes are exposed, then simply submerge those bare nodes into a glass of room temperature water. Put it somewhere with bright, indirect light, and within just 1 to 2 weeks, you'll see fresh roots starting to pop out.
Once those roots get to be about an inch long, you just pot the cutting right back into your moist soil mix. It really is that fast and reliable.
Finally, Section 6, Troubleshooting and Pro Tips. So let's talk bugs. When you're troubleshooting pests on a nerve plant, the absolute easiest way to diagnose the issue is just by looking at your moisture levels. Because Fittonia needs moist soil, that can sometimes attract fungus gnats. The best way to treat them is with yellow sticky traps to catch the flying adults, and a neem oil soil drench to handle the larvae in the dirt. On the flip side, if your humidity fluctuates and the air gets too dry, you might accidentally invite spider mites. You can easily treat those by regularly wiping the leaves down with a diluted insecticidal soap. Catching these guys early really makes treatment a breeze.
Okay, let's rapid fire some final pro tips to absolutely guarantee your success. First up, protect your plant from cold drafts. Anything dropping under 55 degrees Fahrenheit can cause a rapid, scary leaf drop. Second, because they have those very shallow root systems, always opt for wide, shallow pots rather than deep ones. This prevents the dirt at the very bottom from staying waterlogged. Third, try bottom watering by sitting the pot in a tray of water to let the soil wick it up from below. This keeps the delicate leaves totally dry and safe from fungal issues. And finally, go ahead and feed them a balanced liquid fertilizer monthly, but be sure to dilute it to half strength so you don't accidentally burn those shallow roots. So, armed with the right soil mix, a plan for targeted pruning, and that game-changing terrarium cheat code, you are fully prepared to tackle this plant. The nerve plant really doesn't have to be intimidating. It just knows exactly what it wants. But it kind of makes you wonder, what other so-called dramatic divas of the houseplant world are hiding in plain sight, just waiting for you to unlock their secrets? Thank you so much for joining me for this explainer. Now go check that soil.
Okay, let's dive into this. We all want that lush, vibrant feeling of a tropical rainforest right in our living rooms, don't we? But, turning dry indoor spaces into thriving tropical oases isn't just about pouring water into your pots. It's a bit more nuanced than that. Today, we're walking through the 12 best plants that absolutely love humidity, and we'll look at how giving them that moisture in the air can completely transform their growth into something genuinely spectacular. Now, if you're an avid plant parent, you have definitely asked yourself this exact question. Why do my plants' leaves keep turning brown and crispy? Seriously, it's a universal pain point. It can drive you crazy. You carefully place them in the perfect light, you stick to this rigorous, color-coded watering schedule, and yet those dreaded brown, crispy edges just keep showing up. I mean, it feels like a betrayal. Well, the truth is, for a lot of these tropical species, watering the roots just isn't enough when the air around them is too dry.
So here's the game plan for today's explainer. First, we'll uncover the secret to tropical plants. Then, we'll break down our top 12 into 3 fun groups: the humidity drama queens, the bathroom superstars, and rainforest giants and bloomers. Finally, we'll wrap the whole thing up with 3 super easy ways to boost humidity right in your own home.
All right, section 1, the secret to tropical plants and why they crave all that moisture.
I want you to picture the natural habitat for many of our absolute favorite houseplants. Think of the tropical rainforest floor. Beneath that dense canopy of ancient trees, the air is incredibly thick, almost heavy with moisture, right? These plants have evolved over millennia to absorb life-giving water, not just through their root systems buried in the dirt, but directly through their leaves. Now contrast that lush jungle with our typical winter homes. With the central heating blasted to keep us warm, our houses are basically deserts to these plants. The air severely lacks the moisture they're hardwired to expect. Grasping this stark, honestly kind of shocking contrast is your very first step to solving that crispy edge mystery.
Moving right along to section 2, the humidity drama queens. These are the high moisture demanders.
Let's meet our first 3 plants. First up, the Calathea. This is the undisputed drama queen of the houseplant world, hands down. Take the Calathea orbifolia with those elegant, sweeping silver stripes. Without high, consistent humidity, those pristine leaves will practically crisp up if you just look at them wrong. Next is the Marinta, affectionately known as the prayer plant. They genuinely need about 50 to 60% humidity to keep their delicate leaves soft enough to do their fascinating nocturnal praying movements, where they literally fold up for the night. And then we have the architectural alocasia. Keeping alocasias bathed in 60 to 80% humidity isn't just about keeping them pretty, it's actually their absolute best natural defense against devastating spider mites.
So, the crucial point to remember here is this. Alocasias intensely love moisture, but they absolutely hate what we call wet feet. It's a really delicate dance. You want the air surrounding that broad foliage to be wet and heavy. mimicking the rainforest, but the soil down at the roots must be well-draining, and you have to let it dry out slightly between waterings. If you don't maintain this critical balance, you're directly inviting root rot, and trust me, root rot will take down a beautiful, expensive plant even faster than dry desert air will.
Section 3 brings us to the bathroom superstars, the ones that thrive in the steam.
If any plant was quite literally made to live in a bathroom, it's the classic Boston fern. Hang one in a bright spot near your shower where it can actively soak up the daily steam. These beauties wildly thrive when ambient humidity hits up to 80%. Then there's the elegant peace lily. This one is a true functional superstar because it actively pulls and absorbs airborne mold spores right out of damp areas. It's basically a household helper and a beautiful piece of decor all in one. We also have the highly adaptable golden pothos, which is going to quickly reward you with incredibly vigorous, vibrant trailing growth when it gets that extra bathroom moisture. And finally, the ever-resilient spider plant.
Now, what's really interesting about this is a fascinating botanical concept called transpiration. This is the process where moisture moves continuously from the roots all the way up the stems to tiny microscopic pores on the underside of the leaves. Once it's there, it changes to vapor and is released right back into the atmosphere. That spider plant we just talked about, it has a remarkably high active transpiration rate. That means it operates almost like a natural living humidifier. It actively improves its own environment while working alongside you to create a better, more humid microclimate for the rest of your home. How cool is that?
Let's move to Section 4, Rainforest Giants and Bloomers. We're talking massive leaves and stunning flowers.
Let's look at the heavy hitters, the plants that truly make a space feel like an indoor jungle. Consistently maintaining 50 to 60% humidity is the exact environmental trigger that tells a Monstera deliciosa that it's safe to develop those iconic, massive split leaves, which are called fenestrations. It's basically your ultimate reward for giving it good care. And for the Anthurium, high humidity is exactly what prevents its famous waxy heart-shaped spades, which, by the way, are actually modified leaves, not true petals, from looking dull and feeling unpleasantly crispy. If those vibrant, colorful spades lose their signature shine, you instantly know your air is just too dry.
Let's zoom in on the diverse philodendron family in the classic rubber plant. Whether you're growing a vibrant lemon lime, a highly sought-after pink princess, or a striking Birkin, philodendrons literally use their aerial roots to drink moisture directly from the humid air around them. They evolved to reach out and grab water right out of the sky. As for the broad-leafed rubber plant, a vital care tip to keep in your back pocket is to gently wipe its large, glossy leaves with a soft, damp cloth every few weeks. This quickly removes accumulating dust so the plant's pores can actually breathe and better absorb all that ambient moisture it so desperately craves.
Rounding out this category of giants is the magnificent, towering bird of paradise. A great rule of thumb to remember here is massive leaves mean massive transpiration. Because these enormous petals release so much moisture back into the air, you need to proactively help the plant replenish it. To keep that grand, dramatic foliage looking absolutely pristine and to stop it from painfully splitting down the middle, try to give it a home near a bright, warm bathroom window if you can, and make sure you're misting it generously and regularly.
Finally, Section 5, 3 ways to boost humidity and create your own microclimate.
Recreating the rainforest is brilliantly easy, and this perfectly illustrates how to do it. Step 1. Group your plants together. Because of that incredible transpiration process we just learned about, bunching them up tightly creates a collective, naturally humid microclimate where they all share and trap moisture together. Step 2. Use a pebble tray. Just place a single layer of pebbles in a shallow tray, add water so it rests just below the top of the rocks, and set your pot right on top. The water evaporates steadily up into the leaves without ever waterlogging the sensitive roots below. Step 3. Mist them regularly with a simple spray bottle. Or honestly, if you have a growing collection of real drama queens, simply invest in a small, stylish room humidifier to do all the heavy lifting for you.
So, armed with this deep botanical understanding of transpiration, the power of microclimates, and the highly specific needs of these 12 incredible moisture-loving plants, I have a final question for you. Which room in your house is going to become your vibrant new tropical oasis? Take a look around your home today, find that absolutely perfect, bright, warm spot, and start grouping those new humidity-loving plants together. Thanks so much for joining this explainer, and happy growing.
Okay, let's just get right into it. We're talking about the indoor azalea. You know, the one, that incredible burst of color you see in stores every single winter. They are absolutely beautiful, but yeah, they've got a reputation for being, well, a little fussy.
So today, we're going to demystify this plant and help you turn it from a temporary visitor into a permanent member of the family.
And this quote from plant expert Marina Remeslo just hits the nail on the head. We tend to see them as disposable decor, right? Like a beautiful bouquet that just happens to come in a pot. We enjoy those gorgeous flowers, and when they fade, we figure, well, that was nice, and toss it out. But that's not the end of the story, not by a long shot.
So what's the big secret then? How do you actually get this plant to stick around, not just for one season, but to come back and bloom again and again? Well, that is exactly what we are going to unpack right now.
All right, first things first, we have to master the basics. I mean, getting these things right is literally the difference between your azalea living or dying. And the most important, number one, absolutely critical element is water.
This right here is the golden rule. You always hear people say, keep it consistently moist. But what on earth does that actually mean in practice? Well, this slide gives you the perfect mental picture. A well-wrung-out sponge. It's damp for sure, but it's not sopping wet. Azaleas are incredibly thirsty plants, and letting them dry out completely, even one time, can be game over.
So this is the pro method for watering. Instead of just pouring water on top, you let the plant soak it up from the bottom. It's the best way to make sure that peaty soil gets totally saturated. But look, the most important part of this whole process is step 3. Let it drain completely. Azaleas absolutely hate having wet feet, and leaving one sitting in a puddle of water is just a one-way ticket to root rot.
Next up is light. And this is a real balancing act. You're looking for bright but indirect light, like what you'd get near an east-facing window. And this shows you exactly what happens when you get the balance wrong. Too much harsh, direct sun, you're gonna see scorched, crispy leaves. But not enough light, you'll get this sad, leggy-looking plant that just won't make the flower buds you want.
And the last of our core essentials, the soil. You can't just use any old potting mix. Azaleas have to have acidic soil. A mix made for rhododendrons? That's perfect. And you see it right there. A pot with drainage holes is completely non-negotiable. It all comes back to that main rule. We want moist, but we never ever want soggy.
Okay, so we've covered how to keep it alive. Now let's talk about how to make it happy. We're moving from just surviving to actually thriving.
I just love this quote because it perfectly paints a picture of what an azalea wants. They're cool customers. Just like Marina says, they do not like hot, stuffy rooms. If you can keep this cool, misty forest idea in your head, it'll make all your other decisions so much easier.
And here it is, the magic number. If you want those amazing flowers to last for as long as possible, this is the temperature range you're aiming for. It is so important to keep it away from heat registers or radiators. Even a few degrees too warm will make those beautiful blooms fade way faster.
And right alongside those cool temps, azaleas need humidity. The thing is, the air inside our homes, especially when the heat is on in the winter, is just way too dry for them. This chart shows you that sweet spot you're shooting for, somewhere between 40 and 60%. Hitting that will keep the leaves from getting crispy and stop the flower buds from drying up.
So how do you actually get more humidity? Well, here are 3 super easy and effective ways to do it. The pebble tray is a classic for a reason. The evaporating water creates a little moisture bubble around the plant. Grouping it with your other plants does something similar. And of course, a room humidifier is the most straightforward way to get the job done.
Let's talk about fertilizer, because timing is everything here. It feels a little weird, but you do not want to fertilize an azalea when it's in full bloom. You have to wait until the show's over. The key thing to remember is this. Once those flowers fade, that's when you start feeding it with a fertilizer made for acid-loving plants. That's the fuel it needs to grow and prepare for next year's blooms.
Which brings us to the main event, the #1 question everybody asks. How in the world do I get this thing to flower again? This is the ultimate prize for all your hard work. And you know what? It's totally doable.
It all starts with this one critical rule of pruning. You have a very, very specific window to do this. See, azaleas develop the flower buds for next year over the summer. So if you wait too long and prune in, say, late summer or fall, you are literally cutting off every single one of next year's flowers. So remember, prune as soon as those last blooms fade. Okay, now you really want to pay attention to this slide, because this is the real secret sauce. To get the plant to form new buds, it needs a chilling period in the fall. We're talking about roughly 2 months in a cool place where the temperatures are right in this range. A chilly, unheated porch, a cool garage, a basement, those are often perfect spots.
So, let's put all the pieces together. This is the entire year-long cycle.
Step 1. After it's done blooming, you give it a haircut and let it have a little summer vacation outside in a shady spot. Step 2. When fall comes, you bring it inside for that super important 2-month chilling period. And finally, Step 3. In the early winter, you move it back to a warmer, brighter spot, and that's the wake-up call that tells it, okay, it's time to make flowers.
Now, of course, things aren't always going to go perfectly, but learning how to read the signs, to understand what your plant is trying to tell you, that's what makes you a truly confident caretaker.
Think of this chart as your personal azalea to English dictionary. Are the leaves turning yellow? First, check your watering. Then, think about if your soil is acidic enough. Seeing brown, crispy edges? That is almost always a cry for more humidity. And if it just plain refuses to bloom, well, now you know the #1 suspect is that it didn't get a proper chilling period.
And what about bugs and pests? I've actually got some great news on that front. The most common pests, like spider mites, love the exact opposite of what your azalea loves. They want it hot and dry. So just by creating that perfect cool and humid home for your plant, you're also making it a terrible place for its worst enemies to live. It's a total win-win.
Okay, this is a really important heads up. As gorgeous as azaleas are, every single part of the plant is toxic if it's eaten. And that goes for dogs, cats, and for people. So please make sure you put your plant somewhere well out of reach of any curious pets or little kids.
So, to bring it all home, let's just quickly recap the 4 most important rules for a happy azalea. If you can just get these 4 things down, you are golden. 1. Keep that soil moist like a wrung-out sponge. 2. Prune it right after it finishes blooming, and not a moment later. 3. Give it that essential cold nap in the fall. And 4. Feed it with fertilizer made for acid lovers.
And there you have it. By just understanding what this plant truly needs, you've taken something that most people think of as temporary and turned it into a fantastic, long-term companion that's going to bring color into your home year after year. So the only question left is, now that you know you can do this, what will you help thrive next?
Welcome to this explainer. Okay, picture this. It's the middle of July. Your AC is completely struggling to keep up, and the afternoon sun is just absolutely baking your living room. The heat feels relentless, right? Well, today, we're going to dive straight into how you can keep your indoor jungle not just surviving, but actually thriving, even when those temperatures soar. So, are your plants surviving the summer heat? Let's just validate a really common struggle right up front. As the thermostat climbs, so many of our favorite typical houseplants just wilt, crisp up, and generally look miserable in that intense sun. Listen, you are definitely not alone if you've helplessly watched an expensive, fussy tropical fern slowly turn into crispy brown confetti during a brutal July heatwave.
But here is the best news. You absolutely do not have to give up on your indoor jungle. We just need a little mental shift here. We aren't trying to keep delicate plants on life support until autumn anymore. Instead, we're selecting resilient species that actively unlock their best growth when our homes feel like an oven. If you've got sun-drenched windows, we've got the perfect botanical lineup for you today to build a true sun-worshipping oasis.
Section 1. Tough and low maintenance. The indestructible African natives.
We're going to kick things off with 2 beginner plants that hail from the arid regions of Africa and are just virtually bulletproof. These 2 incredibly popular plants evolved entirely different but highly effective drought-tolerant strategies to survive sweltering conditions. The snake plant went vertical. It orients its thick, waxy leaves straight up to minimize direct overhead sun exposure, essentially using those leaves as built-in water reservoirs. The ZZ plant, on the flip side, hides its hydration strategy completely underground. It uses these thick, potato-like rhizomes beneath the soil to lock in moisture safely away from the baking sun. They're both incredibly resilient but uniquely adapted to beat the heat.
What's amazing is that both the snake plant and the ZZ plant easily thrive in up to 90-degree heat. Plus, they share a remarkable ability to adapt to a massive variety of lighting conditions, from dim corners all the way to very bright spaces without needing constant watering. Honestly, in the peak of summer, you're still only watering that snake plant every few weeks, and the ZZ plant every 7 to 10 days. The golden rule here is simple but absolute. Let that soil dry out completely first. Why? Because in high heat, roots that sit in hot, wet soil will quickly succumb to root rot, and root rot will actually kill a desert plant much faster than a drought ever could.
Section 2. Sunbathing statement pieces, dramatics for the sunny window.
Now we're moving from the tough beginners to the striking architectural plants that actively demand the hottest, brightest spots in your home. But before we meet them, we need a quick botanical vocab word: caudex. A caudex is a swollen, bulbous trunk at the base of a plant that's used to store water. It is absolutely bizarre and wonderful when you think about it. It's essentially a built-in water bottle. Understanding this specialized water-storing trunk is crucial to knowing why our next two plants survive extreme heat. It acts exactly like a camel's hump, slowly releasing moisture when the surrounding soil goes completely bone dry.
Enter the desert rose and the ponytail palm. These guys are perfect for that punishing hot south-facing window. The desert rose literally loves up to 100-degree heat and needs at least 6 hours of direct sun to pump out its stunning, vibrant flowers. And the ponytail palm? Fun fact, it's actually a succulent from Mexico, not a true palm at all, and it easily handles temperatures well above 80 degrees. You'll want to water both of them generously in the summer, but again, let them dry out entirely. Oh, and a critical word of caution for your home: the beautiful desert rose harbors highly toxic sap, so you absolutely must keep it out of reach of your pets and kids.
And we definitely can't forget the sago palm. This plant is literally a living fossil. It's an incredibly adaptable ancient cycad from Japan that's been around since the time of the dinosaurs. I mean, if this botanical survivor could make it through the Jurassic period, it can for sure survive your sunny living room in July. Thanks to this ancient pedigree, it can handle staggering temperature spikes up to 110 degrees Fahrenheit, provided you give it bright, indirect light, and, you guessed it, absolutely do not overwater it. But just like the desert rose, be extremely careful, because this one is also highly toxic to curious pets.
Section 3. Classic succulents and vines. Sun lovers for shelves and sills.
Let's explore our final plant group: fleshy classics and trailing beauties that look completely fantastic draped over your shelves and sitting on your windowsills. These plants brilliantly illustrate the diverse ways succulents adapt to the heat. Take the tree-like jade plant native to South Africa. It can tolerate a staggering 100 degrees by using its fleshy, glossy leaves to store water. You'll definitely want to put this one in a well-draining terracotta pot. Terracotta is essential because it's porous and breeze, which prevents the roots from essentially boiling in wet, hot soil. Now contrast that with the string of pearls from Southwest Africa. It prefers a slightly milder 70 to 80 degrees and perfectly drapes its modified water-storing beads out of an east-facing window to catch that gentle morning sun while minimizing evaporation.
Section 4. Essential hot weather care. Survival rules for the heat wave.
All right, knowing which plants to buy is only half the battle. Now we've got to equip you with some universal defensive strategies to keep any plant alive during a severe summer heat wave. First off, hot air dries out soil faster, sure, but remember our golden rule: desert plants still hate wet feet. Always check the soil before you water, and try to water in the morning to beat the afternoon evaporation. Use sheer curtains if your window acts like a giant magnifying glass, and keep the air moving with an indirect fan. But here is the absolute most critical point: hold off on all fertilizer. When a plant is in a heat wave, it goes straight into survival mode. Pushing it to grow by adding fertilizer is like forcing someone to run a marathon in a sauna. The plant simply cannot absorb the nutrients, and those fertilizer salts will just build up and severely burn the stressed roots.
Now here's a surprising danger and a really common mistake you might not even consider. Beware the air conditioner. While you might be melting and craving that icy blast of air, your tropical plants absolutely despise it. You've got to keep your green friends out of the direct path of cold AC vents. Air conditioners naturally pull moisture out of a room, creating this cold, desert-like draft. This cold air freezes plant cells, completely shocks the plant system, and strips all the vital humidity right out of the air.
Look, even with the absolute best care, things happen, so you need to keep an eye out for these visual cues as an urgent diagnostic checklist. Are the leaves wilting or drooping even when the soil is completely wet? Are they tightly curling up to protect themselves? Do you see yellowing foliage or dry, crispy brown edges starting to form? Is the plant suddenly dropping green leaves just to conserve water? If you spot these symptoms happening on your windowsill, you need to act immediately. Intervene by moving the plant a few feet back from the hot glass before permanent, irreversible cellular damage occurs.
Now maybe you're thinking, hey, I'll just give my heat-loving plants an outdoor summer vacation. That's a wonderful idea, but you absolutely cannot just throw them straight onto a hot, sun-baked patio. You must follow these exact steps to slowly acclimate them, a process known as hardening off. See, indoor leaves simply do not possess the biological sunscreen that outdoor leaves naturally develop. So first, place them in absolute full shade for a few days. Then, gradually introduce them to more light over 1 to 2 entire weeks. If you skip this crucial hardening off process, you're going to give your plant the equivalent of an immediate, severe, and irreversible sunburn. Before we wrap up, I want to share a really fascinating biological fact with you. Have you heard of transpiration? It's the process where plants release moisture vapor directly from their leaves. It is essentially the botanical version of sweating to cool down. What's incredible is that large-leafed plants actually act as natural humidifiers while they do this. They release that moisture and can literally have a minor, localized cooling effect on your sweltering room, creating a beautiful, humid microclimate. I mean, they won't completely replace your AC, but they certainly help condition the air right around them. Pretty amazing, right?
Now that you have the ultimate summer survival guide, it's time to completely transform that hot, empty room into a lush, thriving environment. So, take a look at your brightest, most punishing window right now. Instead of seeing a dead zone where delicate plants go to crisp up, I want you to see a blank canvas for a spectacular desert oasis. Will you keep fighting the summer heat, or will you invite the right plants in to conquer it with you? Which resilient sun worshiper are you going to add first? Thanks so much for joining this explainer, and happy growing.
Welcome to This Explainer. Okay, today we are taking the ultimate journey to indoor plant mastery. We're going to focus on one of the most resilient, beautiful, and air-purifying plants out there, the corn plant, scientifically known as Dracaena fragrans. So whether you are a complete beginner or you're just looking to, perfect your indoor jungle, consider this your definitive blueprint for success.
Because let's be real here, we all want that lush, striking floor plant that instantly elevates a room's aesthetic. But do you really want the high-maintenance attitude that comes with a notoriously fussy plant? Nobody has time for the diva energy of a fiddly fig, right? So if you want the dramatic look of a tropical tree, but you need it to be remarkably forgiving of the occasional forgotten watering, you are in exactly the right place.
So here's our roadmap for today. 1. Meet the corn plant. 2. Core care, light and water. 3. Environment basics. 4. Pruning and propagation. 5. Troubleshooting. And 6. Expert tips. We are going to build your confidence step by step. Let's dive right in. Section 1. Meet the corn plant, the easygoing tropical tree. Today we're focusing on the classic, air-purifying Masangiana cultivar, which is famous for its bold yellow stripes and sturdy woody cane.
Let's start with some quick facts. What's incredible about this plant is its longevity. With just basic easy care, it can thrive for over 10 years. It's a slow grower, usually maxing out between 4 and 6 feet indoors, making it the perfect vertical accent for a corner. But, and this is absolutely crucial, it is toxic to dogs and cats. If ingested, it can cause severe issues. So if you have furry friends running around, you definitely have to be mindful of where you place it in your home.
Moving right along to Section 2, Core Care, mastering light and water. Basically, if you can nail these two fundamental needs, everything else is just a bonus.
Look, the corn plant is famously adaptable, but it definitely has its boundaries. The absolute sweet spot is bright, filtered light. Think, a few feet back from an east-facing window. This ideal light is exactly what keeps that striking yellow stripe vibrant. On the flip side, direct afternoon sun will literally scorch the leaves, leaving them with dry, brown patches. And while it tolerates low light like a total champion, complete darkness is a no-go. It'll cause its beautiful colors to completely fade out.
Now, let's address the elephant in the room. If you've owned a corn plant for more than a month, you've probably asked yourself the single most common and frustrating question in corn plant care. Why on earth are the tips of my leaves turning brown and crispy?
Well, the culprit is almost always fluoride sensitivity. Dracaenas have this extreme, almost traumatic reaction to the fluoride, chlorine, and salt hiding in everyday tap water. When you water them straight from the sink, those minerals build up and actually burn the leaf tips. To prevent this dreaded browning, a real game changer is to switch up your watering routine and strictly use filtered, distilled, or rainwater.
And that brings us to our golden watering rule. Water thoroughly, but only when the top 1 to 2 inches of soil feel completely dry to the touch. Because this plant is naturally drought tolerant, you can expect to water it maybe every 1 to 2 weeks during its active spring and summer growing season. But in the dormant fall and winter months, you gotta cut back significantly. We're talking maybe only watering every 3 to 4 weeks. All right, Section 3, Environment and Feeding Basics, creating the perfect home. Let's look at soil, temperature, and feeding to get that environment just right.
The main takeaway here is that the corn plant perfectly enjoys the exact same comfortable environments that you do. It thrives in standard indoor temperatures anywhere from 65 to 80 degrees Fahrenheit. And average indoor humidity? Totally fine, though it never minds a little extra moisture in the air. The big things to remember are to use a standard, well-draining soil mix. Throwing in a few handfuls of perlite is highly recommended, and you absolutely must keep it away from cold drafts under 55 degrees or direct blasts from your AC vents.
Now, when it comes to food, keep it simple, fertilize sparingly. This guy is a very light feeder. You only need to feed it 1 or 2 times during the entire spring and summer, and always dilute your balanced liquid fertilizer to half strength. Seriously, do not overfeed this plant. Excess fertilizer will quickly burn those beautiful leaf tips right off.
Up next, Section 4, Pruning and Propagation, Managing Growth and Creating New Plants. Once you have the basics down, it is time to graduate to intermediate skills.
First rule, don't fear the pruner. I know this can feel incredibly intimidating, but if your plant is getting lanky and hitting the ceiling, you just have to be brave. Take some clean pruning shears or a saw and chop straight through that woody cane to control the height. It is entirely safe. In fact, chopping off the top portion actually encourages new, bushier leaf buds to pop right out of the cane just below where you made your cut.
And what do you do with that piece you just chopped off? Well, you propagate it. It's like getting a brand new plant for free. Just make sure your cane cutting is at least 6 inches long. Place the bottom end in a jar of water. Just remember to change that water weekly or stick it directly into moist soil. Keep it in bright, indirect light, and boom, in a few weeks, you'll see a healthy new root system starting to form.
Okay, Section 5, Troubleshooting. Diagnosing common plant issues. Let's arm you with the knowledge to instantly figure out what your plant is trying to tell you.
Here's a super handy diagnostic cheat sheet. See yellowing leaves? You're probably overwatering. If the leaves are suddenly just dropping off entirely, your plant is in shock, likely from a cold draft. Now, a mushy cane base is the absolute worst-case scenario. That signals root rot from severe overwatering. And if you spot white or brown dry patches right in the middle of the leaves, that's sunburn, which means you need to pull it back from direct light immediately. We also got to talk about pests. Corn plants are fairly resistant, for sure, but they can occasionally attract spider mites, mealybugs, and scale. You want to inspect the little crevices where the leaves meet the cane. If you see fine webbing or little white cottony bumps, simply wipe them away with a cotton swab dipped in some rubbing alcohol. For anything bigger, an insecticidal soap or neem oil will do the trick perfectly.
Finally, Section 6, Expert Tips, Pro Secrets for a Thriving Plant. To wrap up this explainer, I've got a couple of overarching secrets that truly make all the difference. Here is a brilliant pro tip. Dust those large leaves monthly with a damp cloth. Those big, broad leaves naturally collect dust in our homes. And cleaning the foliage isn't just about making it look nice and shiny, it physically removes a layer of debris that actually blocks sunlight, which hinders the plant's ability to photosynthesize and breathe. And get this, here is one of the coolest hidden features of the Dracaena fragrans: rare blooms. While it's exceedingly rare indoors, giving perfect care to a highly mature plant might eventually reward you with a spray of incredibly fragrant white flowers. In many cultures, a blooming corn plant is actually considered a major sign of impending good fortune. So if you take away absolutely nothing else from this entire explainer today, I want you to remember this golden rule. When in doubt, don't water. Really, that's the secret. This plant's native habitat makes it built to survive droughts. Underwatering is always safer than overwatering. If the soil feels even a little bit moist, just wait a few more days. You now have the complete blueprint for success. Armed with the right water, the right light, and the courage to prune when you need to, you can totally enjoy the stunning beauty of a thriving corn plant in your home for years to come. So now that you know the secrets to keeping one of these alive and thriving for a decade or more, which room in your house is going to become your new indoor jungle?
Welcome to This Explainer. If you're tuning in, you probably have a beloved holiday plant sitting on a windowsill right now. But let me guess, maybe it's looking a little limp. Maybe it's wilting, or perhaps it has stubbornly refused to produce those spectacular waterfall-like blooms for years. Well, you are in exactly the right place. Today, we're taking you from absolute beginner to expert with a complete masterclass on the Christmas cactus. So, I want you to ask yourself, why exactly is your Christmas cactus struggling? You're probably thinking, hey, it's a cactus, right? It should be practically indestructible. Well, I need you to completely rethink what you know about this plant. If you've been treating it like one of those spiky green guys sitting out in the scorching desert sun, that is exactly why your plant is unhappy. We're going to establish a major paradigm shift today. Okay, let's dive into this. When you picture a classic desert cactus, you think of hot, dry, sandy soil and, very rare watering. But the Christmas cactus is actually a jungle cactus. It craves humidity, moist but well-draining soil, dappled light, and regular watering. Its ancestors don't grow in the sand. They actually grow in the misty, humid cloud forests of Brazil. Here is our masterclass syllabus for today. We'll be covering 1. A jungle cactus in disguise. 2. Mastering core care basics. 3. The secret to winter blooms. 4. Pruning and propagation methods. 5. Troubleshooting pests and problems. And 6. Pro tips for success.
Section 1. A jungle cactus in disguise.
Establishing the true origins of this plant is honestly the key to everything. In the wild, the Christmas cactus is what botanists call an epiphyte. This means it literally grows on another plant, like high up in the crotches of tree branches. They draw their moisture and nutrients from the air, the rain, and all the decomposing leaf litter trapped around the roots. This explains exactly why this plant needs airy bark in its soil and high humidity, rather than dense, heavy desert sand.
But before we go any further, we need to clarify a little holiday identity crisis, because the plant you own probably isn't a Christmas cactus at all. The true Christmas cactus, known scientifically as Schlumbergera buckley, has these scalloped, rounded segment edges and naturally blooms in December. But the Thanksgiving cactus, Schlumbergera truncata, has pointed, claw-like edges and naturally blooms in November. Most store-bought varieties you see with those sharp claws are actually Thanksgiving cacti in disguise. But don't worry, their daily care is virtually identical.
Section 2. Mastering core care basics.
Now that we know what we're working with, we have to master the daily, non-negotiable building blocks required if you want that incredible floral display later on. First up, they need bright, indirect light. An east-facing window catching that gentle morning sun is absolutely perfect. You want to keep them out of the direct, scorching afternoon sun, which will literally burn their segments. For watering, you're aiming for the Goldilocks zone. Never bone dry, never soggy. Just water it thoroughly when the top inch of soil feels dry to the touch. And during their active growing season in spring and summer, go ahead and feed them a diluted liquid fertilizer every 2 to 4 weeks. Now, because it's an epiphyte, standard heavy potting soil is just going to suffocate the roots. And a typical desert cactus mix drains way too fast. The absolute sweet spot is a mix of 50% peat or cocoa coir for moisture retention, 25% perlite for drainage, and 25% orchid bark. That orchid bark is the secret ingredient here. It perfectly mimics the loose bark and debris of the rainforest canopy. And speaking of the rainforest, your target humidity is 50 to 60%. During the winter, our central heating absolutely strips moisture from the air, dropping it well below 30%. To combat that bone-dry winter air, you can set your pot on a pebble tray filled with water, or even just place the plant in a bright bathroom where it can soak up the steam from your daily shower.
Section 3. The secret to winter blooms.
Okay, this is where we separate the casual houseplant owners from the absolute masters. Getting a Christmas cactus to bloom doesn't just happen by accident. It's a mechanical process that must start in early to mid-October. It requires 3 specific signals. Step 1 is the dark treatment. Step 2 is a drop to cool nighttime temperatures, somewhere between 50 and 65 degrees Fahrenheit. And step 3 is reducing your watering to roughly every 2 to 3 weeks and stopping fertilization completely. This mild stress is what signals to the plant, hey, winter's coming, it's time to make flowers.
Now, there is a magic number required to make this work, and that number is 12 to 14. That is the exact number of hours of complete, uninterrupted darkness your plant requires each and every night for 6 to 8 weeks to successfully force bud formation. I mean, complete darkness. No street light shining through the window, no hallway light seeping under a door crack. Even a brief flash of a room light can totally reset the plant's internal clock. Seriously, put it in a dark closet every evening if you have to. And once you've successfully completed that dark treatment and you finally see those tiny buds forming on the tips of the segments, rule number 1, do not move the plant. I really cannot emphasize this enough. Changing the light direction or causing a sudden temperature fluctuation is the number 1 reason buds suddenly drop off right before they open. Just leave it right where it is.
Section 4, Pruning and Propagation Methods.
Once that magnificent bloom show is over, we enter the post-bloom phase. This is all about encouraging bushier growth for next year and creating new little plants to share with friends. Pruning should happen in late winter or early spring, right after the blooms fade. The technique here is absolutely crucial. You want to gently twist off 1 or 2 segments at the joint. Don't cut them with scissors. Twisting encourages the plant to branch out at that exact spot, which means double the blooms next year. And the best part? Every single prune segment is a potential new plant. Just let the twisted end callus over in a dry spot for a day or 2, then plant it shallowly in moist soil. It's such an incredibly easy and rewarding way to create heirloom gifts.
Section 5, Troubleshooting Pests and Problems. Of course, sometimes things go wrong, so let's walk through a quick troubleshooting guide to get your plant back on track. If your symptom is dropping buds, the cause is almost always that you moved the plant or it's been exposed to a cold draft. The solution there is to just keep its environment perfectly stable. If you see wilting segments, check the soil. If it's bone dry, give it a really good soak. But if it's wet and wilting, you likely have root rot and you need to unpot it and check the roots immediately. Finally, if you see white cottony spots or fine webbing, you're dealing with mealybugs or spider mites. Treat those segments directly with a cotton swab dipped in rubbing alcohol, or you can apply some neem oil. Section 6, Pro Tips for Success.
Let's summarize the most impactful expert-level takeaways from this explainer so you can achieve absolute mastery. First, try bottom watering. Letting the pot soak up water from a tray prevents moisture from sitting on those delicate stem joints and causing rot. Second, cool nights are a powerful trigger. Combining them with your dark treatment sets significantly more buds. Third, physically mark your calendar for early October so you don't forget to start the dark treatment. And finally, don't rush to repot. These plants actually prefer being slightly root-bound, which can even help encourage blooming.
If you take absolutely nothing else away from this masterclass today, remember this core paradigm shift. It's a jungle cactus, not a desert cactus. That is the absolute why behind every single care instruction we've discussed today. Water it, give it humidity, provide dappled light, and treat it like the tropical rainforest native it truly is. Which leaves us with just one final question. Are you ready to plan your first winter bloom? Or will your plant remain a jungle cactus in disguise for another year? Armed with the right soil, the proper watering rhythm, and that secret 14-hour dark treatment, you have everything you need to transform that sleepy green plant into a stunning holiday centerpiece. Thanks so much for learning with me today, and happy growing.
Hey everyone, and welcome to today's explainer. Today, we're zeroing in on one of the absolute most resilient and, honestly, most reliable plants you could ever bring into your shaded spaces. Whether you're literally just starting your plant journey or you're a seasoned green thumb looking to fine-tune your skills, we are going to walk through a complete beginner-to-expert guide on mastering the care of the Christmas fern. We'll start by locking down those foundational steps to keep it thriving, and then, we'll level up to some really advanced expert-level propagation techniques. Let's get into it.
Okay, let's dive right into this. You might be wondering, out of all the fern varieties out there, why on earth is this specific one named after a winter holiday? Well, the answer actually lies in its incredible hardiness. You see, the Christmas fern is famous for these gorgeous, leathery, dark green fronds that simply refuse to fade when the temperature drops. In fact, they stay vibrantly green right through the winter holidays, like even when they're buried under a thick blanket of snow. It's a plant that quite literally brings a splash of life to the absolute dead of winter.
So here's our quick roadmap for the explainer today. Number 1, we'll officially meet the fern. 2, lighting and climate essentials. 3, soil, water, and feeding. 4, troubleshooting and pests. And finally, number 5, expert propagation and tips.
Starting off with Section 1, meet the Christmas fern, nature's low-maintenance evergreen.
So botanically, this plant is known as Polysticum acrosticoides. It's this beautiful, elegant, fountain-like native of eastern North American woodlands, and get this, it boasts a lifespan of over 20 years. Right? That's a serious commitment. Now, it is a slow to moderate grower, especially during that crucial first year while it's busy establishing its root system. But once it actually settles in, it becomes a totally permanent, reliable fixture in your shade garden for over 2 decades.
And there are some pretty brilliant reasons why landscape designers and home gardeners absolutely love this fern. First off, it's reliably perennial all the way from USDA hardiness zones 3 through 9. That is a massive range of climates. It's fully evergreen, totally winter hardy, plus if you're someone who constantly battles local wildlife, you are going to be thrilled to know it's highly deer and rabbit resistant. Oh, and unlike some of those more aggressive ferns that just want to take over your entire yard, this one has a very polite, non-spreading clumping habit. It stays exactly where you put it, which makes it a fantastic, well-behaved, stabilizing ground cover, especially if you've got slopes.
Moving on to Section 2, Lighting and Climate Essentials, mimicking the woodland canopy.
You know, the ultimate secret to success with the Christmas fern is actually surprisingly simple. You just need to recreate its natural forest habitat. If you can mimic that woodland canopy, the plant is going to do all the heavy lifting for you. So let's look at how that translates to light, whether you're keeping it outside or inside. Outdoors, it absolutely requires partial to full shade. Think about tucking it under the canopy of large trees or on the north side of a building. Now, indoors, it needs medium to low indirect light. Something like a gentle east-facing window is perfect. But I do have to firmly warn you here. Direct, intense afternoon sun will ruthlessly burn its leathery leaves. For the absolute best results, dappled light filtering through trees is your gold standard.
Now, right along with that dappled light comes the need for moisture in the air. You really want to maintain average to high humidity. Outdoor plants generally do fine just relying on their local climate and natural rainfall, especially if you group them with other plants to create a nice little microclimate. But indoor ferns, they face a much tougher battle against dry air, especially in the winter when all our heaters are blasting. So if you're growing this as a houseplant, you'll definitely want to use a pebble tray filled with water beneath it or run a dedicated humidifier in the room just to combat that dry indoor air.
All right, Section 3, Soil, Water, and Feeding, the foundation of fern health.
Now, what's really interesting about this breakdown is how straightforward it is to give the root system exactly what it needs for that 20-year lifespan. For the soil, you want it rich in organic matter, really humusy, loose, and well-draining. The pH should be slightly acidic to neutral, so somewhere between 6.0 and 7.0, which conveniently is where most standard garden soils already sit. When it comes to water, the main goal is consistently moist soil. Outdoors, once they're fully established, they are surprisingly drought tolerant. But listen, during that critical first year, consistent moisture is absolutely vital. If you've got it in a container indoors, just water it whenever the top inch of soil feels dry to the touch. Easy as that.
When we talk about feeding, this is one of those times where less is definitely more. These ferns are very light feeders. I highly advise you to skip the harsh synthetic chemical fertilizers entirely. They're usually way too strong and can easily burn those sensitive fern roots. Instead, think about the forest floor. You want to top dress the soil around the base with a 1 to 2 inch layer of compost or even just shredded leaves in the spring. And in the fall, just let the natural fallen leaf litter remain right there around the base. It acts as the perfect protective mulch and slowly feeds the plant as it naturally decomposes.
Which brings us to Section 4, Troubleshooting and Pests, Overcoming the Hurdles.
Okay, so to keep your fern in top shape, we need to talk about common roadblocks. The absolute most critical botanical threat to your Christmas fern is something called crown rot. This is unfortunately a fatal condition where the plant's crown, which is that central growing point right at the base, becomes mushy and just decays. So why does this happen? Usually it's caused by soil that's just too heavy and waterlogged, or very commonly because the fern was planted way too deeply into the ground. Your soil must drain well to prevent the plant from getting what we gardeners call wet feet. And always make sure the crown sits perfectly level with the soil surface.
Now, if your fern isn't looking its best, this quick comparison should help you diagnose the issue right away. If you're overwatering and heading dangerously toward root rot, you're typically going to see widespread yellowing on the new fronds and a mushy base. On the flip side of that, if you're underwatering or maybe exposing the fern to way too much direct sun, you're going to see crispy brown edges or these bleached sun-scorched patches. So just compare these distinct symptoms directly. That way you'll immediately know if your fern is drowning or burning, and you can tweak your care routine fast.
As for pests, let me reassure you right now, the Christmas fern is highly pest resistant, but it's always wise to keep an eye out. Indoors, you might occasionally spot some fungus gnats hovering around the moist soil, or maybe some scale or tiny whiteflies. Honestly, some yellow sticky traps and a mild insecticidal soap will take care of those no problem. Outdoors, especially in very damp, heavily shaded areas, your biggest nuisance is probably going to be slugs and snails chewing holes in the fronds, or maybe the occasional caterpillar. But really, overall, serious infestations are super rare.
And finally, Section 5,
expert propagation and tips, mastering the masterclass.
So, as we elevate your skills to full botanical mastery today, a really common question we get from beginners is, does a Christmas fern bloom? Well, the answer is no. Just like all ferns, it doesn't produce any flowers, and it doesn't produce seeds at all. So how on earth does it reproduce? Well, it relies on an incredibly fascinating ancient alternative method. It reproduces through spores. These are generated in specialized structures called sori. If you actually flip over and look at the back of the taller, upright fronds in late summer, you're going to see these small dark dots lined up in perfect, neat rows. Those are the sori. Now, propagating from these spores is definitely an expert-level, year-long challenge. It involves cutting a frond, letting the microscopic dust fall onto a piece of white paper, carefully sewing that dust on a sterile medium, covering it up to trap humidity, and then waiting weeks or even months just for this moss-like film called a prothallus to form. And from there, tiny fronds eventually emerge. It is an incredibly rewarding project if you've got the patience of an expert. But if you want a much faster method, propagation by division is far easier and honestly a lot more practical for most of us. So the crucial point is following these steps. First, early in the spring, select a mature, well-established clump, something at least 3 to 4 years old. Second, take a spade and carefully lift the entire root ball right out of the ground. Third, you're going to slice and divide that crown, making absolutely sure every new section has a healthy set of roots and a few little developing fiddleheads. And finally, replant those divisions immediately at their original depth and give them a really good watering.
Okay, let's rapid fire some pro landscaping tips, just to round out your new expertise. Number 1, I know it's tempting, but resist the urge to tidy up your garden in the fall. Do not cut back the old fading fronds. They actually naturally lie flat and insulate that delicate crown from freezing winter temperatures. You only want to trim them away in early spring. Number 2, use companion planting. The dark, leathery texture of this fern looks absolutely stunning next to the softer foliage of hostas or coral bells. Or try planting a cinnamon fern right behind it for this amazing layered woodland effect. And lastly, how do you identify it for sure? Get up close and look at the leaflets. Every single small leaflet has this distinctive lobe at the base that points straight up, perfectly shaped like a tiny Christmas stocking or a sleigh.
And I think that just brilliantly illustrates the total charm and utility of this incredible plant. It's tough, it's beautiful, and it's a true survivor. So I'll leave you with this final thought. How will you use this resilient 20-year evergreen in your own shaded spaces? Are you going to use it to stabilize a difficult slope? Maybe plant it alongside some colorful hostas? Or perhaps you're going to test your new expert skills by propagating it from spores. The choice is completely yours, and now you've got the expert knowledge to make it happen. Thank you so much for joining me on this explainer, and happy planting.
Welcome to this complete explainer. You know, if you're a focused learner looking to truly master the art of indoor horticulture, you've landed in the exact right place today. We are tackling a houseplant that is famous for being incredibly beautiful, but let's be honest, it's also notorious for being a little bit of a diva. Yep, we're talking about the Maranta leuconura, better known as the prayer plant. Now, while it absolutely demands a specific environment to thrive, cracking its code is a super rewarding journey. It's going to take you from a total novice to a true plant enthusiast. By the end of this session, you'll know exactly how to keep this stunning tropical plant vibrant, lush, and happy.
All right, here's our quick roadmap for today. Number 1, meet your prayer plant. 2, the 4 pillars of care. 3, maintenance, feeding, and pruning. 4, troubleshooting common plant problems. And 5, propagating new plants. Let's dive right in.
Section 1. Meet your prayer plant. Native to the tropical rainforests of Brazil, this completely pet-safe plant is basically a living, moving work of art. It performs this fascinating daily ritual called nectanasty. So during the day, the leaves lie totally flat to soak up the sun. But as the evening rolls in, there's a specialized joint at the base of the leaf. It's called a pulvinus, and it changes its internal water pressure. It acts just like a hinge to lift the leaves upward, folding them together like hands in prayer. It's this daily bit of magic that really reminds you just how alive your houseplants actually are.
Section 2, the 4 pillars of care. Look, to keep this tropical native not just alive, but actually thriving in your living room, you have to nail a few absolute non-negotiable environments. First up is light, and you need to think about the rule of contrast here. You want to replicate the dappled light of a forest floor. So bright, indirect light is perfect, like setting it near an east-facing window for that gentle morning sun, or filtering a brighter window with a sheer curtain.
What you absolutely must avoid at all costs are harsh, direct sunbeams. They will literally scorch that beautiful foliage right off, turning it faded and crispy. On the flip side, shoving it in a really dark corner is just gonna make it lose its vibrant colors and get all leggy and stretched out. Filtered light is your sweet spot.
Okay, moving to our second pillar, humidity. This 50% mark, that's your golden rule. Remember, it comes from a rainforest. Dry household air is public enemy number one for the prayer plant. If you want pristine, unblemished leaves, you really need ambient humidity sitting over 50%. Luckily, it's pretty easy to do. Just run a small humidifier nearby, set the plant's pot on a tray filled with pebbles and water, or simply cluster a few different plants together to create a naturally humid little microclimate.
Pillar 3 is hydration, and heads up, these plants are total divas about what they drink. You want to keep the soil consistently moist, so give it a good soak when the top inch or two feels dry, but never ever let it sit soggy, because that's just an open invitation for root rot. Also, prayer plants are hypersensitive to the chlorine and fluoride they pump into standard tap water. Using straight tap water will almost immediately give you brown, crispy leaf tips. So using filtered, distilled, or rainwater is honestly just as important as how often you're watering it.
Our fourth and final pillar is the foundation, the soil. To prevent that dreaded root rot while still giving the plant the moisture it desperately wants, you need a slightly acidic, peat-based mix. Try this exact 3-ingredient DIY blend for the perfect balance. 2 parts peat moss or cocoa coir to hold on to the moisture. 1 part perlite or coarse sand to give it rapid drainage and aeration so the roots can actually breathe. And 1 part standard potting soil to tie it all together.
Section 3. Maintenance, feeding, and pruning.
Now, transitioning from just surviving to actively thriving means sticking to a timeline. During the active growing seasons, spring and summer, feed your prayer plant every 2 to 4 weeks with a diluted water-soluble fertilizer. This really supports those crazy vibrant leaf patterns. But as growth slows down in the fall and winter, you gotta hit the brakes. Reduce or completely stop feeding, otherwise you risk burning the roots with leftover minerals. Also, these guys are slow growers. They actually prefer to be a little bit snug in their pots, so you only need to repot them into a container that's maybe 1 or 2 inches larger every 1 to 2 years.
When it comes to grooming, do not be shy about giving it a haircut. Over time, prayer plants can get kind of leggy and messy. Making clean cuts right above a leaf node, which is just that little bump on the stem where the leaf pops out, is super beneficial. Cutting there triggers the plant to shoot out brand new growth right from that node, giving you that really full, dense, bushy look everyone wants. Plus, snipping off the old, yellowing leaves makes sure the plant redirects its energy into fresh, healthy growth.
Section 4. Troubleshooting common plant problems. No matter how perfectly you follow the rules, things can still go sideways. But don't panic, because the leaves literally never lie. If you see yellowing on the lower leaves, feel mushy stems, or you catch a weird sour smell coming from the soil, you're drowning it. You're overwatering and probably causing root rot. On the flip side, if the leaves are curling completely inward like a taco, the whole plant is drooping, and the edges are crispy, well, your plant is incredibly thirsty. It's actively curling up to conserve whatever tiny bit of moisture it has left. Check that topsoil immediately and fix your watering routine.
While they're generally pretty robust, a stressed-out plant is a magnet for unwanted guests. Keep a close eye out for these 4 common pests. Spider mites are the biggest threat for sure. They absolutely thrive in the dry air that your plant hates, and they leave this fine, dusty webbing under the leaves. Mealybugs hide in the little crevices and look like tiny masses of white cotton. Fungus gnats will literally hover around your pot if the soil is too wet, and aphids tend to cluster up on the tender new shoots. If you spot any of these invaders, isolate your plant right away and treat the leaves directly with insecticidal soap or neem oil.
But out of everything we've talked about, the absolute #1 complaint plant owners have is finding brown, crispy edges on otherwise perfectly healthy leaves. Let's make this crystal clear. This is almost always a strict warning sign that your ambient humidity is too low, or you have a buildup of fluoride and chlorine from your tap water. Seriously, if you fix your humidity and upgrade to filtered water, you will systematically solve the vast majority of all prayer plant distress signals.
Section 5. Propagating new plants.
Remember when you were pruning those leggy stems a minute ago? Well, you were actually gathering the perfect material to multiply your plant collection for free. Water propagation is a nearly foolproof method if you follow these 4 simple steps. The biggest key here is cutting about an inch below a leaf node, because that node is exactly where the new roots are going to sprout from. Submerge just the node in room temperature water, keep the leaves dry so they don't rot, and stick the jar in bright indirect light. Change the water every few days, and in a couple of weeks, you'll see roots. Once they're about 2 inches long, just plop them into your DIY soil mix.
Now, if you'd rather not mess with stem cuttings, or if you just have a massive mature plant, propagation by division is the way to go. The absolute best time to do this is during your routine spring repotting. When you take the plant out of its pot, just gently tease apart the natural clumps of the root rhizomes with your fingers. You just have to make absolutely sure that each new section you pull away has its own healthy cluster of stems, leaves, and its own root system attached before you put it in a new pot.
Let's do a really quick recap of the pro tips to totally solidify your status as a Maranta master. Remember, humidity is everything. Standard tap water is the enemy. A good haircut makes for a bushier plant, and the leaves will always tell you exactly what they need if you just take the time to read them. Oh, and don't forget to check on them at night to enjoy the show.
And that brings us to the end of our Masterclass Explainer. I really want to leave you with this one thought. Watching a prayer plant fold its leaves up every single evening is such a beautiful reminder that our houseplants aren't just static decorations. They are dynamic, communicating, living organisms that react to their environment in real time. If you apply the structured care guidelines we went through today, you aren't just keeping a plant alive, you're providing the perfect environment for it to put on a spectacular show for years and years to come. Thanks for hanging out, and happy growing! Welcome to this explainer. Look, today we are going to completely de-escalate your plant parent panic and diagnose exactly why those precious leaves are hitting the floor. We've literally all been there, right? You walk into the room and your absolute favorite houseplant has suddenly shed a whole layer of foliage. It's heartbreaking, and honestly, it usually sends us into a total spiral of over-caring. But today we're taking a structured, scientific approach to figure out the top 6 causes of leaf drop, and much more importantly, how you can fix every single one of them.
So let's dive right in by reframing the situation entirely. Your plant isn't betraying you, and it honestly isn't necessarily dying. When a plant drops its leaves, it's actually performing a highly calculated act of self-preservation. Think of it like a captain ordering the crew to abandon ship on a specific deck just to keep the rest of the vessel afloat. You see, leaves are a plant's power stations for photosynthesis, but they're also where the plant loses the most water through transpiration. When a plant is under severe stress, maintaining all of that lush foliage becomes this massive energy drain it simply can't afford. So it sheds leaves to conserve energy and survive.
And this brilliant biological mechanism really proves that point. Leaf drop isn't just a leaf getting weak and randomly falling off, it's an active process. When stressed, whether that's from bad watering, dying roots, or just environmental shock, the plant purposefully builds a tiny wall of cells, called the abscission layer, right at the base of the leaf stem. This layer effectively severs the leaf from the plant's vascular system. It's literally cutting its losses to focus all of its remaining resources on core survival. Understanding this completely changes how we diagnose the problem.
Here's our agenda for today's Plant ER Triage. First, the science of leaf drop. Second, diagnosing water issues. Third, environmental shock and stress. Fourth, natural aging versus pests. And finally, pro tips for prevention.
Section 1. The science of leaf drop, identifying the symptoms.
Now consider this your ultimate cheat sheet. Before you start pouring water everywhere or impulsively repotting, look closely at which leaves are dropping and how they feel. If your lower leaves are turning yellow and feel soft or limp, you're probably overwatering. But if the leaves are yellow but feel dry and crispy, your plant is underwatered. A sudden, massive shower of leaves often points to acclimation shock, while a sudden drop of perfectly green leaves usually means temperature stress. And if it's just the oldest bottom leaves falling off one by one, well, that's just natural aging. Keep these symptoms in mind as we break down each specific cause.
Section 2. Diagnosing water issues, the most common culprits.
Okay, so watering issues are the #1 reason plants shed leaves. And contrasting these two extremes makes it incredibly easy to diagnose if yours is drowning or completely parched. Actually, go ahead and check your soil right now. If it's constantly wet and soggy and the base of the stem feels a bit soft, your roots are likely rotting. They're dying and can no longer support the foliage, so the plant sheds its lower leaves. That's overwatering. On the other hand, if you pick up the pot and it feels surprisingly light and the soil is bone dry and rock hard, your plant is in a severe drought. It's sacrificing its dry, crispy leaves just to keep its main stems alive. That's underwatering. If you diagnosed overwatering, here's your exact fix to stop those lower leaves from dropping. Step 1, and I know this is the hardest thing for us plant parents, stop watering immediately. Just step back. Allow that soil to dry out completely.
You also really need to verify that your pot actually has drainage holes, because if water can't escape, the roots are literally suffocating. If the soil smells swampy or the base of the plant feels mushy, you're dealing with severe root rot. In that case, you've got to play surgeon. Unpot the plant, carefully snip away the black, mushy, dead roots, and repot it in fresh, dry, well-aerated soil.
On the flip side, if your plant is underwatering and shedding crispy leaves just to survive the tiny desert you've accidentally created in your living room, you need to rehydrate it immediately. Give it a really deep, thorough watering. Now, if the soil is so bone dry that the water just runs down the sides of the pot and out the bottom without even absorbing, you're going to want to use bottom watering. Just set the pot in a bowl of water for about 30 minutes and let the soil soak it up from the bottom like a sponge. Once it's rehydrated, commit to a consistent watering schedule so it never has to face that kind of drought stress again.
Section 3. Environmental shock and stress when things change too fast.
This perfectly explains our third cause, acclimation shock. Just think about where your plant came from for a second. It was likely raised in this perfect climate-controlled nursery or greenhouse with optimal humidity and light. So when you buy it, shove it in your car, and place it in a dim corner of your house, that is an incredibly jarring transition. Sensitive plants, particularly the notorious fiddly fig, will throw an absolute tantrum, much like a dramatic teenager, and drop a significant number of leaves as they struggle to adjust to these new, less than ideal conditions.
To fix acclimation shock, the answer is usually less action, not more. You simply need to establish a stable environment. Find a forever home in your house that provides the right light for that specific species, set the pot down, and seriously, stop moving it around. Don't drag it from room to room chasing the sunlight. Keep your watering routine stable and just be patient. Expect a little bit of drama for the first few weeks. Once it realizes its environment is secure, the dropping will absolutely stop and it'll acclimate. Now let's see how this builds into cause number 4, temperature stress. If you walk into a room and notice your plant has suddenly dropped a handful of perfectly healthy, bright green leaves, look around. Is there a drafty window right there? Did someone leave a door open? Is it sitting directly in the path of an air conditioning vent? A sudden chill is a major shock to tropical houseplants, and shedding green leaves is an acute, immediate defense mechanism against that sudden plunge in temperature. The prescription here is incredibly straightforward. Just protect your tropical plants from the chill. Relocate the plant immediately away from any source of cold air or intense temperature fluctuations. They want a steady, warm environment, just like they'd have in their native habitats.
Section 4. Natural aging versus pests, the inevitable and the invasive.
It's really vital to distinguish between cause number 5, which is natural aging, and cause number 6, pests. Natural aging is literally just the circle of life. It is perfectly normal for a healthy, thriving plant to occasionally turn 1 or 2 of its very oldest, lowest leaves yellow and drop them. It's simply redirecting its energy upward to push out new growth at the top. If the rest of the plant looks amazing, do nothing, just clear the leaf away. However, if the leaf drop is severe and you're seeing fine webbing, sticky residue on the leaves, or tiny visible insects like spider mites or scale, your plant is under attack. These pests are physically draining the life and energy from the plant, forcing it to drop foliage it can no longer support. If pests are stealing your plant's energy, you gotta act like a botanical ER doctor right now. Step 1, isolate the patient immediately so the bugs don't spread to your entire indoor jungle. Step 2, treat it aggressively. Wipe down the leaves to physically remove the pests and apply a high-quality, appropriate insecticide or horticultural oil according to the directions. You absolutely have to break the pest's life cycle if you want to stop the leaf drop.
Section 5, Pro Tips for Prevention, Keeping Your Plant Intact.
By following these core preventative practices, you're going to keep those leaves firmly attached exactly where they belong. First and foremost, establish a consistent watering routine. Since over and underwatering are the top culprits, honestly, mastering your moisture levels solves like 90% of your problems right there. Second, provide a stable environment. Find a spot with the right light, keep them away from drafts and vents, and just let them be. And finally, when you bring a new plant home, expect a little drama. Provide good care and just give it the time it needs to adjust. And as we wrap up this explainer, we absolutely have to address the most heartbreaking question every single plant owner asks after sweeping up a pile of fallen foliage from the floor. Will those beautiful leaves ever grow back on the bare stem?
Well, the hard truth is, no. A plant won't regrow a leaf in the exact same spot where one has fallen off. But hey, you shouldn't be discouraged by that. The entire goal of our triage today wasn't to magically reverse the past, but to fix the root cause and stop any further dropping. Because of your excellent care,
your plant now has the energy and stability to push out beautiful, fresh, new growth right at the top. By understanding the real science behind why plants drop their leaves, you've totally leveled up as a plant parent. Which really makes you wonder, if your plants can tell you this much just by dropping a single leaf, what other secret languages are they using right now that you haven't even learned to speak yet?
Welcome to this explainer. Okay, today we are tackling what is probably the single most intimidating part of bringing a piece of nature indoors. Listen, if you've ever stood over a potted plant with a watering can, totally paralyzed by the fear of doing the wrong thing, you are in the exact right place. We're going to completely shift your mindset today and give you a totally foolproof guide to keeping that indoor jungle of yours absolutely thriving. By the time we're done here, you won't be guessing anymore. You'll know exactly what your plants are trying to tell you.
Okay, let's dive into our roadmap for today. We'll hit the #1 mistake, the golden watering rule, how to spot thirst, 2 ways to water, and finally, overwatered or underwatered. Section 1, the #1 mistake, killing with kindness. So be honest with me for a second. Have you ever loved a plant to death? It's literally the most common story in the book. You pick out this beautiful, tiny little succulent, you bring it home, and you just want it to be so happy. So how do we show that love? Well, by hovering over it with a watering can every single day. And yeah, you can probably guess how that ends. The poor thing just drowns. Overwatering is absolutely, hands down, the #1 mistake new plant parents make. We literally drown them trying to care for them. But hey, here's the good news. While it's the biggest issue out there, it's also incredibly easy to fix once you know the secret. We just need a total paradigm shift in how we think about providing that water. Which brings us to Section 2, the golden watering rule. Ditch the schedule. So the crucial point here, and if you take literally only one thing away from this entire explainer, make it this, is the golden rule. Check the soil first, and do not water on a schedule. Forget the rigid routines, no more guessing games. We have to actually start listening to our plants instead of blindly following the calendar. Trust me, watering every Sunday is a total recipe for disaster. And here's exactly why those schedules fail. A plant's thirst isn't just some static thing. It is constantly changing based on its environment. Just look at these factors. First up, light levels. A plant sitting in a bright, sunny window, it's going to dry out significantly faster than one tucked away in a dim corner. Then you've got the season. Plants actively drink so much more during their spring and summer growth spurts, and they need way less when they go dormant in the fall and winter. Oh, and pot type is huge. Porous terracotta actually breathes and wicks moisture away, while plastic or glazed pots trap it right in. Throw in hot, dry air from temperature and humidity changes, and, well, you can see why that Sunday schedule makes absolutely zero sense. All right, Section 3, how to spot thirst. Become a soil detective. So, we're replacing that calendar schedule with a quick assessment phase. The absolute most foolproof, classic way to do this is simply called the finger test. Literally, all you do is stick your index finger about 1 to 2 inches deep right into your plant's potting soil. If you pull it out and the soil feels moist, or if it's actively sticking to your skin, your plant is totally fine. Stop right there. Don't water it yet. Just leave it alone and check back again in a few days. But on the flip side, keep this in mind. If the soil feels dry and crumbly, it is time to water. You really want to pay attention to that physical texture. Dry and crumbly is your plant literally giving you the green light to grab the watering can. It's a super simple, undeniable physical cue. Now, I get it, maybe you don't want to get dirt under your nails every time. You've got 2 other really great options here. For your smaller plants, try the lift test. You just get a feel for how heavy the pot is right after you water it. Then pick it up every few days. When it feels noticeably lighter, boom, the soil is dry. Or if you want a more scientific approach, grab a moisture meter. You just stick the probe right into the dirt, and the dial instantly tells you if it's dry, moist, or wet. It totally keeps your hands clean and takes all the guesswork out of it. Moving right along to Section 4, 2 ways to water, top versus bottom. The real secret to watering, no matter how you decide to do it, is being incredibly thorough. Let's look at top watering first, since that's what most of us are familiar with. Step 1, slowly pour water over the whole surface of the soil until it starts running freely out of the drainage holes at the bottom. Step 2, let the pot sit for a few minutes so it can drain completely. But step 3, this is where so many beginners mess up. You absolutely must, crucially, dump out any of that excess water pooling in the saucer below. I'm serious. Leaving a plant sitting in a puddle of water is the absolute fastest way to give it root rot. Don't let them sit in the puddle.
Okay, let's move to and see how this builds our toolkit with a totally different technique, bottom watering. This is actually a fantastic method because it prevents overwatering and really encourages these strong, deep roots. First, you take your pot, and yes, it absolutely must have drainage holes for this to work, and place it into a sink or a deep tray filled with a few inches of water. Next, you just let it hang out there for about 15 to 30 minutes. It's gonna drink that water right up from the bottom until you physically see the top layer of soil turn dark and moist. Finally, take it out of the water, let it drain off, and pop it back in its spot. It's an incredibly effective way to make sure the entire root ball gets evenly hydrated. And finally, Section 5. Overwatered or underwatered, reading the signs. Now, what's really interesting about this is how you can play detective and cross-reference multiple symptoms to nail down the perfect diagnosis. Plants are actually amazing communicators if you just know what to look for. For example, if you see yellow leaves that are soft and mushy, especially down near the bottom, yeah, that usually means you're overwatering. But if those yellow leaves are crispy and dry around the edges, they're probably underwatered. You've got to look at the whole picture. If the plant is drooping and the soil is wet, it's suffocating from too much water. Drooping and the soil is bone dry, it's just really thirsty. Check out the soil condition itself too. Constantly damp, musty soil means overwatering, while soil pulling hard away from the sides of the pot means underwatering. And finally, check the stems. Mushy, black stems at the base are a classic sign of rot from too much water, while dry, brittle, shriveled stems point to severe dehydration. All right, you are officially equipped. You know that overwatering is the ultimate trap, you know to throw away that rigid schedule, you know how to read the soil and the leaves, and you know exactly how to deliver the perfect drink. You aren't guessing anymore, you are a full-on active soil detective. So now that you possess the real secret to a thriving indoor jungle, which plant are you gonna go check first? Go get your fingers a little dirty, listen to what your plants are telling you, keep exploring, and we will see you in the next explainer.
Welcome to this explainer on the absolutely incredible cinnamon fern. We're going to give you the complete beginner to expert guide on turning those notoriously wet, shady spots in your yard or home into a striking woodland showcase. Let's dive right in.
Are you totally tired of delicate ferns that just give up and die the second their soil gets a little too soggy? I mean, if you've ever been frustrated by traditional houseplant ferns rotting in standing water, you are gonna love this. Because the cinnamon fern, it doesn't just tolerate a swampy mess, it literally demands it. Here's our masterclass blueprint. We'll be moving right through meeting the cinnamon fern, perfecting soil and water, dialing in light and climate, mastering care and propagation, troubleshooting, and then wrapping up with expert styling. Section 1. Meet the cinnamon fern, the native statement. Say hello to Osmundastrum cinnamomium. Now, as you know, ferns don't bloom, but this dramatic, long-lived native fern, it produces its spores on these incredible rust cinnamon-colored fertile spikes. They shoot straight up from the center of this tall, gorgeous green vase of sterile fronds. Honestly, it's a total sensory delight. In the spring, you get these silvery white, woolly fiddleheads that emerge and unroll into lush green leaves right alongside those rusty cinnamon sticks that give the plant its name. It's basically a sculptural statement piece, perfectly designed for those swampy spots where your other plants would simply drown.
Section 2. Perfecting soil and water for these bog-loving ferns.
You know those standard houseplant rules we all follow? Yeah, go ahead and throw those right out the window. Usually, we let plants dry out a bit between waterings in nice, well-draining soil. But the cinnamon fern evolved in cool, wet bogs. It actually wants to be consistently wet. It thrives in heavy, acidic bog soil. And get this, it actively loves sitting in a saucer of standing water. A typical Boston fern would turn to mush in a week under these conditions, but the cinnamon fern, it absolutely eats it up.
So the real secret here is getting that highly specific soil dialed in. The ultimate DIY cinnamon fern mix needs to be a highly acidic, moisture-retentive recipe that mimics its natural forest floor habitat. We're talking 2 parts peat moss or cocoa peat as your base, 1 part composted leaf mold or pine bark, 1 part standard potting soil, and just a ½ part perlite or coarse sand. Whatever you do, avoid lean, alkaline potting soils or succulent mixes at all costs. A good rule of thumb, if you squeeze a handful of this mix, it should hold together just like a wet sponge cake.
Section 3. Light and climate. Dialing in the temperature and humidity.
When it comes to light, the cinnamon fern is a true, undeniable shade lover. We're talking part to full shade here. Think a north-facing window, a deeply shaded porch, or maybe dappled shade beneath a high canopy tree.
Direct afternoon sun is literally your worst enemy. Just one single day of unfiltered summer afternoon sun will bleach those beautiful green sterile fronds to a flat, sad yellow. Worse, it'll burn, tan scorch patches right into the leaves, and honestly, they simply won't recover. So for sure, stick to deep or dappled shade.
60. That is your magic number. 60% is the absolute minimum ideal humidity for this plant when it's actively growing. If you're keeping it indoors, that hot, dry winter air in our centrally heated homes, that is the fastest possible way to kill this fern. If the humidity drops below 45%, the tips are going to go brown. Below 35%, the plant suffers severely. You absolutely have to use pebble trays, cool mist humidifiers, or just keep it in a naturally damp outdoor environment near some water.
It's absolutely crucial to understand this plant's life cycle. As the saying goes, a cold winter rest is what triggers reliable fertile fronds the next spring. Seriously, you cannot keep this plant warm year-round. If you do, it just completely skips its famous cinnamon-colored show and only pushes out green leaves. It actually wants to go fully dormant in a cool spot. It can even survive freezing outdoor temperatures. It needs that chill to reset for next year's spectacular display.
Section 4. Care and propagate, feeding and pruning.
Maintenance for the cinnamon fern is actually delightfully low fuss, but it is highly specific. Once that first hard frost hits in autumn and the fronds collapse, you want to cut everything completely down to the ground. But be careful here. Make sure you cut about an inch above the rhizome so you aren't slicing into the knobby trunk itself. Then, when early spring rolls around, give it a light organic feeding by top dressing with about an inch of compost or leaf mold. Stay away from heavy liquid feeds, they'll just give you weak floppy fronds. This light, organic approach is exactly what builds that strong, upright vase shape the plant is famous for.
Now, if you're growing these in containers, you're going to need to step up your fern every 2 to 3 years into a larger 5 to 15-gallon pot. It's a bit of a process, but here's how you do it. First, soak the parent pot the day before so the rhizome doesn't crack on you. Second, tip it and gently ease that heavy plant out. Third, take some sterile scissors and trim away any black or mushy roots. Fourth, settle it into that fresh peaty mix we talked about earlier. And this is key. Make sure the top of the rhizome sits exactly at the soil surface. If you bury it too deep, you're looking at instant crown rot. Finally, just backfill, water it deeply, and add your mulch.
Okay, but what if you want more ferns? Who wouldn't, right? The primary propagation method here is dividing mature clumps that are at least 4 to 5 years old. You want to tackle this in early spring, right as those woolly fiddleheads start pushing up. Dig up the parent plant and rinse the soil off so you can clearly see the joins between the crowns. Then take a sterilized knife or even a saw and cut straight down through that woody rhizome. Plant those new divisions at the exact same depth as the parent, water them deeply, and make sure you keep them shaded for about 2 weeks so they can recover.
Section 5. Troubleshooting those common fern problems.
Pests are actually super rare for this fern, which is great. But environmental issues, yeah, those are pretty common. Let's look at a few visual symptoms and their direct cures so you can instantly save your plant. Got brown, crispy edges? Well, that's dry air or dry soil. You want to soak the root ball and get a humidifier going. What about mid-season yellowing on the inner fronds? That usually means your soil dried out, or maybe the pH drifted a bit too alkaline. Just top dress with composted pine bark or peat to bring that acidity right back. And if you spot tan scorch patches, sunburn, no question. Move the plant to deep shade immediately, because those burned fronds are gone for good.
Section 6. Expert styling and our final ProCare tips. All right, here are some rapid-fire expert tips to totally elevate your fern game. First up, style this plant against a dark backdrop. Think a dark-stained fence, a mossy boulder, or an evergreen hedge. It really makes those rust cinnamon fertile fronds just pop visually. You can also pair it with ostrich ferns for height or Japanese painted ferns for a gorgeous silvery contrast. Now always water before it droops, because a deep dryout will often ruin the current season's foliage entirely. And here's a fun one. Whatever you do, leave that silvery fill head fuzz alone. Hummingbirds and yellow warblers actually harvest it to line their nests. How cool is that? Finally, for containers, absolutely avoid terracotta. It just pulls moisture right out of the soil. Stick to those big 5+ gallon glazed pots instead.
So, having seen the whole shebang, I have to ask, are you ready to bring the ancient beauty of the forest floor right into your own space? The cinnamon fern definitely demands a highly specific environment, but once you provide that cool, wet, acidic shade, it is going to reward you with a spectacular sculptural show year after year,
literally for decades. Apply what we've covered today, and you'll be well on your way to mastering this incredible plant. Thanks so much for joining me on this explainer, and hey, happy planting!
Welcome back, everyone. If you're tuning into this explainer today, chances are you've either got a full-blown botanical emergency on your hands, or you just want to be totally prepared for when you inevitably do. Today, we are enthusiastically taking on the ultimate indoor jungle challenge, diagnosing and saving your wilting houseplants. You know, there is literally nothing quite as alarming as seeing your beloved, once perky plant suddenly looking limp and lifeless. But hey, don't worry, you are in exactly the right place to fix it.
I completely understand that immediate sinking panic you feel when you walk into a room and see your plant just dramatically slumped over the side of its pot. Your very first thought is probably, oh no, why is my plant suddenly dying? But I want to de-escalate that panic right now. Take a deep breath. Wilting is rarely an instant death sentence. Actually, it's really just your plant's most dramatic visual cry for help. It's a communication tool, and today we're going to learn exactly how to decode that message so you can bring your green friends back to life.
Okay, let's dive into this. We've got a really clear, logical plan to shift you from panic to proactive troubleshooting. We'll kick things off with emergency plant triage. Look at the science behind wilting. Fix over and underwatering, cure transplant and environment shock, tackle pests and low humidity, and finally, preventing future plant problems.
Section 1. Emergency Plant Triage. All right, I need you to stop exactly what you're doing right now. Your very first instinct when you see a drooping plant is probably to reach straight for the watering can. But listen to me, without a proper diagnosis, that could be a fatal mistake. So, step 1, do not water it yet. Step 2, pick up the pot. Is it surprisingly light, or is it heavy and dense? Step 3, stick your finger about 2 inches down into the soil. We need to know if it's dry all the way down or if it's wet and soggy beneath the surface. Step 4, take a sniff. Yes, literally smell the soil. If you catch a musty, sour, or kind of swampy odor, we have a serious emergency on our hands. And finally, step 5, inspect the leaves. Look really closely at them. Are the edges crispy and dry, or are the lower leaves turning a soft, mushy yellow? Answering these specific questions is absolutely crucial. It's the only way to actually diagnose the issue.
Section 2. The science behind wilting.
Before we start fixing things, we need to understand the biological mechanics at play. Wilting almost always points to a disruption in how water moves from the roots all the way up to the leaves. To visualize this, I want you to think of your plant cells like millions of tiny little water balloons. When those balloons are completely full of water, they're firm, right? They're rigid. This internal water pressure is known as turgor pressure, and it is literally the thing holding your plant upright. But when the roots can't supply water as fast as the leaves are losing it, which happens through a natural process called transpiration, those tiny balloons start to deflate. And when the balloons deflate, the plant structure just can't support itself anymore, and boom, you've got a drooping plant. So our main job today is figuring out exactly what is disrupting that water supply line.
Section 3. Fix over and underwatering.
Now, what's really interesting about this is how perfectly these two opposite states contrast with each other. On one side, we have underwatering. The soil is bone dry all the way through. The pot feels remarkably light when you lift it, and the leaves are limp, sure, but they're still mostly green. The fix here is obvious, right? It just needs a good drink. But on the other side, we have the deceptive and incredibly dangerous overwatering. The pot feels heavy, the soil is totally soggy, and those lower leaves are getting soft and yellow. You might even notice that musty smell we talked about earlier. This is a cruel irony of nature, honestly, because when soil is constantly waterlogged, the roots suffocate and rot. And since dead roots can't absorb moisture, your plant is literally wilting from thirst while sitting in a giant puddle of water. Crazy, right?
So, if you've done your triage and diagnosed underwatering, fixing it is pretty straightforward, but it does require a specific technique. Do not just pour water on top of the soil. Bone-dry soil can actually repel water, it'll just run right down the sides. Instead, we're gonna do what's called bottom watering. Just place the pot in a tray filled with a few inches of water and leave it alone for 30 to 60 minutes. The soil is gonna act just like a sponge, drawing up all the moisture it needs from below. Once it's fully hydrated, take it out and let it drain completely. And you know what the incredibly satisfying part is? Your plant should perk right back up within just 1 to 4 hours. It's like magic.
But if you diagnosed overwatering and root rot, guys, this is a code red. You need to stop watering immediately. Carefully unpot the plant and take a hard look at its roots. Healthy roots are going to be firm and light-colored. Rotted roots are brown, black, and super mushy. You have to take a pair of sterile shears and trim away every single rotting root.
Seriously, don't be shy. Cut the whole shebang away if it's mushy. After that, repot the plant into completely fresh, well-draining soil in a pot that actually has drainage holes. Pop it in bright, indirect light, and whatever you do, do not feed it any fertilizer right now. I have to be completely honest with you. Recovery here is a very slow 3 to 6 week process. And if the rot was really severe, you might even need to take healthy stem cuttings and just propagate a brand new plant entirely.
Section 4. Curing transplant and environment shock.
You know, plants really despise moving house, almost as much as we do. If you just repotted your plant a day or two ago, you've highly likely caused what's known as transplant shock. Repotting inevitably damages those tiny, fine root hairs that are responsible for absorbing water. The fix for this? Do absolutely nothing. Seriously, don't panic and try to repot it again to fix it. Definitely avoid fertilizer and just give it a week or two of patience so it can recover on its own. Alternatively, we have environment shock. This happens when a plant suddenly faces extreme heat, a cold draft from an AC vent, or getting blasted by scorching sun. These sudden extremes disrupt the plant's vascular system. The solution here is super simple. Just move the plant to a stable, moderate location far away from any drafts. Once its temperature stabilizes, recovery usually takes just a few hours.
Section 5. Tackling pests and low humidity.
Okay, but what if your soil is perfect, the temperature is fine, and it's still wilting? Well, sometimes the sneaky culprits are environmental in ways we can't easily see. First up is low humidity, which leads to something called transpiration overload. This is essentially a physics problem. It's incredibly common in the winter when our heating systems just dry out the indoor air, or if you're trying to keep fussy tropical plants. Basically, the dry air in your home is stealing water from the plant's leaves way faster than the healthy roots can pull it up from the soil. The leaves droop because they are stressed out right at the leaf level. And please, hear me out on this. Misting your plant is not a permanent solution here. It evaporates way too fast. To truly fix this, you're going to need to run a room humidifier near the plant to actually balance the moisture in the air.
Now, if the humidity is totally fine, you might be dealing with an underlying infestation. The worst, right? Keep an eye out for root mealybugs. They look like these tiny, white, waxy masses hiding right in the soil. They attack and damage the roots directly, completely ruining water absorption. If you find them, you'll need to unpot the plant, wash those roots thoroughly, use an insecticidal drench, and then repot it. Another really stubborn culprit is fungal or bacterial stem rot. This awful disease attacks the stem right at the soil line, effectively severing the water supply pipeline to the rest of the plant. Sadly, damaged stems just can't be reversed. If you spot soft or dark, mushy patches on the lower stem, your best bet is to take cuttings from the healthy growth above the damage and propagate them to save the plant's genetics.
And this brilliantly illustrates how not all plants suffer the same way. The absolute drama queens of the underwatering world, that's your peace lilies and basil. They will completely flop over when they're thirsty, but they bounce back incredibly fast. Now, if you are someone who tends to overwater, you really need to watch out for your Monstera deliciosa and golden pothos. They are surprisingly sensitive to soggy soil. And if you have a really dry home, your Boston ferns and calatheas are going to be the very first to collapse from low humidity. Knowing your specific plant's weaknesses is a game changer because it helps you anticipate the problem before the wilting even starts.
I do need to quickly address the succulent exception here, because they kind of play by their own rules. Succulents are totally unique because their physical cues for water stress are highly visual, right there on the leaves. If your succulent's leaves are soft, kind of translucent, and mushy, you're definitely overwatering it. But if the leaves are looking thin, shriveled, and all wrinkled up, it actually desperately needs water. Always, always check the physical texture of a succulent before you act.
Section 6. Preventing future plant problems.
Okay, let's transition to some proactive medicine for your indoor jungle. The absolutely crucial point I want to make is this. Most wilting is entirely preventable if you just build a few consistent habits. First and foremost, and this is a big one, ditch the watering schedule. Watering on a rigid, every Sunday routine is just a recipe for disaster. Instead, check the soil moisture with your finger before every single watering. When you do finally water, water generously until it drains freely from the bottom. This encourages nice, deep roots. Because of this, having drainage holes and using well-draining soil are absolutely non-negotiable. Keep your plants away from extreme temperature vents or drafty doors, and finally, set yourself up for success by matching the plant to your home's natural environment. If you live in a super dry climate, maybe skip the fussy ferns and opt for something a bit hardier.
So, as we wrap up this explainer today, I want to leave you with one final really important question to ask yourself. Are you actually listening to your plant's physical cues? Or are you just guessing and pouring water on your own anxiety? By taking a second to check the soil, inspect the leaves, and assess the environment, you never have to panic over a drooping leaf ever again, because now you know exactly what to do. Thanks so much for joining me, and happy troubleshooting.
We are jumping right into this explainer because, let's be honest, if you're a houseplant parent, you already know the heartbreak. You bring home this gorgeous, vibrant green plant, right? And then, a few weeks later, you look closely and there they are, those dreaded, brown, crispy, curled up tips right on the ends of the leaves. It's incredibly frustrating. But look, you are absolutely not alone. Today, we're tackling this head on. We're gonna answer the ultimate question. Why are my plant leaves getting brown, crispy tips? We'll cover the top 5 causes and exactly how to fix it.
Okay, let's dive into this. Why are your plant's leaves getting so crispy in the first place? It's really easy to look at a ruined leaf and feel like you've somehow failed. But I want you to completely reframe how you look at this. A crispy edge isn't a failure at all. It's just a signal. Your plant is simply communicating that there's an environmental imbalance. It's basically raising a tiny brown, crispy flag asking for a little help. And by the end of this explainer, you're going to be completely fluent in translating that exact signal.
Here is our quick roadmap for today. We'll start with diagnosing those brown tips. Then look at the science of leaf scorch, cover the top 5 causes and fixes, and wrap up with preventing future brown tips. Let's get started.
Section 1. Diagnosing brown crispy tips. Time to put on our plant detective hats.
Matching what you see with how the soil feels is this amazing simple trick that points straight to our culprits. So, for example, if you see brown tips plus yellowing lower leaves and the soil feels like an absolute brick, you're definitely dealing with underwatering. But if you just have brown tips, especially on your tropicals, and the soil is perfectly moist, well, low humidity is your #1 culprit. And pay attention to this one. If there is a distinct yellow halo separating that dead brown tip from the healthy green leaf, you almost certainly have a water quality issue. Knowing these signs literally takes all the guesswork out of the equation.
Moving on to Section 2, the science of leaf scorch. Before we jump into fixing the plant, we really need to understand how this damage actually happens.
Leaf scorch, or tip burn, is essentially tissue death. Think of a plant's vascular system exactly like our own human circulatory system. It is constantly working to pump water from the roots all the way up to the furthest edges of those leaves. So the really crucial thing to understand here is that the very tip of the leaf is literally the last stop on the train. It is the last place to get a drink. When something goes wrong, maybe there's just not enough water in the soil, or the dry air is sucking moisture out way too fast, or mineral salts are clogging up the pipes, the plant simply cannot supply those furthest tips with enough hydration to keep the tissue alive. So it dries up, it dies, and it gets crispy.
All right, Section 3, the top 5 causes and fixes. Let's pair up the most common causes of this leaf scorch with their immediate actionable solutions.
Because cause #1 is entirely about this number. 40 to 60%. That is the ambient humidity level that most of our favorite tropical houseplants, think calatheas, your ferns, your palms, they absolutely crave that level of moisture. Remember, these guys originated in lush, super humid rainforests. But our modern homes, especially when we're blasting the heat in the winter or the AC in the summer, they are incredibly dry, usually falling way below that 40% mark. So, that dry air acts like a sponge, pulling moisture right out of the leaves faster than the roots can even replace it. The fix here? Use a humidifier, group your plants together so they create a little microclimate, or set up a pebble tray filled with water. Now, if you do the tray, just make sure the pot sits on the pebbles, not directly in the water, otherwise you'll get root rot. And I know you might be tempted to just grab a spray bottle, but misting only raises humidity for a few minutes. It's really not a long-term fix.
Which brings us to cause #2, underwatering. When the soil is bone dry, there simply isn't enough water for the roots to send upstairs. Plants are incredibly smart survivalists, you guys. To keep its core alive, a plant will intentionally cut off the water supply to its extremities. It sacrifices the leaf tips and the older, lower leaves first. The fix is straightforward but absolutely vital. You've got to give that plant a deep, thorough soak to completely rehydrate that hardened root ball.
And truly, the best way to do that is bottom watering. If you just pour water over the top of bone-dry soil, you know what happens, right? It just runs straight down the sides of the pot and out the bottom without absorbing it all. Instead, try this.
Step 1, place the pot in a bowl or sink with a few inches of water. Step 2, just let it sit. Let it absorb water from the bottom up, kind of like a sponge, for about 30 to 60 minutes. Step 3, once the pot feels heavy and fully hydrated, take it out, let it drain completely, and commit to a more consistent watering schedule.
Cause number 3, water quality. Tap water is often full of heavy mineral salts, fluoride, and chlorine. These actually accumulate at the edges of the leaves over time, eventually reaching toxic levels and burning the tissue. This famously shows up as that brown tip with the yellow halo we talked about earlier. The fix is easy. Switch to distilled, filtered, or rainwater. Oh, and a quick heads up. Just leaving tap water out for 24 hours? Yeah, that only evaporates the chlorine. It does absolutely nothing for fluoride or heavy minerals, so filtering really is the way to go here.
Luckily, cause number 4 is super easy to spot: too much direct sun. Believe it or not, your plants can absolutely get a sunburn. Intense, direct sunlight heats up those delicate tropical leaves, causing them to burn through their water stores incredibly rapidly, which kills the cells. This shows up as brown, crispy tips, but usually along with faded, bleached, or scorched-looking patches right where the sun is hitting them. The fix? Just scoot the plant a few feet back from that bright window, or soften the light by pulling a sheer curtain closed.
Finally, cause number 5, fertilizer burn. Too much of a good thing is definitely a bad thing when it comes to plant food. Over-fertilizing leads to a massive buildup of mineral salts in the soil, and these salts literally burn the plant's roots. If the roots are damaged, they can't absorb water properly, and boom, we're right back to vascular failure and those brown, crispy tips. You'll usually see this happen a week or 2 after you fed a plant, especially if you gave a full-strength dose while the soil was totally dry.
So, how do you rescue a plant with fertilizer burn? You have to flush the soil. Pick up your plant and take it straight to the sink or the shower. Turn the water on lukewarm, never hot, never freezing cold, and just let a slow, steady stream run continuously through the soil and out the drainage holes for several minutes. This literally washes those excess fertilizer salts right out of the dirt. It is a total lifesaver. After you do this, hold off on feeding it for at least 1 to 2 months so the roots can heal. When you do resume fertilizing, always dilute it to half strength.
Section 4. Preventing future brown tips. Let's lock in a quick, best practice routine so your leaves stay perfectly green all year round.
Okay, here are your core best practices. First, prioritize humidity. Investing in a small humidifier is a total game changer for tropicals. Next, check your soil regularly and water consistently so your plant never has to sacrifice its edges just to survive. For your sensitive plants, make the permanent switch to filtered or distilled water. Fourth, follow the less is more rule with fertilizer. Dilute heavily and only feed during the spring and summer growing seasons. And finally, a question we get all the time. Can you trim the brown tips? Yes, absolutely. You can trim right along the dead brown edges, following the natural shape of the leaf. It's purely for aesthetics and won't hurt the plant one bit. But remember, a brown tip is dead tissue. It's never gonna magically turn green again. You're just giving it a little haircut to make it look nice while the new, healthy growth comes in.
So I'll leave you with this final thought. Which fix will you implement to rescue your plant's leaves today? You've got the diagnostic knowledge, you understand the vascular science behind the scenes, and you have the top 5 actionable fixes ready to go right now. The next time you spot a crispy brown tip, don't panic. Just listen to what your plant is telling you, check the soil, check the environment, and step in with absolute confidence. Thanks for joining me on this explainer, and happy growing.
Welcome to this explainer. You know, let's just be totally honest for a second. There is absolutely nothing quite like the heartbreak of watching a beloved houseplant mysteriously wither away while you just stand there feeling totally helpless. It's the worst. But don't panic, because today we are launching a direct, foolproof mission to eradicate one of the most notorious indoor pests out there, spider mites. We're going to dive right into exactly how to identify and get rid of spider mites on your houseplants with a complete step-by-step guide.
So, take a deep breath. Here is our structured battle plan. First, we'll meet the tiny terrors. Then, we'll cover spotting the enemy. After that, we'll figure out why they're here, walk through your eradication battle plan, and finally, talk about preventing future invasions.
All right, Section 1. Meet the tiny terrors. Let's understand your invisible enemy.
I want you to go look really closely at your plant collection. Are your plants suddenly losing their color? Because if you've noticed mysterious speckles or, this really delicate webbing on your favorite foliage, you are almost certainly dealing with our primary suspect. And the tricky thing is it happens so fast, and the signs are incredibly subtle at first glance.
Now, what's really fascinating, and honestly kind of terrifying, is that spider mites aren't insects at all. They're actually minuscule arachnids,
making them relatives of spiders. They are barely visible to the naked eye, and they use these incredibly sharp mouthparts to pierce individual plant cells. They literally suck the life out of your plant cell by cell, leaving behind this trail of dead, discolored tissue that eventually leads to a total plant decline. But what makes them absolutely terrifying is their explosive life cycle. Just look at this timeline. An egg is laid in warm, dry conditions. By day 4, a nymph hatches and starts feeding. And by day 7, that mite is already a fully reproducing adult. So they go from a single egg to a reproducing adult in just 1 week. That turns a small, practically invisible colony into a full-blown infestation before you even realize they're there.
Moving on to Section 2, Spotting the Enemy. Let's look at the visual evidence at the scene.
You're going to want to grab a magnifying glass for this, or try gently shaking a leaf over a crisp piece of white paper. You are looking for some very classic visual signs. The biggest red flag? Fine silky webbing, especially right where the leaf meets the stem. You should also look for stippling, which basically looks like thousands of tiny silvery white or yellow dots where the mites have been feeding. Over time, the leaves will just start to look dusty or totally bleached out. And if you look super closely, you might actually see the tiny moving dots themselves. They can be red, tan, black, or even translucent. Eventually, this all leads to weak, yellowing leaves that just completely dry up and fall off.
Section 3. Why are they here? Let's talk about the conditions that invite these mites indoors.
The absolutely crucial point here is understanding the kind of environment these pests love. Hot, dry, stagnant air, that is the #1 cause of an infestation. And it's incredibly common during the winter when we all have our indoor heating blasting. Another huge culprit, they frequently hitchhike right into your home on brand new, store-bought plants. Plus, if your plants are already stressed out from being underwatered, their weakened state makes them an incredibly easy, prime target for these opportunistic little arachnids.
All right, Section 4, your eradication battle plan. Here is your step-by-step treatment. We've put together a strict 4-step battle plan to completely eliminate this threat. We're going to walk through isolation, manual removal, natural and organic treatments, and finally, chemical treatments for those really stubborn, worst-case scenarios.
Okay, step 1, and I literally cannot stress this enough. Isolate the plant immediately. This is mission critical. The very second you even suspect spider mites, get that plant far away from all the others in your collection. These guys spread so rapidly on simple air currents or just by leaves physically brushing up against one another. Quarantine is absolutely your first line of defense.
Step 2 is all about manual removal. Basically, blast them off. Take your quarantined plant straight to the sink or the shower and use a strong spray of lukewarm water to wash every single leaf and stem. Your goal here is to physically wash away the bulk of the population and their webbing. Make sure you get under the leaves and in all those little tiny nooks and crannies where the stems meet.
Next up for steps 3 and 4, you've got to treat the plant to kill any remaining mites and their unhatched eggs. You've got a couple of different options here. You can use natural insecticidal soaps that will gently suffocate the mites. Just make sure you spray the plant until it is literally dripping wet. On the flip side, you have chemical miticides. Now you really want to reserve these heavy-duty pesticides strictly for those extreme, stubborn infestations. They require extreme caution, you must follow the label directions perfectly, and they really should only be applied outdoors.
Now, if you want a DIY organic route for step 3, a neem oil solution is a fantastic natural miticide. It actually disrupts their life cycle. So here's a super easy recipe for you. Mix 1 teaspoon of pure cold-pressed neem oil with half a teaspoon of mild dish soap. That's just going to act as an emulsifier, and mix it into 1 quart of warm water. Shake it up well, and remember to keep shaking that bottle frequently as you heavily coat every single plant surface top and bottom.
So let's talk timeline, because diligence is your absolute ultimate weapon here. Because of that rapid 1-week life cycle we talked about earlier, doing just 1 treatment is not gonna cut it. No way. You have to repeat these soap or neem oil treatments every 4 to 5 days for up to a whole month. This back-to-back treatment cycle is what guarantees you are catching and eliminating any newly hatched mites before they can reach adulthood and lay fresh eggs.
Finally, Section 5, preventing future invasions by fortifying your defenses. Once you've won the battle, proactive plant care is how you win the war. Spider mites absolutely hate moisture, so boosting your home's humidity is, hands down, the best preventative measure. Group your plants together, run a humidifier, or set up some pebble trays. Also, always quarantine any new plants for at least a month. and make a habit of wiping down your leaves weekly with a damp cloth to disrupt any budding mite populations while keeping some gentle air circulation going so they don't get comfortable.
Also, you really need to keep your defenses high around notoriously susceptible plants. If you've got ficus trees like a fiddly fig, or tropical foliage like alocasias, caltheas, or crotons, or even climbers like English ivy, consider them very high risk. You need to be checking these specific species relentlessly for early signs of webbing or stippling.
Okay, before we wrap up, I want to address a question that almost always pops up when people find a bug infestation in their home. Are spider mites harmful to me or my pets? Let's go ahead and bust a common myth that causes a lot of totally unnecessary panic.
So, the big myth is that these mites are going to jump off your plants and infest you, your pets, your carpets, your furniture, you name it. Well, take a deep breath because the reality is exactly the opposite. Rest easy knowing these are strictly plant pests. They absolutely require live plant tissue to survive. They have zero interest in humans or animals, they can't bite you, they don't spread diseases, and they simply will not live for very long in your carpets or on your inanimate surfaces.
To pull this all together, I want to leave you with this core thought from our source material. Spider mites thrive in hot, dry conditions and reproduce at an alarming rate. Catching spider mites early is your best defense. The biggest takeaway from this explainer is just that. Maintain a humid environment, inspect your plants regularly, and catch those subtle signs early. That is exactly how you win.
So now that you're armed with the knowledge and the strategy, are you ready to take back your indoor jungle? But honestly, it does leave you wondering, the next time you walk past a plant and see a slightly yellowing leaf, are you just going to walk by or will you stop and look a little closer? Are your plants truly alone right now? Better grab that magnifying glass. Happy hunting!
Welcome to the explainer. So if you're looking to bring some incredibly lush, vibrant greenery into your space, you are in exactly the right place. Today we're focusing on an absolute classic, the brake fern. We're going to break down exactly what it takes to help this beautiful plant absolutely thrive.
Okay, let's dive into this. Here's a quick look at our roadmap for today. First, we'll meet the brake fern, then move on to creating the perfect environment. After that, we've got water, soil, and feeding, followed by pruning and propagation. Then we'll do a bit of troubleshooting, and finally wrap up with some pro tips for success.
Right, Section 1, Meet the Brake Fern. Let's talk about why this elegant, super adaptable houseplant is such a fantastic addition to any indoor garden. So its botanical name is Turris cretica, though you've probably seen it labeled at your local nursery as the Cretan brake fern, or maybe just the table fern. And what's really interesting here is that while it has these gorgeous, delicate, feather-like fronds, it is way more resilient than some of its notoriously fussy fern cousins. Yeah, I'm looking at you, maidenhair fern. It's honestly the perfect drama-free entry point if you're getting into indoor ferns.
Okay, let's run through some quick stats. Indoors, they stay pretty compact, usually maxing out at about 1 to 2 feet tall. They've got a slow to moderate growth rate, and since they're perennials, they'll stick around for years and years. Now, this is absolutely crucial for the animal lovers out there. They are completely non-toxic to both pets and humans. Oh, and just a quick note, like all true ferns, they don't bloom. They reproduce via spores instead of flowers.
Moving on to Section 2, creating the perfect environment. You know, getting the stage set correctly with light, humidity, and temperature really is half the battle. When we talk about ideal light, think about trying to replicate a dappled forest floor. You want bright, indirect light, the kind you'd get right up against a north or east-facing window. Direct, intense sunlight? Yeah, that is the enemy here. It will literally scorch those delicate fronds, leaving them looking pale, faded, or just visibly burnt. 50 to 70%. That right there is the absolute secret to a happy fern. Now, sure, they can survive in average room humidity, but boosting the moisture in the air to hit this sweet spot, that's what's going to give you that lush, vibrant, literal greenhouse quality growth. So how exactly do we hit that magical percentage? Well, a daily misting with room temperature water is a great quick boost. You can also use a pebble tray underneath the pot for some steady ambient moisture, or just run a cool mist room humidifier. Grouping it with other plants helps too, since they create a little shared microclimate. Fun fact, placing them in naturally humid rooms, like a bright bathroom, is absolute fern heaven. They'll just soak up all that steam from your daily showers.
Let's talk temperature for a second. Unlike a lot of your tropical houseplants that just crave intense heat, brake ferns actually appreciate a slightly cooler house. They love temperatures sitting between 60 and 75 degrees Fahrenheit. In fact, they genuinely enjoy brief nighttime dips down to 50 degrees, which perfectly mimics their natural habitat. But, and this is a big but, keep them away from extremes. They absolutely despise hot drafts, radiators, heating vents, and AC units.
All right, Section 3, water, soil, and feeding. Let's look at the routine maintenance required to keep this plant fueled and hydrated. The absolute golden rule for watering a brake fern is this: stay moist, not wet. They really don't have much drought tolerance, so you're going to want to water them thoroughly when just the top inch of soil feels slightly dry to the touch. But here's the major warning: never, ever leave them sitting in water. Discard any excess water in the saucer immediately. Standing water is basically a fast track to suffocating the roots and causing root rot. Also, if your tap water is on the harsher side, you might want to switch to filtered, distilled, or rainwater.
And you know the soil you use plays a massive role in that whole watering routine. You're looking for a peat-based potting mix, but it needs to be amended with perlite or pumice so those roots can actually breathe. The soil has to retain moisture without turning into a soggy, dense mess. Oh, and a drainage hole in the pot? Completely, strictly non-negotiable. As for feeding, brake ferns are what we consider light feeders. During their active growing seasons in the spring and summer, you really only need to feed them every 2 to 4 weeks. Now, because their root systems are actually quite sensitive, it's super critical to use a liquid houseplant fertilizer diluted to half strength. And always apply it to soil that's already moist so you don't accidentally burn the roots.
Section 4, pruning and propagation. This is where we get into how to tidy up your plant, keep it healthy, and best of all, multiply it. Routine maintenance is honestly incredibly straightforward. If you spot any yellow or brown fronds, just snip them off with sharp scissors at the absolute base of the plant. That redirects its energy right back to fresh new growth. As for repotting, you only need to do this every 1 to 2 years, ideally in the spring. So the key takeaway here is that ferns hate being overpotted. You want to keep their roots nice and snug. When you do repot, only size up by about 1 to 2 inches in diameter. Now, if you want to create brand new plants literally for free, rhizome division is the way to go. Again, best done in the spring. You just carefully pull the entire plant from its pot, give it a gentle shake to remove excess soil so you can actually see the thick rhizomes, and then just divide the root ball into sections. Make sure every new section has at least 2 to 3 healthy fronds attached. Pot those divisions up in appropriately sized containers with fresh, moist soil, pop them in a warm, humid spot, and just watch them take off. It's so rewarding. Okay. Section 5, troubleshooting common problems. Let's figure out how to diagnose those subtle little cries for help your fern might be giving you. What's really fascinating here is how clearly the fronds physically communicate exactly what the plant needs. Seeing brown, crispy edges, it's basically begging for more humidity. If the leaves are turning yellow, that usually points to overwatering or hot, dry air. Pale or faded fronds, that means it's getting way too much direct sunlight and really needs some shade. Wilting is kind of tricky though. It can mean the soil is bone dry, or conversely, that the roots have actually rotted from too much water and can't absorb moisture anymore. So always check the soil first. While these guys are generally really hardy, there are a few standard invaders that might try to target your fern. Keep an eye out for scale insects. Those look like tiny brown bumps. Then there are mealybugs, which resemble little white cottony masses, aphids, usually clustered on fresh green growth, or the fine webbing of spider mites, which typically show up when the air is just too dry. Keep calm though, these are all very manageable. But here is the absolutely crucial thing to remember if you do spot pests. Never use harsh chemical insecticides. The fronds on a brake fern are super delicate, and harsh chemicals will almost always do more damage to the plant than the bugs ever could. Just isolate the plant to protect the rest of your collection and gently wipe the fronds with a damp cloth, or at most use a very mild diluted insecticidal soap. Finally, Section 6, Pro Tips for Success. Let's summarize the absolute best practices and look at some stunning varieties you might want to track down.
The species Pyrrhus critica comes in some incredibly beautiful varieties that are definitely going to appeal to your inner plant collector. Alba lineata gives you these striking creamy white centers. Then you have Mai, which offers highly textured, ruffled tips that almost look like parsley. Iko Miyako is amazing because it combines both the white centers and those crusted tips. Wilsoni features robust, deeply lobed green foliage, and Parkery is a super lush, wide-leafed, bright green option. There is literally a style for every aesthetic out there.
To bring this all together, here are your golden rules for break fern care. Consistency is key. You want to keep that soil consistently moist, but never let it sit in wet standing water. Give it a cool, calm environment away from any drafty radiators. And above all else, humidity is everything. Seriously, a little daily attention, just a quick misting, is usually all it takes to prevent those dreaded crispy edges.
We're going to leave you with this final thought so you can immediately apply what you've just learned. Take a look around your living space right now. Where is that perfect, naturally humid, bright, indirect microclimate in your home? Maybe it's a bathroom shelf or right next to a kitchen sink. Find that spot and you are well on your way to becoming a master fern parent. Thanks so much for joining us on this explainer, and happy growing.
Welcome to this complete explainer on the timeless English ivy. Whether you're brand new to indoor plants or your living room already looks like a sprawling jungle, the English ivy, also known botanically as Hedera helix, is just a true, undeniable classic. It instantly brings this wild, vibrant charm into any home. But as many of us have quickly discovered, keeping it perfectly lush and cascading indoors means you really need to know exactly what it wants.
Here is our roadmap for today's journey. We'll be covering 1. Care basics. 2. Optimizing your environment. 3. Pruning and shaping. 4. Easy propagation. 5. Troubleshooting pests. And finally, 6. Pro tips and styling. Let's dive right in.
Starting off with Section 1, English Ivy Care Basics. Let's lock in those non-negotiable survival needs for this fast-growing perennial. Okay, so the absolute golden rule for balancing moisture here. You really only want to water thoroughly when the top 1 to 2 inches of soil feel totally dry to the touch. English ivy likes to be kept consistently moist, sure, but, and this is a huge but, it is notoriously dramatic. It'll get root rot so fast if you overwater it. When you do water, make sure it completely escapes the drainage holes so the whole root ball gets a drink. But never, ever let the pot sit in standing water. Always dump that saucer out. During the spring and summer, expect to water about once a week, and then just dial it back a bit in the fall and winter.
Now, finding the lighting sweet spot is absolutely crucial. Put your ivy in low light, yeah, it might survive, but expect super leggy growth. You'll get these long, stringy stems with hardly any leaves, and it'll completely lose those beautiful, variegated patterns as it desperately tries to maximize chlorophyll. On the flip side, put it in harsh, direct midday sun, and you're just gonna scorch the leaves right off. Bright, indirect light near an east or west-facing window is pretty much absolute perfection. Moving under the surface, keep the soil simple. A standard, well-draining commercial mix or a homemade blend of potting soil, peat moss, and perlite works great. And I literally cannot stress this enough. Drainage holes are non-negotiable. Don't even try it without them. For feeding, grab a balanced liquid fertilizer like a 20-20-20, but make sure you dilute it to half strength. We definitely want to avoid fertilizer burn. Just feed it once a month during those active spring and summer growth months and hold off entirely in the winter.
Moving on to Section 2, optimizing your indoor environment. Let's recreate its natural habitat.
Ideally, you're shooting for an indoor temperature between 50 and 70 degrees Fahrenheit. That's roughly 10 to 21 degrees Celsius. See, unlike a lot of trendy tropical houseplants, English ivy is native to cooler, temperate climates. It actually loves being a bit chilly, especially at night, and it absolutely despises direct heat. So keep it far, far away from heating vents, radiators, and hot direct sunlight, which will just stress the plant out and invite pests. And because it originates in those cooler zones, dry winter heating systems are literally its arch nemesis. Seriously, crispy leaves are the #1 complaint I hear about this plant. If your air is too dry, those leaf edges will go brown and crispy so incredibly fast. You must maintain about 40 to 60% humidity. You can easily fix this by tossing the pot on a pebble tray with water, grouping it with some humidity-loving plant friends, misting the leaves every few days, or honestly just running a room humidifier.
All right, Section 3, pruning and shaping your ivy. These vines can easily reach 6 to 8 feet indoors, so we really need to get comfortable with pruning. Please don't be shy about giving this plant a haircut. It probably needs one more often than you do, given its relentless push for world domination.
Snipping the ends directly tells the plant to push out denser, bushier foliage, instead of just growing one sad, long vine. Spring or summer is the absolute best time for a major trim. Grab some clean, sharp scissors, make your cut just above a leaf, and aggressively trim back those leggy vines to force branching and keep the whole thing beautifully compact.
And because it grows at lightning speed, your ivy will usually need repotting every 1 to 2 years. You'll know it's time when the roots literally start escaping out the drainage holes, or if you notice the soil drying out insanely fast. When you do repot in the spring, only step up to a fresh pot that's 1, maybe 2 inches wider in diameter. If you put it in a massive pot, that excess soil holds way too much water, and bam, we're right back to our worst enemy, root rot. Next up is Section 4, Easy English Ivy Propagation. Let's multiply your plants for free. You know, you could propagate directly in soil with rooting hormone and a plastic bag for humidity, but honestly, the water method is foolproof. Plus, you get to actually watch the roots develop, which is super satisfying. Just take a healthy 4 to 6 inch cutting, snip off the bottom couple of leaves to expose the nodes, those are the little bumps right on the stem, and pop those nodes into a glass of room temperature water. Change the water out every few days, give it 2 to 4 weeks, and you'll have a solid inch of healthy roots ready to be planted in soil. It is really that easy. Okay, Section 5, Troubleshooting Pests and Problems. Even the experts face challenges, so let's diagnose and fix some common failures. Why are the leaves getting crispy and brown? This is, without a doubt, the most common question we get. Those crispy brown edges basically scream that the plant is suffering from low humidity, underwatering, or, plot twist, a sensitivity to the chemicals in your tap water. Check your soil moisture the second you see this. If the soil is totally fine, you've got to boost that room humidity or maybe try switching to filtered or distilled water for your next watering session. The cool thing is, English ivy is highly communicative. Let's run through some quick diagnostics so you can literally read the foliage. Yellowing leaves? That almost always points to overwatering. Just let that top inch of soil dry out. Wilting is a bit trickier though. It means the plant isn't getting water to the leaves, which could mean it's bone dry and thirsty, or the soil is a swamp and root rot has completely destroyed the roots. Always touch the soil first to verify. Oh, and if the leaves look kind of washed out and pale, back it away from the window. It's just getting way too much direct sun. All right, nobody likes it, but let's talk bugs. If you spot invaders, especially spider mites, which by the way absolutely thrive in the dry, warm conditions that your ivy hates, you need to act fast. Look super closely for fine webbing and tiny stippling dots on the leaves. You might also run into white cottony mealybugs, brown scale bumps, or sticky aphids. If you see any of these party crashers, immediately isolate the plant, wash the leaves down thoroughly with water, and treat all surfaces with insecticidal soap or neem oil. Bringing it home with Section 6, Pro Tips and Styling. Let's get your ivy displayed like a true expert. Because English ivy has these little aerial rootlets, it's essentially a climber, making it an insanely versatile piece of decor. It looks absolutely stunning cascading out of a classic hanging basket or draping effortlessly down from a high bookshelf. But you can also train it up a small indoor trellis for some gorgeous living wall art, or wrap it around a wire frame for a really cool sculpted topiary vibe. It also plays super nicely in mixed planters, trailing beautifully right alongside ferns or a peace lily. A quick safety check before you place your plant. Remember to keep this toxic beauty well out of reach of curious cats, dogs, and small children, as the foliage can definitely cause vomiting and drooling if ingested. Once you've got a safe, bright spot picked out, make a habit of rotating the pot a quarter turn every single time you water it. That ensures all those gorgeous lobed leaves get perfectly even lighting. And a final pro tip, treat your ivy to a gentle shower once a month. It washes the dust right off, helps the plant breathe, and knocks away any sneaky pests. So, armed with these exact steps, from hunting down that perfect bright indirect light, all the way to propagating your own brand new vines, you are completely ready to master this classic houseplant. Now, take a look around your home right now. Which room are you going to completely transform with its classic cascading vines? Get growing, and I'll catch you in the next explainer. Welcome to the explainer. So, you've brought home a gorgeous cascading fishtail fern, and you're terrified you're going to watch it slowly decline, right? Well, you're in exactly the right place. Today, we're taking you from frustrated beginner to confident expert, unlocking the absolute secrets to keeping this specific, lush, trailing beauty thriving and effortlessly draped. Let's get right into it. Let's actually kick things off by answering the exact question every single houseplant owner asks at some point.
Why on earth do our indoor ferns always turn to crispy? Honestly, it's a matter of perspective. We really need to stop treating this plant like some tough, resilient office desk resident that can totally handle neglect. Instead, think of it more like a delicate botanical curtain. It's a tropical plant, and it completely relies on a very specific microclimate to maintain that lush, sweeping look. To get you there, we're going to build your knowledge up step by step. Our agenda today: number 1, meet the fishtail fern. 2, light, water, and humidity. 3, soil, feeding, and pruning. 4, propagating your fern. 5, troubleshooting common problems. And finally, number 6, pro tips for lush growth. Section 1, meet the fishtail fern, officially known as Nephrolepis pendula. This tropical beauty is famous for these long, weeping fronds with really unique, forked leaflet tips. Now, there's a huge misconception out there about this plant. When most of us think of a houseplant fern, we instantly picture the Boston fern, right? That really full, dense, upright fountain shape. But the fishtail fern is much looser, much softer, and way more dramatically trailing and pendulous. It is literally meant to cascade downwards, which completely changes how we display it and how we care for it. Moving on to section 2, light, water, and humidity. Okay, these next 3 factors are absolutely crucial. If you don't get these right, nothing else matters. First up, light. Giving your fishtail fern bright, indirect light is totally non-negotiable. Hanging it just to the side of an east-facing window is pretty much the perfect sweet spot. What we really want to avoid at all costs is that hot, direct midday sun. If it gets blasted by harsh, direct sun, those beautiful forked tips will literally bleach and scorch. But if you keep it in bright, filtered light, those long fronds will stay a gorgeous, fresh green and, crucially, remain flexible as they grow. Now, if you remember only one single rule from this entire explainer, please make it this number right here: 55%. That is your absolute minimum humidity target. No joke, the real secret to a stunning fishtail fern is high humidity. If you can push it up into the 60s or even 70%, maybe by grouping plants together or using a humidifier, your fern will genuinely thrive. When the air is too dry, those unique split tips are always the very first place the plant will show stress by turning completely brown and crispy. And that naturally brings us to watering. We absolutely have to stop waiting for the hanging basket to feel feather light before we water. Seriously, this is not a soak and dry plant like a pothos or a succulent. And a thirsty fern recovers way slower than your other houseplants. You really want to water thoroughly just as the top ½ inch, maybe an inch, of the soil begins to dry. The ultimate goal here is to keep the root zone evenly moist and cool, but never suffocating in dense, soggy mud. Section 3, soil, feeding, and pruning. So to actually achieve that evenly moist but never muddy balance we just talked about, here is the absolute perfect DIY soil recipe. You'll want to use 50% cocoa coir or a peat-based mix. That's going to provide your steady moisture retention. Then we mix in 25% fine orchid bark and 25% perlite. Those chunky additions are an absolute game changer because they guarantee the drainage and airflow your fern absolutely needs, ensuring those delicate roots never suffocate and rot. When it comes to feeding, well, fishtail ferns aren't massive hungry feeders. But to support a really steady flush of vibrant green foliage, you do want to feed them lightly. A half-strength, diluted, balanced liquid fertilizer applied every 4 to 6 weeks during those warm spring and summer months is literally all they need. Just make sure to reduce or totally stop feeding entirely in the winter when the plant's growth naturally slows down anyway.
All right, myth-busting time for pruning. Never, and I mean never, give your fern a blunt haircut by just clipping straight across the brown tips. Honestly, it leaves these obvious, unnatural cut ends that completely ruin the fine texture of the whole plant. Instead, you want to cleanly remove entire damaged, completely brown, or totally bare fronds right down at the base. Just snip them at the soil line. And hey, if only the very last ½ inch of a frond is brown, just leave it be until the whole frond actually warrants removal.
Section 4, propagating your fishtail fern. Okay, you've mastered the basics, so it's time to level up to expert status and learn how to multiply your collection. While you definitely can propagate by dividing the root ball, using the fern's natural runners is actually the ultimate insider secret for building an amazing full display. If your plant is looking a little thin,
don't heavily prune it. Instead, find a runner that has a tiny new plantlet on it. Just pin that plantlet directly back onto the bare spots of your soil surface. Keep it evenly moist, and once it pushes out roots, you just cut the runner to separate it. This is hands down the absolute best trick for making a thin, straggly plant look super lush and rich in its basket.
Section 5. Troubleshooting common fern problems. Even experts face issues, right? So let's learn how to decode exactly what your plant is trying to tell you when things go sideways. This perfectly maps out symptoms to their exact causes, so you never have to blindly guess what's wrong again. For example, if you're seeing brown, crispy edges, your air is likely too dry, you might be underwatering, or you have mineral buildup. Spotting yellowing leaves, you might be overwatering, or honestly, it might just be the natural aging of older fronds. Sudden leaf drop almost always means shock from a cold draft or severe dryness, while pale, washed-out green leaves usually mean you've got it hanging in way too much direct sun. Section 6. Pro tips for lush growth. To wrap up our masterclass, we've distilled everything down to the ultimate checklist. Let's do a quick rapid-fire review. First, hang it high. This plant earns its keep through its dramatic weeping movement, so give it the vertical space it deserves. Second, treat high humidity as totally non-negotiable. Third, flush the pot thoroughly with plain water every couple of months to wash away fertilizer salts and mineral buildup, which, remember, often cause those pesky brown tips. Fourth, keep the fern far away from harsh, dry heater blasts in the winter. And finally, judge your plant's overall health by monitoring the cinder crown for healthy, fresh new growth, rather than agonizing over a few old, slightly damaged ends. You now have all the tools, the perfect soil mix, the right watering rhythm, and the insider propagation secrets to keep your fishtail fern thriving from root to tip. So the only real question left is, where in your home will you hang this stunning, living botanical curtain? Find that perfect, bright, indirect, and humid spot and just watch it cascade. Thanks for hanging out with me for this explainer, and happy growing.
Okay, let's dive right into the fascinating world of the blue star fern. If you've ever struggled to keep indoor ferns alive, well, get ready, because this specific plant is going to completely change how you think about fern care.
Look, if you're intimidated by those dramatic, moisture-loving houseplants, like the notoriously difficult maidenhair fern, this explainer is going to show you exactly how this totally unique, forgiving species breaks literally all the traditional rules. It's widely considered the easiest, bluest fern in the houseplant game, and today, we're going to figure out exactly why.
Here's our roadmap from beginner to expert. We'll start with the blue star secret, then look at perfect light and humidity, watering, feeding, and soil, pruning and propagation basics, solving common plant problems, and finally wrap up with some pro tips for fern mastery. Let's get right into it.
Section 1. The blue star secret, unlocking the 2 non-negotiables of plant care.
So the absolutely crucial point to understand right out of the gate is that this plant has 2 non-negotiable biological needs, and they literally dictate every single aspect of its care. It all comes down to this one word: epiphyte. Because the blue star fern naturally grows on trees and rocks out in the wild, its fuzzy, creeping rhizomes, those furry little stems you see at the base of the plant, they absolutely must stay exposed to the air. You cannot bury them in dirt.
And honestly, this brilliantly illustrates why so many people fail with this plant the second they bring it home. See, classic ferns require muddy, deep soil and constant heavy moisture right at the crown. But our blue star fern, it needs an airy, chunky, shallow environment where its roots are lightly moist, but those rhizomes stay completely dry. If you treat it like a classic maidenhair and bury those rhizomes in dense, wet soil, it's gonna rot. It's really that simple.
Moving on to Section 2, perfect light and humidity, bringing out the iconic blue foliage.
Now, you might actually be wondering, why is my blue star fern losing its famous blue color and turning flat green? Well, if you notice those fronds losing their gorgeous, smoky blue-silver haze, and maybe the new fronds are coming in kind of long and flat, it almost always means your plant is sitting way too far from a window. That famous powdery blue tone only really shows up when the plant is getting proper light. When it comes to the air in your home, your target is between 50 and 70% humidity. To keep those fronds looking their absolute best with absolutely zero crisping around the edges, you really want to aim for this percentage. And while it definitely handles average indoor air way better than a lot of those thin-fronded ferns, hitting this sweet spot is super easy. Just run a room humidifier, group it with other ferns, or honestly, just pop it in a bright bathroom.
What's super interesting here is that soft, bright, indirect light doesn't just preserve that blue color, it actually prevents the fronds from scorching or stretching out.
An east-facing window is excellent, or maybe a north-facing window if it has a wide open view of the sky. You'll want to maintain comfortable indoor temperatures right around 60 to 80 degrees Fahrenheit, so that's about 16 to 27 degrees Celsius. And this is crucial. Keep it away from drafty windows, heating vents, or AC units that will just stubbornly dry those fronds out all day long.
All right, section 3, watering, feeding, and soil. The chunky mix rule.
So, remembering that it's an epiphyte, you must recreate its natural, tree-dwelling environment using a really chunky mix. We're talking 50% high-quality houseplant or cocoa mix, 25% fine orchid bark, and 25% perlite or pumice. This exact blend gives you moisture retention, amazing airflow, and just enough structure for the plant to truly thrive. Oh, and just remember to put this mix in a wide, shallow pot rather than a deep one. That lets those creeping rhizomes wander across the surface comfortably. For your watering routine, just follow these 3 simple steps to keep the roots lightly moist while making sure those rhizomes stay safe and dry on top. First, wait until the top 1 inch of the potting mix feels slightly dry to the touch. Second, pour your water right around the edges of the root zone. You really want to aim that watering can around the inner edge of the pot, actively avoiding soaking those fuzzy rhizomes. A little accidental splash isn't the end of the world, but repeated soaking, that's going to push them straight toward rot. And third, let that all excess water run out the drainage holes completely. Never, ever leave the root ball sitting in a saucer of water.
Section 4. Pruning and Propagation Basics. Multiplying your plant with ease.
When it comes to grooming, simply snip off any completely yellow or badly torn fronds right down at the base. But listen, whatever you do, step away from the cleaning sponge. Never wipe the leaves. Hard scrubbing will permanently rub off that beautiful waxy finish, and you'll turn a lovely smoky blue frond completely patchy green. Instead, just gently rinse any dust away with a little lukewarm water.
Now, because this fern creeps rather than growing from a tight central crown, you can actually create brand new plants just by dividing it in the spring. It's such a simple process. Just lift the plant and gently shake away the soil to expose those rhizomes. Then, find the natural sections that already have roots and at least 2 to 3 healthy fronds. Cut them cleanly with a sharp knife or pruners and pop the new sections right into a fresh, airy mix. It is incredibly rewarding, and let me tell you, it is so much faster than trying to grow them from microscopic spores.
Section 5. Solving common plant problems. Reading the visual signs of stress.
Okay, first let's address the ultimate panic moment for pretty much every new fern owner. You flip a frond over and go, what on earth are these organized rows of brown dots under the leaves? Are they bugs? Guys, don't panic. These are called sori. They are perfectly normal, totally healthy, spore-producing structures that naturally appear on mature fronds. If they're neat, repeated, and dry, your fern is just simply doing what ferns do.
But what if your plant actually is stressed? Well, there are immediate visual cues you can look for to fix issues really easily. For example, brown crispy edges usually mean you need to bump up the humidity and stabilize your watering. Black mushy rhizomes, that means you've buried them and caused root rot. So get that plant repotted into a shallow, chunky mix immediately. Pale, faded green fronds mean it's literally asking to move closer to a bright window. And if you spot fine webbing, that's spider mites, usually caused by excessively dry indoor air. You can fix that by gently rinsing the fronds and applying some insecticidal soap.
Section 6. Pro Tips for Fern Mastery. The ultimate checklist for success.
All right, here is your ultimate cheat sheet. Keep those fuzzy rhizomes fully exposed above the soil. Seriously, if you remember only one thing from this entire explainer, remember that. Use a wide, shallow pot to let it crawl naturally. Water the root zone, specifically avoiding soaking the rhizomes. Provide bright, filtered light for maximum blueness. Feed it lightly, like half strength, only in the active spring and summer months. And finally, if the plant ever starts to decline, always inspect the root zone first, because problems almost always begin below the fronds. If you follow these rules, and remember to respect its epiphytic, air-loving nature, you are going to enjoy this relaxed, sculptural plant for years to come.
By learning to read this remarkable plant, you've really unlocked a whole new way of bringing the rainforest straight into your living room. You've stopped blindly following generic plant advice and started looking at how a plant naturally exists in the wild. So, armed with this brand new perspective, what wild environment will you master next?
Welcome to today's explainer. We are jumping right into a complete masterclass on the anthurium. If you've been searching for a striking tropical plant that gives you the vibrant beauty of a fresh floral bouquet, but with the incredible longevity of a houseplant, well, you are in the exact right place.
Today, we're breaking down literally everything you need to know to take your anthurium from simply surviving to absolutely thriving. So let's dive right in. Here's our game plan for this explainer. We're going to start by meeting the plant, then we'll lock down the foundation, that's your soil, water, and light. After that, we'll perfect the environment, cover some pruning and propagation, and wrap up with troubleshooting and pro tips.
All right, Section 1, meet the anthurium, famously known as the flamingo flower.
So these guys are native to the tropical rainforests of Colombia and Ecuador, and they are famous for those bold, glossy colors. But here's a wild fact for you. Most people think that bright red, pink, or white heart-shaped part is the flower. It's actually not. That is a spathe. It's a modified, waxy leaf that basically just acts as a vibrant backdrop. The true flowers, they're actually those tiny little bumps covering that fleshy, finger-like spike right in the center, which is called the spadix.
Now, before we go out and buy a dozen of these, we need to talk safety. This is absolutely crucial. Every single part of the anthurium is toxic to cats, dogs, and humans if ingested. The plant contains these things called insoluble calcium oxalate crystals, and they can cause severe oral irritation, swelling, and a bunch of other really unpleasant symptoms. So while they are gorgeous for sure, always make sure to place this beauty safely out of reach of curious paws and small hands.
Moving on to Section 2, let's build our foundation with the big three: soil, water, and light.
To really understand how to pot and water your anthurium, you kind of have to look at how it grows in the wild. Anthuriums are naturally epiphytic. What that means is instead of growing down in deep, dense soil on the ground, they actually grow up on the branches of other trees, surrounded by loose forest debris. So the main takeaway here is that their thick roots demand oxygen. If you stick an anthurium into standard, heavy houseplant potting soil, you'll literally suffocate the roots and they'll rot away.
Because they're epiphytes, chunky soil is the name of the game. You need an extremely well-draining, slightly acidic aeroid mix. If you want to make this yourself, which I highly recommend, you're going to mix 1 part orchid bark, 1 part perlite or pumice for that extreme drainage, and 1 part peat moss or cocoa coir to hang on to just a bit of moisture. Throw in a handful of horticultural charcoal if you've got it. This exact recipe perfectly mimics that loose, airy debris of the rainforest floor.
Okay, so you've got your airy soil, but how do we water it? Think about a tropical rainstorm. They get heavily soaked, and then they dry out. You want to replicate that cycle. When you water, you want to drench the soil thoroughly until water is freely flowing out of the drainage holes, and then immediately toss any excess water in the saucer. Never let it sit in a puddle. During the spring and summer growing season, you're looking at doing this every 1 to 2 weeks. Just wait until the top 1 to 2 inches of soil feel completely dry. When fall and winter roll around, just back off the frequency as the plant's growth naturally slows down.
Now, if you nail the soil and the water, you're going to have a surviving, healthy plant. But a super common frustration we see all the time is folks staring at this beautiful, bushy green plant and asking, why won't it bloom?
The answer? It's almost always light. Light is the absolute trigger for blooming. Pushing out those massive, colorful spathes takes a ton of energy. You want to give your anthurium bright, indirect light. An east-facing window with some gentle morning sun is perfect, or maybe pull it a few feet back from a south or west window. Just remember, direct, harsh sunlight is your enemy here. It will scorch and burn those gorgeous leaves. But on the flip side, without enough indirect light, your plant is just going to stubbornly refuse to flower.
All right, let's jump to Section 3, perfecting the environment. We're talking temperature, humidity, and feeding.
Since they hail from the humid tropics, these plants absolutely crave moisture in the air. 60% is your magic number. You really want an ambient humidity level of at least 60%. If your air is too dry, you're going to start seeing brown, crispy edges ruining those beautiful, glossy leaves. You can easily hit this target by running a humidifier, setting up a simple pebble tray with water, or just keeping the plant in a naturally humid space like a bright bathroom. To truly perfect that environment, you've got to keep temperatures warm and stable, ideally hovering between 70 and 85 degrees Fahrenheit. Keep them far, far away from cold winter drafts or blasting AC vents. And to really fuel that incredible growth, feed your plant a liquid, high-phosphorus fertilizer. You'll want to dilute it to about 1/4 or 1/2 strength and apply it every 4 to 6 weeks during the spring and summer. That extra phosphorus, that's the secret sauce for encouraging a steady supply of new spaves.
Section 4, pruning and propagation. Basically, how to maintain the plant you have and how to make more of them.
When you treat an anthurium right, the payoff is just massive.
A single one of those colorful spates can last an incredible 2 to 3 months before it starts to fade. That honestly makes it one of the longest blooming houseplants you can possibly get your hands on. But, eventually all good things come to an end, and you're gonna have to do a little maintenance. When a bloom finally does fade, or if a leaf starts turning yellow, just take some sharp, clean shears and snip it all the way down at the base of the stem. This instantly redirects the plant's energy right back into pushing out new growth. As for repotting, anthuriums are actually pretty slow growers, and get this, they prefer being slightly root-bound. So save yourself some work. You only need to repot them every 2 to 3 years in the spring, and only bump up the pot size by about an inch or two. Now, once your plant is mature and thriving, you'll probably want to multiply your collection. Spring or summer is the perfect time for propagation via stem cuttings. It's an easy 4-step process. First, find a section near the top of the main stem that has at least 2 leaves and a couple of those knobby little aerial roots poking out. Second, make a nice clean cut right below those aerial roots. Third, plant that cutting directly into your chunky soil mix, bearing the aerial roots to anchor it. And finally, keep that brand new cutting warm, lightly moist, and super humid. Pro tip, tossing a clear plastic bag over it acts like a mini greenhouse while it roots. Bringing it home with Section 5, Troubleshooting and Pro Tips. Let's get you thinking like an expert diagnostician.
Memorize this quick diagnostic table because the vast majority of issues are totally solvable if you catch them early. Seeing yellowing leaves? You're probably overwatering, so let that soil dry out. Got brown, crispy edges? Your humidity is definitely too low. If the base feels mushy and the whole plant is wilting, that's root rot, meaning your soil is way too dense or waterlogged. And, as we talked about, if you're getting 0 flowers, it almost always means you need more bright, indirect light. While anthuriums are generally fairly pest-resistant, you still need to keep an eye out for common houseplant bugs, especially if your plant is stressed out. Look for aphids clustered on new growth, gross white, cottony masses hiding in the crevices, those are mealybugs. Watch out for spider mites, which thrive in dry air and leave fine webbing, or hard brown bumps on the stems, which are scale insects. Spot any of these? Isolate the plant immediately and hit it with some insecticidal soap. Let's summarize with some definitive pro tips for ultimate success. I'll say it again. Chunky soil is absolutely non-negotiable. It's half the battle right there. Always drench the soil completely when watering, but then you've got to let those epiphytic roots breathe and partially dry out. Also, keep those large, glossy leaves dust-free by wiping them down with a damp cloth every now and then. It really helps them photosynthesize efficiently. And for a quick design tip, try styling your anthurium in a minimalist, neutral-colored pot, like a matte white or black. It makes the bold colors of this fave pop like crazy. So, there you have it. You now possess the complete expert blueprint for anthurium care. You know exactly how to make them thrive. But I want to leave you with one final thought. While the classic red flamingo flower is undeniably stunning, growers have been breeding these plants into some truly incredible varieties. We're talking dramatic dark purples, near blacks, pure crisp whites, and even varieties like the livium that feature these striking white veins stretching across a red spathe. So with all these amazing options out there, which stunning anthurium variety are you going to bring home next? Welcome to This Explainer. Today we're launching a tactical counteroffensive against one of the absolute most frustrating indoor invaders you can ever encounter, the mealybug. If you love your indoor houseplants, you're going to want to pay close attention because we're turning all this source material into your ultimate, complete guide on how to identify and get rid of mealybugs for good. Now, if you've ever stared at a beloved houseplant and just completely panicked over seeing this small, cotton-like fluff tucked right into the nooks and crannies of the stems, well, you've correctly identified a breach. Yes, that fluff is highly dangerous to your plant's health. But don't worry, take a deep breath. We have a battle plan to get your greenery back to safety. Here's our quick roadmap to secure your perimeter. 1. Identifying the enemy. 2. Causes of the invasion. 3. Step-by-step treatment plan. And 4. Preventing future infestations. Section 1. Identifying the enemy. Know what you're fighting. So what exactly are mealybugs? Well, they're these tiny, soft-bodied, oval insects measuring just 1 to 4 millimeters. They absolutely thrive in warm, humid conditions, and they use these piercing mouthparts to literally drain the life-giving sap right out of your plant's tissue. And what makes them so incredibly difficult to eradicate is they hide under this protective, waxy, powdery armor that actually repels a lot of standard topical pesticides. So how do you spot them before it's too late? Grab a magnifying glass and inspect the leaf axils. You know, that little joint right where the leaf meets the stem. A heavy infestation is going to look like tiny little bits of cotton just stuffed into those crevices. These bugs are really slow-moving, and if you leave them unchecked, their constant feeding will cause your plant's foliage to yellow, droop, and eventually just drop off, completely stunting the plant's overall growth. And honestly, there's a whole hidden sabotage happening on your leaves too. As they feed, mealybugs excrete this sticky, clear substance called honeydew. It makes the leaves look shiny and kind of tacky to the touch, and it does two terrible things. First, it grows a powdery black fungus called sooty mold, but second, it actually attracts ants. The ants will actively farm and protect the mealybugs from predators just so they can harvest that sweet honeydew. It is a highly organized alliance working right against your plant. Section 2. Causes of the invasion. How did they breach the perimeter? You know, it really often comes down to overall plant health. An ideally balanced plant has strong natural defenses, but an overwatered plant, that's a stressed, weak plant. Put that in stagnant air, and pests can just settle in completely undisturbed. And if you add in way too much nitrogen fertilizer, the plant pushes out this incredibly lush, tender new growth. To a mealybug, that tender new growth is literally an all-you-can-eat buffet. But here's the crucial point. While weak plants definitely attract pests, the bugs still have to physically get inside your house somehow, right? The most common source of an invasion is actually a classic Trojan horse scenario. It's a beautiful, brand new plant you just brought home from a nursery or store, and it's secretly harboring a few hidden bugs. You absolutely must always quarantine and inspect your new arrivals before putting them anywhere near your existing collection. Section 3. Step-by-step treatment plan, the counterattack. All right, here is your 4-step mission directive to completely eradicate the infestation. We're going to move from immediate triage through manual and natural defenses all the way up to total elimination. Step 1 is non-negotiable. You have to isolate the infested plant immediately. Female mealybugs lay hundreds of eggs, and the newly hatched young, which are called crawlers, will actively travel to your nearby pots. Once it's isolated, step 2 is manual removal. Grab a Q-tip, dip it in 70% isopropyl alcohol, and touch it directly to every single visible bug and cottony egg sac you can see. The alcohol instantly dissolves their wax coating on contact and kills them. After that, just give the plant a rinse in lukewarm water to wash away the casualties. Moving on to step 3, you need to attack the invisible crawlers that your Q-tip definitely missed. Now, you can buy a commercial insecticidal soap to suffocate them, or you can mix up this highly effective DIY neem oil solution. Just combine 1 teaspoon of pure cold-pressed neem oil, a half teaspoon of mild dish soap to act as an emulsifier, and 1 quart of warm water. Shake it up constantly and spray the entire plant, stems, undersides of leaves, the whole shebang, until it is completely dripping wet. The neem oil acts as a really powerful repellent and growth disruptor. Now, the timeline required for victory is absolutely crucial here. Because mealybugs are such expert hiders and their eggs are so well protected, a one-and-done spray simply will not work. Consistency is key. You need to repeat your organic spray treatments every 5 to 7 days for several weeks. This specific timing interrupts their life cycle, making sure you kill the newly hatched crawlers before they have a chance to mature and lay even more eggs. But what if the invading force is just massive and absolutely resists all your manual and natural attacks? While step 4 is your chemical last resort. Systemic insecticides are absorbed directly into the plant's roots and tissues, literally making the plant's sap poisonous to the feeding mealybugs. However, these are really potent chemicals, so they must be used with extreme caution, especially indoors, and you must strictly follow every single label instruction. Section 4. Preventing future infestations, securing the perimeter. Having defeated the current enemy, your first line of defense moving forward is proactive care. Beyond meticulously inspecting any new plants you buy, you should physically wipe your leaves with a damp cloth pretty regularly. This doesn't just make your plants look great, it physically removes any early-stage pests before they can multiply. Also, be sure to avoid over-fertilizing so you don't push out overly tender growth, and promptly prune away dead or dying leaves, because those serve as the perfect hiding spots for these bugs. And while mealybugs will happily attack almost anything, you really need to pay special attention to high-risk targets. Mealybugs seem to consider plants like Hoya, jade, pothos, croton, orchids, coleus, and fiddle leaf figs to be absolute delicacies.
So if you own any of these species, you need to double your vigilance and check their leaf axils basically every single time you water them. Now there is one final plot twist to be aware of. What if you've done everything right, you've isolated, swabbed, and sprayed for weeks, but the plant is still declining? Well, you might actually be dealing with root mealybugs. These are a specific species that live entirely underground and feed directly on the plant's root system. If you suspect this, you're going to need to unpot the plant, inspect the roots for that telltale white fuzz, thoroughly clean the root system, and repot it in entirely fresh soil using a sanitized pot.
All right, you are now fully armed with the ultimate battle plan to identify, treat, and prevent mealybugs from destroying your indoor jungle. Remember, early detection is literally the only thing standing between a thriving jungle and a total loss. So the only question left for you today is, which of your precious houseplants are you going to go inspect right now? Keep your perimeters secure.
You know that feeling when you go to water your favorite houseplant and suddenly, bam, this little cloud of tiny, annoying flies just buzzes right up into your face or, right up your nose? Yeah, it's incredibly frustrating, right? If you're vigorously nodding your head right now, trust me, you are definitely not alone.
Welcome to This Explainer. Today, we're diving into exactly how to handle this. Consider this your ultimate, actionable guide on how to identify and get rid of fungus gnats on houseplants. We are going to walk through exactly how you can take your plants back and banish these little pests for good.
Now don't panic, because we've got a clear roadmap to solve this infestation together. First, we'll meet the fungus gnat. Second, we'll uncover the root of the problem. Third, we launch our step-by-step eradication plan. And finally, we'll go over preventing future infestations.
All right, let's jump right into Section 1. Meet the fungus gnat, identification, and the unseen threat.
So, let's clear up a massive misconception right off the bat. People see tiny flies in their house and they immediately think, oh, fruit flies. But look at the difference here. Fruit flies, they hang out in your kitchen, usually swarming that overripe banana you forgot about. Fungus gnats, on the other hand, stick strictly close to your houseplants and the moist soil. They're tiny, about 2 to 3 millimeters long. They've got dark bodies and honestly, they're notoriously weak flyers. They kind of just hover. So, the absolute key here is location. If they are swarming your beautiful monstera, they're not fruit flies.
Now, what's really interesting and honestly kind of alarming is this number right here, 200. No way, right? But yes, a single adult female fungus gnat can lay up to 200 eggs at one time. And where does she put them? Yep, right in the moist top layer of your potting soil. Within just a few days, those eggs hatch. And well, that leads us to the actual problem.
Meet the unseen threat, the fungus gnat larvae. These guys are tiny, like 4 to 5 millimeter clear or whitish worms with little black heads. Now, the adult flies you see buzzing around, actually, they're completely harmless to your plants. They're really just a major nuisance to you. But these larvae living hidden down in the dirt, they are actively feeding on fungi, organic matter, and most devastatingly, your plant's delicate root system. It's literally like they're eating your plant from the inside out. If your houseplant suddenly has yellowing leaves, unexpected wilting, or just stunted growth, well, these hungry little worms are very likely the culprit.
Which brings us to Section 2, the root of the problem. Why did they choose my plant?
So how do they even get there in the first place? Well, the number one culprit, absolutely, is overwatering. These pests are a direct symptom of soil that just stays way too damp for way too long. Consistently damp soil creates the literal perfect breeding ground for soil fungi, which, as we just learned, the larvae absolutely rely on to survive. Other major causes include poor drainage, like using a pot without drainage holes, or a really heavy, dense soil mix, or sometimes it's just infested soil. Yeah, sometimes these pests actually hitchhike their way inside via a brand new plant or a fresh bag of potting mix right from the store.
Okay, so now that we know exactly who the enemy is, let's look at Section 3, Step-by-Step Eradication Plan, the two-front war.
I call this a two-front war because, think about it, if you only swat at the flying adults, those 200 eggs in the soil are just going to hatch tomorrow anyway. You absolutely have to battle the adults in the air and the larvae in the soil at the exact same time. So here is our highly effective 4-step action plan. Step 1, let the soil dry out. Step 2, set sticky traps. Step 3, kill the larvae in the soil. And Step 4, start bottom watering.
Let's break these down a bit. Step 1, let the soil dry out. This is brilliantly simple, but I cannot stress enough how absolutely critical it is. Fungus gnat larvae simply cannot survive in dry soil, period.
By letting the top 1 to 2 inches of your potting mix dry out completely between waterings, you are actively starving the larvae of the moisture they desperately need to live. It is your single most powerful weapon. And the best part? It costs exactly $0.
All right, step 2, target the adults with yellow sticky traps. Remember how we said the adults are the ones laying up to 200 eggs? We have got to capture them before they ever get the chance. And it turns out fungus gnats are irresistibly drawn to the color yellow. It's like a magnet for them. Just place these sticky cards on little stakes in the soil, or you can even just lay them flat right on the soil surface. Because they are such weak flyers, they literally just clumsily bumble right into the trap and get permanently stuck.
Now for step 3, killing the larvae that are already in the soil. You've got 2 highly effective options here. First is kind of the gold standard, mosquito bits, also known as BT. It's actually a naturally occurring bacterium that is highly toxic to gnat larvae, but totally harmless to your plants, your pets, and you. You just steep 4 tablespoons in a gallon of water for about 30 minutes, strain out the bits, and then water your plants thoroughly with this tea. Your second option is a hydrogen peroxide drench. For this one, you just mix 1 part 3% hydrogen peroxide with 4 parts water and pour it right onto the dry soil. You'll actually hear it fizzing. That's it killing the larva on contact while also aerating your soil. Just use this for 1 to 2 waterings. Honestly, both are fantastic methods.
Finally, step 4 brings us to bottom watering. This is a really excellent technique where you place your plant pot in a saucer of water and basically just let the roots absorb the moisture from the bottom up. Now, why is this so crucial for defeating gnats? Because it leaves that entire top layer of soil completely dry. By mastering this step, you protect the topsoil barrier, effectively cutting off the gnats' access to their favorite breeding grounds. It's a real game changer.
Okay, moving on to section 4, preventing future infestations, proactive plant care.
Let's build a long-term defense so you never have to deal with this again. Here are your rapid-fire proactive habits. First up, master your watering routine. Always physically check, like actually test it, to make sure that topsoil is dry before you reach for the watering can. Second, use a well-draining potting mix so water doesn't just sit and stagnate. Third, and this is a brilliant hack, add a top dressing. Just putting a half-inch layer of horticultural sand or some decorative pebbles on top creates a physical barrier that makes it nearly impossible for gnats to even reach the soil. And finally, always inspect your new plants and soil bags for hitchhikers before you bring them indoors.
As we wrap up this explainer, I really want to give you one final piece of reassurance. These pests, they do not bite, they don't carry diseases, and they are completely harmless to humans and your pets. They are absolutely defeatable. But consistency is key here. You really must stick to this 2-front eradication plan for 2 to 3 weeks. That is exactly how long it takes to completely break their life cycle, ensuring every last egg, larva, and adult is totally wiped out. Just stick with it.
Which leaves us with one final thought. What changes will you make to your watering routine today to ensure your houseplants stay healthy, dry, and gnat-free forever? Take this knowledge, apply it right now, and go reclaim your indoor jungle. Thanks for hanging out with me for this explainer, and happy growing.
All right, let's dive right in. Picture this. You know the feeling. It's July, your bags are packed, that out-of-office email is officially on, and you are so ready to hit the road. But you look around your living room, and bam, that familiar wave of anxiety hits. What on earth is going to happen to all your houseplants? Look, summer heat combined with the travel season, it's literally the #1 source of stress for plant owners. You've spent all year nurturing these green beauties, and the thought of coming back to a crispy, wilted jungle? Yeah, it's terrifying. But hey, I've got some great news. Plant survival during your summer vacation is actually incredibly easy when you just have a proactive plan. In this explainer, we're going to break down exactly how to adapt your watering routine for the heat and how to set your entire collection up to totally thrive while you're away. To get you totally prepared, here is our survival guide. First up, summer watering basics. Second, pre-vacation plant prep. Third, surviving short trips. Fourth, systems for longer trips. And finally, plant sitter success secrets. Let's get to it. Starting with section 1, summer watering basics. This is all about adjusting for the heat.
Okay, so before we even think about packing your bags, we really have to look at what you're doing right now. Because the reality is, summer heat changes everything about your everyday care. Soil dries out significantly faster during those hot summer months, right? So you absolutely cannot rely on your winter schedule. You need to be checking on your plants every 1 to 3 days. But here's the golden rule you need to remember. Wait until the top 2 inches of the topsoil are completely dry before you even reach for that watering can. Honestly, if you have a huge collection, grabbing a moisture meter is a total game changer to make this check super fast. And when you do finally water, timing is everything. You want to aim for early in the morning or later in the evening, and always use room temperature water. This gives the roots an actual chance to absorb the moisture before the midday heat just evaporates the whole shebang. Now this right here illustrates a concept that will literally make or break your plant's survival: how you pour. We have deep watering, which means pouring thoroughly until it completely drains out the bottom. And conversely, we have light watering, which is basically just giving your plant little sips here and there. So why does this matter so much? Well, deep watering actually forces the plant's roots to grow downward, deep into the soil, chasing that moisture. This builds a highly resilient plant. Light watering, on the other hand, it encourages shallow roots that just hang out near the surface. That leaves the plant incredibly vulnerable to quick drying when that summer heat kicks in. Building that deep root resilience is exactly what your plant needs to survive when you do eventually travel.
Moving on to Section 2, Pre-Vacation Plant Prep, the stuff to do right before you leave.
So you've got your everyday summer watering dialed in. Awesome. Now it's the day before your trip. There are 3 non-negotiable, completely gadget-free steps you absolutely must take before you lock that front door. Step 1. Group your plants together. Just move them all into one spot. Clustered plants actually create their own little microclimate. They share humidity and they lose their soil moisture much more slowly. Step 2. Move them completely out of direct sun and into bright and direct light. A hot, sunny windowsill, that will drain a pot of its moisture in a single day, but a slightly shadier interior spot holds onto that life-saving moisture far longer. And finally, Step 3. Give them a deep, heavy drink right before you leave. Remember that deep watering technique we just talked about? Yep, do exactly that right before you walk out the door. For a lot of scenarios, just these 3 simple steps alone are all the protection you need.
All right, Section 3, Surviving Short Trips. We're talking trips of 1 to 5 days.
Let's say you're heading out for a long weekend. Your plants will be perfectly fine with just our basic prep, but you can also use some really simple aids to stretch their moisture based on your specific timeline. If you're going to be gone for just 1 or 2 days, you can actually leave a deep saucer of water under the pots of your really thirsty plants, allowing them to sort of sip from the bottom. But quick warning here, don't do this for longer than a couple of days, or you're risking some seriously soggy, rotting roots. Now, if you're gone for 3 to 5 days, try sliding a pebble tray with water underneath them. It adds ambient humidity as the water evaporates. Or honestly, even easier, just move your plants into the kitchen or the bathroom, since those rooms naturally stay a whole lot more humid anyway. And don't worry, we'll talk about the 1 to 2 week solutions in just a second. But first, we need a quick reality check, because this is a huge plant care myth. We all panic about every single plant we own. But the truth is, your drought-tolerant plants literally won't even notice you're gone. Seriously, hardy species like snake plants, ZZ plants, and cacti, they are built for this. If you give them a deep water before you leave and pull them out of the blazing sun, they can easily survive up to 2 weeks without a single drop of extra water. No special setups required. You can just cross them off your worry list completely.
Section 4, Systems for Longer Trips. This is for those longer 1 to 2 week absences.
So what about the plants that aren't so tough? Well, this is where passive watering systems transition from just being a fun little trick to an absolute necessity. One of the absolute best, most reliable methods is wick watering. It relies on a pretty cool scientific process called capillary action. As defined here, capillary action is just the physical process where moisture is slowly and steadily drawn upward into dry soil through a wick. You can literally just run a simple cotton or nylon string from a jug of water directly into the soil of your plant. That dry soil naturally pulls up the exact amount of water it needs right up the string. It's a completely passive, absolutely brilliant system. But, and I cannot stress this enough, this is a massive but, always test your wick watering setup a few days before you actually leave. You really have to know how fast the plant is drinking. Is that jug going to be bone dry in 3 days, or is it going to last the full 2 weeks? Testing it in advance allows you to accurately judge the rate, and if you need to swap in a bigger water container, you can do it before you're halfway across the world. And for your absolute most dramatic, humidity-hungry tropical plants, you can try the plastic bag hack. By placing a loose, clear plastic bag over the plant, just making sure it isn't, tightly touching the leaves, you effectively trap all that moisture inside and create a little mini greenhouse. This drastically slows down the drying process. However, this is incredibly important. You must keep a bagged plant completely out of direct sunlight. If the sun hits that plastic bag, it literally turns into an oven, and you will essentially steam your prized monstera like a side of broccoli. Nobody wants that. Keep them grouped in the shade for sure.
Bringing us to our final section, Section 5, Plant Sitter Success Secrets. This is all about setting your sitters up to win.
Okay, so you're going away for a long time and the passive systems just aren't going to cut it. You have to rely on a real human plant sitter. Having a friend or neighbor help out is fantastic, but you really have to set them up for success. This foolproof checklist eliminates all the dangerous guesswork. First, leave short, written notes grouped by the plant's actual needs. We're talking super simple instructions like water these two, leave the rest alone. Second, physically group your thirsty plants together, and then go put your dry, drought-tolerant plants in a totally different spot just to prevent any mix-ups. Third, leave them a moisture meter. Tell them to water based on what the meter actually reads, not based on what they guess the plant needs.
And that brings us to the ultimate warning you must give your sitter. You need to kindly, but very firmly, tell them this. Overwatering is the usual mistake, not under. Listen, well-meaning neighbors and sitters have this natural instinct to just shower your plants with love, which usually translates to drowning them in water. An underwatered plant, it can almost always bounce back with a good drink. But an overwatered plant develops root rot, and it dies. If your sitter just checks once mid-trip, combined with that deep watering you did before leaving, your collection is going to be perfectly fine.
So, what does this all mean? The big takeaway here is this. Your bags are packed, but are your plants prepared? Because as we've seen in this explainer today, just a tiny bit of preparation completely guarantees their survival. By adjusting your summer watering technique early on, grouping your plants, utilizing those simple passive systems, and effectively communicating with your plant sitters, you take literally all the anxiety out of leaving. You're totally empowered to walk out that door and just enjoy your summer vacation. But it leaves you with a final challenge to think about. Are you merely keeping your plants alive on life support, or are you ready to build the kind of deep-rooted resilience that allows them to thrive completely independent of you? Try testing out one of these passive systems this weekend, even if you aren't leaving town, and see just how self-sufficient your indoor jungle can really be. Thanks for joining me on this explainer, and hey, happy travels!
All right, welcome to this explainer on the red-edged Dracena, which you probably know better as the Madagascar dragon tree. If you're looking for a stunning, architectural houseplant that practically begs you to ignore it, well, you're in exactly the right place. Today, we're completely mastering this incredibly resilient plant and establishing a core theme that's going to guide literally everything we do. With the dragon tree, less is absolutely more.
Okay, let's dive into this. Here's our complete roadmap for today's hierarchy of plant needs. 1. Meet the dragon tree. 2. The essentials. 3. Ideal environment. 4. Pruning and propagation. 5. Troubleshooting and pests. And 6. Expert pro tips. Let's get right to it.
Section 1. Meet the dragon tree, the ultimate low-maintenance architectural stunner.
So, scientifically, we're talking about Dracena marginata. This evergreen tree is native to the warm climates of Madagascar, and it's famous for those slender, arching leaves bordered by really dramatic reddish-purple edges. It's a slow-growing perennial, meaning it can easily live for over 10 years indoors and shoot up to heights of 6 to 8 feet. But beyond being just a beautiful, drought-tolerant piece of living interior design, this thing is an absolute workhorse. It was actually studied in the NASA Clean Air Study and scientifically proven to aggressively purify your indoor air by pulling out nasty toxins like formaldehyde, benzene, and xylene.
Quick heads up though, we do need to issue a vital warning here. While the dragon tree is fantastic for us and our air quality, it is highly toxic to both cats and dogs if ingested. If your curious pets decide to take a bite, it can cause vomiting, drooling, and a serious loss of appetite. So you absolutely must make sure to keep this leafy companion well out of their reach.
Section 2. The essentials. Mastering water and light. So, the crucial point here is the number 50. The golden rule of watering a dragon tree is that you must wait for the top 50% of the soil to dry out completely before you even think about picking up that watering can. Seriously, because they're highly susceptible to fatal root rot, this usually means you're only watering every 2 to 3 weeks. And in the fall and winter, when the plant's growth naturally slows down, you're going to reduce that even further to maybe once every 3 or 4 weeks. You really have to let that soil dry out significantly.
Now, when it is finally time to water, you need to water thoroughly until it flows right out the drainage holes. But listen, the type of water matters immensely. Tap water often contains fluoride and other salts. Dracena marginata is incredibly sensitive to these chemicals, and they are exactly what cause those ugly, crispy brown leaf tips we all hate. The ideal choice? You want to use filtered, distilled, or rainwater for your deep waterings. If you absolutely have to use tap water, at least leave it sitting out overnight to let some of those chemicals evaporate first.
Right alongside water is our second essential, light. The dragon tree thrives in bright, indirect light. Basically, this means finding a spot a few feet away from an east or west-facing window. You want plenty of ambient light without the harsh, direct sun rays, which will literally scorch the leaves and leave permanent brown marks. Now, it will tolerate lower light conditions for sure, but its growth will slow to an absolute crawl. And worse, it'll lose those vibrant reddish-purple leaf edges. So for optimal health, bright indirect light is definitely the way to go.
Section 3. Ideal environment: soil, humidity, and feeding.
To find the real environmental sweet spot, let's start with soil. You need a loose, fast-draining mix. Honestly, a standard cactus or succulent mix cut with a bit of perlite works perfectly. For temperature, just remember it's from Madagascar. It loves it warm, ideally between 70 and 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Keep it far away from cold drafts below 60 degrees. As for humidity, 40 to 50% is perfect. If your indoor air is super dry, use a room humidifier or place the pot on a pebble tray with water to prevent those brown tips. Finally, fertilizer. This guy is a slow grower. Give it a balanced 10-10-10 liquid fertilizer diluted to half strength once a month. But here's the critical part. Only feed it in the spring and summer. Never ever fertilize during its fall and winter dormancy. Before we leave the topic of soil and pots, please remember this: drainage is completely non-negotiable. No matter how perfect your soil mix is, if you put it in a pot without drainage holes, the water just gets trapped at the bottom. And that trapped water will inevitably cause fatal root rot. Always use a pot with holes. And since it is a slow grower, your plant will really only need to be repotted every 2 to 3 years when it becomes totally root-bound. When you do repot, only size up by 1 to 2 inches in diameter.
Section 4. Pruning and propagation: multiplying your plant collection.
Over time, you'll notice a dragon tree can get very tall and a bit leggy with bare stems. And this brilliantly illustrates why you shouldn't be afraid to just chop the top off. Making a clean cut through the main cane at your desired height actually forces the plant to sprout 2 or more brand new branches right below that cut. Pruning actively encourages a much fuller, bushier, multi-stemmed plant.
So what do you do with that top piece you just chopped off? You propagate it. It's actually surprisingly easy to do for free. Take a 6 to 8 inch stem cutting, strip off the lower leaves so you just have a little tuft at the top, and drop that bare stem right into a glass of water. Put it in a warm, bright spot, change the water out every few days, and in a few weeks to a month, you're gonna see real roots growing right out of the stem. Once those roots are 1 to 2 inches long, plant it in fresh soil, and boom, you've got a brand new dragon tree.
Section 5. Troubleshooting and pests: diagnosing plant signals.
Okay, why are my dragon tree's leaves turning yellow or brown? It is the most common question every single plant owner asks when panic starts setting in. Let's match those symptoms up so you know exactly what your plant is desperately asking for.
The vast majority of the time, issues come down to water. If your plant has yellowing leaves, sudden massive leaf drop, and the stem feels brown and mushy, you are definitely overwatering. The roots are drowning and rotting. You need to let that soil dry out immediately. On the flip side, if the leaves are just wilting and drooping and the soil feels absolutely bone dry to the touch, it's underwatered. It just needs a thorough, deep drink of filtered water. Actually, quick aside, if just the lowest leaves are slowly turning yellow and dropping over time, that's just normal plant aging. We are looking for sudden, widespread changes here.
Now what about pests? Thankfully, the dragon tree is fairly pest resistant, but keep a close eye out for 3 main culprits. Spider mites thrive in dry conditions. You'll want to look for fine webbing and stippled leaves, and treat them with neem oil. Mealybugs look like small, white, cottony masses hiding in the little crevices, and scale insects look like tiny, immobile brown bumps just stuck to the stems. For mealybugs and scale, a cotton swab dipped in rubbing alcohol will wipe them right out. But here is a massive pro tip. Literally step 1 upon seeing any of these pests is to isolate the plant immediately so they don't spread like wildfire to your other houseplants.
Section 6. Expert Pro Tips: taking your care to the next level. Let's do a rapid-fire rundown of the absolute best practices. Number 1, when in doubt, don't water. Seriously, just let it dry out. Number 2, rotate the pot a quarter turn every single time you water. This ensures the plant gets nice, even light on all sides and grows straight up instead of leaning toward the window. Number 3, gently wipe down those long, slender leaves monthly with a damp cloth.
This removes dust, keeps them looking super glossy, and actively aids in photosynthesis. Definitely keep the plant far away from AC vents. And finally, use it as a vertical thriller in your home decor. Its spiky, modern texture looks incredible, contrasting with shorter, fuller plants.
Ultimately, everything we've talked about today boils down to one core philosophy. Forget about it. Literally, this plant thrives on neglect. The absolute best thing you can do for a Dracaena marginata is to set it up for success in bright indirect light, use a pot with good drainage, and then just give it some space.
So I want to leave you with this question to think about. Are you ready to let your dragon tree thrive through perfectly executed neglect? You now have the complete, structured knowledge to master its care. Go find the perfect bright spot in your home, use that filtered water sparingly, and enjoy the incredible air-purifying presence of your new leafy companion. Thanks so much for joining this explainer.
All right, welcome to This Explainer. Today, we're taking a deep dive into mastering the care of the notoriously finicky Delta maidenhair fern. We're going to break down exactly what makes this gorgeous plant tick and give you the clear, structured info you need to go all the way from a beginner to an absolute expert. Listen, if you've ever owned one of these beauties, you definitely know the heartbreak of a crispy brown frond. It is literally the #1 complaint. You buy this lush, gorgeous fern, bring it home, and bam! A week later, it looks like a wire brush. But don't worry, because today, we're learning the exact formula to prevent that. There's actually a precise science to keeping this plant happy, and honestly, it's way easier than you think once you see the data. We've structured this masterclass to take you from basic survival all the way to expert-level care. We'll be hitting the notorious Delta maidenhair, golden rules of water and light, perfecting soil and humidity, feeding, repotting and propagation, diagnosing problems and pests, and finally, pro tips and plant rescues. Section 1, the notorious Delta maidenhair. Meet the diva. Okay, let's get right into this. To conquer this stunning, but let's be honest, intimidating plant, you first have to understand her origins. The name itself is actually really fascinating. It earns that delta title from the broadly triangular shape of its fronds, just like the Greek letter delta. Native to the deeply shaded, humid forest understories of South America, this plant is built from hundreds of tiny fan-shaped leaflets on these beautiful signature wiry black stems. It truly offers the softest-looking foliage of any houseplant. Well, if you can keep it happy, that is. Section 2, golden rules, water and light, the absolute non-negotiables. Seriously, if you only take away one lesson from this entire explainer, let it be these fundamental rules, because this is where 90% of plant parents fail. 0. Yup, that is exactly how many times you are allowed to let the soil dry out. Not even once, not even for a single afternoon. Nearly every dead maidenhair out there died from a single forgotten week. So, the moment the very top of the soil feels barely dry while everything below is still damp, that's your cue. It's time to water. Now, the real trick here is finding the balance, because soggy soil, just as dangerous as dry soil. Underwatering gets you those dreaded crispy edges that just shatter when you touch them, while overwatering suffocates the roots and causes yellowing from the base up. To solve this, bottom watering for 15 minutes is the absolute best way to soak the root ball evenly without rotting the crown. You just set the pot in an inch of room temperature water, let it drink its fill, and then drain it completely. Alongside water, we have to talk about light. These little leaflets are barely more than a single cell thick. That means just 30 minutes of direct afternoon sun will ruin them permanently. They'll literally bake. You want bright, indirect light only. Setting them in an east window pulled back a foot or two, or right up against a north window is absolutely your fern's sweet spot. Section 3, perfecting soil and humidity, mastering the climate. So, now that you've mastered the golden rules, let's optimize the environment for some lush, rapid growth. Because the soil and air around your fern, that's its lifeblood. If you're looking to repot, this DIY soil mix is a total game changer. Why? Well, the cocoa coir retains that essential moisture we now know we desperately need, while the perlite and fine bark provide the vital aeration those fine, thread-like roots need so they don't suffocate. And pro tip, coir is way better than peat moss here. If it ever does accidentally dry out, it re-wets easily, whereas peat actually repels water once it gets dry.
And then there's the air. Your fern is going to thrive in an ideal humidity range of 50 to 70%. The problem is most of our heated homes in the winter sit at a desert-like 20 to 30%, which practically guarantees crispy tips. This is exactly why a bathroom with a window is pretty much the perfect habitat, giving it that steamy, humid air it constantly craves. Okay, get ready for a truth bomb that shatters a major houseplant myth. Misting raises humidity for roughly 10 minutes, then the water evaporates and you are right back where you started. Everyone reaches for the spray bottle to fix dry air, but guys, misting doesn't work. It raises humidity for just a few minutes, and even worse, water droplets sitting on those dense fronds can actually encourage fungal leaf spot. If you really want to fix dry air, invest in a real humidifier or place the plant in a beautiful glass cloche. Moving on to section 4, feeding, repotting, and propagation, advanced care. Once your plant is surviving and thriving in its new climate, it's time to graduate to some intermediate care techniques. So, ferns are extremely light feeders. The real risk here is always overdoing it and accidentally scorching the roots. Notice the specific dosage we recommend. Quarter strength, balanced liquid fertilizer, monthly from April to September. Honestly, I'd rather you underfeed this plant for a whole year than give it one massive dose. Oh, and a huge rule to remember. Absolutely never apply fertilizer to a dry root ball. When it is time to repot, which should be roughly every 2 years once you see roots poking out the bottom, pot selection is completely critical. Skip the terracotta, I mean it. Unglazed clay wicks moisture out through its walls and dries out way too fast for a plant that needs to stay constantly damp. Instead, go for shallow, glazed ceramic or plastic pots to really lock that moisture in. Now, if your plant is getting massive and you want more of them, propagation is incredibly rewarding. Dividing the creeping rhizome in early spring works wonders. You'll want to rinse the soil from the rhizomes. You can see the natural clusters, cut cleanly between them with a knife, pot the divisions with the rhizome right at the surface, and immediately tend them with a plastic bag to trap that humidity. The secret here is to take large sections, don't just pull off tiny little scraps, and keep them highly humid while they recover. And remember, never ever bury the rhizome. It needs to sit right on top of the soil. Section 5, diagnosing problems and pests, expert troubleshooting. Look, even the experts run into issues sometimes. So let's figure out how to visually diagnose the common problems your maidenhair might face without completely panicking. So many new owners completely panic and grab the insect spray the second they see these little brown spots under the leaves. But hold on a second, these are just sori, tucked safely under a folded flap of the leaf called a false indusium. This is just the fern's natural, ancient way of reproducing, using spores instead of seeds. Nothing to worry about. And this is why learning to read your plant is absolutely crucial, so you don't accidentally treat a perfectly healthy, reproducing fern for a bug infestation. Look at the difference. Spores follow a neat, repeating pattern strictly on the outer margins of the leaflets. Scale insects, on the other hand, they're randomly scattered, they usually favor those black stems, and they scrape right off with a fingernail. Knowledge really is power here. Finally, Section 6, Pro Tips and Plant Rescues, the ultimate hacks. Let's wrap up this masterclass with some rapid-fire pro tips and, honestly, a secret weapon for saving a seemingly dead fern. If your fern dries out completely and turns into a sad pot of brown wire, whatever you do, do not throw it in the trash. This dramatic full cutback rescue relies entirely on the surviving rhizome hiding under the soil. Literally chop every dead frond off its soil level, soak it, give it super high humidity, and just wait. That creeping rhizome is remarkably tough. It will often push out an entirely new flush of gorgeous fiddleheads in just 3 to 6 weeks. It's like magic. To really cement your expert status, stick to these simple habits that keep the foliage looking absolutely pristine. Bottom watering on a fixed schedule, like every 3 to 4 days, totally removes the guesswork. Collecting rainwater prevents those awful brown burn tips caused by the fluoride and chlorine in tap water. And seriously, keep your hands off. The leaflets are so delicate they bruise instantly. If they get dusty, just rinse them off gently in the shower. Oh, and definitely move them away from radiators before heating season kicks in. So you now have the ultimate blueprint. You know the golden rule of never ever letting the soil dry, you know exactly how to master the humidity, and you even know how to bring a dried out plant back from the dead. You are fully equipped to keep those fronds lush, green, and soft. So the only question left is, now that you possess the exact formula to conquer the impossible houseplant, are you ready to bring a Delta maidenhair fern into your home? Welcome to this explainer. Look, if you've been searching for a houseplant that does something, a bit more exciting than your standard green vine, you are in exactly the right place. Today, we're going to learn how to transform you from a nervous beginner into a confident expert. We'll unlock the secrets to cultivating this incredibly popular plant so it develops its signature dramatic, deep blue-green fenestrations. Those are those really cool natural splits and holes in the leaves that plant collectors absolutely go crazy for. So here is our game plan for today. First, we'll meet the Baltic blue, then we'll focus on perfecting the plant's environment. After that, we'll cover watering, soil, and feeding, followed by pruning and easy propagation. Then we'll troubleshoot from common plant problems, and finally, we'll wrap up with pro tips for expert growth. Let's jump right in.
All right, Section 1. Meet the Baltic blue. Let's find out exactly what makes this specific Epipremnum pinnatum cultivar an absolute favorite for collectors. It might look fancy, but it's a pothos at heart, which means it's super forgiving.
Now, if we compare the Baltic blue to its famous cousin, the Cebu blue, you're going to notice a few major differences. The Baltic blue has these slightly broader arrow-shaped leaves with a stunning deep blue-green color. But honestly, here's the real kicker. The Baltic blue develops those coveted fenestrations, the splits, at a much younger age and a much smaller size than the Cebu blue. The Cebu has more of a silvery sheen and requires significantly more time to mature before it splits. So for houseplant lovers wanting that mature jungle look way faster, the Baltic blue is a massive win.
Moving on to Section 2, perfecting the plant's environment. Let's look at how setting up a solid foundation is the key to massive success. You'll want to keep your plant in a nice, cozy sweet spot, right around 65 to 85 degrees Fahrenheit. That's about 18 to 29 degrees Celsius. The great news is that standard room temperature is absolutely perfect for this plant. But, and this is a big but, you have to avoid cold drafts. Keep it away from AC vents blowing directly on it, and definitely watch out for drafty winter windows or exterior doors. This is a tropical vine, and it absolutely despises the chill.
Next up, let's talk humidity. While it totally tolerates average household air, which usually sits around 40%, hitting that ideal 50 to 70% sweet spot is going to encourage much larger, healthier leaves and way faster growth. You can easily boost this by grouping your tropical plants together, using a pebble tray filled with water beneath the pot, or just running a humidifier. You can actually skip the misting though. It really only provides a temporary boost, and having wet leaves all the time can invite fungal issues. Now, here's the deal. You absolutely cannot shove this plant in a dim, dark corner. Bright, indirect light is literally the secret ingredient here. Without it, like, say, placing it just a few feet back from a bright south or west-facing window, the leaves will just fade to an ordinary green, and they will never ever develop those amazing splits and holes. The plant literally needs that light energy to produce its mature leaf forms. It won't die in medium light, but if you want this plant at its absolute best, lighting is a top priority.
All right, Section 3, watering, soil, and feeding. Nailing these daily care essentials is exactly what separates struggling plants from spectacular ones. So when it comes to watering, these guys actually store water in their thick stems and leaves. That means they handle a little drought way better than being waterlogged. Always rely on the classic finger test. Just stick your finger in the soil and only soak it thoroughly if those top 1 to 2 inches are completely 100% dry. And here is a crucial step so many people skip. Make sure to empty the saucer underneath the pot about 20 minutes after watering. Letting the pot sit in standing water is just a fast track to root rot. And speaking of healthy roots, to avoid that dreaded root rot, you really have to skip standard, dense potting soil straight out of the bag. It just holds way too much moisture. Instead, use a chunky, well-draining recipe like this DIY aeroid mix. When you combine standard potting soil with perlite and orchid bark, you're creating a soil structure filled with vital air pockets that literally let those roots breathe. Toss in a handful of horticultural charcoal if you have it, or if you don't feel like mixing it yourself, just grab a pre-made chunky aeroid mix from your local plant shop. Think of fertilizing like a little vitamin boost during the active growing season. It helps boost leaf size and maintain that gorgeous color. Using a balanced liquid fertilizer diluted to half strength just once a month is perfect. But definitely remember to stop feeding completely in the fall and winter. The plant naturally goes dormant then, and it just can't effectively process those extra nutrients.
Section 4, pruning and easy propagation. Are you ready to multiply that indoor jungle? This is honestly one of the best parts of plant parenthood. Propagating the Baltic blue is ridiculously easy. You just follow a few simple steps for water propagation.
Find a healthy vine and snip about a 1/4 inch below a node. You know, that little bump on the stem where the leaf meets it? Strip off the bottom leaves, drop those bare nodes straight into a jar of clean water, and put it somewhere with bright indirect light. In about 1 to 3 weeks, boom, you'll see roots. And the best part? Taking these cuttings actually forces the mother plant to branch out at the cut site, making your original plant incredibly bushy and full.
Which brings us to Section 5, troubleshooting common plant problems. Even the best of us run into issues, so let's build up your defensive shield to protect your vines.
Think of this like a quick matching game, because your plant actually uses its leaves to talk to you. See yellowing, especially on the lower leaves? You're almost certainly overwatering. Let that soil dry out. Is that signature blue color starting to fade back to a standard green? Give it more light. And if the leaf edges are getting brown and crispy, the air is way too dry, so it's time to boost that humidity.
Okay, now for the serious stuff. Root rot is the #1 killer of pothos plants, and it is caused entirely by overwatering and poor drainage. If you notice mushy stems at the soil line, rapidly yellowing leaves, or, worst of all, a foul, swampy smell coming from the pot, you have to act fast. You'll need to unpot the plant, trim away all the dark, rotted, mushy roots, and repot whatever healthy roots remain into fresh, dry, chunky soil.
Now, the Baltic blue is a tough plant for sure, but you still need to keep a close eye out for common pests like mealybugs, spider mites, scale, and thrips. Early detection is absolutely key. Inspect the undersides of the leaves and those little joints where the leaves meet the stems. You're looking for white cottony masses, those are mealybugs, or tiny little dots and fine webs, which means spider mites. If you spot any of these guys, treat it quickly by wiping the leaves with rubbing alcohol or spraying the plant down with diluted neem oil.
Finally, Section 6, pro tips for expert growth. Let's unlock the ultimate mature form of the Baltic blue.
Now, you might be wondering, with all this perfect lighting, careful watering, and excellent humidity we've been talking about, are you gonna get beautiful tropical flowers blooming in your living room? Well, the blunt truth, getting this species to bloom indoors is almost impossible. It requires highly specific conditions that we just can't replicate in a house. But honestly, that is perfectly fine. The dramatic, naturally split, deep blue-green foliage is the real prize here. You're growing this for the incredible leaves, not the flowers. Before we get to the ultimate growth secret, just a really quick but absolutely crucial safety note. Like all pothos varieties, the Baltic blue contains calcium oxalate crystals. This means it is highly toxic to pets if they chew on it. It causes severe oral irritation, drooling, and vomiting. So please make sure to keep your gorgeous vines trailing safely out of reach of any curious cats or dogs. All right, here it is, the absolute best pro tip to unlock this plant's true potential. Give it a moss pole. Because climbing upward mimics its natural Southeast Asian habitat, this is the ultimate secret. When it just trails downward in a hanging basket, the leaves stay in their small, juvenile form. But the second you train it to climb up a moss pole, it accelerates its growth and forces those giant, highly fenestrated, mature leaves to emerge. It's a total game changer. So, as you look around your own plant space right now, armed with all this expert knowledge, what is the very first step you're going to take today to turn your Baltic blue into a thriving fenestrated masterpiece? Are you finally going to mix up that batch of chunky, breathable soil, move it closer to a bright window, or maybe install a moss pole for it to conquer? The transformation is totally in your hands.
Welcome to today's Explainer. I am so thrilled you're here, because today we're talking about transforming your home into a living, breathing sanctuary. We're going to dig into the 2026 edition of the 21 Best Air Purifying Indoor Plants, and this is entirely backed by NASA-tested science. If you want to know how to naturally and beautifully detoxify the spaces where you sleep, work, and just hang out, well, you are exactly in the right place.
Okay, let's dive right into this. Because honestly, this is a question that completely shifts how we think about our modern, cozy homes. We tend to think of pollution as a problem that stays outside, right? You know, smog, car exhaust, city grime. But the shocking reality is that the air locked inside our well-sealed, climate-controlled apartments and houses, it can actually be significantly more polluted than the air on the city street right outside your front door. It's a hidden threat, and we are breathing it in every single day.
So, let's get into Section 1, the invisible indoor problem.
To understand how to fix this, we really need to understand exactly what is floating around in our living rooms and bedrooms, making the air so stale and, frankly, potentially harmful. The true villains here? They're called volatile organic compounds, or VOCs for short. Basically, these are harmful chemicals that literally off-gas, meaning they evaporate right into the air at room temperature from the most ordinary, everyday items you already own. You can't see them, and a lot of the time you can't even smell them, but they are constantly accumulating in your indoor atmosphere.
Just take a look at these common sources. That brand new couch you just bought, your fresh coat of paint, even the heavy-duty cleaning supplies under the sink, or those new carpets you installed last year. They are all silently emitting toxins like formaldehyde, benzene, and trichloroethylene. And here's the real kicker. During those long winter months when we seal our windows tight to keep the cold out, yeah, we're trapping all of those VOCs right inside with us.
Which brings us to Section 2, the NASA Clean Air Solution. But hey, don't worry, there is a brilliant, totally natural fix for this. Years ago, while trying to figure out how to keep astronauts breathing clean air in sealed space stations, literally a giant puzzle, scientists created a blueprint for fighting VOCs that works perfectly in our own homes. And that blueprint is green. Plants aren't just passive decorations. I mean, we all know they produce oxygen through photosynthesis, but the science shows their primary air cleaning benefit is actively pulling harmful chemicals out of the air. They absorb these VOCs right through their leaves and process them down into the root systems. They are literally living, breathing air filters.
Now let's move on to Section 3, the heavy-hitting purifiers.
Now, what's really interesting here is that not all plants are created equal when it comes to cleaning the air. So let's meet our specialized superhero squad of top-performing plants. First up is the absolute undisputed MVP of air purification, the snake plant. This plant is a true workhorse. It filters out the big three: formaldehyde, benzene, and xylene. But its absolute superpower is what it does when the lights go out. Through a unique mechanism called the CAM process, the snake plant continues to convert CO2 to oxygen at night. That makes it the ultimate bedroom companion. Plus, for all of you beginners out there, it completely thrives on neglect. It is practically indestructible.
Let's contrast two other massive powerhouses, the peace lily and the spider plant. The peace lily is a gorgeous triple threat. It actively filters ammonia and absorbs airborne mold, which is absolutely perfect for human bathrooms. However, it is highly toxic to pets, and honestly, it's kind of a diva. It droops dramatically just to tell you it's thirsty. On the other hand, the spider plant tackles formaldehyde and xylene, is super easy to propagate by just snipping off its little babies, and best of all, it's completely pet safe. Two very different vibes, but both are incredibly effective.
Let's quickly run through this matrix of other heavy hitters. We've got the red-edged Dracena, which is fantastic for fighting off-gassing from lacquers and varnishes, just pulling xylene right out of the air. The chrysanthemum needs bright light, but man, it is a champion against ammonia. The heartleaf philodendron is a fast-growing vine that absolutely devours formaldehyde. But take a close look at English ivy at the bottom there. This elegant little vine has the surprising and highly beneficial ability to dramatically reduce airborne mold and even airborne fecal particles. Yeah, you heard that right, making it an absolute must-have for the bathroom.
Moving along to Section 4, Specialized Plant Squads.
Let's see how this builds, because beyond the absolute heavy hitters, we have our highly adaptable team. We can actually group our plants into specific categories depending on your household's unique needs. The Chinese evergreen is beautiful and thrives in those tricky low-light corners while fighting benzene. The golden pothos actually tackles carbon monoxide and is, again, near indestructible. The bamboo palm acts as a pet-safe natural humidifier. And then there's the ZZ plant. If you are a forgetful waterer or a frequent traveler, this is your ultimate survivor. It filters toluene and xylene and genuinely seems to thrive on severe neglect.
Next up, we have the high aesthetic and highly specialized purifiers. Look at the azalea. It specifically targets formaldehyde off-gassing from things like plywood and foam insulation. The Gerbera daisy helps filter out trichloroethylene, which, fun fact, is often brought into the home on your dry cleaning. The rubber plant uses its massive leaves to maximize surface area for pulling in formaldehyde. And of course, good old aloe vera pulls double duty. It filters benzene from the air while offering a handy healing gel right inside its leaves for those minor kitchen burns.
And to round out our top 21, here's some rapid-fire advice for these fantastic tropicals. If you have dry winter air, the Boston fern and the truly spectacular bird of paradise both act as massive natural humidifiers. The anthurium is fantastic at pulling ammonia from the air while offering these gorgeous waxy blooms. And speaking of specific pollutants, did you just get new carpets? The weeping fig is your tree. Looking for elegance in the bedroom? The orchid, much like the snake plant, provides nighttime oxygen while absorbing xylene.
And finally, the money plant acts as a great general filter for synthetic chemicals while standing as a wonderful symbol of good luck.
All right, Section 5, maximizing your green filters.
So the crucial point is, simply buying a plant and sticking it in a corner won't magically transform your air overnight. We have to transition from just owning plants to strategically deploying them to get maximum effect. Which brings us to the most practical question of all. To actually notice a difference in your air quality, how many plants do you really need to scale this solution?
Well, the golden ratio is 2. You need at least 2 medium to large-sized plants for every 100 square feet of living space. That is the baseline you need to start effectively scrubbing those VOCs right out of your indoor environment.
To really maximize their power, you'll want to follow these 3 steps. First, strategic placement. Put your plants right next to the sources of pollution, near that new couch, the electronics, or wherever you store your cleaning supplies. Second, create a jungle effect. Grouping plants together literally multiplies their filtering power and raises the localized humidity, which the plants absolutely love. And third, keep those leaves clean.
And this brilliantly illustrates why wiping the dust off your plant's leaves isn't just to make them look shiny and pretty, it is a mandatory functional care step. See, plants absorb these harmful toxins through microscopic pores on their leaves called stomata. If those pores are blocked by regular old household dust, the plants simply cannot filter the air. A quick wipe with a damp cloth just once a month keeps your living filters operating at peak efficiency.
We're going to wrap up our explainer today with this powerful thought. The oldest technology on Earth, nature, is still our best defense against modern synthetic problems. We surround ourselves with all these synthetic conveniences, but it's pretty remarkable that a few well-placed ferns, palms, and ivy plants can do what machines often struggle to achieve. Take a look around your space right now. Which corner of your room is begging for a little bit of nature's oldest technology to turn your home into a purified, breathing sanctuary? Think about it. Thanks so much for joining me on this explainer, and hey, happy planting!
Okay, have you ever wanted a houseplant that's like practically immortal? One that actually thrives when you completely forget about it and then out of nowhere rewards you with these stunning chocolate-scented flowers? Well, welcome to this explainer. Today, we're diving into the complete care guide for the Hoya carnosa, better known as the wax plant. We are going to walk through the ultimate survival and reward guide for a true heirloom plant. If you can just master the simple art of neglecting this plant the right way, you'll have a botanical companion for decades.
So here's our roadmap for today. First, we'll meet the immortal wax plant. Second, we're going over the essential Hoya care rules. Third, we'll learn the taco test for watering. Fourth, defeating common Hoya pests. Fifth, unlocking those porcelain blooms. And finally, propagating your heirloom plant. Let's get right into it. Section 1. Meet the immortal wax plant, a lifelong heirloom companion. Imagine a plant that's basically the perfect hybrid. It gives you the lush, trailing vibe of a pothos, but with the extreme drought tolerance of a jade plant. It's wild. To really grasp what we're dealing with here, look at this quote from plant expert Anastasia Bermeslow. She talks about having a Hoya propagated from a cutting taken all the way back in 1985. She calls them heirloom plants. So we're not talking about some trendy, delicate little thing that you buy and throw away when it dies a year later. This is a multi-decade investment. Honestly, it routinely outlives its owners. All right, Section 2, Essential Hoya Care Rules, Building the Foundation. To really succeed with a Hoya and build that foundation, we actually have to completely untrain ourselves from standard houseplant care. Seriously, standard potting soil and your normal watering schedule, that'll quickly kill this plant. Instead, we've got to look at how the Hoya carnosa lives in the wild. It's an epicite. What does that mean? Well, in the wild subtropical forests of East Asia and Australia, it doesn't even grow in the dirt. It actually grows clinging to tree trunks and branches, with its roots just exposed to the breeze. Because of this, Hoyas absolutely hate having wet feet. Their roots literally need to breathe, or they're gonna rot fast. And this brilliantly shows exactly how we mimic that wild tree bark environment right in a pot. Remember, standard soil is way too dense and it'll suffocate the plant. Check out this DIY chunky soil recipe instead. You're gonna want 1 part potting soil for base moisture and nutrients, 1 part perlite or pumice for drainage, and 1 part orchid bark to create these large air gaps. Mixing these in equal parts creates massive air pockets, and that means even right after you water it, oxygen can still reach those super sensitive epiphytic roots. It's a real game changer. Moving on to Section 3, the taco test for watering. Stop guessing, start testing. The golden rule for our complete care guide is this: water deeply but infrequently.
Honestly, you should only water when the soil is 100% dry. But how do you actually know for sure? Our source gave us this absolutely brilliant tactile trick called the taco test, so you never have to guess again. Here's exactly how it works. Step 1, find a mature leaf near the base of the plant. Make sure you don't use those tiny new baby leaves. And step 2, just using your fingers, gently try to fold that leaf in half lengthwise. Yep, exactly like a taco shell.
Now you just evaluate how it feels. If that leaf is stiff and hard, do not water it. The leaf is what we call turgid, meaning it's still packed full of water. If you give it a drink now, you are risking root rot. But if the leaf feels pliable, a bit wrinkly, and bends easily with almost no resistance, kind of feeling like leather, then it is time to water. For all you chronic overwaterers watching, and you know who you are, relying on this simple touch test will absolutely save your plant's life. Before we move on from the basics, we've got to talk about a super common mistake. Do not cut the tentacles. Your Hoya is going to periodically shoot out these long, completely bare, alien-looking vines. A lot of people think, oh, that's dead growth, and they just chop it off. But actually, scratch that, it's not dead at all. These are tendrils actively searching for a tree to climb. So just have some patience, gently wrap that vine around a trellis, and eventually the plant is going to fill that bare vine with gorgeous, lush leaves.
Section 4. Defeating common Hoya pests. Protecting your investment. Look, with any plant, things can sometimes go wrong, but the source material gives us this incredible, rapid-fire troubleshooting guide to protect your heirloom plant. You really want to pay attention to the top of the list here. Mealybugs. These guys look like little bits of white, cottony fluff just hiding out in the leaf joints. Honestly, they are the Hoya's absolute arch nemesis, especially for crinkly varieties like the Hindu rope. To defeat them, just dip a Q-tip in 70% rubbing alcohol and dab them. It dissolves their waxy armor instantly. Bam, gone. Now, if you see fine webbing and dusty leaves, you're dealing with spider mites, which really love dry air. Just shower the plant off and raise the room's humidity right away. For aphids, which usually show up on new growth, a strong stream of water works best. And if you ever spot hard brown bumps on the stems, that's scale. Just scrape them off and treat the stems with neem oil.
All right, Section 5, Unlocking the Porcelain Blooms, the Ultimate Reward.
Okay, this right here is why we go through all the trouble. The flowers. The Hoya carnosa produces these incredible ball-shaped clusters of star-like flowers that literally look like they're carved out of wax or porcelain. Plus, they release this potent fragrance that smells like chocolate, vanilla, or honey. It is amazing. But to actually get there, we need to talk about a concept called sun stress. Now, you might hear plant collectors talk about this and think it sounds bad, but it's actually highly desirable. When a Hoya is placed in really bright light, it produces red or purple pigments called anthocyanins to protect its cells from UV rays. It's essentially a botanical suntan. So if your leaves have this beautiful red or bronze flush, it means your plant is absorbing maximum energy, and that's exactly what it needs to crank out those gorgeous flowers.
So what's the secret? How do we actually guarantee flowers? Well, here is the exact bloom-boosting recipe for your complete care guide. First, you need bright, indirect light. An east-facing window is pretty much unbeatable for this. Second, keep the plant tight in its pot. Hoyas really prefer to be root-bound. If the pot is way too big, it's just going to spend years growing roots instead of flowers, so keep it snug in a breathable terracotta pot. Third, you want to let it experience a natural winter temperature drop, down to about 60 degrees Fahrenheit at night. This actually signals the plant to form reproductive buds. And finally, when spring rolls around, feed it a high-phosphorus bloom booster fertilizer.
And that brings us to what is arguably the single most important rule of flowering Hoyas. Are you ready? Never, ever cut the peduncle. The peduncle is the little flower stalk. It kind of looks like a tiny woody microphone stand just sticking out of the vine. When the flowers fade and drop off, the plant leaves this little nub behind. Why? Because it's going to bloom from that exact same spot again and again, year after year. Seriously, some peduncles are over a decade old and produce dozens of blooms every single summer. If you cut it off, you lose that blooming site forever, so leave the mic stand alone. Now, right before we wrap up our care section, let's settle a massive debate in the houseplant community about the two most popular variegated varieties of this plant. How do you actually tell a Crimson Queen apart from a Crimson Princess? Well, here's a super fun insider memory trick for you. A Crimson Queen has white or pink variegation on the leaf margins, the outer edges. Just remember, a queen wears her crown on her head, right on the outer edges. On the flip side, a Crimson Princess has the variegation right in the center of the leaf. Remember, a princess wears her gown in the middle. Boom, now you're a Hoya expert.
Section 6. Propagating your heirloom plant. Cloning your Hoya. Because this plant lives for so long, you are inevitably going to want to take cuttings to share with your friends and family. You're basically cloning your Hoya. The most foolproof method outlined in our source is the sphagnum moss method. So, step 1, just snip a stem that has at least 2 nodes. Those are the little bumps where the leaves grow. Quick heads up though, Hoyas bleed this sticky, milky latex sap when you cut them, so definitely have a paper towel handy. Step 2, strip the leaves right off that bottom node because that is exactly where your new roots are going to pop out. Step 3, place that bare bottom node into some damp, squeezed out sphagnum moss. This gives it the perfect mix of humidity and airflow. And step 4, just wait 3 to 4 weeks for some strong roots to develop before you pot it up in that chunky soil mix we talked about earlier.
We have covered a lot today. We've talked about the soil, the taco test, dealing with pests, and the secrets to getting those incredible porcelain flowers. Because the Hoya carnosa is just so drought tolerant and remarkably resilient, it truly becomes an investment piece for your home, which really leaves us with one final fascinating thought for you to consider as you kick off your Hoya journey. If you follow this complete care guide, there's a very good chance your plant will actually outlive you. So with a lifespan spanning multiple decades, who will inherit your Hoya? The goal is to give it a stable place to live and then stay out of its way. You know, that might just be the absolute most brilliant piece of plant care advice out there. Today, we're looking at the Kentia palm. It is the ultimate, elegant, fuss-free indoor tree. Honestly, if you're totally exhausted by diva houseplants, you know, like that ficus that literally drops all its leaves if you just look at it wrong, well, you are in the exact right place. Because this palm, it craves consistency over basically everything else. So, welcome to this explainer. Consider this your Kentia Palm Masterclass. We're going to treat this as your definitive, complete care guide for finding that perfect, steady rhythm for this classic, composed plant. We're covering the whole shebang today, from root to frond, so you can master caring for this gorgeous Indo tree with absolute confidence. All right, here's our roadmap. First, we'll officially meet the Kentia palm, establish its core care rhythm, and talk about perfecting its environment. Then we'll dive into pruning and propagation, troubleshoot some common problems, and wrap it all up with pro tips for your long-term success.
Okay, part 1, meet the Kentia palm, the elegant indoor tree.
Let's start with its core identity, 6 to 12. To put that into perspective, that is the impressive height in feet that this palm can actually reach indoors. It brings this beautiful old-world lobby plant aesthetic right into your living room. Now, it grows incredibly slowly, so you're not going to see any crazy dramatic spurts and stalls. Instead, it rewards your patience with a really calm, vertical, architectural presence. Oh, and a massive bonus, it is completely 100% non-toxic to cats and dogs.
Before we get into the nitty-gritty of care, we kind of need to make sure you actually have the right plant, right? There is a pretty big difference between the true Kentia palm, which is Howea forsteriana, and its close relative, the curly Kentia palm. The true Kentia gives you that wide-open, graceful crown with those long, arching fronds for a much softer, classical look. The curly Kentia, on the other hand, is a lot tighter with more recurved fronds. For that soft, space-filling silhouette, you're definitely looking for the true Kentia.
Moving right along to part 2, the core care rhythm, light, water, and soil.
Mastering these 3 fundamental elements is literally the secret to a thriving palm. So light is our first pillar here. Now, the Kentia is famously tolerant of lower light, but, and this is a big but, low light is merely tolerated. Sure, the plant will survive, but it leads to way wider spacing between the fronds and incredibly sparse, slow growth. The actual sweet spot? Bright and direct light. An east-facing window is usually fantastic. This is exactly where the fronds stay wonderfully full and the plant gets the energy it needs to keep up a steady growth rate. Next up, watering. Remember, we are looking for a nice, steady rhythm here. Step 1, just wait for the top 1 to 2 inches of soil to dry out completely. Step 2, water it thoroughly until the mix is evenly moistened. And step 3, which is absolutely critical, guys, let the excess water drain completely. The big takeaway is that the Kentia handles being slightly dry much, much better than it handles having soggy roots. Winter is actually where most people trip up, so do yourself a favor and always check the soil with your finger instead of just sticking to some rigid watering calendar. To maintain that perfect watering rhythm, you've got to have the right foundation. Here is your ideal airy soil mix recipe. 2 parts of a quality indoor potting mix, 1 part coco coir, or peat if that's what you have on hand, just to hold a little moisture, and 1 part perlite or pumice to make sure the roots can actually breathe. You can even toss in some orchid bark if you want extra drainage.
Dense, heavy garden soil is the enemy here. The roots desperately need oxygen, and this exact balance ensures even moisture without, turning the pot into a swamp.
All right, part 3, perfecting the environment, humidity, temp, and feeding. So now we're graduating from just basic survival to actively optimizing the palm's living conditions. 65 to 80 degrees Fahrenheit, that is your comfortable temperature window. Basically, the Kentia palm wants normal indoor temperatures, but it absolutely despises sudden temperature swings. Keep it far away from cold drafts near exterior doors, and definitely, no matter what, do not blast it with hot, dry air from your heating vents. Consistency is totally the name of the game here. Let's fine-tune the rest of the environment with a couple quick tweaks. Average household humidity is usually okay, but boosting it, maybe running a humidifier if your house is dry, is your massive #1 defense against those annoying crispy brown leaflet tips. Now when it comes to feeding, listen, they are light feeders. Just feed them lightly in the spring and summer using a diluted palm or balanced fertilizer, and then pause all feeding entirely in the fall and winter. Over-fertilizing is just going to burn the tips, and nobody wants that. That brings us to part 4, pruning and propagation, advanced care. In this advanced stage, we have to focus heavily on the art of restraint. Never cut the central growing point. This right here is the absolute, undisputed golden rule of palm pruning. Palms are not like your typical branching shrubs. If you chop off the top of the trunk, the crown, you completely remove the plant's only ability to keep growing from that stem. Seriously, you should only ever prune fully brown, dead fronds. Leave the green ones alone. Pruning for this specific plant is entirely about holding back. And now, brace yourselves for a bit of a propagation reality check. If you're used to simply dividing your houseplants to make more, well, I gotta gently break the news. Kentias cannot be propagated by division. You actually have to start them from seed. You soak the seed, plant it in a warm, sterile mix, and then, well, you wait. It requires immense patience because the germination is incredibly slow. Honestly, between you and me, if you want a beautiful specimen anytime soon, just buying a healthy mature plant is definitely the smarter move. Repotting requires that exact same gentle touch. Kentia palms actually like being slightly snug, and they hate having the roots aggressively disturbed. So wait a good 2 to 4 years until you see the roots clearly circling the pot. Water it lightly the day before to prep the plant. When you do repot, choose a pot that is only 1 to 2 inches wider. Do not go huge. And finally, keep that root ball as intact as possible, and this is crucial, never bury it deeper than it was originally planted. Let's move to part 5, troubleshooting. Clues, not catastrophes. I want you to start viewing issues as simple diagnostic clues, not total catastrophes. There is absolutely no need to panic. Let's quickly run through the most common symptoms. If you're seeing brown tips, your likely culprit is dry air or maybe hard water mineral buildup. Easy fix, add a humidifier or flush the pot with fresh water. Notice yellowing lower fronds? That's almost always a sign of overwatering or root rot, meaning you gotta check those roots and improve drainage immediately. And what if you spot some dusty webbing? Spider mites. Isolate the plant right away, wipe down the leaves, and raise that humidity because mites absolutely love dry air. Since watering issues are by far the most common, let's contrast the 2 biggest mistakes so you know exactly what to look for. Overwatering is going to give you yellowing, lower fronds, soft, mushy soil that just won't dry, and kind of a sour smell coming from the pot. Underwatering, on the flip side, gives you crispy leaflet tips, really dull-looking fronds, and soil that literally pulls away from the edges of the pot. By checking for these exact signs, you can immediately diagnose if you're throwing off the plant's natural rhythm and just adjust accordingly. All right, final stretch, part 6, pro tips for success. Mastering the long game. Let's lock in the behavioral habits that will actually make you an expert plant parent with some rapid-fire, actionable pro tips. First up, do not overpot. It literally just leads to soggy soil. Second, let the plant settle. Stop moving it around your house. Third, rotate the pot just a little bit every few weeks to keep the crown from leaning heavily toward the light. Fourth, wipe the dust off those fronds so the plant can actually photosynthesize efficiently. And above all else, think in years, not weeks. Patience and minimal interference will give you a stunning display that lasts for decades. Which brings us perfectly to our final core takeaway. Care for the Kentia palm is a rhythm guide, not a rescue guide. Honestly, mastering the steady basics, just providing the right light, a consistent watering pattern, and letting those roots breathe is truly all this elegant indoor tree ever requires from you. So that leaves us with one final question for you. Are you ready to find your Kentia palm's rhythm? Armed with everything we've covered in this explainer, you now have the exact blueprint to bring this calm, architectural presence right into your home and just watch it thrive beautifully for years to come. Thanks so much for joining me on this deep dive today, and hey, happy growing! Welcome to this explainer. You know, summer brings us those beautiful, long days and just an absolute ton of bright light. We love it, right? But for our indoor gardens, man, the scorching summer months can feel like an absolute battlefield. If you want to make sure your indoor jungle doesn't just survive, but actively thrives during the absolute hottest parts of the year, well, you are in exactly the right place. Let's get our plants ready for the heat.
Okay, let's dive into this. It's kind of a harsh reality, but those exact same gorgeous, long summer days that give us so much energy, yeah, they can actually cause sudden, fatal stress to your vulnerable indoor plants. And I mean, sometimes the damage happens literally overnight. A plant that looked perfectly healthy on a Tuesday can look completely devastated by Wednesday afternoon, just because the temperature spiked in your living room. To prevent that kind of heartbreak, here's our action playbook for today. We're gonna cover 1. Spotting summer heat stress, 2. Adjusting your watering routine, 3. Boosting humidity and airflow, 4. Managing intense summer sunlight, and 5. Protecting your highly sensitive plants.
Step 1. Spotting summer heat stress.
When temperatures rise indoors, plants react, and they react fast. You've got to be able to read the early warning symptoms. You might see leaf scorch, those ugly brown, crispy spots on the foliage, maybe some crispy edges, sudden yellowing, or you might notice the soil is drying out way quicker than usual. But the absolute most alarming sign? Wilting leaves. And here is the crucial takeaway. If your plant's leaves stay limp even after a thorough watering, that plant is actively suffering from acute heat stress. And why is it absolutely crucial we spot this so early? Because heat stress can escalate in just 1 to 2 days. You literally do not have a week to figure this out. Immediate action is required the very second you see these signs on your foliage.
Step 2. Adjusting your watering routine.
If you've spotted the stress, or honestly, if you simply want to prevent it, we have to start with the single most critical element, water. Here is the golden rule of summer. Check the top 1 to 2 inches of soil daily. You need to treat this as absolute law. I'm serious. The topsoil in your pots can dry out within hours during a severe heat wave. That means your tropical plants especially require daily monitoring. And actually, even your succulents and cacti, which usually like to dry out completely, they might need water way more frequently than you're used to giving them in the winter.
So the crucial point is exactly when and how you apply that water. Ideal watering happens early in the morning or late in the evening. This strategic timing is huge. It gives the roots actual time to absorb the moisture before the intense midday sun just evaporates the whole shebang. Oh, and temperature matters too. Always, always use room temperature water. Pouring freezing cold water straight from the tap onto warm roots? No way. That can cause severe shock, which just compounds the stress your poor plant is already under.
Step 3. Boosting humidity and airflow. Now, you might think you're doing your plants a massive favor by blasting the air conditioning, but AC units and hot summer winds actually completely strip moisture from your indoor air, leaving it bone dry. So you need to build a natural defense bubble. Let's move to and see how this builds. First, running a humidifier nearby does the heavy lifting. Next, using pebble trees filled with water under your pots provides localized moisture right as that water evaporates upwards. And finally, grouping your plants tightly together allows them to transpire and share moisture with one another. It's just a brilliant logical progression of fixes. Oh, and I want to quickly clarify a massive misconception that always seems to come up. Misting your plants with a spray bottle, I mean, it's fine for a quick short-term boost, but that water evaporates incredibly fast in a hot room. It will absolutely not save a plant during a heat wave. Stick to the structured advice we just covered, humidifiers and pebble trays, because they actually provide the consistency your plants desperately need right now.
Step 4. Managing intense summer sunlight.
Bright light is wonderful for growth, right up until the exact moment it turns into a fatal summer sunburn. Direct west and south-facing windows can become incredibly intense. If your plant is sitting right up against that glass, it's in the danger zone. Also, keep a really close eye out for reflective surfaces. Mirrors or stark white walls near those windows can literally act like magnifying glasses, bouncing harsh light and completely scorching your leaves. You want to aim for the safe zones. Use sheer curtains to diffuse the light, pull your pots a few feet away from the glass, and rotate them weekly so one side doesn't get overexposed. Now, what's really interesting about this slide is how simple some of these cooling tricks are. Yes, keeping plants away from hot air vents and heat-generating electronics is just common sense, and using fans on a low setting provides really gentle, cooling circulation. But get this, just taking a potted plant off a high shelf and placing it directly on the floor can drop the ambient temperature around its leaves by a few crucial degrees. It's a temporary trick, sure, but it is highly effective during peak heat. Step 5. Protecting highly sensitive plants. Look, not all plants are created equal when it comes to summer survival. While your hardy succulents might handle the heat just fine, we need to establish a strict watch list for the absolute most vulnerable species in our indoor jungle. Ferns, like your Boston or maidenhair, calatheas, peace lilies, anthuriums, and a lot of orchids, these are the divas of the summer. They are highly sensitive. If a sudden heat wave strikes, these specific plants simply must be relocated to cooler rooms with stable temperatures, higher humidity, and gently filtered light. They won't tough it out, they will suffer. So, armed with this knowledge, take a quick walk around your home right now. Look at your soil, check out your leaves, feel the heat coming off your windows. Which of your plants needs rescuing today? Seriously, don't wait for the wilt to set in. Apply this explainer's playbook immediately. Adjust your routines, and let's save your indoor garden from the summer heat.
Have you ever stood in your living room, just staring at a slightly sad-looking fern, wondering if you're about to save its life or literally drown it? Well, you are definitely in the right place. In today's explainer, we're tackling the absolute ultimate beginner frustration, how to keep your indoor jungle alive without relying on some magic watering number. It can be incredibly stressful when you're just trying to do the right thing for your greenery, right?
So how often should you actually water your houseplants? It is the exact question that keeps well-intentioned plant parents up at night. I mean, it sounds so simple, but then you start reading the care labels. One says water regularly, another says allow to dry. And your plant? Well, it can't exactly speak up and tell you what it wants. No wonder things get confusing so fast. But what if I told you the answer isn't a number at all?
Okay, we need to dive straight into a hard, totally paradigm-shifting truth. You've got to ditch the calendar. There is absolutely no universal watering schedule. I know, it's so tempting to just pick a day, like say Sunday morning, and make that your official watering day. But relying on a set day of the week to water your plants is a guaranteed path to eventually killing them.
Section 1. Ditch the watering schedule.
To really understand why a watering schedule fundamentally fails, just think about this idea. Setting a weekly alarm assumes that every plant and every single home environment is exactly the same, and they just aren't. A pothos sitting in a sunny June window drinks far, far faster than that exact same pothos sitting in a north-facing room in the dead of January. If you water by the calendar, sooner or later you're going to pour water into a pot that is still totally wet from last week, or you're going to leave one bone dry for days when it desperately needed a drink. Using a set day should only ever be a reminder to check your plants, never a command to automatically water them.
Section 2. Testing for plant thirst.
So, if we throw out the calendar, what do we actually do? We pivot to the golden rule of houseplant care, reading the soil. You have to water the plant that's sitting right in front of you based on what its soil is doing in that exact moment. Which brings us to a magic number, 2, as in 2 inches. This is the famous finger test, and it's literally the most important habit you can build. You just push a finger directly into the soil right up to your second knuckle, which is roughly 2 inches down. If damp soil clings to your skin when you pull it out, wait, do not water. But if it feels dry all the way down to that second knuckle, most of your plants are ready for a drink. This simple, completely free technique saves way more plants than any fancy tool you can buy.
But hey, we can use our other senses too. Along with the finger test, you should really start lifting your pots. A freshly watered pot is heavy. It's loaded down with all that moisture. But a dry pot, it feels surprisingly, almost hollowly light in your hands. If you spend just a week doing the finger test while lifting the pots at the exact same time, your brain will start to recognize what a thirsty plant actually feels like. It's incredibly fast, and it saves you from digging in the dirt every single time.
Now, while your fingers are for sure your best tools, a moisture meter is fantastic if you happen to have a massive plant collection to get through. It's also great for deep, decorative pots where your finger just physically can't reach the root zone. They take all the guesswork out of those really big containers and self-watering setups, checking the moisture way down deep where it actually matters.
Section 3. Variables that change the clock. We also need to talk about the hidden variables that are constantly messing with your plant's internal clock.
Just picture the contrast here. Brighter light and warm weather speed up a plant's growth, right? Which means the soil naturally dries out way faster. But the pot matters just as much. A porous, breathable terracotta pot bakes dry incredibly quickly. Now contrast that with a large, thick plastic pot sitting in a shady, cool corner during the winter. Plastic traps moisture, so a tiny seedling in clay on a sunny windowsill is on a completely different timeline than a massive plant in a plastic pot in a dark room.
And of course, the plant's own biology is a huge factor. Succulents and snake plants literally store their own water right inside their leaves. They absolutely want their soil to dry out completely. On the flip side, things like ferns and calatheas, they prefer to stay lightly moist basically at all times. Knowing which biological camp your plant sits in is vastly more important than any set number of days on a generic store label.
Section 4. The right way to water.
Okay, so you've done the finger test, you've lifted the pot, and you've confirmed the soil is officially dry. It is time to water. But there is a right way and a very wrong way to physically execute this. Here are the steps for a perfect watering session. Step 1, you want to pour slowly until water actively runs out from the bottom drainage holes, and then stop. Step 2, this ensures you let the entire root ball soak, and this is vital. Giving it a quick little splash on top every few days only wets the top inch of soil, leaving those deeper roots totally parched. And finally, step 3, empty the saucer after about 15 minutes.
That last step, emptying the saucer, is absolutely critical. Leaving a pot standing in a full saucer of water is the absolute quickest path to root rot. And root rot is a deadly condition where the roots literally suffocate from sitting in soggy, oxygen-deprived soil. This is exactly why a pot with no drainage holes at all is a massive hazard. If your pot doesn't drain, that is the very first thing you need to fix.
Section 5. Overwatered or underwatered?
Look, even with all this knowledge, mistakes happen to the best of us. And when they do, it leads to the most common beginner trap of all: misdiagnosing a struggling plant. When we see a sad plant, we almost always assume it's thirsty, and we instinctively drown it. But often, more water is the exact opposite of what it needs. Let's compare the vital signs. If you've overwatered, you're going to see yellowing lower leaves, a soft or even mushy stem base, and the soil's going to stay wet for days. The leaves might just feel limp. But if it's underwatered, you're looking for dry, crispy edges. The soil might literally be shrinking away from the sides of the pot. And crucially, an underwatered plant will perk right back up an hour after a good drink. Always feel for a mushy stem versus a crispy leaf before reaching for the watering can.
But here's where it gets really tricky. Both overwatering and underwatering cause a plant's leaves to droop. I know, it's incredibly confusing. That's why the soil itself is your ultimate diagnostic tiebreaker. It settles the argument. If the plant is drooping and the soil is wet, stop immediately and check those roots. If the plant is drooping and the soil is totally dry, go ahead and give it a drink.
Section 6. A quick plant cheat sheet. To help bring all of this together, let's run through a quick cheat sheet. I want you to think of these as useful training wheels. They aren't rigid rules meant to replace checking the soil, but they give you a really fantastic baseline to start from. For instance, your snake plants, ZZs, and succulents need to dry out completely. That means they usually only need water every 2 to 3 weeks in the summer. Your classic pothos and monsteras, they want that top 1 to 2 inches dry, so the classic finger test, putting them at roughly once a week. And your ferns and calatheas want to stay lightly moist, meaning you're probably checking on them every few days. Just remember, as winter approaches and plant growth slows down, every single one of these frequencies will stretch out even further.
If you take away just one comforting rule from this entire explainer, let it be this one. Slightly underwatering is always safer than overwatering. Almost any houseplant can easily bounce back from a missed drink. Sure, they might get a little crispy, but they will survive. Reversing root rot from soggy, suffocating soil, on the other hand, that's incredibly difficult and unfortunately often fatal. So when in doubt, just wait a few days.
So I'll leave you with this final provocative question. What is your plant's soil telling you right now? I challenge you to ditch the calendar today, stop relying on alarms, go get your hands a little dirty, and check your plant's vital signs for yourself. Your indoor jungle will definitely thank you for it.
Hey everyone, welcome to The Explainer. Today, we're diving into a true beauty of the houseplant world. We're going to master the care for the beautifully fluffy, but let's be honest, notoriously finicky cotton candy fern. So, if you've ever felt completely intimidated by ferns, well, you're in exactly the right place.
Let's breeze through the agenda real quick. First, we'll meet the cotton candy fern. Then we're mastering light and humidity. After that, we'll dive into water, soil, and feeding, move on to pruning and propagation steps, troubleshoot some common fern problems, and finally wrap up with pro tips for lush growth.
Okay, before we get to the solutions, we kind of have to address the elephant in the room. It's the ultimate frustration for houseplant lovers, isn't it? You bring home this gorgeous, vibrant fern, and literally within weeks, it's just this crispy, brown-tipped mess shedding all over your living room floor. If you've been there, trust me, you are not alone. It all really comes down to misunderstanding what these specific plants are actually built for.
Section 1. Meet the cotton candy fern, a cloud of sponge sugar.
The biology behind this beauty is honestly fascinating. So the cotton candy fern is a compact cultivar of the classic Boston fern, but here is the absolute crucial difference. Its leaflets are split into even smaller segments. Because it's so extra divided, this fern has massive surface area. Now that surface area creates that amazing soft fluff that literally looks like sponge sugar. But, it also means it sheds moisture rapidly. It dries out so much faster than a standard Boston fern. It's a gorgeous trade-off for sure, but one we absolutely have to manage.
Section 2. Mastering light and humidity, the foundation of fern survival.
60%. 60% or higher, that is the magic ambient humidity number you absolutely must hit to keep this fern from sulking. Humidity is basically the whole game with the cotton candy fern. Honestly, it's even more important than light or watering. Because of that massive surface area we just talked about, typical winter indoor air, which often hovers around a super dry 20 to 40%, is going to be its absolute hardest test. Just look at what happens when we ignore that rule. In dry winter air, especially if it's near a heating vent, this fern will scorch and drop leaflets almost overnight. The warm, forced air is stripping moisture way faster than the roots can ever replace it. But put it in high humidity, like say a steamy, bright bathroom or a closed glass terrarium, and it stays incredibly soft, full, and green. A small humidifier nearby is going to be your absolute best friend here.
Alongside humidity, we definitely need the right light. The golden rule here is bright, indirect light only. Absolutely no direct sun. Direct sun is the fastest way to ruin those delicate, frilly fronds. They will bleach and scorch within hours on a hot windowsill. Instead, just place it about 3 to 5 feet back from an east-facing window. You want it bright enough that you could comfortably sit there and read a book without a lamp, but totally out of any harsh, direct beams.
Section 3. Water, soil, and feeding. The daily grind.
Okay, watering. This is where a lot of really well-meaning plant parents go wrong. A classic beginner mistake is watering straight down, right over the top of the plant. Seriously, never do this. It traps water deep in that dense fluff and just completely invites crown rot. Instead, for true pro mastery, water gently around the outer edge of the pot, directly at the soil line. You want to do this as soon as the top half-inch of the soil feels dry to the touch. Don't rely on a strict schedule, just, check it with your finger. And because we're checking with our fingers, the soil needs to be just right. Plain, bagged potting soil is a really bad idea for these guys. It just packs into dense mud. You need a springy, airy soil mix. So aim for roughly 2 parts, or about 66%, peat moss or sustainable cocoa coir for that acidic moisture retention. Then add 1 part, or 34%, perlite for drainage. This precise balance is a game changer. It prevents the roots from suffocating in mud, ensuring water flows right through while still keeping the whole environment evenly moist.
So let's move on to feeding and see how this builds on our watering routine. Ferns are notoriously light feeders with very, very sensitive roots. Feed them every 3 to 4 weeks from spring through early fall and use a balanced liquid fertilizer diluted to half strength. Oh, and here's an absolutely critical pro tip. Only apply fertilizer to soil that is already moist. Fertilizing a bone-dry plant will concentrate the salts and cause nasty chemical burns on those delicate roots. Remember, underfeeding a fern is always, always safer than overfeeding.
Section 4. Pruning and propagation steps. Graduating to expert.
Pruning a fern is really mostly about housekeeping. When you see dead, browned, or yellowed fronds, don't just snip off the brown tips and leave a weird little stub. You want to cleanly cut those spent fronds right down at the very base, down near the soil line. This clears out dead material that traps moisture and breeds pests deep in the crown, and it actually prompts fresh, healthy growth straight from the center.
Now, as your plant grows, you're eventually going to need to repot it, usually every 2 to 3 years when the roots completely fill the pot. And guess what? This is the perfect time to propagate. You can easily multiply your collection by dividing the root clump.
In the spring, simply unpot the fern, gently split the fibrous clump into sections with your hands or a clean knife, and pot the new sections into that fresh mix we talked about. Keep them loosely covered in a clear plastic bag for a week or two. That just boosts the humidity while they recover from the shock.
Actually, before we move to troubleshooting, I want to share a quick pro tip that saves beginners a ton of anxiety. If you ever flip over a mature frond and see neat, even rows of little brown dots, please don't panic. Those are natural spores called sori. They are just a sign of a healthy, mature fern doing its thing and reproducing. They are definitely not a pest infestation. If the dots are in orderly rows, just leave them be.
Section 5. Troubleshooting common fern problems, from crispy to cured.
Even the experts run into issues, right? So when you're diagnosing problems, remember these simple fixes. If you see brown, crispy edges, your cause is almost certainly dry air, and the fix is simply adding a humidifier or moving it to a bathroom. What if the plant is wilting but the soil is wet? Well, that's root rot from soggy soil. You'll need to unpot it, trim the mushy roots, and repot it in that airy mix we discussed. And if you notice a hollow, dead center in the crown, that usually points to low light or a shock, like a cold draft. Just move it to a brighter spot, clear out the dead fronds, and let it push out some new growth.
Now we do need to talk about actual bugs. Because that gorgeous, dense fluff is just an absolutely perfect hideout for pests, they can be super hard to spot early on. You should gently part the fronds and inspect deep in the crown weekly. Keep an eye out for the fine webbing of spider mites in dry air, or maybe the white cottony tufts of mealybugs. If you spot them, treat the plant gently. Ferns really hate harsh chemicals, so knock the bugs off with water and treat the plant with a gentle insecticidal soap or a neem solution.
Section 6. Pro Tips for Lush Growth, the Masterclass. All right, if you remember literally nothing else today, master these golden rules. Number 1, always keep that humidity above 60%. 2, never let the soil dry out completely. Water it when that top ½ inch is dry. 3, keep the plant far, far away from dry heating vents or cold glass drafts. 4, if your tap water is hard, definitely use gentle, filtered water to prevent brown mineral tips. And finally, consistently clear out dead material to promote good airflow.
Look, this plant doesn't have to be a massive source of stress. The cotton candy fern is incredibly rewarding. Once you nail its specific environmental needs, especially that crucial humidity, it will genuinely look like a literal cloud of green sponge sugar just sitting there in your home.
So, it's time to take action. I want you to take a look around your house right now. Where is that hidden oasis? Perhaps it's a bright bathroom shelf that catches the morning sun and the post-shower steam? Or maybe you've got an empty glass terrarium just waiting to become the perfect sanctuary. Find that perfect steamy microclimate and you are totally ready to grow your very own beautiful cotton candy fern. Thanks so much for hanging out with us for this explainer. Happy growing!
All right, welcome to this explainer on the red-edged Dracena, which you probably know better as the Madagascar dragon tree. If you're looking for a stunning, architectural houseplant that practically begs you to ignore it, well, you're in exactly the right place. Today, we're completely mastering this incredibly resilient plant and establishing a core theme that's going to guide literally everything we do. With the dragon tree, less is absolutely more.
Okay, let's dive into this. Here's our complete roadmap for today's hierarchy of plant needs. 1. Meet the dragon tree. 2. The essentials. 3. Ideal environment. 4. Pruning and propagation. 5. Troubleshooting and pests. And 6. Expert pro tips. Let's get right to it.
Section 1. Meet the dragon tree, the ultimate low-maintenance architectural stunner.
So, scientifically, we're talking about Dracena marginata. This evergreen tree is native to the warm climates of Madagascar, and it's famous for those slender, arching leaves bordered by really dramatic reddish-purple edges. It's a slow-growing perennial, meaning it can easily live for over 10 years indoors and shoot up to heights of 6 to 8 feet. But beyond being just a beautiful, drought-tolerant piece of living interior design, this thing is an absolute workhorse. It was actually studied in the NASA Clean Air Study and scientifically proven to aggressively purify your indoor air by pulling out nasty toxins like formaldehyde, benzene, and xylene. Quick heads up though, we do need to issue a vital warning here. While the dragon tree is fantastic for us and our air quality, it is highly toxic to both cats and dogs if ingested. If your curious pets decide to take a bite, it can cause vomiting, drooling, and a serious loss of appetite. So you absolutely must make sure to keep this leafy companion well out of their reach. Section 2, the essentials, mastering water and light.
So, the crucial point here is the number 50. The golden rule of watering a dragon tree is that you must wait for the top 50% of the soil to dry out completely before you even think about picking up that watering can. Seriously, because they're highly susceptible to fatal root rot, this usually means you're only watering every 2 to 3 weeks. And in the fall and winter, when the plant's growth naturally slows down, you're going to reduce that even further to maybe once every 3 or 4 weeks. You really have to let that soil dry out significantly.
Now, when it is finally time to water, you need to water thoroughly until it flows right out the drainage holes. But listen, the type of water matters immensely. Tap water often contains fluoride and other salts. Trichina marginata is incredibly sensitive to these chemicals, and they are exactly what cause those ugly, crispy brown leaf tips we all hate. The ideal choice? You want to use filtered, distilled, or rainwater for your deep waterings. If you absolutely have to use tap water, at least leave it sitting out overnight to let some of those chemicals evaporate first.
Right alongside water is our second essential, light. The dragon tree thrives in bright, indirect light. Basically, this means finding a spot a few feet away from an east or west-facing window. You want plenty of ambient light without the harsh, direct sun rays, which will literally scorch the leaves and leave permanent brown marks. Now, it will tolerate lower light conditions for sure, but its growth will slow to an absolute crawl. And worse, it'll lose those vibrant reddish-purple leaf edges. So for optimal health, bright indirect light is definitely the way to go.
Section 3, ideal environment, soil, humidity, and feeding.
To find the real environmental sweet spot, let's start with soil. You need a loose, fast-draining mix. Honestly, a standard cactus or succulent mix cut with a bit of perlite works perfectly. For temperature, just remember it's from Madagascar. It loves it warm, ideally between 70 and 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Keep it far away from cold drafts below 60 degrees. As for humidity, 40 to 50% is perfect. If your indoor air is super dry, use a room humidifier or place the pot on a pebble tray with water to prevent those brown tips. Finally, fertilizer. This guy is a slow grower. Give it a balanced 10-10-10 liquid fertilizer diluted to half strength once a month. But here's the critical part. Only feed it in the spring and summer. Never ever fertilize during its fall and winter dormancy. Before we leave the topic of soil and pots, please remember this. Drainage is completely non-negotiable. No matter how perfect your soil mix is, if you put it in a pot without drainage holes, the water just gets trapped at the bottom. And that trapped water will inevitably cause fatal root rot. Always use a pot with holes. And since it is a slow grower, your plant will really only need to be repotted every 2 to 3 years when it becomes totally root-bound. When you do repot, only size up by 1 to 2 inches in diameter.
Section 4, pruning and propagation, multiplying your plant collection.
Over time, you'll notice a dragon tree can get very tall and a bit leggy with bare stems. And this brilliantly illustrates why you shouldn't be afraid to just chop the top off. Making a clean cut through the main cane at your desired height actually forces the plant to sprout 2 or more brand new branches right below that cut. Pruning actively encourages a much fuller, bushier, multi-stemmed plant.
So what do you do with that top piece you just chopped off? You propagate it. It's actually surprisingly easy to do for free. Take a 6 to 8 inch stem cutting, strip off the lower leaves so you just have a little tuft at the top, and drop that bare stem right into a glass of water. Put it in a warm, bright spot, change the water out every few days, and in a few weeks to a month, you're gonna see real roots growing right out of the stem. Once those roots are 1 to 2 inches long, plant it in fresh soil, and boom, you've got a brand new dragon tree.
Section 5, troubleshooting and pests, diagnosing plant signals.
Okay, why are my dragon tree's leaves turning yellow or brown? It is the most common question every single plant owner asks when panic starts setting in. Let's match those symptoms up so you know exactly what your plant is desperately asking for.
The vast majority of the time, issues come down to water. If your plant has yellowing leaves, sudden massive leaf drop, and the stem feels brown and mushy, you are definitely overwatering. The roots are drowning and rotting. You need to let that soil dry out immediately. On the flip side, if the leaves are just wilting and drooping and the soil feels absolutely bone dry to the touch, it's underwatered. It just needs a thorough, deep drink of filtered water. Actually, quick aside, if just the lowest leaves are slowly turning yellow and dropping over time, that's just normal plant aging. We are looking for sudden, widespread changes here.
Now what about pests? Thankfully, the dragon tree is fairly pest resistant, but keep a close eye out for 3 main culprits. Spider mites thrive in dry conditions. You'll want to look for fine webbing and stippled leaves, and treat them with neem oil. Mealybugs look like small, white, cottony masses hiding in the little crevices, and scale insects look like tiny, immobile brown bumps just stuck to the stems. For mealybugs and scale, a cotton swab dipped in rubbing alcohol will wipe them right out. But here is a massive pro tip. Literally step 1 upon seeing any of these pests is to isolate the plant immediately so they don't spread like wildfire to your other houseplants.
Section 6. Expert Pro Tips. Taking your care to the next level. Let's do a rapid-fire rundown of the absolute best practices. Number 1. When in doubt, don't water. Seriously, just let it dry out. Number 2. Rotate the pot a quarter turn every single time you water. This ensures the plant gets nice, even light on all sides and grows straight up instead of leaning toward the window. Number 3. Gently wipe down those long, slender leaves monthly with a damp cloth. This removes dust, keeps them looking super glossy, and actively aids in photosynthesis. Definitely keep the plant far away from AC vents. And finally, use it as a vertical thriller in your home decor. Its spiky, modern texture looks incredible, contrasting with shorter, fuller plants.
Ultimately, everything we've talked about today boils down to one core philosophy. Forget about it. Literally, this plant thrives on neglect. The absolute best thing you can do for a Dracaena marginata is to set it up for success in bright indirect light, use a pot with good drainage, and then just give it some space. So I want to leave you with this question to think about. Are you ready to let your dragon tree thrive through perfectly executed neglect? You now have the complete, structured knowledge to master its care. Go find the perfect bright spot in your home, use that filtered water sparingly, and enjoy the incredible air-purifying presence of your new leafy companion. Thanks so much for joining this explainer.
Welcome to This Explainer. Today, we're jumping right into a true masterclass dedicated to a plant that flat out refuses to be ignored, the neon pothos. If you've ever felt like your space was just kind of missing a certain vibrancy, well, this is the plant that acts as a bright, virtually unkillable burst of energy for absolutely any room. We're going to break down the science of its care, from the basic foundations of just keeping it alive, all the way up to expert techniques for infinite propagation.
Okay, let's dive right into the syllabus. We're covering a lot of ground today. First, we'll meet the biological highlighter. 2. Mastering the glow. 3. Essential everyday care. 4. Pruning and propagating. 5. Tackling pests and problems, and we'll wrap it up with some pro tips. All right, Section 1. Meet the biological highlighter. So let's get to know the absolute energetic powerhouse that is the Epipremnum aureum neon. This plant doesn't just survive, it has this sheer, stubborn determination to push through some of the absolute harshest indoor conditions. Seriously, it's famous for staying alive in those depressing, windowless break rooms where most plants would just immediately give up. It has this incredibly tough, resilient spirit, but it's wrapped up in a shockingly bright exterior. I absolutely love this description. A lamp that runs on water. Because honestly, with its electric shock of chartreuse yellow, placing this plant in a dark corner gives you an instant burst of brightness without even needing an electrical outlet. It's an incredible tool for interior design. It offers this dramatic, eye-catching contrast against dark walls, think charcoal or navy, or when you plant it in deep dark pots where that yellow foliage can just truly pop.
Moving right along to Section 2, Mastering the Neon Glow.
Now, this is arguably the most critical aspect of caring for the neon pothos. We have to understand exactly how and why it keeps that signature, shocking color. Because if we get this wrong, the plant literally loses its entire unique appeal, and the science behind the glow is actually fascinating. You see, the neon color is technically an unstable chlorophyll mutation. The plant lacks the dense, dark green pigment that you'd find in a standard plant. So in high light, the plant gets plenty of energy, meaning it can afford to be kind of inefficient and keep its brilliant chartreuse color. But in low light, it panics. It goes straight into survival mode and starts producing sunblock, that dense, dark green chlorophyll, just to capture every single scarce photon it can find. Basically, if you don't give it enough bright, indirect light, your glowing neon plant is going to revert into a standard dark green pothos.
Now, what's really interesting here is the identity crisis this plant constantly faces in nurseries. You will so often see the philodendron lemon lime mislabeled as a neon pothos, but they are entirely different plants. Thankfully, you can spot the difference really easily through touch and shape.
The neon pothos has a waxy, glossy, and just slightly bumpy texture, with these asymmetrical spade-shaped leaves. The philodendron, on the other hand, is completely matte. It's velvety smooth with really broad, dramatic heart shapes. And you'll see these little sheaths on its new stems. Knowing this little trick totally saves you from accidentally buying a wrong plant.
Okay, Section 3, Essential Everyday Care.
This is where we shift our masterclass into the daily grind. And the great news is, the neon pothos has a dramatic but incredibly helpful communication style, especially when it comes to telling you exactly when it's time to pull out the watering can. Honestly, you should completely ignore a strict watering schedule. Just toss it out. Instead, rely on the dramatic droop and tactile sensory cues. Use what we call the squeeze test. If the leaf is firm, cool, and rigid, do not water it. But if it feels soft, pliable, and folds easily like a warm taco shell, it is definitely thirsty. And when you do water, drench the soil completely until it flows out the bottom. But never, ever let the pot sit in standing water.
Of course, watering is literally only half the equation, right? Drainage is the other. Neon pothos roots need oxygen just as much as they need moisture. So to prevent suffocation and root rot, you absolutely need a chunky texture in your soil. A perfect DIY mix for this is 60% high-quality potting soil, 30% perlite or pumice for that vital aeration, and 10% orchid bark to kind of simulate the natural forest floor. And a quick but super important warning, never use heavy outdoor garden or topsoil indoors. It will instantly suffocate your plant, no exceptions.
Let's talk climate and fuel. Hailing all the way from French Polynesia, this plant loves it warm. We're talking ideally between 70 and 90 degrees Fahrenheit. The ultimate danger zone for it is a cold draft dropping below 55 degrees. That will cause irreversible black spots in the leaves, which we definitely don't want. While it strongly prefers 50 to 70% humidity if you want those massive leaves, it easily tolerates dry indoor air at around 30%. As for fuel, you'll want to use a nitrogen-focused fertilizer in the spring and summer to really support those stunning yellow leaves. Remember, this plant isn't going to bloom indoors, so all its energy is going straight to the foliage. And whatever you do, always remember to stop feeding it in the winter so you avoid burning the roots.
Next up, Section 4, Pruning and Infinite Propagation.
This is where you graduate to the next stage of plant parenthood. We're going to look at how to tame a wild, sprawling vine, and even more excitingly, how to create endless clones. 10+ feet. That is the massive, fast-growing potential of these vines, especially when you give them a moss pole to climb. The act of climbing actually triggers hormones that make the leaves grow exponentially larger. But there's a catch. You have to watch out for the dreaded baldness problem. If you just leave it to hang and grow as a single leggy string, the vine will very often lose all its base leaves. That leaves you with a really sad, bald-looking stem near the soil. So how exactly do we fix that baldness while simultaneously multiplying our collection? Well, by pruning the vine just above a node, you're actually forcing the mother plant to branch out and become much bushier. Then you take that cutting you just made, trim off the bottom leaf, and literally just stick the node in water. Seriously, in just 7 to 10 days, roots are going to explode from that stem. It's an almost foolproof cloning method that lets you create 10 lush plants out of just one single vine.
All right, Section 5. Troubleshooting pests and problems.
Look, even the toughest plants face challenges, right? And the bright, electric leaves of the neon pothos unfortunately act as a bit of a beacon for certain unwanted guests. But don't worry, we're your definitive plant coach here to help diagnose and treat these issues. Let's break down the sap-sucking enemies drawn to your plant. First, if you see white, fluffy cotton spots tucked right where the leaf meets the stem, you've got mealybugs. Treat those with a strong shower blast or insecticidal soap. Scale, on the other hand, looks like hard brown bumps on the stems. For those, granular systemic insecticides mixed right into the soil are your best bet. Finally, spider mites. They leave this really fine webbing and tiny specks on the undersides of leaves, especially when the air is dry. A routine spray of neem oil every 5 to 7 days will clear them right out. Beyond the creepy crawlies, the leaves themselves are actually communicating with you when your care routine is a bit off. If you start seeing crispy brown edges, it usually means your watering is too erratic, like you're letting it dry to the bone and then completely drowning it. Or your air is just way too dry. But you really need to beware of mushy yellow leaves. Now, a single old leaf turning yellow near the soil, that's just natural aging. But sudden, widespread, mushy yellowing all across the vine, that is a dire, flashing warning sign of overwatering and root rot. Finally, we've made it to Section 6, Pro Tips for Thriving. Okay, we've covered survival, we've covered maintenance, and we've covered problem solving. Now we enter the final expert level of this masterclass to truly elevate your routine and push your neon pathos to its absolute peak. Here are your rapid-fire expert tips. First up, if you happen to have a freshwater aquarium, use that dirty water during your tank changes to water your plant. It is packed with a massive biological nitrogen boost. Second, rotate your pot a quarter turn every single week. This prevents the vine from growing entirely lopsided toward the nearest light source. Third, dust your leaves monthly. Dust literally blocks light, and remember, this plant needs every single photon it can get. Finally, my favorite trick, if you have a bare vine, just loop it back onto the soil and pin the node down with a bobby pin. It will root directly into the soil, perfectly mimicking how the plant naturally spreads across the forest floor.
So, this brings us to the end of our explainer, and I have to leave you with one final thought. Are you ready to let this biological highlighter transform your darkest corners into a thriving neon jungle? You now have the complete blueprint, from mixing the perfect chunky soil to reading that dramatic droop, forcing brilliant color through proper light management, and cloning your way to an endless indoor garden. Take these steps, apply the science, and just watch your space completely light up. Thanks so much for joining this explainer, and hey, happy growing!
Welcome to today's explainer. We're diving deep into the ultimate care manual for the truly beautiful architectural button fern. If you've ever wanted to bring that lush woodland feel indoors, but, without committing to a massive hanging basket, you are in exactly the right place. We're gonna walk through everything you need to know to keep this stunning plant thriving. All right, let's just address the elephant in the room right off the bat. Ferns can be incredibly fussy, right? And so easy to kill. We've all been there. You bring home this gorgeous, lacy fern, and literally within weeks, it's shedding crispy brown leaves all over your floor. But the button fern offers a much more forgiving alternative. Because its small, round leaflets are thicker, kind of leathery actually, it has a much wider margin for error than its paper-thin cousins, so it gives you that gorgeous fern texture, but with a whole lot more resilience. To get there, we're gonna build your knowledge using a pyramid of care. We'll meet your fern, cover the core care of light and water, and perfect your environment. Then we'll hit routine maintenance like feeding and pruning, troubleshoot common problems, and wrap up with expert tips and propagation. Step 1, meet your button fern. Let's get to know exactly what plant we're actually dealing with here. So if you walk into a plant shop, you might actually see two totally different plants labeled as button fern. Let's clear up this massive misconception right away. The true button fern, Pelea rotundifolia, which hails all the way from New Zealand, has these dark, wiry stems and firm, dark green, round leaflets that just arch so gently. On the flip side, the lemon button fern is a completely different, much fluffier plant with softer, lighter fronds and, believe it or not, a faint citrus scent. If you're going for that tidy, architectural, slightly darker woodland look, the true button fern is the one you want.
Moving right along to step 2, core care, light and water. Let's establish the absolute non-negotiables for your fern's survival.
Now, the crucial takeaway here is that this is absolutely not a deep shade plant. Because ferns grow on the forest floor in the wild, people just kind of assume they want to be shoved in a dark corner. But indoors, it needs bright, indirect light to maintain that dense, glossy look we all love. An east-facing window is literally ideal. I really want to stress that. That gentle morning sun is absolutely perfect. If you blast it with direct, harsh afternoon sun, those leathery leaves are going to bleach and crisp up. But on the other hand, too little light leaves you with sparse, slow growth and these really unattractive wide gaps between the leaflets. Oh, and don't forget to rotate the pot every week or two so your fern doesn't start aggressively leaning toward the window.
When it comes to watering, your absolute golden rule, the easiest mental model you can use, is a wrung-out sponge. The soil needs to be evenly moist, never a bone-dry desert, and never a swampy puddle. Because the button fern is a bit tougher, sometimes growers make the mistake of treating it like a semi-drought plant, and that just causes the clump to thin right out from the inside. But if you keep it constantly saturated, you cut off the oxygen to the roots, and you're practically inviting root rot. So remember, wrung-out sponge. To achieve that perfect balance, just check the surface of the soil with your finger. When the top half-inch feels barely dry, you're good to water. Pour room temperature water over the top, nice and slow, until the excess drains right out of the bottom. And this is key. Never, ever leave the pot sitting in a saucer full of runoff water. Okay, step 3, environment. Specifically, soil and humidity. Let's figure out how to perfect the physical space for those roots and fronds. Because listen, water and light are totally useless if the soil and air are actively working against your plant. This specific soil recipe ensures the roots stay evenly damp but open enough to get vital oxygen.
Dense, regular potting soil is just going to suffocate those roots, while a super chunky aeroid mix will dry out way too fast. By mixing moisture-retaining peat or coir with fine bark for structure and perlite for drainage, you're giving this fern exactly what it naturally craves. When you mix it up, it should feel really springy and light in your hands. Now, let's talk about the number 50. That represents the absolute minimum percentage of humidity your button fern needs to thrive. It definitely prefers the 55 to 70% range, but dipping below 50 is where you're going to start seeing trouble. When the air gets too dry, it actually sheds its older fronds from the inside out just to conserve moisture, and those leaf edges turn a really dull brown. To fix this, you can use a humidifier, group it with other plants, or even put it in a bright bathroom. And hey, little industry secret just between us, misting is really just a temporary cosmetic boost. It doesn't actually fix chronically dry air, so don't rely on it. Temperature stability is also absolutely vital. You want to keep the indoor temps comfortably between 60 and 75 degrees Fahrenheit. Keep it away from cold drafts below 50 degrees, and definitely keep it away from heating vents or hot summer glass, which will unravel its health so quickly. A bright room that stays fresh and evenly temperate usually suits it beautifully. It actually appreciates the slightly cooler side of normal household conditions a lot more than many other tropical plants. Moving on to step 4, maintenance, focusing on feeding and pruning. Your fern is surviving, so let's keep it pristine. Now, button ferns are very light feeders. Honestly, in this case, overfeeding is so much more dangerous than underfeeding. Too much fertilizer will result in scorched leaf tips and this nasty salt crust building up on the soil. So feed it lightly, just once a month when it's actively growing in the spring and summer. Use a balanced liquid fertilizer, but dilute it down to half or even quarter strength. And a quick pro tip, always water the plant first, then apply the fertilizer to the moist soil. That stops you from accidentally burning that delicate root system. When it comes to pruning, you don't need to shape button ferns like a hedge. Pruning here is purely about removing spent foliage. You always want to cut the fully yellow, brown, or damaged fronds cleanly right at the base. That's what actually encourages fresh replacement growth from the crown. Whatever you do, never just shear or trim random healthy tips off the ends of the fronds. And keep in mind, if your fern is constantly thinning out, you really can't prune your way out of that problem. You've got to look back at your humidity and watering habits. All right, step 5, troubleshooting common problems. Even with the best intentions, things can go sideways. So let's diagnose the issues. Think of this as your personal cheat sheet for figuring out exactly what environmental factor has drifted off course. Because button ferns rarely just fail randomly. If you're seeing dry, crispy brown edges, think low humidity or underwatering. Soft, yellow, collapsing leaves, that almost always means you're drowning the roots. Thin, spaced out, weak new growth means it is absolutely starving for light. And if you get sudden leaf drop, that usually points to a severe cold shock or a pot that went completely bone dry. And of course, we have to talk about pests. A stressed plant naturally attracts them, so maintaining that perfectly balanced environment we've been talking about is your absolute best defense. If your air is too dry, you're rolling out the red carpet for spider mites. If your soil stays swampy and wet, fungus gnats are going to move right in. You really want to regularly inspect the dense center of the plant clump, because that is exactly where pests like mealybugs and scale insects love to hide out before the damage becomes super obvious. Finally, step 6. Expert tips and propagation. We've reached the top of the pyramid to manage the long-term life cycle of your plant. This is where you go from just keeping it alive to truly mastering it. First up, if you suddenly notice these highly organized, tidy little brown dotted bands on the underside of the leaves, do not panic. Put the bug spray down. These are called sori, and they are totally natural. Because ferns don't produce flowers or seeds, they reproduce using spores. So seeing these dry, attached brown dots, it just means your fern is mature, happy, and healthily reproducing. Now, over time, your fern will inevitably outgrow its home. When you notice water just racing straight through the pot when you water it, or you see roots circling heavily, it's time to upsize. But you have to restrain yourself. Stick to a very snug pot, going up only 1 to 2 inches wider in diameter. If you take a button fern and throw it into a giant, oversized pot, that massive volume of soil is just going to hold on to water for way too long, and that leads directly to root rot. So, what if you want more plants? The single most reliable way to propagate your fern and double your indoor jungle is the division method. While you technically can grow ferns from spores, it is incredibly slow and honestly really fussy. Dividing a mature clump in the spring gives you instant, fully formed new plants. You just gently tease apart the natural splits in the root ball, making sure each new section has plenty of roots and a few healthy fronds, and then pot them up in a snug container with some fresh fern mix. So, you now have the perfect soil recipe and the exact environmental metrics you need to help this plant thrive. But as you know, horticulture is an ongoing experiment. The real question is, now that you have the complete care manual, will you master the button fern's sweet spot of balance in your own unique home? Or will you let another leafy green friend turn to crisp? The environment is entirely in your hands. Thanks for tuning into this explainer, and happy growing.
Okay, picture this. You've got a houseplant you absolutely adore, right? But lately, it's looking like it desperately needs a new home. Maybe it's practically overflowing its pot, or maybe it's just completely stopped growing, and you know you've got to step in. But let's be real for a second. Repotting can be super intimidating. Well, we're going to change that today. In this explainer, we're going to completely demystify the step-by-step process of repotting a houseplant without killing it, turning it from a dreaded chore into a really satisfying, simple routine. So, are you terrified of repotting? If so, you are definitely not alone. Honestly, moving a beloved plant can feel incredibly risky. We all get that creeping anxiety, like what if I accidentally snap the roots? Or what if the plant goes into total shock and I end up killing the very thing I'm trying to save? It's completely normal to feel that way, because to us it looks like this violent disruption to the plant's life. But I want you to shift your perspective entirely. I absolutely love this analogy because it instantly lowers the stakes. Repotting feels like major surgery, but it's actually much more like giving your plant a new, comfortable pair of shoes. Think about it. When your feet are crammed into shoes that are 2 sizes too small, you can't walk, you can't grow, and you're just miserable. Well, plants are the exact same way. Moving them to a proper vessel is actually one of the absolute best things you can do for their long-term health and vitality. Okay, let's dive into this. Here is our roadmap for today. First, signs it's time. Second, the step-by-step guide. And third, plant aftercare and recovery.
Part 1. Signs it's time. Basically, when to upgrade your plant's home.
You know, houseplants are actually pretty terrible at hiding their discomfort. They'll tell you when they need an upgrade, and spring is typically the prime time they start sending out these little SOS signals. There are 3 telltale clues you really need to look out for. The first one is the most dramatic. Roots are literally escaping. If you lift your plant up and see roots actively growing out of the drainage holes at the bottom, yeah, they are desperately searching for more space. The second sign is that the plant is root-bound, which we'll define in just a second. And the third sign is a complete halt in growth. If it's the spring or summer growing season and your plant hasn't pushed out a single new leaf or stem in months, it's likely exhausted both the nutrients and the physical space in its current pot.
Let's look a bit closer at that second sign. What does it actually mean to be root-bound? To check for this, you just gently slide the plant out of its current pot. If you look at the bottom and sides and see way more roots than soil, specifically if it's this tight, dense, almost brick-like mass of tangled roots, your plant is officially root-bound. It is literally suffocating in there, and it is definitely time for a repot.
Part 2. The step-by-step guide. Time for getting your hands dirty.
Now, before we begin the core operation, make sure you set up on a surface you can easily clean up, like an outdoor patio, a tarp, or maybe over a large sink, because you are absolutely gonna spill some soil. Step 1 is choosing the right pot, and there's a golden rule here, 1 to 2. You should only ever select a new pot that is 1 to 2 inches larger in diameter than the current one. I know, it's incredibly tempting to just pop a small plant into a massive pot so you don't have to repot it again for years, but going too big is a massive and super common mistake.
So the crucial point here is understanding exactly why a massive pot is so dangerous. A pot that's too large for the plant's root system holds way too much soil. And that excess soil acts like a giant sponge, staying wet for far too long, which quickly leads to root rot, and that's basically a death sentence for most houseplants. Stick to the 1 to 2 inch rule. And please firmly remind yourself, the new pot absolutely must have drainage holes, literally no exceptions.
All right, here's a high-level look at our simple 4-step process. We just covered step 1, choose the right pot. Next, we remove the plant. Then, we loosen the roots. And finally, we repot and water. When you break the whole shebang down into these 4 actionable steps, you can see just how easy and straightforward this operation really is.
Let's focus on step 2, removing the plant. The key word here is gentle. Turn the plant sideways, support the stems gently with your hand, and tap the bottom of the pot until the plant slides out. If your plant is being stubborn and refusing to budge, whatever you do, don't yank it by the stems. Instead, simply squeeze the sides of the plastic nursery pot, or carefully run a blunt butter knife around the inside edge just to loosen up the soil.
Now for step 3, loosening the roots. If your plant was root-bound, this step is absolutely vital. You need to encourage those roots to stop growing in a circle and start growing outward into their fresh new soil. To do this, gently massage the root ball with your fingers to loosen the tangled roots. If they're heavily coiled and fused together at the bottom, don't panic. Seriously, it's completely okay to physically untangle them, or even make a few vertical, shallow cuts with a clean knife to break the tension.
Finally, step 4 is our assembly, and here's your quick checklist. First, add a base layer of fresh potting mix to the new pot. Second, set your loosened root ball inside, making sure the top of the root ball sits about 1 inch below the rim of the pot so water doesn't overflow later on. Third, fill in the empty space around the sides with fresh mix, gently patting it down. And fourth, water thoroughly. You want to water until it actively runs out those drainage holes. And this isn't just to give the plant a drink, it's absolutely crucial for helping the new soil settle snugly around the roots, eliminating any large, dangerous air pockets.
Part 3. Plant aftercare and recovery, helping your plant settle in. All right, we've successfully repotted. But even though we were gentle, the plant just went through a really big structural change. It needs some specific TLC to settle into its new environment without, throwing a fit. Let's walk through the 4 critical aftercare rules. First, put it back in the exact same light conditions it enjoyed before. Don't add the stress of a new location on top of a new pot. Second, consider bottom watering for the first few weeks to ensure even moisture and help that root system establish itself downwards. Third, expect a little drama from your plant. And fourth, definitely hold off on the fertilizer.
Now, what's really interesting about this slide is that the drama we just mentioned actually has an official name: transplant shock. If your plant looks a little droopy, wilted, or even drops a lower leaf or two in the week following a repot, do not panic. This is a completely normal biological response to having its roots disturbed. You didn't fail. Preemptively manage your expectations, stay patient, and just let the plant recover on its own timeline.
And finally, let's look at the logic behind that last aftercare rule: holding off on the plant food. You actually need to wait 4 to 6 weeks before resuming your normal fertilizing routine. Why? Well, because that brand new, fresh potting soil you just packed in there is already loaded with fresh nutrients. If you add liquid fertilizer on top of that, you can accidentally burn the roots and overfeed your freshly potted, recovering plant.
And there you have it. You now have the exact skills, the golden rules, and the confidence to properly upgrade your plants without any fear. But now that your plants are settling into their roomy new homes and gearing up for an absolute explosion of healthy growth, it begs a rather exciting question. Once they start thriving, are you ready to multiply them? Because taking healthy cuttings and learning the magic of plant propagation just might have to be your very next houseplant adventure.
Welcome to today's explainer. If you've ever found yourself scrolling through photos of stunning, wildly patterned houseplants and thought to yourself, yeah, no way, I could never keep that alive. Well, you are in exactly the right place. Today, we're exploring the ultimate low-drama entry point into the world of variegated houseplants, the Marble Queen pothos. It's a gorgeous plant that gives you this incredible visual reward, totally skipping the fuss of a high-maintenance collector plant.
Okay, let's dive right into this. Here's our roadmap for today. First, we'll officially meet the Marble Queen. Then we'll cover the survival foundation, followed by routine maintenance. After that, we'll graduate to pruning and propagation, and finally wrap things up with troubleshooting.
All right, section 1, meet the Marble Queen.
So this classic heart-shaped vine is famous for its striking cream and white splashes. It acts incredibly easygoing while looking, frankly, highly dressed up. But to really anchor our understanding here, let's compare it to a plant you've probably seen literally everywhere, the golden pothos. Now, while the golden pothos features these yellow and chartreuse streaks and grows super fast, our Marble Queen rocks those elegant cream and white splashes. But here's the catch, and it's an important one. Because those beautiful white patches lack chlorophyll, the Marble Queen grows just a bit slower. The green parts of the leaf are doing all the heavy lifting for photosynthesis. Basically, if pure speed matters to you, pick the golden. But if looks are your priority, the Marble Queen is your winner, for sure.
Moving right along to section 2, the survival foundation: light, water, and soil.
The absolute non-negotiable for this plant is bright, indirect light. Ideally, you want it about 2 to 4 feet back from an east or north-facing window. You really want to avoid direct afternoon sun, because that will quickly burn those delicate, thin, white patches into crispy brown spots. Not a great look. But if you stick the plant in a spot that's too dark, you'll see this fascinating concept called reverting happen. Because the cream sections of the leaf do not photosynthesize, a starving plant literally panics. It starts pushing out almost completely all green leaves just to compensate and survive. So give it enough light, or you're going to lose that stunning marbled look that made you buy it in the first place.
Next up in our survival foundation is watering. And the rule here is wonderfully simple. Let the top 1 to 2 inches of soil dry out. Don't guess, don't overthink it, just stick your finger right in the dirt. If it's dry down to your second knuckle, boom, it's time to water. This usually works out to about once a week in the spring and summer, and maybe every 10 to 14 days in the winter. Now, when you do water it, soak it thoroughly until water pours freely out of the drainage holes. But never, ever leave it sitting in a tray of water. I mean, we've all tried to love a plant to death with way too much water, right? But doing that here is just an open invitation to root rot. And what exactly is that water flowing through? The soil, of course. Heavy potting mix straight from the bag holds way too much water and compacts over time. It basically suffocates the roots. Your plant's roots need to breathe. That is exactly why you want a light, well-draining aeroid mix. And you can actually make it yourself. It's super easy. Just take 2 parts standard potting mix, add 1 part perlite to create air pockets, and 1 part orchid bark for some nice chunky structure. Oh, and throwing in a handful of horticultural charcoal is a fantastic optional extra to keep things fresh in the pot.
Which brings us to section 3, routine maintenance and feeding.
The really great news is the Marble Queen is happy right where you're happy. It thrives in standard household temperatures between 65 and 85 degrees Fahrenheit, and it handles average humidity of 40 to 50% without a single complaint. Now, to get it looking its absolute best, here are your rapid-fire pro care tips. First, rotate the pot a quarter turn every week so it grows evenly toward the light. Second, gently wipe the leaves with a damp, soft cloth periodically, because dust literally blocks light absorption. Third, repot it every 2 years, but only go up just 1 single pot size. And finally, if you want massive, mature leaves, let your Marble Queen climb a moss pole. This grants those climbing roots extra moisture and completely transforms it from a trailing vine into a bushy, super dramatic upright specimen. It's a real game changer. When it comes to feeding, the Marble Queen is a pretty light eater. A balanced liquid fertilizer, something like a 10-10-10, mixed at just half strength, once a month during the spring and summer is plenty. But here is the absolutely crucial point. Stop fertilizing completely in late fall and winter. The plant isn't actively growing then, and feeding it can cause unused fertilizer salts to build up in the soil. That's going to burn the roots and leave you with crispy brown leaf tips. Oh, and a quick aside, always water the plant before you add liquid fertilizer just to prevent shocking those roots.
All right, time to level up. Section 4, expert level, pruning and propagation.
This is where you learn to actually multiply your plants and control how it looks by trimming back those leggy or reverted vines. But before we reach for the scissors, we need to know exactly where to make our cuts. You are looking for a node. A node is that small little bump on the stem directly opposite a leaf. It is basically the magical spot where new roots and new foliage emerge. When you prune, you want to cut just above a node on the main plant. And if you're aiming for a bushier plant instead of long, stringy vines, simply pinch off the growing tips. That forces the node right below it to push out side branches, which fills the plant out beautifully. Now let's take those cuttings you just made and multiply your collection. Water propagation is incredibly simple. Just find a healthy vine and cut just below a node, so your cutting has a node right at the bottom. Remove the lowest leaf to fully expose that node. Drop it into a jar of room temperature water, making sure any remaining leaves stay completely dry above the water, and just wait. Roots are going to appear in 2 to 3 weeks. And here's a brilliant little pro tip for you. Cuttings with stronger green tones actually root faster than mostly white cuttings. Why? Because they have way more chlorophyll energy to fuel that root production.
Almost there. Section 5, troubleshooting common problems.
Look, even the experts run into issues sometimes. But the difference is, they know how to read the plant and confidently diagnose the problem without panicking. For instance, here's one of the most common beginner questions we get. Why is my beautiful Marble Queen turning solid green? Well, remember that concept of reverting we talked about earlier? That is exactly what's happening. The plant is literally telling you it is starving for light. The quick fix? Move the plant closer to a window and trim back those solid green vines so it redirects its energy back into producing that beautiful, variegated growth. You can actually reverse engineer your entire care routine based strictly on what the leaves are telling you. Think of it like a puzzle. If you see yellow lower leaves and mushy stems, you're overwatering. Let the soil dry out, and if it's really severe, you might need to trim away black, rotting roots. Now, if you see crispy brown edges, you're either underwatering or the air is way too dry, so give it a thorough soak. And if the vines are looking leggy with huge gaps between tiny leaves, yep, it needs more light. Just by checking these symptoms, you're going to know exactly how to pivot your care strategy. Now, the Marble Queen isn't a massive pest magnet, but you definitely still need to keep your eyes peeled. Mealybugs look like little bits of white, cottony fluff tucked right into the joints. Spider mites leave behind this really fine webbing. Scale looks like tiny brown bumps stuck to the stems. If any of these show up, don't panic. A simple cotton swab dipped in 70% isopropyl alcohol or a weekly spray with some insecticidal soak will clear them right up.
There is one totally vital troubleshooting question we absolutely must cover. Is this plant safe for pets? The answer is firmly absolutely no. Like all pothos, the marble queen contains calcium oxalate crystals. These are highly toxic and very irritating to cats and dogs if they chew on the leaves. So if you have curious pets running around, this plant has to be displayed way up high in a hanging basket or completely out of their reach.
And there you have the whole shebang. You have officially graduated to expert marble queen parent. You now know how to provide the perfect light, mix the ideal soil, prevent reverting, and even multiply your plant through propagation. Which really leaves me with one final, very important question for you today. Once you trim those vines and root those incredibly easy cuttings, who is going to get your very first marble queen baby? Think about it. Thank you so much for joining me on this explainer, and happy growing.
Welcome to today's Explainer. We're diving deep into what is arguably one of the most uniquely captivating houseplants you can possibly get your hands on, the bear's paw fern. Now, if you've seen one of these in person, you already know the vibe. They are totally famous for these thick, furry rhizomes that literally crawl right over the edge of the pot. I mean, it looks exactly like a little animal is trying to escape. It's a massive conversation starter. But keeping those paws plump and the fronds glossy, well, that takes a little bit of specific know-how. So today, we're taking you on a complete beginner to expert journey so you can confidently grow this stunning plant. Let's get right into it.
Right out of the gate, we have to tackle the absolute #1 beginner mistake. Should you bury those furry paws in the dirt? The answer is a resounding absolutely not. No way. This is our golden rule for today, and we're going to come back to it a lot. Never bury the furry paws. They are meant to sit right on top of the soil. Because if you bury them, they'll stay way too wet and they will rot. It's really as plain and simple as that.
So, with that golden rule established, here's our game plan. We'll properly meet the bear's paw fern, master its light and water needs, and then cover soil, humidity, and feeding. After that, we'll walk through a super simple pruning and propagation guide, troubleshoot some common problems, and finally wrap up with pro tips for ultimate growth.
All right, Section 1. Let's officially meet the bear's paw fern. Getting to know its unique anatomy is actually the real secret to keeping it thriving in your living room.
Okay, so the terminology here is pretty crucial because it tells us exactly how this plant behaves in the wild. The bear's paw fern, or Aglomorpha meianiana, if we're being scientific, is an epiphyte. What does that mean? Well, in its natural tropical habitat, it doesn't actually grow in deep dirt on the forest floor. Nope, it grows clinging to trees or mossy rocks. And those famous paws we keep talking about, those are rhizomes. They're basically thick, creeping stems that store and absorb moisture and nutrients. Because it's an epiphyte with these creeping surface rhizomes, it naturally wants plenty of air circulating around its fuzzy feet.
You know, you'll actually see this guy confused a lot with its cousin, the rabbit's foot fern. But they really have totally different vibes. The bear's paw is bold. It has incredibly chunky, thick paws and these large, leathery, deeply cut fronds. The rabbit's foot fern, on the other hand, is a bit more delicate. It has thinner, lighter rhizomes and really lacy foliage. So if you're looking for that dramatic, sculptural, heavy paw look crawling out of your pot, the bear's paw is exactly what you want.
Moving right along to Section 2, Mastering Light and Water. Getting this balance right is literally the key to avoiding that dreaded root rot. First up is lighting. The sweet spot here is bright, indirect light. Picture a nice, cheerful room where the plant isn't getting blasted by a hard, direct beam of sun. An east-facing window or even a north window with an open sky view is absolutely ideal. You really want to avoid harsh midday or afternoon sun, mainly because it'll quickly bleach out those gorgeous, leathery fronds and aggressively dry out the rhizomes. A little bit of gentle morning sun, totally fine. But overall, keep it bright and filtered.
Now, watering is where it gets interesting because this plant actually has conflicting needs. It's kind of like a puzzle. The roots, which are tucked down into the soil, want steady, light moisture. But the furry rhizomes sitting on top of the soil, those absolutely must be kept dry and aired out. If you just grab a watering can and dump it over the top of the whole plant, those fuzzy paws are going to stay soaked, and that just invites rot.
So how often should you water? Well, in a bright room during spring and summer, every 5 to 7 days is pretty typical. But look, your golden rule here is to use the finger test. Only water when the top inch of soil feels slightly dry. And when you do water, pour it really carefully around the edges of the pot to avoid the paws entirely. Actually, an even better trick, bottom watering. Just set the pot in a bowl of water for 15 to 20 minutes, let it drink from below, and then let it drain completely. It's a total game changer. The roots get their drink, and the pods stay perfectly dry.
Let's jump into section 3, soil, humidity, and feeding. Replicating this fern's native tropical habitat is actually a lot easier than it sounds. Remember how we said it's an epiphyte? Because of that, standard, dense, peat-heavy potting mud is essentially a death sentence. It just holds way too much water and smothers the roots. What you need instead is a really chunky, airy mix. A great DIY recipe you can whip up is 2 parts of a quality houseplant mix, 1 part fine orchid bark, and 1 part perlite or pumice. This combo is fantastic because it retains just enough moisture for the roots but provides massive airflow so the water drains fast. Plus, it gives the rhizomes a really nice textured surface to crawl on. As for humidity, 50 to 70% is the ideal range. The great news here is that those thick, leathery fronds make the bear's paw way tougher than those super dramatic, flimsy ferns like the maidenhair. It'll survive just fine in average household humidity, but it truly thrives and looks its glossy best when the air is a bit more humid. Also, keep your temps comfortable, right around 60 to 80 degrees Fahrenheit, and definitely keep it away from drafty windows or heating vents that'll just bake it dry. When we talk about feeding, less is definitely more. You want to feed it lightly with a half-strength, balanced liquid fertilizer, just once every 4 to 6 weeks, and only during the active spring and summer growing seasons. And here is a super important tip. Keep that fertilizer water completely off the paws. The concentrated salts can severely irritate those delicate little furry scales.
All right, section 4. Let's talk pruning and propagation. I promise you, pruning this fern is incredibly simple. It's mostly just basic cleanup.
I absolutely love this quote, "Leave the fuzz alone." It is so important. Do not scrub, brush, or trim the furry paws, even if they're wandering completely wildly over the edge of your pot. That wandering is the whole charm of the plant. The fuzz actually acts as a set of protective skills for the rhizome, so rough handling will definitely damage them. When you do need to prune, just look for fully yellow, torn, or totally brown fronds, and snip them cleanly right at the base.
Okay, I really want to save you from the classic beginner fern panic right now. Eventually, you're going to flip a frond over and see rows of these little brown dots. Do not panic. Seriously, put down the neem oil. These are called sori. Since the bear's paw is a true fern, it doesn't grow flowers or seeds. Instead, it reproduces by creating spores in these finely organized little brown dot structures on the undersides of mature fronds. It just means you have a perfectly healthy, mature plant. It is definitely not a pest infestation. Now, if you do want to reproduce your plant, share with friends, spring is the perfect time for rhizome division, and it's so easy. Just gently lift the plant and find a branching rhizome that already has its own roots and 2 or 3 healthy fronds on it. Snip that section free with some sharp pruners. After that, just pot it in a wide, shallow container. Remember, this plant crawls outward, it doesn't dig deep. And of course, just rest that new rhizome right on top of the soil.
Section 5, troubleshooting common fern problems. Look, even with the absolute best care, stuff happens. But the bear's paw fern is a great communicator. It'll give you plenty of warning signs when it's unhappy.
If you start noticing soft, dark paws, that is an urgent sign of root rot, which usually means it's been overwatered or the rhizomes got buried. The fix? Back way off the watering and make sure those paws are exposed to the air. Now, if you see brown, crispy frond edges, you're probably dealing with dry air or fertilizer salt buildup. So boost the humidity and flush the soil with plain water. And if those beautiful green leaves start looking faded and pale, it's getting blasted by too much direct sun. So just pull it back into softer, indirect light. Quick side note on pests. If you ever spot spider mites or mealybugs, treat them really gently with a cotton swab of rubbing alcohol or insecticidal soap, but be super careful not to scrub or bruise the furry rhizomes while you're at it. Okay, final section. Section 6, Pro Tips for Ultimate Growth. We have covered a ton of ground today, so let's wrap up with a quick, rapid-fire summary of the absolute best practices. Here are your ultimate takeaways to guarantee success. Number 1, our golden rule. Keep those furry paws resting on top of the soil. Never ever bury them. Use wide, shallow pots filled with that chunky, airy epiphytic mix we talked about. When it's thirsty, water the roots around the edges, but keep the rhizomes completely dry. Give it bright, filtered, indirect light to keep the fronds glossy, and try to keep that humidity between 50 and 70%. And finally, this plant actually likes being a little snug, so you only really need to repot it every 2 to 3 years when the soil breaks down or the pods have totally overrun the edges.
Which brings us to our final thought. Now that you've got all this beginner to expert knowledge, take a look around your space. Which empty, bright corner of your home is just waiting for the unique, dramatic character of a crawling bear's paw fern? It is just such a rewarding plant to grow once you understand its rules, and I highly encourage you to give it a try. Thanks so much for joining me on this explainer, and happy growing.
Welcome to the Explainer. So, summer is officially here, and today we're tackling something every single plant parent needs right now. We're going to talk about helping your indoor jungle not just survive, but absolutely thrive during the hottest months of the year. Consider this your direct, actionable guide to summer houseplant care.
Now you might be wondering, why do houseplants actually struggle the most during their peak growing season? It's a great question, right? Well, there's a huge irony here. While summer brings the absolute fastest growth for our plants, the heat also speeds everything else up in some pretty dangerous ways. Water disappears rapidly from the soil, the light blasting through your windows turns incredibly harsh, and those pesky sap-sucking pests, yep, they can multiply faster than you can even blink.
Okay, let's dive right into the core pillars of summer care. We're going to cover the summer shift, mastering watering, light, heat, and air, feeding and growth, summer pests, and finally, an ultimate checklist you absolutely won't want to miss.
All right, Section 1, the summer shift, rethinking your routine. So, higher temperatures and longer daylight basically put all your plant's processes into overdrive, which means you need an immediate shift in your mindset. We literally have to drop that spring habit of watering on a predictable weekly schedule. Actually, scratch that. Ditch the schedule entirely. Instead, you need to be checking your soil every 1 to 3 days. Because here's the thing, a pot that stayed perfectly moist for a whole week in spring, that same pot can go completely bone dry in just 2 days during a summer heat wave.
Moving on to Section 2, Mastering Watering, Timing and Technique.
Since evaporation is completely in overdrive right now, taking the guesswork out of your routine is absolutely key. So how do we actually check the soil properly? You want to adopt a hands-on, tactile approach. Step 1, get in there and physically feel the top 1 to 2 inches of soil with your finger. Or, if you have a massive collection, just grab a moisture meter to speed things up. Step 2, water only when it's dry to the touch. And step 3, prioritize checking your plants in small pots and those sitting right in bright windows, because those guys are going to dry out the absolute fastest.
Now, timing and temperature actually matter just as much as frequency. The absolute best time to water is early in the morning or later in the evening. This gives the roots time to deeply absorb that moisture before the midday heat just evaporates it straight out of the pot. Also, pro tip, always use room temperature water. If you hit warm summer roots with freezing cold tap water, you can actually send the plant right into shock. I mean, nobody likes an unexpected ice bath, right?
Section 3, Light, Heat, and Air, Environmental Control.
Managing your indoor environment is incredibly crucial as the days get hotter. Long summer days mean way more light, and that's wonderful right up until it tips over into sunburn. South and west-facing windows get intensely hot in the afternoon, so you've got to soften that harsh light. You can hang a sheer curtain to diffuse the direct sun, or just pull your plants back a foot or 2 from the glass. This is especially vital for those notoriously dramatic, easily scorched tropicals, like your calatheas and marantas. Though, to be fair, your succulents and cacti can handle a lot more. Oh, and don't forget to rotate your plants a quarter turn every week, so every side gets light and nothing starts leaning or stretching out.
But the sun isn't the only environmental factor we need to worry about. Let's talk about a totally hidden summer danger, AC drafts. Obviously, air conditioning cools our homes, but it also blasts cold, extremely dry air that strips essential moisture right out of the room. If your tropical plants are suddenly exhibiting leaf curling, browning edges, or just dropping leaves entirely out of nowhere, yeah, a direct draft from an AC vent is highly likely the culprit.
To combat that severely dry AC air, first, keep your plants out of those direct cold drafts. You can also run a humidifier nearby, but here is a really fantastic, incredibly easy tip. Group your plants together. By putting them in a cluster, they actually create a shared humidity bubble. It's like a little microclimate, keeping each other comfortable even when the air conditioner is blasting.
All right, Section 4, Feeding and Growth, Capitalizing on the Season.
So, summer isn't just about playing defense, it's the main growing season for your plants. But before you reach for that fertilizer, you must remember the golden rule: never fertilize a stressed plant. I'll say it again, never fertilize a stressed plant. If a plant is wilting, scorched from the sun, or just trying to recover from a crazy heat wave, hold off entirely until it fully bounces back. Fertilizer pushes growth, and you simply cannot push a sick plant to grow.
Now, once you've confirmed your plants are actively growing and happy, here's how you really maximize that growth. Use a balanced fertilizer, but dilute it to half strength and apply it every 2 to 4 weeks. Also, these warm, bright conditions make summer the absolute perfect window for repotting anything that has become root-bound. Plants recover incredibly quickly from the shock of a new pot when they're in their peak growth phase.
Section 5. Summer Pests. Spotting the culprits.
Unfortunately, warmth and dry air are exactly what sap-sucking pests absolutely love. So we need to be highly vigilant because their populations can literally explode in summer. It's important to map the visual damage on your leaves to the specific pest. For instance, if you notice fine webbing and leaves that look suspiciously dusty or stippled, you're dealing with spider mites. They thrive in that hot, dry air. What about silvery streaks paired with tiny black specks? That's going to be thrips. And if little swarms of bugs pop up every time you water, those are fungus gnats, which usually multiply when we overwater trying to compensate for the summer heat.
The absolute best defense against all of these guys is to inspect the undersides of your leaves weekly. Seriously, checking under the leaves every single week is critical. Catching an outbreak early is literally the difference between a quick wipe down with some soapy water and losing a beloved plant entirely.
Okay, on to Section 6, Ultimate Checklist, your summer survival guide.
Let's combine everything we've talked about into a rapid-fire master checklist you can use all season long. First up, your foundational habits, the daily and weekly essentials. Remember, ditch the watering schedule completely. Check your soil moisture every 1 to 3 days. When it's dry, water in the early morning or evening using room temperature water. Protect those leaves by diffusing the harsh afternoon sun, and rotate your pots weekly to encourage nice, even growth. These are hands down your best weapons against rapid evaporation and intense light.
Next up is your health and maintenance checklist. Raise the ambient humidity and keep your tropicals far, far away from those cold AC drafts. Feed them at half strength every 2 to 4 weeks. But remember, only the healthy, actively growing ones. Inspect those leaf undersides every single week for pests. And a quick bonus tip, if you do decide to let some of your houseplants vacation outside for the summer, make sure to acclimate them very, very slowly to the outdoor light to prevent severe sunburn.
And that brings us to the end of our explainer. But before we go, I want to leave you with a question. Which of your plants needs a summer adjustment today? Think about it for a second. Do you have a calathea getting totally baked in a west-facing window right now? Is your monstera completely bone dry? Don't just sit there, step away from the screen, take a really close look at your indoor jungle, and take immediate action. Thanks so much for joining me, and enjoy watching your plants absolutely thrive this summer.
Welcome to your ultimate masterclass on the parlor palm. Today, we're taking you from absolute beginner to confident plant expert. Let's dive right into this explainer and look at an absolute classic of the houseplant world. Picture this. You've got a plant that was famously prized in the notoriously dim, incredibly poorly ventilated parlors of the Victorian era. But its true home? The vibrant, humid rainforest floor. That wild, incredible adaptability from a tropical forest to a stuffy living room is exactly what makes it such a resilient, absolute staple for any home today. So, here's our roadmap for this explainer. We're going to meet the palm, cover core care, dial in the environment, go over maintenance, tackle some troubleshooting, and wrap up with a few pro tips. Section 1. Meet the parlor palm. Let's officially introduce the star of the show. Scientifically, we are talking about Chamaedorea elegans. It's a remarkably resilient, slow-growing palm native to the rainforests of southern Mexico and Guatemala. Now, understanding its origins, living under the dense, heavy shade of much taller trees, is literally the secret key to unlocking its care requirements. Keep that forest understory in the back of your mind, because it's going to guide everything we do.
So why is everyone so obsessed with this plant? Well, beyond its timeless elegance and those really graceful feathery fronds, it's actually an amazing air purifier with a super long lifespan. But here is the absolute game changer. It's 100% non-toxic. It is constantly one of the most highly recommended plants because it is completely safe for your curious cats and dogs. No worries there.
Section 2. Core care. covering light and water. Let's establish the absolute foundation of your palm's survival.
Remember that rainforest understory we just talked about? Because they evolved down in the shadows, direct sunlight is a strict rule violation. Direct, intense sunlight will quickly scorch those delicate fronds right up. So stick to bright, indirect spots. A north or east-facing window is basically perfection. They are incredibly forgiving with low light, but harsh rays, total enemy.
Now let's talk hydration. Your plant wants consistently moist soil without ever feeling soggy. And your plant will actually tell you what it needs. Yellowing leaves combined with damp soil, that points straight to overwatering. On the flip side, if you're seeing brown, crispy tips and really dull-looking foliage, you are likely underwatering.
So how do we find that sweet spot? Well, this right here is your golden rule for hydration. Allow the top 1 to 2 inches of soil to completely dry out before watering again. When you do water, water it thoroughly until it drains out the bottom, but never, ever let the pot sit in a tray of excess water. Waterlogged soil leads to root rot, and root rot is fatal.
Moving on to Section 3, the environment. Let's look at soil, feeding, and humidity.
To prevent that fatal root rot we just warned about, you need a high-quality peat-based soil that drains effortlessly. And you can actually make it yourself with this simple DIY recipe. Just mix 2 parts peat moss or coco coir, 1 part standard all-purpose potting soil, and 1 part perlite. This creates a beautifully light, airy medium that holds just enough moisture without turning into a heavy, compacted brick.
As for the climate in your room, they are pretty chill. They love average temperatures, right around 65 to 80 degrees Fahrenheit. They do appreciate a humidity boost from regular misting. Aim for 50% or higher if you can, but keep them away from cold winter drafts dropping below 50 degrees. Also, they are super light feeders. Don't go crazy with the fertilizer. 1 or 2 times during the spring and summer using a liquid food diluted to half strength is plenty. In the winter, skip feeding entirely.
Section 4, maintenance. Let's talk about potting, pruning, and propagation.
Because these guys are incredibly slow growers, they actually prefer to be slightly pot-bound, so you only need to tackle repotting maybe every 2 to 3 years in the spring. Just follow a simple 4-step process. Crucially, step 1, never choose a pot more than 1 to 2 inches wider than the current one, or all that extra soil will hold way too much water. Gently slide it out, pop it in the new pot with your fresh peat mix, and give it a good drink.
Okay, listen closely to this one because it's an absolute non-negotiable rule. When you're pruning away normal aging yellow or brown leaves at the base, you're totally fine, but never top prune your palm. Palms grow from a single central point called the crown. If you decide to chop off the top to try and make it shorter, you will literally kill the entire plant. Just don't do it. And what about making more plants? I know it's super tempting to divide those cute clustered clumps in your pot to propagate them, but here's the reality. Their root systems are incredibly delicate. Tearing them apart usually results in losing everything. These beauties are actually propagated commercially from seed, so just enjoy the one you have and leave the multiplying to the professionals.
Section 5, troubleshooting pests and problems. Let's armor you up against common indoor threats.
Let's identify the usual suspects. Spider mites are enemy number 1 here. Why? Because they thrive in dry air, and as we know, the palm hates dry air. If you spot fine, silky webbing or little stippled spots on the leaves, you've got spider mites. Also watch out for mealybugs. They look like tiny white cotton masses, or scale insects, which look like little hard brown bumps on the stems. The fix? Wipe down the leaves and treat them with insecticidal soap or neem oil. It works like a charm.
But hey, what if there are absolutely no bugs in sight and your plant still looks miserable? Almost all non-pest problems just come down to tweaking your watering or boosting the humidity. Getting brown, crispy edges? It's a cry for more humidity or a sign you need to flush out the salt buildup from your tap water. Yellowing leaves? Back off the watering can. And if you've got no blooms, no worries at all. That's completely normal indoors.
And finally, Section 6, Pro Tips for Palm Mastery. Let's quickly review the absolute essentials. If you just keep these 5 core tenets in mind, actively mimicking that moist, shaded rainforest floor, your plant will reward you for years. It's a super simple checklist. Give those fronds a mist every few days, maintain consistent soil moisture without waterlogging it, keep it strictly out of harsh, direct sun, occasionally wipe the leaves down so the plant can actually breathe and photosynthesize, and don't rush to repot. Let those roots stay snug. Fun fact for you, there are actually over 100 species in the Chamaedorea genus, including things like the bamboo and cat palms. But you now know exactly why the elegans remains the undisputed champion of the indoor parlor. It is perfectly adapted to thrive right alongside us, bringing a literal piece of the tropical understory indoors. You're no longer a beginner, you're a confident expert. You know the exact light it needs, the perfect airy soil mix, and the secret to a properly moist environment. So take a look around your home right now. Where is that perfect, gently lit corner just waiting for a piece of the rainforest? Thanks so much for joining me for this explainer, and happy growing! Welcome to this explainer. Today, we're going to demystify one of the absolutely most stunning houseplants out there, the Cebu Blue Pothos. We're taking you on a complete journey from just basic beginner survival all the way to unlocking its expert-level thriving maturity. So whether you just brought home your very first little cutting, or you're looking to elevate an older plant, well, you're in exactly the right place. Now, what's literally wild about the Cebu Blue is that it essentially gives you two totally different looks, and it depends entirely on how you care for it. Left to its own devices, it's this delicate, cascading, juvenile vine. But give it the right environment, boom, it transforms into a dramatic, climbing, mature plant that looks like it was plucked straight out of a tropical rainforest. It's basically two beautiful plants in one. Okay, here's our roadmap for today. We'll start by officially meeting the Cebu Blue. Then, we'll dive right into light and water essentials, move on to soil, humidity, and feeding, tackle pruning and easy propagation, troubleshoot some common problems, and finally, wrap up with those expert pro tips for getting fenestrations. All right, Section 1, meet the Cebu Blue. Let's officially introduce this stunning species and see why it's such a collector's dream that's actually surprisingly super forgiving for beginners. So, you're probably pretty familiar with the classic golden pothos, right? The one with those standard heart-shaped green and gold leaves? Well, the Cebu Blue completely flips the script. It sports these incredibly elegant, elongated, arrow-shaped leaves. But honestly, the real showstopper here is the color. It's got this almost metallic, silvery blue shimmer that just instantly elevates a room. It's a subtle but absolutely gorgeous upgrade from your everyday trailing plant. Moving right along to Section 2, light and water essentials. Let's cover exactly what kind of lighting and hydration this plant actually needs to keep that spectacular color popping. Okay, the absolutely crucial thing to remember here is that light dictates color. That incredible silvery blue sheen, it's directly tied to the plant getting bright, indirect light. Think, a cozy spot near an east-facing window. Now, if you stick this guy in a dim, dark corner, it'll survive, because hey, it's a hardy pothos, but it's gonna lose that beautiful blue tint, fade to just an ordinary green, and the vines will get all stretched out and leggy. No one wants a leggy plant, right? Now for watering, the golden rule is 1 to 2 inches. Just let the top 1 to 2 inches of soil dry out completely between waterings. Literally just stick your finger right into the dirt to check. It's that easy. These guys actually store water in their thick stems and leaves, so they're wonderfully forgiving if you're a bit of a forgetful waterer. Seriously, it's always way better to slightly underwater a Cebu Blue than to overwater it. But when it is time to water, don't just give it a tiny little sip. You want to do what we call the drench and drain cycle. Drench that soil thoroughly until water is freely pouring out of the drainage holes at the bottom. But here is the absolute most critical step. Immediately empty the saucer underneath. If you let the pot sit in a puddle of standing water, you are fast-tracking your way to deadly root rot, which is pretty much the #1 killer of these plants. Let's jump right into Section 3, soil, humidity, and feeding. We're gonna build the absolute perfect foundation here, starting with chunky aeroid soil and mimicking that ideal tropical vibe. You have to remember where this plant comes from. In its native environment, it climbs up trees in the tropical forest of the Philippines. Because of that, it absolutely hates compacted, heavy dirt. So you're gonna wanna use the rule of 3 to mix your own soil. 2 parts standard potting soil, 1 part perlite, and 1 part chunky orchid bark. This airy, super well-draining aeroid mix gives the roots all the oxygen they're craving and stops them from sitting in soggy, swampy conditions. And coming from the tropics, you bet this plant loves humidity. While it'll totally tolerate the average, slightly drier air in your house, hitting that 50 to 70% relative humidity sweet spot is the real secret sauce. You can easily pull this off with a simple pebble tray filled with water under the pot, or just by running a small humidifier nearby. Do that and it'll reward you with way faster growth and noticeably larger, super happy leaves. Now, fresh potting soil does have nutrients, but they definitely deplete over time.
The Cebu Blue isn't exactly a super heavy feeder, but giving it a balanced liquid fertilizer, diluted to half strength, just once a month during its active growing season in the spring and summer, that acts like a perfect little vitamin boost. It keeps everything lush and vibrant. Just remember to stop feeding it completely in the winter when its growth naturally takes a break.
All right, section 4, pruning and easy propagation. Your plant's got a great foundation now, so let's talk about keeping its shape bushy and, honestly, my favorite part, multiplying your collection for absolutely free. So regular pruning isn't strictly required for the plant's health, but if you don't give it occasional trims, those beautiful vines are eventually going to get long and kind of stringy. The fix is super simple. Grab some clean scissors and snip the vine just above a node. That's the little bump where a leaf attaches to the stem. Doing that forces the plant to push out brand new, fuller branching growth right from that exact spot.
And whatever you do, please do not throw away those cuttings. Propagating a Cebu Blue in water is practically foolproof and so incredibly rewarding. Just take your cutting, make sure you snip about a 1/4 inch below a node this time, strip off those bottom leaves, and drop the bare nodes right into a glass of clean water. In literally just 1 to 3 weeks, you're gonna watch brand new roots sprout right before your eyes. It is the coolest thing.
Let's move to section 5, troubleshooting common problems. Because look, even the easiest, most forgiving houseplants hit a rough patch sometimes. Let's play plant doctor and figure out how to fix them fast.
You really just have to listen to what your plant is telling you. For instance, yellowing, lower leaves combined with mushy stems, that almost always means you need to hit the brakes on watering. You're probably looking at root rot. On the flip side, if you're losing that signature silvery blue color, the plant is screaming for brighter indirect light. And what if you start seeing brown, crispy edges on the leaves? Well, your air is probably too dry or you're waiting just a little too long between waterings.
Also, keep an eye out for pests. The Cebu Blue is wonderfully pest resistant, but early detection is still your absolute best defense. Just make it a habit to check the undersides of the leaves every now and then. If you spot cottony white masses, tiny little dots with webbing, or weird brown bumps, isolate the plant immediately. You can treat these annoying invaders pretty easily by just gently wiping the leaves down with a cotton swab dipped in rubbing alcohol, or spraying the foliage with some diluted neem oil.
Finally, we've arrived at section 6. Pro tips for fenestrations. Let's unlock the ultimate secret to transforming this beautiful little vina into a massive, dramatic botanical masterpiece. Now, you might actually be wondering, will my perfectly cared for plant ever reward me with flowers? Well, the short answer is no. Getting a Cebu Blue to flower indoors is incredibly rare, but honestly, don't even worry about it because indoor plant collectors are chasing a completely different, highly structural goal with this specific plant anyway. And that goal is fenestration. This is the absolute holy grail for Cebu Blue owners. It's this dramatic, crazy physical transformation where the mature leaves develop deep, natural splits and holes in them. When this happens, the leaves also get massively larger. It essentially gives you a completely different, wild, monstera-like plant that just looks insanely exotic. So how on earth do you trigger these legendary fenestrations? Well, the Expert Unlock takes 2 things working together. First, you've got to give the plant a physical structure to climb, like a moss pole or a quail pole. This lets those aerial roots grab on and climb vertically, perfectly mimicking how it climbs trees in the rainforest. Second, you have to combine that climbing pole with consistently bright indirect light. That upward, vertical growth plus great light, that is the exact signal the plant needs to know it's time to mature. So armed with the knowledge of perfect bright lighting, the recipe for that chunky aroid soil, the correct drench and drain watering cadence, and of course the expert secret of the climbing moss pole, you are totally ready. Apply these visual frameworks and watch your Cebu Blue completely thrive into a majestic jungle giant. Which really makes you wonder, right? What other totally ordinary houseplants sitting in your living room right now are secretly hiding a rainforest giant just waiting to be unleashed?
Welcome to This Explainer. Okay, let's jump straight into it. If you're here, you probably have a houseplant that's gone weeks or honestly, maybe even months without pushing out a single new leaf. And look, I totally want to validate that frustration right out of the gate. You water it, you stare at it, maybe you even sing to it, hoping for a tiny new sprout, and just nothing happens. It is incredibly annoying. But here's the really good news. A lack of growth isn't some unsolvable mystery. It's actually just a puzzle.
See, when a plant is completely stuck in neutral like this, it's actually actively communicating with you. A lack of growth literally means your plant is missing a crucial ingredient that it absolutely needs to thrive. It's hit the pause button.
So our job today is to put on our botanical detective hats and diagnose exactly what's holding it back based on the very clear signs it's giving us.
So here's our roadmap for the explainer today. We're going to start by stepping inside the plant factory. Then we'll cover fixing light and water, troubleshoot nutrients and root space, look at normal pauses in growth, and wrap things up with some best practices for thriving plants.
Okay, Section 1, inside the plant factory.
To really diagnose what's going wrong, I want you to completely change how you look at your potted friend. Think of your houseplant as a biological factory. And to run this factory and pump out new leaves and stems, it needs 3 absolutely non-negotiable inputs. Number 1, energy, which primarily comes from light via photosynthesis. Number 2, raw materials. We're talking water and soil nutrients like nitrogen and phosphorus. And number 3, space. Specifically, the room for its roots to actually expand and gather those materials. If your factory is shut down, I guarantee you, one of these 3 things is missing.
Let's do a really quick diagnostic check to map out your symptoms. If your plant has leggy, stretched out stems and it's sitting in a dark corner, well, the cause is likely a lack of light. If you're seeing pale or yellowing leaves and it's been in the exact same pot for over a year, you should probably think nutrient deficiency. If the soil dries out incredibly fast after watering, it might be root-bound. Now, wilting or spots combined with either bone-dry or completely soggy soil, that points straight to improper watering. And hey, if it's fall or winter and the plant looks totally healthy otherwise, it might just be going through a natural dormancy.
Moving on to Section 2, fixing light and water. Let's tackle the energy and operational functions of our factory.
Right, so cause number 1, not enough light. I cannot stress this enough, this is the absolute most common reason for stunted growth. Light is literally the fuel for your plant's engine. Without enough of it, the plant just can't photosynthesize properly to create the energy required for new leaves. It doesn't drop dead immediately, it just kind of freezes in time. It maintains its current state, usually looking a bit washed out and leggy.
The fix here is super straightforward. Give that engine more fuel. Move the plant to a brighter spot. The vast majority of houseplants thrive in bright, indirect light. An east-facing window is usually the absolute gold standard for this. Or pulling the plant just a few feet back from a really harsh south or west-facing window works wonders too. And listen, if your home just doesn't get good natural sunlight, don't sweat it. You can easily supplement your setup with a basic LED grow light.
Next up is improper watering, which actually halts growth from 2 totally different directions. Underwatering creates a constantly thirsty, highly stressed plant. It reroutes every ounce of its energy into mere survival, so obviously there's nothing left for growth. Overwatering, on the flip side, is actually way more dangerous. It literally suffocates the roots and leads to root rot. That destroys the plant's physical ability to absorb the water and nutrients that are sitting right there in the soil.
To fix this, you've got to find that Goldilocks zone. Adopt a consistent schedule, but, and this is key, don't just water on a Tuesday simply because it's Tuesday. You should water thoroughly only when the top 1 to 2 inches of the soil actually feel dry to the touch. And critically, you have to make sure your pot has good drainage holes. Excess water needs an escape route to prevent that dreaded root rot.
Section 3, nutrients and root space. So what happens when the factory pantry is empty or the building itself is just too cramped?
This brings us to cause number 2, nutrient deficiency. It is so incredibly easy to forget that potting soil is finite. After a plant has been sitting in the exact same soil for about a year, it has essentially eaten everything available. The pantry is bare. Those essential minerals are just gone. Without those raw materials, the plant cannot build new cellular structures. And that's exactly why you end up with those pale, sad-looking leaves and absolutely zero upward growth.
So how do we restock the pantry? Well, during the active growing seasons, spring and summer, you need to feed your plant. Grab a balanced liquid fertilizer, but here is a massive pro tip. Dilute it to half strength. That prevents chemical burns on the roots. Apply that every 2 to 4 weeks. Now, while that's a great short-term boost, the best long-term fix to replenish those materials is a full repotting into fresh, nutrient-rich soil. Speaking of repotting, we have to talk about physical space, which leads to cause number 3, being root-bound. When a plant's roots have completely filled its pot, they form this incredibly dense, tangled web. There is zero physical space left for them to expand. And worse, because the roots have taken over basically the whole pot, there is hardly any soil left to actually hold on to water and nutrients. The plant is quite literally choking itself. A huge giveaway? If you water your plant and the water immediately rushes straight out the bottom, your plant is likely root-bound.
If you check the roots and see that crazy webbing, it's definitely time for a new home.
But caution here, do not put it in a massive pot. Choose a new container that is only 1 to 2 inches wider in diameter than the current one. Slide the plant out and gently, very gently, loosen the bottom of that tangled root ball with your fingers. This lets the roots know they are finally allowed to spread out. Then just place it in the new pot with some fresh soil.
Section 4. Normal pauses in growth. Okay, everyone, take a deep breath. We're moving into the scenarios where your plant isn't growing and it is absolutely 100% not your fault.
Let's look at a completely natural phenomenon, dormancy. Just like bears hibernate, most houseplants naturally slow down or just completely stop growing altogether during the shorter, darker, and cooler days of fall and winter. We're talking generally October through February. This is a biological factory reset. They are simply resting and conserving their energy so they can explode with new growth the second spring arrives.
So what's the fix for a dormant plant? Doing absolutely nothing. Seriously, put the watering can down and back away slowly. You just need to let your plant rest. You'll want to reduce your watering frequency pretty significantly because the plant just isn't using as much fuel. And you should completely stop fertilizing until you see the days getting longer and those fresh signs of life emerging in the spring.
The final, totally normal pause in our top 6 causes is the acclimation period. Look, moving is highly stressful for humans, right? Well, it is incredibly stressful for plants too. When you bring a new plant home from a perfectly climate-controlled nursery, it is suddenly thrust into a totally alien environment. New light levels, different temperatures, completely different humidity. For the first several weeks, or sometimes even up to 2 months, the plant is focusing all of its energy strictly below the soil. It's just trying to adjust its root system to survive this new place. It simply does not have the bandwidth to push out new leaves yet.
The fix here really just requires a bit of restraint. Be patient. Provide the plant with really good, bright, indirect light, but whatever you do, avoid throwing extra stressors at it. Don't repot it right away, don't dump fertilizer on it. Just let the poor thing settle in and get used to its new home.
Section 5. Best practices for thriving plants. Let's wrap up this explainer by condensing everything down into some core rules.
Here are your major takeaways to keep that factory running smoothly year-round. First, and definitely foremost, light is the single most important factor for vigorous plant growth. Never underestimate it. Second, treat fertilizer like a vitamin supplement during the spring and summer to replenish those raw materials. Third, aim to repot your plants every 1 to 2 years to provide essential space and fresh soil. And finally, always remember that you cannot force a plant to grow faster than its natural rate. Consistent, steady growth is the ultimate marker of a healthy plant factory.
I really want to leave you with this thought today. Plants operate on their own timeline. Don't panic if growth isn't explosive. In a world where we're so used to instant results, houseplants are honestly a wonderful lesson in patience. Observe them, diagnose them when they need help, but give them the grace to just grow at their own pace.
So here is what I want you to do. Go look at that stubborn houseplant right now. Look at its location, physically feel the top of its soil, and check the bottom of the pot. Ask yourself, which essential element is missing from your plant's factory today? Find that missing piece, make the fix, and watch your plant thrive again. Thanks so much for learning with me today on this explainer, and hey, happy growing.
Okay, let's dive right into this. Welcome to today's explainer, where we're going to master the care and keeping of one of the absolute most striking houseplants you can possibly bring into your home, the philodendron birkin. Whether you literally just brought your very first birkin home from the nursery, or you're an experienced indoor gardener looking to really dial in your propagation game, we are going to break down everything you need to know to make this incredible plant absolutely thrive. Now, what's totally fascinating is the birkin's origin story. You won't actually find this specific plant growing wild out in the rainforest. Nope. The birkin is actually a relatively new addition to the plant world, and it started as a spontaneous mutation of the burgundy philodendron Rojo Congo. That gorgeous, glossy, dark green foliage with those completely unique, creamy white to pale yellow pinstripes. Yeah, that's just a beautiful genetic accident. And because of that, every single leaf is completely unique. How cool is that? So, here's our roadmap for today's explainer. We'll start by officially meeting the birkin. Then we'll cover the absolute survival essentials: water, light, and soil. Next up, we optimize the environment with climate and feeding. Then we'll tackle troubleshooting, and finally, we'll graduate to expert propagation and pro tips.
All right, Section 1, Meet the Birkin, a compact wonder.
So if you're used to those classic vining philodendrons, the Birkin is going to behave a bit differently for you. It's got what we call a self-heading growth habit, meaning it doesn't trail or vine. Instead, it grows upright and outwards, right from a central stem, which gives it this really lush, bushy vibe. It's a moderate grower, eventually topping out at about 3 feet tall with a 1 to 2 foot spread. And honestly, it can easily live well over a decade if you treat it right. But I really need to point out a super important warning here. Just like other aroids, the Birkin contains calcium oxalate crystals. That makes it highly toxic to your cats and dogs. It'll cause intense oral irritation and swelling if they chew on it, so you absolutely must keep this one out of reach of your curious furry friends.
Moving right along to section 2, the big 3, water, light, and soil.
Let's talk light, because light is literally the single most critical factor for maintaining those gorgeous pinstripes. You want bright, indirect light. An east-facing window is usually the absolute sweet spot. Now, if you give the plant too much direct midday sun, those delicate creamy stripes are going to physically scorch. You'll literally get crispy brown spots. But if you stick it in deep shade, something pretty fascinating happens. The plant will actually revert. See, the white parts of the leaf don't have chlorophyll. So a plant sitting in low light goes into full survival mode and tries to save itself by pumping out solid green leaves just to maximize its energy production. So remember, bright and filtered is your golden rule here.
Okay, watering. The crucial thing here is finding the balance. You want to water thoroughly, like let the water run completely out through the drainage holes, but you only do this when the top 1 to 2 inches of soil are completely dry to the touch. Seriously, overwatering is the #1 killer for these guys. It totally suffocates the roots, which leads to yellowing lower leaves, mushy stems, and ultimately the dreaded root rot. On the flip side, if you're underwatering, your Birkin is going to let you know. It'll start drooping and developing these sad, crispy brown edges. So always, always let that topsoil dry out first.
Now, to make that watering routine totally foolproof, you've got to have the right soil. Birkins absolutely hate dense, heavy potting soil. They want an environment that mimics the airy rainforest floor. So here is the perfect chunky DIY aroid mix for you. You want 1 part standard indoor potting mix, that's for your nutrients, then 1 part perlite for incredible aeration and drainage, and finally 1 part orchid bark. That creates these chunky little air pockets that hold on to just a tiny bit of moisture. You can also toss in a handful of horticultural charcoal if you have it to help absorb any impurities. A mix like this is a real game changer because it ensures excess water escapes quickly and essential oxygen can easily circulate right around those roots.
All right, section 3, climate, feeding, and maintenance, creating the perfect environment. Thanks to its tropical lineage, your Birkin definitely wants to be warm and humid. The ideal temperature sweet spot is right between 65 and 80 degrees Fahrenheit. You really want to avoid placing it anywhere near drafty windows, AC vents, or space heaters. In fact, anything dropping below 55 degrees can actually shock the poor plant. As for humidity, your target is about 50 to 70%. Now sure, they can adapt to our average 40% indoor humidity, but hitting that higher target, that is how you get those massive, super glossy leaves. And hey, skip this simple misting with a spray bottle. It doesn't really last, and it can actually cause fungal issues. Instead, you want to boost the humidity consistently. Fire up a room humidifier, sit your pot on a pebble tray filled with water, or honestly, just group a bunch of your plants together to create a nice little humid microclimate. To fuel all that gorgeous growth, you've got to feed your Birkin. We recommend using a balanced liquid fertilizer, something with a 10-10-10 ratio. But listen up, here is a massive pro tip for you. Always, always dilute that fertilizer down to half the recommended strength. Houseplants are incredibly susceptible to chemical burns and salt buildup. You should really only be feeding the plant about once a month during its active growing season, so spring and summer. Then just pause feeding entirely during the dormant fall and winter months. Oh, and one more golden rule to remember. Never apply fertilizer to bone-dry soil. Always water your plant a day or 2 beforehand to protect those sensitive roots from getting burned.
Section 4, troubleshooting. Pests and problems.
You know, our plants are pretty good at communicating their issues to us if we just know what to look for. If you start seeing those leaves reverting back to solid green, your plant is practically begging for more light. Got yellowing lower leaves? Well, you are almost certainly overwatering. Let that topsoil dry out. If you're noticing brown, crispy edges, your air is likely way too dry, or you might even have mineral buildup from hard tap water. And finally, if the plant has this leggy growth with really long spaces between tiny little leaves, it's just stretching out looking for the sun. Just move it to a brighter spot and it'll sort itself out. Now, sometimes the problem isn't the environment at all, it's uninvited guests. You've got to keep a really close eye out for sap-sucking pests. Mealybugs, for instance, look like these little cottony masses, and they just love to hide deep in the tight crevices of new growth. Spider mites? They'll leave fine webbing under the leaves and give the plant this faded, stippled look. Thrips are a serious headache, leaving silvery patches and badly scarred, distorted new leaves. And hey, if you see tiny little flying insects hovering around the dirt, those are fungus gnats, which are almost always caused by keeping the soil a bit too wet. If you spot literally any of these, your immediate action plan is to isolate the Birkin away from all your other houseplants and treat the foliage thoroughly with insecticidal soap or neem oil.
And finally, Section 5, Expert Propagation and Pro Tips. Multiplying your Birkin.
I'll tell you, propagating a Birkin is incredibly rewarding, and water propagation is for sure the easiest method to start with. But the absolutely crucial point here is step 1. You must identify a healthy stem that has at least one node. A node is just that slight, swollen little bump on the stem where the leaves emerge. Without a node, roots will simply never grow. Period. Once you've got your node, take some sterile shears and make your cut about an inch below it. Then, just submerge that node into a jar of room temperature water, making sure to keep the actual leaves completely dry. Just change that water out every 3 to 5 days to replenish the oxygen and stop any weird bacteria from growing. And in just 2 to 4 weeks, bam, you'll see a healthy, brand new white root system starting to form. Now, when it comes to finally repotting either those brand new cuttings or your fully mature plant, I want you to remember this specific number, 1 to 2 inches. Philodendrons actually really prefer to be slightly root-bound. Because of this, you only need to repot them maybe every 1 to 2 years. And when you finally do, choose a new pot that is only 1 to 2 inches wider in diameter than the old one. If you put it in a massive pot, all that excess soil will just hold on to way too much water, and you're risking that dreaded root rot all over again.
Okay, let's finish strong with some rapid-fire pro tips you can literally use today. First step, give your pot a quarter turn every single time you water it. This makes sure all sides get equal sunlight so you end up with a perfectly symmetrical plant. Second, remember that dust literally blocks photosynthesis, so gently wipe down those beautiful leaves with a damp cloth every few weeks. Third, do not be afraid to prune. If you see a fully reverted solid green or solid red leaf pop up, just snip it right off. That forces the plant to redirect its energy back into variegated growth. You can even prune the main top stem if you want to force the plant to become bushier from the base. And lastly, if your local tap water is super hard, make the switch to filtered or distilled water. It prevents mineral buildup and keeps those delicate leaf tips looking totally pristine.
Well, we've covered the origins, we built the perfect chunky soil mix, went over precise watering techniques, and even learned how to clone the plant through propagation. You now have the exact expert blueprint to make this incredible pinstriped wonder completely flourish. So, the only question left is this. Your Birkin is ready to thrive, but is your brightest window ready for it? Thanks so much for joining me on today's Explainer. Go check your soil moisture right now, and I'll catch you on the next one.
All right, let's just dive right into this masterclass on caring for what is, hands down, one of the most famously indestructible houseplants on the planet, the ZZ plant. Whether you call it the Zanzibar gem, the Zuzu plant, or you want to get fancy with its scientific name, Zamioculca semiifolia, this explainer is going to be your ultimate guide.
So, here's our roadmap for today. We're going to start by getting to know the ZZ plant. Then, tackle the big ones, light and water and soil and environment. After that, we'll hit troubleshooting, pruning and propagation, and wrap it all up with some pro tips.
Okay, part 1. Let's officially meet the ZZ plant and discover why it's so incredibly tough.
Now, because this plant is native to the dry grasslands of Eastern Africa, it has a brilliant survival mechanism. The absolute secret to unlocking perfect care for this guy comes down to understanding its anatomy, specifically the rhizome. Think of a rhizome like a thick, potato-like underground stem. It stores massive amounts of water, which is precisely why this plant can survive severe droughts. Honestly, it's why it seems to literally thrive on what feels like pure neglect. Before we get into the actual daily care, there are just a few baseline facts you definitely need to keep in mind. First off, they have a really slow growth rate, so, patience is key here. They're perennial, meaning they'll stick around for years and years if you treat them right. But, and this is a big one, they are toxic to cats, dogs, and humans because of calcium oxalate crystals. So you absolutely have to place them strategically away from pets and kids. Also, they rarely bloom indoors, but if they ever do, you'll spot this creamy white spadix. And finally, while the classic deep green is gorgeous,
keep an eye out for some incredible varieties. You've got the Raven, which turns this dramatic near black color, the compact Zenzi, some beautiful variegated types, and the Chameleon, which actually emerges bright yellow before fading to green. Really cool stuff.
Moving on to part 2, light and water. Let's master the non-negotiables.
Okay, so while the ZZ plant is totally famous for tolerating those sad, dark corners of your house, it actually grows best and fastest in medium to bright indirect light. Think near an east or north-facing window. Honestly, they even do remarkably well in interior offices that just rely on overhead fluorescent lights. But listen, beware of harsh, direct sunlight. Direct afternoon sun will literally scorch and burn those beautiful, glossy, waxy leaves, leaving you with faded patches and ugly brown spots. So keep it indirect.
Now, when it comes to watering, the absolute crucial number you need to remember is 2 to 4. During the spring and summer growing season, you should only be watering every 2 to 4 weeks. Remember those potato-like rhizomes we talked about? Right, they are doing all the heavy lifting for you. You must wait until the soil is 100% dry from top to bottom before you even think about watering again. And in the dormant fall and winter months, you can probably stretch that to once a month, maybe even less. When you do water, give it a really thorough soak until water runs out the bottom, but never, ever let the pot sit in a saucer of water.
All right, let's slide into part 3, soil and environment. Let's get that potting setup perfected.
So, because those water-packed rhizomes absolutely hate sitting around in wet soil, a fast-draining mix is completely mandatory here. Here is your ideal recipe: 1 part all-purpose potting soil, 1 part cactus or succulent mix, and 1 part perlite or pumice to really ensure that sharp drainage. As for temperature and humidity, they basically require 0 extra effort. Standard indoor temps of 65 to 80 degrees Fahrenheit and your average household humidity of 40 to 50% are totally fine. So yeah, no misting, no complicated pebble trades required. And feeding? They're super light feeders. Just use a balanced liquid fertilizer, dilute it to half strength, and apply it maybe 2 or 3 times over the entire spring and summer. That's it.
But what happens when things go wrong? You wake up, you check your plant, and you find your beautiful green leaves are suddenly turning this sickly yellow. Well, this is probably the single most common question plant parents ask, which brings us right to part 4, troubleshooting. Let's figure out how to diagnose your plant's health.
There is a massive, stark difference between overwatering and underwatering a ZZ plant. If those leaves are turning yellow, especially down near the base, and the stems feel mushy, or worse, there's a foul smell coming from the damp soil, that is an overwatering emergency. That leads straight to deadly root rot. On the flip side, look at underwatering. The plant just gets slightly wrinkled, maybe some shriveled leaves or a little droop in the stems. This is not an emergency at all. It just means your plant is thirsty and it's going to bounce right back after a good soak.
Another potential headache, though honestly pretty rare for these guys, is pests. Thanks to those tough, waxy leaves, bugs generally just don't like the ZZ plant. But, scale insects, those little cotton-like mealybugs, aphids, or spider mites can occasionally show up if the plant gets super stressed. The fix is easy, though. Simply wiping the leaves down regularly with a damp cloth will help you spot and stop any of these invaders long before they spread. Plus, it keeps the foliage looking incredibly glossy.
Okay, let's level up. Part 5, pruning and propagation. Time to graduate to expert status. So, the absolute fastest and most reliable way to propagate your ZZ plant is by division. You can tackle this super easily during your plant's regular repotting cycle, which by the way should only happen every 2 to 3 years in the spring once it's really tightly root bound. You just remove the plant from its pot and gently pull or use a clean knife to cut the cluster of rhizomes apart. Just make sure each new little section has at least 1 stalk and a nice firm rhizome attached, and then pot them up in fresh, well-draining soil. Easy as that.
Now, what if you don't want to unpot the whole entire plant? Well, you can absolutely use a stem cutting. Just cut off an entire stalk right at the base, let it callus over for a few hours so it doesn't rot, and pop it into a jar of water. Just remember to change that water weekly. But I have to warn you, be prepared to wait. It takes many, many months for a new rhizome and roots to form in water before you can finally move it into soil, so patience is 100% required here.
Finally, part 6, pro tips. Let's go over the real secrets for long-term success. These pro tips are super simple, but they're highly effective habits. First, always choose a pot that's only 1 to 2 inches larger than the root ball. Anything bigger, it's just going to hold way too much wet soil. Next, try to rotate your plant a quarter turn every single month. That stops it from leaning toward the light and gives you that nice symmetrical upright growth.
Like we mentioned, keep wiping that dust off the leaves with a damp cloth. It actually maximizes photosynthesis. Also, don't stress over how slow it grows. That's just its nature. And finally, you never need to prune this plant to encourage bushier growth. Just use clean scissors to snip off any dead or yellowing stalks cleanly down at the soil line.
Look, if you only take away one single piece of advice from this entire explainer, let it be this golden rule. When in doubt, don't water. Seriously, the ZZ plant is an absolute survivor, perfectly built to withstand drought. If you aren't completely 100% sure if the soil is bone dry, just wait another week.
So, now that you know the anatomical secrets of the rhizome, the exact recipe for the perfect soil, and the incredible power of doing absolutely nothing when it comes to watering, how are you going to use this masterclass to build your own indestructible indoor jungle? Go find that perfect spot, take a step back, and just let your ZZ plant thrive.
All right, welcome to this explainer. Let's just jump right in, shall we? Today, we're looking at one of the absolute most iconic, resilient, and deeply symbolic houseplants you can possibly own, the jade plant, or, Crassula ovata. If you're looking for a botanical companion for life, well, you're definitely in the right place. See, this isn't just a houseplant, it's a living heirloom. It's this incredible, enduring symbol of friendship and good luck.
And check out that massive number right there, 30 to 50 plus years. Honestly, that's the lifespan of a well-cared-for jade plant. These aren't just temporary decorations you toss out when the season ends. With the right care, these plants can literally live for decades, growing these beautifully thick, woody trunks. They're actually passed down through generations all the time. To get you to that multi-decade level of success, here's our roadmap. 1. Meet the jade plant. 2. The golden rules of care. 3. Environment and routine maintenance. 4. Pruning for structural power. 5. Troubleshooting common jade problems. And 6. Propagation and expert tips.
Okay, Section 1. Meet the jade plant. Before we get into the care routines, we really need to understand exactly what kind of plant we're dealing with here.
So, the jade plant is an evergreen succulent shrub natively found in South Africa and Mozambique. You've probably heard it called the money plant or the lucky plant, right? It's a classic feng shui symbol meant to bring wealth and prosperity, especially if you pop it near your front door. Now, indoors, it's pretty slow growing, but give it time and it can reach a massive 3 to 6 feet tall, spreading out 2 to 3 feet. Oh, and one super important aside before we move on, these guys are toxic to cats and dogs. It can cause vomiting or incoordination, so absolutely keep them out of reach of your furry friends.
Moving right along to Section 2, the golden rules of care. This is all about the big three: light, water, and soil.
Listen, if you only remember one single sentence from this entire explainer, please make it this one. Give it lots of sun, forget to water it, and it will reward you. The biggest mistake people make? They treat their jades like a leafy tropical fern. And they're just not. They're succulents. To win with a jade, you kind of have to think like a camel and practice some benign neglect. Let's talk light. Jades absolutely love the sun. We're talking 4 to 6 hours of direct sunlight every single day to stay strong. A south-facing window? Absolute perfection. Though, an unobstructed west or east-facing one works great too. Just avoid north-facing windows or shady little corners. If they don't get enough bright light, they'll literally stretch out looking for the sun, and you end up with this sparse, weak, leggy growth. Bright light is the signal that tells the plant, hey, build a thick, woody trunk.
Now, watering. This is crucial because overwatering is public enemy number 1. You have got to let the soil dry out completely, like bone dry, between waterings. When it is finally time for a drink, you use the soak and dry method. Step 1, water it thoroughly until it drains right out the bottom. Step 2, let it sit and drain for about 10 to 15 minutes. And Step 3, dump out all that excess water from the saucer. Never, ever let your jade sit in a puddle. Seriously, it's a one-way ticket to root rot. To make that watering method actually work, you need the right soil. Standard potting mix? It's like a giant sponge. It holds way too much moisture and will slowly suffocate your plant. You need a gritty, fast-draining mix. Here's an awesome DIY recipe for you. Take 1 part standard potting soil, mix in 2 parts perlite or pumice to get that air flowing, and add 1 part coarse sand or fine gravel. This highly porous mix lets the water drain instantly so those roots can actually breathe.
Section 3, environment and routine maintenance. Let's look at how to take your jade from just surviving to totally thriving.
Jades are incredibly tough. They are perfectly happy in your standard indoor daytime temps, usually around 65 to 75 degrees. But here's a really cool secret.
They can handle, and honestly benefit from, a cool down in the winter or at night, dropping down to about 50 or 55 degrees. Actually, if you have a mature plant, giving it shorter daylight hours, some dryness, and that winter chill is the exact trigger it needs to bloom. Yeah, they produce these gorgeous little clusters of white or pale pink star-shaped flowers.
As for routine maintenance, that's pretty much a breeze. First off, put the humidifier away. They prefer dry air, and high humidity can actually trigger fungal issues. For food, feed them sparingly. Just a little diluted liquid fertilizer once every 2 or 3 months in the spring and summer, and skip it entirely in the winter. And repotting? Only every 2 to 4 years. They kind of like being a bit root-bound. But hey, when you do repot, it is absolutely essential to use a heavy terracotta or ceramic pot. These plants get super top-heavy, and a flimsy plastic pot will just tip right over.
Section 4. Pruning for structural power. This is where things get really fun. Pruning, which is best done in the spring or summer by the way, is your secret weapon for developing that thick, bonsai-style trunk. It forces new branching and stops the plant from looking like a wild, unruly mess. The trick here is just to be brave. Don't be scared to cut back hard. You just find a main stem and make a clean cut with sharp scissors right above an old leaf scar. The plant will bounce back vigorously. It usually sprouts 2 brand new branches right from where you made the cut. Section 5. Troubleshooting common jade problems. Let's arm you with the diagnostics to fix things when they inevitably go a little sideways.
So, what's the #1 thing that causes instant panic for beginners? It's this question right here. Why is my jade dropping leaves? Sudden leaf drop is a huge red flag for stress. Sure, it might be a cold draft or a sudden change in light, but 9 times out of 10, it comes down to how you're watering it.
To crack the leaf drop case, you gotta look at the plant's texture. If those falling leaves are yellow and the base of the stem feels soft and mushy, yikes, you're overwatering and heading straight toward root rot. Stop watering right away. But on the flip side, if the leaves look wrinkled, kind of deflated, and feel soft but definitely not mushy, the plant is just dipping into its water reserves. That's your plant literally telling you, hey, I'm finally thirsty. Now, you might also spot these tiny, corky brown blisters on the leaves. This is known as edema. Don't freak out, it's not a disease, it's not some crazy infection. It's just a physiological glitch that happens when your watering routine is all over the place, and the roots are sucking up water way faster than the leaves can release it. Just get back to a strict soak-and-dry routine and it'll sort itself out. Jades are generally pest-resistant, but they can occasionally attract sap-sucking bugs. Watch out for mealybugs. They look like little white cottony clumps hiding in the stem crevices. Scale insects show up as these hard brown bumps, and aphids love to attack the tender new growth. But the fix is surprisingly simple. Just grab a cotton swab, dip it in some rubbing alcohol, and dab the pest directly, or just wipe down the leaves with a bit of neem oil. Problem solved. Take a good look at the red edges on these leaves. This trips up new plant parents all the time. It's called sun stress. If you see the edges of your jade's leaves turning red or slightly purple, take a breath. It is a completely healthy, perfectly natural, and honestly, a highly desirable reaction to getting lots of direct sunlight and some cool temps. It just means your plant is soaking up the rays and is super happy.
Section 6. Propagation and expert tips. Let's talk about how to multiply your plant and build that legacy.
Jades are famously wonderfully easy to propagate. We're talking infinite free plants for you, your friends, everybody. You can snip a 3 to 4 inch stem cutting or literally just gently twist off a single healthy leaf. But listen closely, because step 2 is the absolute make or break moment. You must let that cutting sit in a dry, shady spot for about a week. It needs time for the cut end to dry out and form a callus. If you skip this part, it's just gonna rot the second it hits the soil. Once it's callus, pop it into some dry succulent soil and wait a week or 2 for roots to show up before you even think about watering it.
Let's wrap all this up with our ultimate pro tips for a thriving jade. Number 1, embrace the sun. It wants the brightest spot in your house. Number 2, water like a camel. Remember, underwatering is always safer than overwatering. Number 3, prune it regularly to build up that powerful trunk. 4, anchor your plant in a heavy terracotta pot so it doesn't do a nosedive off the table. And finally, be patient. They aren't the fastest growers, but that incredible longevity is absolutely their greatest beauty.
Which leads us to our final question for you. Are you ready to grow a living heirloom? Because armed with the right soil, that perfect sunny window, and just enough patience to let it dry out, you've got everything you need to cultivate a botanical companion that can literally be passed down to the next generation. Go grab a pot, find some sun, and get growing. Thanks so much for hanging out with me on this explainer, and happy planting.
Welcome to The Explainer. Let's dive right into things today. We're looking at a plant that absolutely, literally stops you in your tracks. I am talking about the Alocasia frydek. If you have ever seen one in person, you know exactly what I mean, right? It's got those deep, dark, velvety green leaves with electric, glowing white veins. Just pure jungle drama. But it definitely has a bit of a reputation as a diva in the houseplant community. You know, the kind of plant that drops a leaf if you just look at it wrong. Well, today we're going to demystify that intimidating reputation and show you exactly how to make this stunning plant thrive in your very own home.
Here's our roadmap for today's explainer. We're breaking this care manual down into 6 clear steps. First, meet the jungle diva. Second, setting the perfect environment. Third, soil, water, and feeding. Fourth, pruning and propagation. Fifth, troubleshooting common problems. And finally, pro tips for success. Let's get to it.
Section 1. Meet the jungle diva.
So what exactly is the Alocasia frydek? Well, it's a tuberous perennial native to the warm, humid tropical rainforests of the Philippines. You might actually see it sold under the name green velvet alocasia. And yeah, while it definitely requires a bit of extra structured care compared to, say, your standard pothos or snake plant to maintain those magnificent leaves, the reward is totally incredible. It's an absolute showstopper that adds this touch of luxurious, exotic beauty to any indoor collection.
Which brings us to our golden rule for today's explainer. The key to a happy frydek is consistency. I really want you to remember this. Success with this plant isn't about being born with some magic green thumb. Not at all. It is entirely about creating consistent, stable environmental conditions that mimic its natural habitat. If you can provide stability and avoid wild swings in your care routine, this diva will reward you endlessly.
Section 2. Setting the perfect environment. Look at that target humidity range, 60 to 80%. This is absolutely non-negotiable if you want perfection. Seriously, high humidity is the biggest secret to keeping a frydek happy. Think of it like a high-end daily spa treatment for your plant. If your air drops below this range, you are on a fast track to those dreaded brown crispy leaf edges. You can hit these numbers pretty easily though. Use a room humidifier, place the pot on a pebbled tray, or group it tightly with other humidity-loving plants to create a nice little microclimate.
Beyond humidity, we gotta talk about foundational lighting and temperature. You want bright, indirect light. An east-facing window is usually the absolute sweet spot. The crucial point here is to avoid harsh, direct sunlight. Direct sun will quickly scorch those beautiful velvety leaves and fade their amazing color. Temperature-wise, keep things cozy, right between 65 and 85 degrees Fahrenheit. It's vital that you protect it from cold drafts, AC vents, or leaky windows. If temperature drops below 60 degrees, this plant is going to be highly stressed.
Section 3. Soil, water, and feeding. Now this is tricky because both overwatering and underwatering can cause your plant's leaves to droop or wilt. So how do you know which is which? Well, overwatering usually shows up with yellowing lower leaves and a mushy stem base, while underwatering leaves the topsoil completely bone dry. The absolute golden rule here: always physically touch the top 1 to 2 inches of the soil before you water. Literally stick your finger in there. If it's dry, give it a thorough soak. If it's still wet, wait. Letting it sit in soggy soil is a guaranteed recipe for root rot.
And speaking of healthy roots, let's talk about soil. Standard indoor potting soil on its own is way too dense. It'll hold way too much water and just suffocate the root system. Instead, you want to whip up this ideal DIY chunky soil mix. Take equal parts of a high-quality potting mix, perlite, and orchid bark. You can also throw in some cocoa coir or worm castings for extra nutrients if you want. This creates an airy, chunky texture that drains really quickly, but still retains just enough moisture for the plant to drink. To fuel those massive, stunning leaves, you'll also need a solid feeding regimen. Fertilize your frydek once a month during its active growing seasons, so that's spring and summer. Use a balanced liquid fertilizer like a 10-10-10 or 20-20-20, but dilute it to half strength. And here's a absolutely critical tip: always apply it to already moist soil to avoid burning the delicate roots. Once fall and winter roll around, you need to stop feeding completely because the plant's growth naturally slows down.
Section 4. Pruning and propagation. Unlike a lot of houseplants, you can't propagate a frydek from a simple leaf cutting. Instead, you propagate through corms. When you repot your plant, you'll likely find these little bulb-like corms hiding in the soil, right attached to the root system. Gently detach them and peel off that brown, papery outer layer. That helps them sprout faster. Then, nestle them in moist sphagnum moss or perlite and cover them with a plastic dome to trap in that high humidity we talked about. Keep them in a warm, bright spot and just wait.
It requires some patience, sometimes weeks or even months, but growing brand new baby plants this way is incredibly rewarding.
Section 5. Troubleshooting common problems. Okay, let's look at the most common freakouts you might face with this diva. If you see brown, crispy edges, your air is simply too dry. Pump up that humidity immediately. If you spot fine, delicate webbing underneath the leaves, you've got spider mites. They thrive in dry conditions, so wipe the leaves down and again, increase the moisture in the air. Now what about yellowing leaves? While it certainly can mean you're overwatering, please don't panic immediately. It's completely normal for this plant to shed its oldest, lowest leaf to redirect energy when a new leaf is emerging.
But what if it's not just one old leaf? What if it's the middle of winter and your Frydek is suddenly dropping all of its leaves, one by one, until there's literally nothing left in the pot but dirt? This is a massive pain point. It causes so many frustrated owners to mistakenly throw their plants right in the trash.
The most important thing I can tell you today is, don't throw it out. Your plant is likely not dead, it is just entering winter dormancy. Because of the lower light and colder indoor temperatures in the winter, the Alocasia frydek will sometimes naturally retreat back into its underground tuber to conserve energy. As long as that tuber in the soil feels firm and not mushy, the plant is still very much alive. Just significantly reduce your watering, leave it be, and it will make a triumphant, stunning return when spring arrives.
Section 6. Pro tips for success.
Let's rapid fire through these pro care tips. First, try to use filtered or rainwater. Alocasias can be quite sensitive to the minerals and chemicals in standard tap water. Second, give the pot a quarter turn every time you water so it doesn't lean heavily towards your window. Third, and this is a big one, gently wipe those massive leaves down with a damp cloth every single month. Not only does this keep them looking vibrant and stunning, but it removes dust, helps the plant photosynthesize much more efficiently, and allows you to inspect for pests early. Finally, don't rush to repot. They actually like being slightly root-bound, so stick to repotting only every 1 to 2 years.
Which brings us to our final thought for this explainer. Now that you know the secrets, are you ready to master the most rewarding diva of the jungle? You have the blueprint for light, soil, humidity, and even winter survival. But here's the real question. Once your Frydek starts thriving and producing massive, velvety leaves, which rare jungle plant are you going to conquer next? Thanks for joining me on The Explainer today, and happy growing.
Hey everyone, and welcome to This Explainer. Today, we are focusing on a plant that is honestly just as beautiful as it is notoriously dramatic. I'm talking about the nerve plant, officially known as Fittonia albovinus. If you've ever wanted to add a really striking, brilliantly patterned plant to your indoor jungle, but you've been a little intimidated by its diva reputation, you are in exactly the right place. We're going to completely decode everything this plant needs so you can grow it with absolute confidence.
So, picture this. You walk into your room and you check on your stunning new nerve plant. But instead of looking all perky and fresh, every single stem has suddenly fallen completely flat. The leaves are literally lying on the soil like the plant has just given up on life. Your heart drops, right? You think you've killed it. But what if I told you that this terrifying, panic-inducing moment is actually one of the absolute best features of this plant?
You see, houseplant keepers affectionately call this whole phenomenon the faint. And it is arguably the most useful built-in alarm system in the entire plant world. This dramatic collapse simply means the soil has dried out. That's it. And the best part? A really thorough watering will usually have those stems standing completely upright, looking pristine again, within just 20 to 30 minutes. It's highly theatrical, literally like a Victorian lady on a fainting couch, but it is entirely reversible.
Okay, so here's our game plan for this explainer. 1. The dramatic nerve plant. 2. Light, water, and soil. 3. Temperature and high humidity. 4. Feeding and pruning maintenance. 5. Easy stem propagation. And 6. Troubleshooting and pro tips. Let's get into it. Starting with Section 1, the dramatic nerve plant. Meet the Fittonia. Originally coming from the shaded floor of the Peruvian rainforest, the Fittonia is universally loved for its deeply veined leaves. They look like these tiny, intricate, colorful mosaics etched right onto dark green foliage. And alongside its stunning visual variety, I mean, we're talking bright pink, deep red, silver, you name it, it is completely non-toxic to cats and dogs, which is a huge plus. Because of its rainforest floor origins, it has a naturally shallow root system and stays incredibly compact. That makes it absolutely perfect for small indoor spaces where you want a really big visual impact without taking up much room. Moving right along to Section 2, light, water, and soil. The holy trinity of plant care. First up is light. Because it naturally lives down on the dense rainforest floor, the Fittonia is shade tolerant. But keep in mind, it's not shade dependent. It genuinely does fine in lower light, but giving it a nice, bright, east-facing window is going to be your sweet spot. That bright, indirect light is what keeps those colored veins looking so vivid and stops the stems from stretching out and getting all leggy. But a quick warning here, even a single hour of direct, hot midday sun